In the autumn of 1991, the Cavendish family, a notorious underworld dynasty in Eagle Nation, was cursed by misfortune. A decade ago, the then patriarch of the Cavendish family perished in a bizarre car accident. A collision so peculiar that no witnesses were found, and even the wreckage of the vehicle vanished without a trace. It was as though every trace had been deliberately erased. His wife also died in the same accident. As one of the few great families that had passed down a single bloodline for generations, the household was left with only the young son, Erwin Cavendish. With the assistance of some loyal old retainers of the Cavendish family, Erwin officially took over many of the family businesses at the age of 6. Of course, the beginning was far from smooth. But Erwin quelled all opposition with a ruthlessness far beyond his years. From a position where no one believed in him and enemies lurked on every side, he relied on an iron fist to defend the Cavendish family legacy. Moreover, now in the underworld of London, only one family remained, the Cavendishes. Of course, the reason Erwin had achieved such a feat was that he was not merely a child. He was a transmigrator carrying the memories of an adult. Although in his previous life he had never experienced such events, he had watched plenty of movies and TV series. Speaking of how he had reached this point, luck played the biggest role along with his sporadic supernatural ability. Let us call it an ability for now. Whenever Erwin sensed danger, a powerful surge of energy would erupt from within him. This energy protected Erwin, and combined with the fact that no one expected such a young boy to possess such ruthless methods, he managed to stabilize the family and consolidate all the businesses under his control. In the old mansion of the Cavendish family, Erwin sat on the sofa flipping through the newspaper in his hands. He wore a well-tailored suit that made his figure appear upright and refined. His silver hair was neatly trimmed. As he turned the pages, he picked up a coffee cup from the side table and took a sip. He looked every inch the quintessential British aristocrat. Who would have imagined that this 11-year-old noble youth had already stained his hands with blood? Setting down the coffee cup, Erwin said, "Tom, is there any progress on my parents' matter?" The old butler replied, "I apologize, Master Erwin. Though I deeply regret to say there is still no clue." Erwin frowned. "Still no clue? It has been 5 years. I have been investigating ever since I took over the family. And now you tell me you have found nothing, not even a hint. Did God himself take my parents away?" The old butler dared not speak. Just then, a figure rushed hastily into the hall. "Master Erwin! Master Erwin!" Erwin's face instantly darkened. "Rivers, if I recall correctly, I told you, if you ever shout in the house again, I will cut out your tongue." Rivers shuddered all over. Two came at once. "No, Master Erwin, there is something. I truly have something urgent to report." Erwin sighed. "Then tell me. If what you are about to say is not truly pressing, you can bid farewell to your tongue today." Rivers quickly said, "It is like this, Master Erwin. There is a person outside, an old man who wishes to see you." Erwin said coldly, "See me? You call this urgent? Does anyone who wants to see me get an audience? Is he from the royal family?" Rivers shook his head. "No, but that old man is very strange. I cannot explain it. Could you please come see for yourself, Master?" Several of us tried to pull him away, but we could not budge him. Hearing this, Erwin grew slightly intrigued. Having lived in such an environment, Erwin placed great importance on personal security. The men left in the old mansion now were all capable fighters. Each one could handle 10 ordinary men if it came to sheer physical prowess. Yet now Rivers was saying that several of his men could not even move one old man. This made Erwin wonder. Could it be that some hidden master from the novels had come knocking on his door, intending to take him as a disciple upon seeing his heavenly talent? Thinking about it, he felt a little thrill. Erwin said, "Bring him in directly." Rivers nodded. "Oh, I will." Erwin said, "Let everyone come inside. Arm yourselves and stay vigilant." Rivers nodded. "Yes, Master." Then Rivers hurried away. Erwin sat back down by the sofa, drew a pistol from his waist, checked it to confirm the bullets were loaded, and the safety was off, and only then felt at ease. No matter what the other party's purpose was, it was always right to be cautious. This had been Erwin's principle all along. Without such rigorous discipline, he might not have survived to this day. Soon Rivers led an old man into the hall. "Dear Mr. Erwin Cavendish, hello. It is truly difficult to get an audience with you." Erwin cast a casual glance toward the newcomer. Then Erwin's pupils contracted sharply, but he quickly concealed his shock. He recognized the visitor, Albus Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest and most powerful white wizard of the century, with the formidable record of defeating 2 Dark Lords. Erwin was stunned. Not that. Had he transmigrated into the world of Hogwarts? All these years he had only just realized this was the world of Hogwarts. Dumbledore visiting him. It was surely not just for a chat, which meant he also had magical talent. So he no longer had to remain a muggle. At the thought, Erwin felt a little joy. But then the question came. Where was his Hogwarts acceptance letter? Dumbledore, seeing Erwin's reaction, a glint of light flashed across his spectacles. He asked with keen interest, "From your expression, it seems you recognize me." Erwin's heart tightened. He knew his earlier reaction had aroused Dumbledore's suspicion. Dumbledore was an old fox. The slightest clue would catch his attention. Moreover, Erwin was deeply wary of Dumbledore. After all, this was an old man who had mastered legilimency to the point where it had become a passive skill. He was insidious. Who knew if he would directly cast a legilimens on him? Elwin's greatest fear was having his identity as a transmigrator exposed, for in any world a transmigrator was forever an anomaly. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. The interest on his face deepened. Elwin saw a flash of blue light in Dumbledore's eyes. Elwin's heart tightened. The next moment, a synthetic electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding, detecting the host's first contact with the magical world system activated. Ding, detecting someone probing the host's memory. System protection mode automatically enabled. The memories of the host as a time traveler will be directly hidden, and the presented memories will only be those after arriving in this world. This protection mode is only applicable during the novice period. Please host escape the trouble as soon as possible. Protection duration 3 days. Ding, protection mode activated. Elwin could not suppress the thrill surging within him. Instead, he stared warily at Dumbledore before him. Just as expected, that old silver coin had indeed used legilimency on him. Elwin was truly astounded. This old fellow really treated legilimency as a passive skill, didn't he? Never turning it off, eyes opening and closing, legilimency activated directly. Really too absurd. After Dumbledore used legilimency, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He never imagined that Elwin's life could be so colorful. Colorful was the only word Dumbledore could use to describe it. However, after using legilimency, Dumbledore found nothing unusual. He could only think that Elwin was perhaps surprised to see him. As for why he was surprised, maybe it was because his beard was unusually white. Elwin had never seen such a white beard. Apart from this, he had no other explanation. Dumbledore said, "Child, you should have received the Hogwarts admission letter, right? I'm here to take you to school." Elwin pretended to be puzzled and said, "Hogwarts? What is that? What letter? What is that? What letter?" Hearing Elwin's words, Dumbledore was slightly taken aback. "You didn't receive the letter? It's an envelope, a pale yellow envelope, with the address written in green ink. No stamp. Only your name and address. On the back, an shaped crest formed by a lion, snake, badger, and eagle. You didn't receive it." Elwin shook his head. He truly hadn't received it. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been overjoyed already? Dumbledore frowned. "That shouldn't be. The owl should have delivered the letter to your hand." Just then, Reeves beside him raised his hand. This was something Elwin taught him, to raise a hand before interrupting someone speaking. Of course, Reeves was disdainful of this rule, but usually he still did as he pleased. However, in front of Elwin, he was very disciplined because Elwin would really beat him up. Seeing Reeves wanting to speak, Elwin felt an ill omen rising for no reason. Elwin waved his hand. "Speak." Reeves coughed twice. "Well, Master, I might know where this old man's letter is." Elwin said, "Then hurry up and get it." Reeves scratched his head. "Well, Master, I can't get it anymore." Elwin frowned. "What do you mean?" Reeves stammered in explanation. "It's like this. The owl came in the morning, kept hooting, and I was afraid it would disturb your sleep, Master. So I caught it." Elwin said, "Then what about the letter?" Reeves took 2 steps back without moving, then explained, "You said that all unknown letters and invitations are ill-intentioned and told us to dispose of them directly. People who truly want to invite you will come in person. I don't know how to read, Master, you know that. I didn't know what it was and I had a stomach ache, so I couldn't be bothered to find paper, so. Reeves dared not continue, because he saw his master's face had visibly darkened. Elwin said coldly, "Reeves, come here, let me show you a treasure." Reeves' face instantly turned bitter. "Can I not see it, Master?" "Not see? That's not up to you." Just as Elwin was about to teach this troublesome subordinate a lesson, Dumbledore stopped him from the side. "It's all right, Mr. Elwin. It's just a letter, not a big problem. However, the owl is property of Hogwarts. You need to let it go." Elwin said coldly, "Didn't you hear what the headmaster said? Why are you still standing there?" Reeves said with a bitter face, "Master, I can't return the owl either. Do you remember your lunch?" Elwin was instantly stunned. No wonder the chicken soup at lunch was exceptionally delicious. The meat was much firmer than usual. He had originally planned to have the kitchen make another batch tonight. He never expected that to be the owl. Elwin cleared his throat twice. Ahem. "Respected headmaster, you heard that too. How much should I pay?" Dumbledore was also at a loss for words. In all his years as headmaster, no, in all his years at Hogwarts, from student to professor to headmaster, he had never encountered such a thing. A new student, a Muggleborn no less, had caught and eaten an owl. Dumbledore sighed. What else could he do? It had been eaten. He couldn't force Elwin to spit it out. And even if he did, that owl wouldn't be the same owl. Dumbledore waved his hand. "Forget it. What's done is done." Elwin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Although his family was quite wealthy, he always stuck to the principle of saving whenever possible. Not having to pay was naturally the best. Elwin said, "Then thank you very much, headmaster. However, you might want to consider replacing those owls. Being caught so easily shows absolutely no privacy." Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly. Good heavens, so he meant it was the owl's fault for being too stupid. Was that polite? Dumbledore couldn't help but have a thought perhaps enrolling Elwin was a mistake for Hogwarts. Fortunately, Dumbledore was not the kind of person who trusted feelings, or else Elwin might have become the first wizard to be expelled from Hogwarts before even starting school. Dumbledore said, "I'll take your advice into consideration, Mr. Elwin. Since you didn't receive the admission letter, there are some things you need to know. Hogwarts freshmen need to purchase some items similar to Muggle stationery. Oh, by the way, Muggle refers to ordinary people who cannot do magic. So if you have time now, you can come with me to get them." Elwin nodded. "All right. I'm free right now. Tom, go get some money, and we'll go shopping." Dumbledore said, "By the way, I forgot to remind you that currency in the magical world is not interchangeable with Muggle money. Pounds can only be exchanged for a small number of galleons." Elwin naturally knew these common-sense facts, but he couldn't show it in front of Dumbledore. Therefore, he deliberately guided Dumbledore to bring it up himself. Elwin said, "Then what currency do wizards use?" Dumbledore gently turned his wrist, and a gold coin appeared in his hand. "This the galleon." Elwin nodded. "I see. So it's gold, right? Tom, go prepare it." Old Tom nodded. Dumbledore said, "Although I know you are wealthy, Gringotts also has limits on exchanging gold bars for galleons." Erwin replied, "Better safe than sorry. Money may not be everything, but without it one can hardly move an inch." Dumbledore exclaimed in admiration, "What an intriguing saying. Simple words yet profoundly true." Erwin chuckled, "Whether in the wizarding world or our world of ordinary people, oh, you call them Muggles, the fundamental rules of any world remain unchanged. The only difference is that the wizarding world is more wondrous." Dumbledore remarked, "It seems experience truly makes one wiser. Mr. Erwin, you are exceptional. I believe you will become an outstanding wizard." Erwin gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster." Soon Old Tom approached, carrying 2 black suitcases. "Young master, everything is ready." Erwin nodded. "Then, Professor, shall we set off now? Do you mind if I bring someone along? I'm not sure how much we need to buy, and being young, I could use help carrying things." Dumbledore replied, "Of course not. Let's go." Rivers nearby had a glimmer of longing in his eyes. He was curious about the wizarding world and yearned to join. Yet Erwin acted as if he hadn't noticed the desire in his gaze. "Rivers, watch the house. I hope you'll put that nearly rusty brain of yours to use and stop doing foolish things, all right?" Rivers murmured an "oh" and dared not speak further. Dumbledore led Erwin out of the old mansion with Tom following closely behind carrying the suitcases. At the entrance, Tom asked, "Young master, shall I have someone fetch the car?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No need for such trouble. They'll take you there directly. Grasp my wrist." Without hesitation, Erwin placed his hand on Dumbledore's wrist and took one suitcase from Old Tom. This freed Old Tom's hands. Dumbledore made no visible gesture, not even uttering an incantation. Then Erwin felt as if he were being forcibly squeezed into a flushing toilet. A dizzying whirl engulfed him. The sensation was utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, Rivers stood frozen in shock. He witnessed a vortex appear, swallowing the 3 figures before they vanished into thin air. Turning to a patrolling guard, he asked, "Did you see that?" The man blinked in confusion. "See what?" Rivers shook his head. He realized only he had witnessed it. Is this the power of wizards? How terrifying. Erwin, Dumbledore, and Tom reappeared before a shabby pub. Of course, only Erwin and Dumbledore could perceive it. To Old Tom's eyes, it was merely a street corner. The passers-by seemed utterly unaware that 3 people had materialized there moments ago. Old Tom's face was pale, he was advanced in age, and after this ordeal vomited profusely. Erwin's complexion also soured, but whether due to youth or innate resilience, he fared much better. Erwin was not as badly affected as Old Tom. Dumbledore expressed surprise. What an astonishing adaptability. Many young wizards experience severe discomfort during their first apparition. It seems when you study apparition in your 7th year, you will master it brilliantly. Erwin took a few deep breaths to compose himself, and said, "I hope so too." By then Old Tom had recovered. Dumbledore announced, "All right, let's go inside. Mr. Erwin, welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. Welcome to the wizarding world." With that, he pushed open the door. Old Tom finally glimpsed the pub in its entirety. He couldn't fathom it. How could a pub appear so inexplicably? A sense of fear toward wizards crept into his heart. Yet fortunately, his young master, the most brilliant and youngest head of the Cavendish family, was about to become part of this bewildering existence. A gleam of sharp light and barely suppressed excitement flashed in Erwin's eyes. From today onward, he would no longer be a Muggle. At last he had stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. As Dumbledore entered the pub, the wizards chatting and drinking fell silent. They greeted Dumbledore, who responded with a smile. The pub's owner, another Old Tom, approached. "Professor Dumbledore, long time no see. And who is this gentleman?" Dumbledore replied, "A new Hogwarts student, Mr. Erwin, a remarkable young man." Old Tom said, "I see. Hello, Mr. Erwin." And the pub owner, "Everyone calls me Old Tom." Though this Old Tom shared the name of his butler, Erwin found nothing remarkable about it. Names in America were far too common. Erwin gave a slight nod. "Hello, sir. A pleasure to meet you." His demeanor was poised and courteous. Old Tom marveled. "Judging by your bearing, are you from a pure-blood family, Mr. Erwin. Dumbledore, sensing Erwin might not understand the term pureblood, explained proactively, Mr. Erwin is not from a pureblood family, but he is nonetheless an aristocrat. Well, I must take Mr. Erwin's shopping time is short. We can chat another time. Old Tom nodded. Very well. Please go ahead, Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Erwin, the leaky cauldron welcomes you. Erwin smiled in gratitude. Then Dumbledore led Erwin and his companion toward the back alley. After they left, Erwin could still hear the chatter in the pub. Is he an aristocrat from the Muggle world? Polite and graceful with silver hair. He reminds me of the Malfoy family. Impossible. The Malfoys have platinum blonde hair. That gentleman has pure silver hair. Could he be from a pure blood family in another country? Who knows? Is Hogwarts recruiting students from abroad now? Never mind that. I heard Harry Potter will be enrolling at Hogwarts this year. Have you heard the news? Erwin smirked. Pure blood families. He had no interest. But the wizarding aristocracy. That piqued his curiosity. In the Muggle world, the Cavendish name was already renowned. In the wizarding realm, he would start from scratch. The name Cavendish would one day become synonymous with a new aristocratic legacy. Upon arriving in the back alley, Dumbledore drew his wand. Elwin couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at the wand, which resembled a series of bony knuckles. This was the Elder Wand after all. Dumbledore said, Mr. Elwin, pay close attention to my next movements. Next time you'll have to enter on your own. First find the third brick above the trash bin, then the second brick, counting horizontally. As he spoke, the Elder Wand tapped the 2 bricks. In the next instant, the wall seemed to activate a mechanism, layers overlapping to reveal a street beyond. Seeing a scene from films and novels materialize before his eyes for the first time, Elwin felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. In truth, he was rather intrigued by the underlying principle. Could this contraption possibly be taken home? Elwin thought it had potential. Imagine having such a wall in the bedroom. Tap the second brick to go to the dining room, the third to the bathroom, the fifth to the garden, and so on. Elwin had already envisioned numerous ingenious uses. This was far more convenient than an elevator. Dumbledore put away his wand and asked, Well, did you remember? Elwin nodded. Yes, but what if this trash bin isn't here anymore? Dumbledore chuckled. An interesting thought. Before you, 2 of your senior students had the same idea. They even put it into action and moved the bin away. Unfortunately, the bin was enchanted with a reparo charm. When removed from its spot, it automatically returns. So your concern is unfounded. Elwin remarked. What a marvelous piece of magic. Dumbledore smiled. Indeed. You'll come to know many more wondrous spells. This is a brand new world. I believe your intelligence will shine in this new world. For now, let's go to Gringotts to exchange some money. Otherwise, you won't be able to spend anything in Diagon Alley today. Elwin nodded. He then followed Dumbledore deeper into Diagon Alley. The alley was not long, a single street, and at its far end stood Gringotts. The bank's entrance consisted of 2 sets of doors, the first being 2 massive bronze doors. Flanking the doors, 2 goblins in shabby formal attire were performing their welcoming duties. The second set was a pair of silver doors adorned with golden lines engraved with a warning, Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits. The sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than. Elwin felt a surge of disdain. In the original story, the so-called safest Gringotts had been raided more than once. More importantly, Elwin truly couldn't fathom why wizards would entrust their entire fortunes to the care of these goblins. Goblins were greedy. Their avarice had sparked wars. Above all, they were a different species. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts, a truth these wizards seemed to ignore. Or did they truly believe they could keep the goblins under control? Passing through the second door, they entered a spacious marble hall. Elwin surveyed the scene. About 100 goblins sat behind long counters, scribbling in large ledgers. Some weighed coins on scales, while others examined gems with eyepieces. The entire marble hall was resplendent, glittering with the light of gems and gold coins. Dumbledore led Elwin directly to the front counter. A goblin wearing spectacles adjusted them on his nose, and upon recognizing the visitor, hurriedly jumped down from his tall stool. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Welcome to Gringotts. How may I be of service? Dumbledore nodded. This young man, Mr. Elwin, wishes to exchange some galleons. As for me, I need to retrieve a few items. The goblin nodded. Understood. Shall I escort you now? Dumbledore looked at Elwin. Can you manage on your own? Elwin nodded. Of course, Professor. Go ahead. I can handle it. Dumbledore leaned down and whispered in Elwin's ear, goblins are greedy. If you find the price unsatisfactory, try using my name. Old as I am, I still carry some weight. Elwin nodded. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore smiled and followed the goblin away. Elwin gazed after Dumbledore's departing figure, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt that Dumbledore was being a bit too kind to him. Shaking off the thought, he soon had another goblin attend to him after Dumbledore left. With Dumbledore's reputation backing him, the currency exchange proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Elwin exchanged 2 chests of gold bars for 5,000 galleons. Weighing the coins in his hand, he found the rate quite reasonable. While waiting for Dumbledore's return, Elwin began to study his system. He hadn't had the chance to explore his golden finger yet, and now was the perfect time. This would be the foundation of his foothold in the magical world. Elwin silently called out, "System, are you there?" Ding. "The Supreme Reputation Gotcha System is at your service." "Greetings, host." Elwin's heart stirred at the sound. The name gave him an odd sense of déjà vu reminiscent of certain money-grubbing games from his past life. "System, introduce your functions." Ding. This system allows the host to use reputation for gotcha draws with rewards including, but not limited to spells, talents, etc. The system's unified currency is reputation points in the wizarding world. For the host's convenience, the system has digitized all existing information. "Would you like to view it?" Elwin didn't hesitate and silently commanded to view. In the next instant, a virtual screen unfolded before him. Elwin glanced around. Neither Old Tom nor the goblins seemed to notice clearly the screen was visible only to him. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age: 11. Identity: current head of the Cavendish family. Hogwarts. Incoming freshman. Talents: transfiguration talent 310. General spell talent 410. Dark arts talent 910. Potions talent 610. Ancient magic talent 10. Locked requires special means to unlock. Pets none. Special skill cards none. Spell mastery cards none. Items none. Current reputation points 50. Gazing at his own panel, Erwin felt increasingly as if this were akin to a game. Yet could someone explain this? Why was his dark magic talent a 9? Barely 1 point shy of perfection. He had always considered himself a good person. Of course, no good person at the age of 7 would have personally shot dead a rival gang leader seeking to claim territory. Naturally, his arm paid the price for the recoil. Yet that could not obscure the kindness within his heart. Erwin inexplicably felt that this system was somewhat unreliable. Moreover, what on earth was that ancient magic? When he asked the system, it merely told him to explore on his own. Erwin sneered inwardly. How pathetic, leaving everything for him to discover. After closing the system panel, Erwin contacted the system to open the lottery interface. The next moment, streams of radiance materialized. Then a multitude of colorful cards flew through the air, stacking into 3 piles before him. The visual effects were dazzling beyond measure. Yet for some reason 4 words kept swirling in Erwin's mind: Genshin Impact. He quickly shook his head. Damn it, this was far too similar. It had thrown him off balance. Erwin hurriedly looked at the 3 piles of cards. Basic draw cost 100 reputation points per draw. 10 draw bundle at a 10 discount. 10 draws guarantee a blue reward. 100 draws guarantee a purple reward. Advanced draw cost 1,000 reputation points per draw. 10 draw bundle at a 10 discount. 10 draws guarantee a purple reward. 100 draws guarantee a gold reward. Special draw requires special unlocking conditions. Erwin studied the prize pools and made a judgment. The basic draw was clearly tailored for someone as destitute as him. Was this a newbie perk? As for the special draw, that piqued Erwin's interest. System, what does this special draw mean? Explain it to me. Ding. The special draw requires activation through a special method. Affordable and excellent. Currently, the special draw can be activated as the newbie card pool draw. Would you like to initiate the special draw? Erwin's eyes lit up. Oh, an unexpected bonus. Activate it right now. Ding. The special draw has been replaced with the newbie draw. Draw limit 10 draws. Draw cost free. Erwin was instantly thrilled. He understood. He knew this routine all too well. This was nothing less than a newbie gift pack. That was how novels worked. It was the key to the protagonist's rise. As the system's voice faded, the pile of special draw cards shifted in color, floating gently before Erwin. He raised his hand and tapped the back of a card. Then a shuffling sound rang out. 1 by 1 cards flew up, interwoven with various colors. White, green, and blue. 7 cards soared in succession. Suddenly a flash of purple light burst forth. Erwin's eyes widened. Purple. Purple had arrived. Then the cards began to tremble slightly. 2 sharp whooshes pierced the air, followed by a dazzling golden radiance. Erwin nearly leaped up in excitement. A golden legend, and a double yoke at that. Indeed, he was the chosen one, the ultimate lucky charm. The legend of pulling a dragon-slaying skin in a single draw was reenacted in the magical world. He was truly the child of destiny. Ding. Draw complete. Rewards obtained. White reward: spicy meat strips X3. Green reward: a toy doll from the childhood of the first Dark Lord Grindelwald. Mana enhancing potion shoddy version X2. Blue reward: talent points X2. Erwin's expression darkened. Damn it. Spicy meat strips. Jerky. Was this reasonable? Should such a thing appear in a transmigrator's cheat system? And as for the green reward, Grindelwald's toy doll, what was it enchanted? Cursed. Why would he pull something like this? The worst part was that it was ranked on the same level as the mana-enhancing potion. Erwin had too many complaints to voice, but he didn't know where to begin. Still, the mana-enhancing potion was somewhat acceptable. Legend had it that this stuff was terrifyingly potent. Ancient wizards were so powerful because they consumed it. Yet when Erwin took a closer look, his face grew darker. A shoddy version. Was this even safe to drink? Would it kill him? What kind of bizarre nonsense was this? Was this prize pool serious? He took a couple of deep breaths. At least there were 2 talent points, right? And yet they were only blue. According to typical pay-to-win-game logic, their value might not be so simple. Perhaps they had other uses later, like an upgraded version. Ding. The host is quite perceptive. The system is pleased. Indeed, the current talent cap for the host is 10 points. Ordinary talent points can upgrade the host's talent to 10. If the host wishes to increase further, advanced talent points are required. Advanced talent points can be synthesized from 100 ordinary talent points. Erwin's lips twitched slightly. Fine. So this was how it played. Indeed, pay-to-win games could never shed this skin. Erwin asked, how about this? Give me a reference so I know the true talent cap. At least I'll have an idea. Taking the host's highest dark magic talent as an example, Grindelwald dark magic talent 14 points. Legendary. Erwin understood. So it turned out he thought he was a genius, but he was actually a failure. Erwin was speechless. He continued to examine his gains. He was tired. Oh, let it all be destroyed. He could never max it out anyway. Purple reward, shape-shifting versatile garment. This garment is indestructible and can change shape and color at will. It provides 30 resistance to all spells. Erwin looked at this reward, having already forgotten the junk from the earlier draws. This was good. This was truly good. If he wore this, even Dumbledore would be weakened by 30 in his presence. This was simply a divine artifact. Erwin's eyes gleamed with avarice. If a purple reward was this precious, what about a gold one? He eagerly turned to his gold rewards. Gold reward, unknown egg, contains an unknown mysterious life. Once hatched by the host, it will become the host's pet. Hatching method: feed it with the blood of various magical creatures. Current hatching progress 0-100. Erwin stroked his chin. This seemed like a gamble. Yet since the system classified it as gold, the contents were likely extraordinary. Erwin continued to the next reward. Gold reward, special passive skill talent category. Mana reserve. The host can store excess magical power that exceeds the maximum capacity as a mana reserve. When needed, it can be directly drawn upon to replenish oneself. Erwin was instantly overjoyed. This was quite formidable. In theory, if he had enough reserves, wouldn't he become a perpetual motion machine? Erwin immediately claimed it. As for the 2 talent points, Erwin pondered for a moment and decided to allocate both to his ordinary spell talent. After all, he needed to accumulate strength as swiftly as possible. The speed at which he mastered spells and his proficiency with them would determine his true power. Subsequently, Erwin summoned the system in his mind and opened the system panel. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age: 11 years old. Identity: current patriarch of the Cavendish family, Hogwarts, incoming freshman. Talents: Transfiguration talent 310. Ordinary spell talent 610. Dark magic talent 910. Potions talent 610. Ancient magic talent 10. Locked, requires special method to unlock. Pet: none. Special skill card: mana reserve gold. Spell mastery card: none. Items: Big Meat Jerky X3. Mana potion skimped version X2. Grindelwald's puppet X1. Versatile shape-shifting cloak X1. Mysterious egg X1. Current reputation value 50. Erwin nodded in satisfaction. Overall, the system was quite decent. Those miscellaneous items could also be stored in the system's reward backpack. As long as he didn't claim them, they wouldn't appear. It was a pity that items not granted by the system couldn't be stored inside, otherwise Erwin would have had a portable space, which would have been delightful. Erwin closed the lottery interface. The beginner's draw was quite satisfying. It was just a shame that it only allowed a 10 pull. This beginner's gift pack was far from generous. So stingy. But never mind, he could understand. After all, it was a petty system, and he couldn't expect too much from it. After finishing the tea on the table, Dumbledore returned. Mr. Erwin, sorry for the wait. Erwin quickly stood up. Professor, you're back. You're too kind. Dumbledore smiled and asked, so, have you finished the exchange? Erwin nodded. Of course, the professor's reputation is quite effective. Dumbledore said, in that case, let us depart. Erwin nodded and followed Dumbledore out of Gringotts. Standing at the entrance of Gringotts, Dumbledore remarked, for a young wizard, the most important thing is their wand. This is an item that may accompany a wizard throughout their entire life. Now let us go and help you select a wand. Erwin's heart raced with excitement. A wand. The weapon of a wizard, its importance no less than the gun in the hands of someone from a Mafia family. Dumbledore led Erwin straight to the most famous shop in Diagon Alley. It was also the starting point for every wizard. Ollivander's Wand Shop. Having been a professional for many years. Wait, he seemed to have used the wrong word. Of course, that wasn't important. Standing at the entrance of Ollivander's Wand Shop, gazing at this iconic landmark of Diagon Alley, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Dumbledore also felt a wave of nostalgia. I still remember the first time I came here. Back then, I was the same age as you. Here I received my first wand. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. The events of the past still feel like they happened yesterday, surfacing in my mind from time to time. As he spoke, Dumbledore even wiped his eyes. Elwin was somewhat speechless. He had forgotten this important fact. The older one gets, the more they enjoy reminiscing about the past. Dumbledore paused for a moment and said, "Forgive me, Mr. Elwin, you know how it is. When you get older, you tend to dwell on memories." Although Elwin was inwardly exasperated, he said, "It's all right, Professor. Time is a sharp blade. While it inflicts wounds, it also leaves indelible marks upon us. Memories at times are the most precious things." Dumbledore nodded, his eyes full of agreement. "Mr. Elwin, your insight and your unique metaphors never cease to amaze me." Elwin chuckled. "You flatter me, Professor. Shall we go in now?" Dumbledore said, "Of course. You will find the wand most suited to you here." With that, Dumbledore pushed open the door and entered the shop. A series of tinkling bells sounded, followed by the scraping of a sliding ladder against the floor. Ollivander peered out from among the towering cabinets. Upon seeing Dumbledore, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Professor Dumbledore. Long time no see." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. It has been quite a while. Would you mind coming down first to help this young wizard select a wand?" Ollivander descended the ladder and came to the counter. His gaze fell upon Elwin. Elwin gave a slight nod. "Hello, sir," Ollivander remarked in surprise. "What impeccable, noble etiquette. Young sir, which family do you hail from?" Elwin replied, "Cavendish." Ollivander asked in confusion, "Cavendish? I've never heard of that family. Is it a foreign pureblood family?" Elwin shook his head. "No. But I believe very soon you will hear the name of the Cavendish family, because I have arrived in the wizarding world." Upon hearing Elwin's words, a sharp glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Ollivander was also taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "An interesting new student. I look forward to that day. So may I know your name?" Elwin Cavendish." Ollivander nodded. "Then Mr. Elwin, tell me, which is your wand hand?" Elwin raised his right hand. The next moment, a tape measure beside him floated up on its own, measuring Elwin's height and arm span. It even went so far as to measure his chest and waist circumference. Elwin didn't understand, but he was utterly astounded. He wondered, what did wand usage have to do with chest and waist measurements? The height and arm span he could comprehend, but were the chest and waist really necessary? Then the tape measure retracted and landed on the table. Ollivander said, "What a perfectly proportioned physique. Mr. Elwin." Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. So selecting a wand was essentially a beauty contest. Ollivander scribbled something on a piece of paper for a while. Then he took a box from the counter and opened it. He extracted a wand from within. "Try this one. Ashwood with a core of mountain troll heartstring. It serves best those who are stubborn and steadfastly brave." As he spoke, he handed the wand to Elwin. Elwin took it in his hand and gave it a casual flick. Immediately, a burst of energy shot from the wand, striking the floor beside him. The floor shattered instantly. Elwin furrowed his brow. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt as though the wand was resisting him. It was a very strange sensation. Elwin handed the wand back to Ollivander. "Sir, I believe this wand may not be quite suitable for me." Ollivander said, "Mr. Elwin, remember this, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. However, you are right, this wand is indeed not suited for you." He then took out another box from behind the counter. He retrieved a wand from inside. "Try this one. Cedarwood paired with the hair of a cat leopard. In fact, I don't like using cat leopard hair. It's very unstable and has many limitations, but it pairs particularly well with cedarwood. A person of strong character and keen observation is the most suitable to wield such a wand." Elwin took the wand, following the familiar process. With a flick, a burst of fire suddenly erupted from the wand, shooting straight towards the ceiling. Dumbledore nearby gently snapped his fingers. The flames on the wand were instantly extinguished. Elwin felt that sense of rejection once again. Ollivander snatched the wand away and returned it to the box. "No, this won't do. That's not it." Elwin then tried several more wands, but he still felt that sense of rejection. Ollivander frowned. "What a picky customer. In that case, I think you have only one choice left." Before Elwin could react, Ollivander ran to the back. Elwin was somewhat bewildered. Was this old man always so fiery? After a few minutes, Ollivander returned. He was dusted with some dirt on his shoulders and hair, holding a wooden box that was covered in a layer of dust. Ollivander blew a breath, scattering the dust. Elwin frowned and subtly stepped back 2 paces. Ollivander opened the box and took out a uniquely shaped wand. This wand appeared slightly thinner than a normal wand and was entirely silver, resembling the color of Elwin's hair. Moreover, gold-colored materials wrapped around the handle. It looked quite beautiful. Ollivander said, "This wand is made of acacia wood, but I don't know what the core is, because it was crafted by my grandfather. Acacia wood is a very special material. It will only acknowledge one master throughout its life. No one else can use it to perform spells. And acacia wood will only choose those with true talent, so once it recognizes you, it will unleash terrifying power." This wand was made casually. My grandfather did not carve it at all. The shape formed when the core fused with the wand body. "Try this one." Elvin's attention was immediately drawn to this wand. It was simply too beautiful, and beyond that Elvin felt a wave of excitement in his heart, as if this wand was calling out to him. Instinctively Elvin raised his hand. In the next moment, the wand surprisingly flew into Elvin's hand on its own. Ollivander was astonished. The moment the wand touched his hand, Elvin felt as if his arm and the wand had become one, moving, as if it were an extension of his own body. He instinctively waved it. A flurry of silver light shot forth from the wand. The silver light scattered from the tip of Ollivander's wand, sweeping across every shelf. Under Ollivander's horrified gaze, all the wands on the wooden shelves shot out of their boxes. They floated in the air. Inside Ollivander's wand shop, countless wands danced through the air. These wands trembled gently towards the wand in Elvin's hand, as if paying homage or offering congratulations. Ollivander was dumbfounded. This is incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Passers-by in Diagon Alley also noticed the commotion in Ollivander's wand shop. They gathered around, eager to witness this rare spectacle. Dumbledore was equally astonished, as even his old wand was trembling slightly. With his overwhelming strength, he forcibly suppressed his old wand, his gaze falling on the wand in Elvin's hand. He certainly knew about acacia wood, but relying solely on it would not cause such a stir. Clearly the only variable was the unknown core within this wand. Noticing more and more people gathering outside, Dumbledore said, "Mr. Elvin, put away your wand. Otherwise we might not be able to get out." Elvin turned to look and was startled. There were numerous wizards crowded at the door and windows. No wonder he just received a system notification about reputation points being credited. Elvin hurriedly retracted his arm. As he did so, the silver glow on the wand began to fade, and the wands began to fly back into their boxes one by one. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely a figment of imagination. Dumbledore said, "Congratulations, Mr. Elvin, you have chosen an extraordinary wand." Elvin nodded, looking at the wand in his hand with uncontrollable joy. This wand truly surprised him. He could feel that his compatibility with this wand was exceptionally high. Most importantly, this wand had a password. No one but him could use it. It was even more effective than a fingerprint lock. Ollivander said, "Incredible. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen such a marvelous sight. I didn't expect this wand to find its master today." Elvin replied, "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, for your trouble. How much is the wand?" Ollivander answered, "It's no trouble at all. Witnessing such a miraculous event is worth it. As for this wand, just give me 10 galleons." Elvin nodded, and old Tom behind him promptly made the payment. Ollivander said, "Mr. Elvin, please take good care of this wand. I can sense its power. I hope to see the day you bring glory to your family, the Cavendish." Elvin smiled and said, "I will." Ollivander took out a larger box from behind the counter. "This is a gift from me. It contains wand care tools and a small tool for using the wand. You can hang it on your arm, and when you need to use the wand, simply press this spot, and the wand will slide down directly." "Thank you so much. I must say this really solves my urgent need." Ollivander smiled and said, "No need for thanks. It's my honor to assist such an outstanding young wizard." Dumbledore interjected, "All right. It's about time, and we still have other things to buy. Otherwise we won't have enough time." Elvin nodded, exchanged greetings with Ollivander, and followed Dumbledore out. Dumbledore pondered, "Next we should purchase the study materials needed for the first semester of the new students. The Leaky Cauldron bookstore our top choice." Erwin rolled his eyes discreetly. It wasn't exactly a choice of no alternative. There wasn't a second bookstore in Diagon Alley. No wonder the shops here were profitable. They all operated as monopolies. Unlike purchasing a wand, the process of buying books, cauldrons, and other items was utterly uneventful. After paying and leaving, Erwin had also acquired his first pet, an owl. It was worth noting that Hogwarts seemed to have a tradition of gifting a pet to every new student during their shopping trip. Erwin's owl was also a gift from Dumbledore. Ignoring Dumbledore's suggestion to name the owl Cockroach Cluster, Erwin welcomed a new member into his home, an owl named Poppy. Their final stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Although Erwin already possessed the versatile shape-shifting robe, he couldn't very well reveal that to Dumbledore. Thus, he still had to purchase the necessary garments. After acquiring the robes, Erwin's trip to Diagon Alley officially concluded. After Dumbledore escorted Erwin and Tom back to the old house, he said, "Well, that concludes today's itinerary. I must be off. Mr. Erwin, I shall see you at Hogwarts." Erwin nodded. "Professor, want you stay for dinner?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Erwin nodded. "Then I won't detain you further, Professor. Thank you for your hard work today. Much obliged." Dumbledore smiled. "You're welcome. Farewell." With that, Dumbledore disapparated on the spot. Erwin gazed in the direction Dumbledore had vanished, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Was he off to deal with the Philosopher's Stone? The Philosopher's Stone was still far beyond his reach for now. Moreover, Erwin had little interest in the Philosopher's Stone. It was merely a counterfeit form of immortality. After eating a meal, he retired directly to his room, while old Tom was dragged away by Rivers, who was eager to learn about the wizarding world. Rivers dared not approach Erwin with his questions, and Erwin didn't mind. Now that he knew this world was magical, his focus would gradually shift toward the wizarding realm. However, the time was not yet ripe. He needed to lay his plans slowly. His subordinates were all ordinary humans, though firearms remained lethal to most wizards. Even Dumbledore, caught off guard, could be felled by a single sniper shot. Wizards possessed frail physiques, relying on magic to the point of being weaker than ordinary people in some respects. Thus, Erwin's ambition to enter the wizarding world was not impossible. But before that, he needed to establish a foothold there. Slytherin was undoubtedly an excellent choice. The students sorted into Slytherin were mostly so-called purebloods. Such a force could not be easily relinquished. The only question was whether he could be sorted into Slytherin. He was from a genuine Muggle family. Yet, as the original story mentioned, the sorting hat considered a student's own preference. He would decide when the time came. There was still some time before the term started. Matters beyond his control were the ones Erwin least liked to ponder. Erwin retrieved the versatile shape-shifting robe from his system reward inventory. It initially appeared as a robe. He slipped it on, and standing before the mirror, willed it to transform into a black suit. Erwin nodded with satisfaction. Beyond its 30% resistance to spell damage, what pleased him most was the garment's dust-proof property. It never got dirty. For someone with severe mysophobia like Erwin, this was nothing short of a blessing. Erwin adjusted his clothes, then, with a thought, the attire transformed into pajamas. He sat on the edge of the bed, intending to browse through some Hogwarts textbooks. Just then a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Erwin quickly rose, dashed to his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a file folder. He laid out the black and white photographs it contained on the table. These were the case files of his parents' accident. A thought had suddenly occurred to him. Previously, he had investigated his parents' deaths from an ordinary person's perspective. But this was a magical world. The manner of his parents' demise was highly peculiar, with no traces found at the scene. Everything reeked of the uncanny. This had become an obsession in Erwin's heart. He had been reincarnated an orphan in his past life. In this life, since birth, his parents had showered him with affection bordering on indulgence. Thus, in his heart, Erwin deeply cherished them both. When he learned of their deaths, Erwin felt on the verge of collapse. After enjoying just a year of familial love, his parents had passed away. Over the years, he had tirelessly searched for clues about their demise, yet found nothing. But now, knowing this world was magical, all the irrational aspects of his parents' death seemed to find an explanation. So many anomalies and inconsistencies. Ordinary people could never have achieved such things. But what if the culprit was a wizard? If the perpetrator was a wizard, everything fell into place. Only a wizard possessed such power to accomplish this. However, Erwin couldn't fathom why a wizard would target his ordinary parents. Anyone daring to harm Muggles must be a dark wizard unafraid of the Ministry of Magic's pursuit. But according to the timeline, Voldemort had fallen the year Erwin was born, as he and Harry Potter were the same age. That afternoon at the Leaky Cauldron, he had overheard wizards discussing that Harry Potter would be starting Hogwarts this year. So it had nothing to do with Voldemort. Was it a rogue dark wizard? What was their motive for targeting his parents? Had a rival family hired them? If any rival family possessed such connections, Erwin wouldn't have been able to bring the Cavendish family to its current state. He would have been dead long ago. The local families in London had either been destroyed or driven out by him, and none had shown such influence. Most importantly, he had thoroughly investigated these families over the years. During those turbulent times, there had been little major friction between families, let something as grave as assassinating the head of a household. Erwin gently rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed he had found a clue, yet that very clue had only made the mystery more perplexing. Shaking his head, Erwin decided to stop dwelling on it. He couldn't figure it out anyway. Only after entering the wizarding world and integrating into it would he have more means to investigate the truth of that year. For now, he was almost certain that the culprit was 9 times out of 10 someone from the magical community. By following this thread, Erwin was sure that one day he would uncover the whole truth. Elvin pondered once more over the matters he needed to attend to next. He realized there were quite a few tasks awaiting him, whether concerning his parents or securing a better life for himself in the future. Having grown accustomed to a life of absolute control, the magical world felt like exploring a new map in a game, a territory to be gradually claimed. Thus, regardless of his ultimate goals, Elvin had to amplify his influence within the magical realm. This ambition aligned perfectly with his golden finger, a unique advantage. Though he was confident he would one day stand atop the magical world, reaching that pinnacle would demand considerable time. Elvin could not afford to wait. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, roughly organizing his future plans. With a clear strategy in mind, he finally recalled his initial purpose for the day: to study spells. He picked up the beginner's compendium of spells from the side and casually flipped it open. At that moment, the system's chime echoed. Ding. Detected host's first contact with spells. Special spell card pool draw activated. Do you wish to replace this card pool with the special draw pool? Elvin was taken aback. He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Replace. Ding. Replacement successful. Special spell card pool activated. This pool will only draw spell-related items. As a gift you receive 50 consecutive draws. Draw now? Elvin was ecstatic. He had truly struck gold. 50 consecutive draws. Wouldn't that be an exhilarating experience? Without hesitation, he communicated with the system to commence the draw. The familiar deck of cards materialized once more. Elvin promptly initiated a 10-draw sequence. Above the deck, the remaining draw count decreased by 10. 4,050. Then the deck soared into the air with a series of swishes. Cards flew out one by one, and Elvin's eyes widened in anticipation. He murmured under his breath, gold, gold, gold. Ding. Draw complete. Rewards issued. Obtain spell proficiency X 700. Obtain spell Accio X2. Spell floating charm. Ding. Spell level unlocked. View now? Before Elvin could lament his haul, the system's prompt captured his attention. Spell levels. He tapped the view button. Spell level 1 preliminary mastery, no chance of failure upon casting. Spell level 2 requires 100 proficiency to upgrade, basic mastery, can cast perfectly. Spell level 3 requires 1000 proficiency to upgrade, perfect mastery. You wield spells with greater ease, achieving stronger effects with minimal magic. Spell level 4 requires 1000 proficiency to upgrade, allows non-verbal casting. Spell level 5 requires 1000 proficiency to upgrade, allows wandless casting. Each duplicate spell card can be exchanged for 100 proficiency. Elvin hadn't expected the system to be so user-friendly. The spell level system was clear and straightforward. He also understood why he could draw duplicate spell cards. It all made sense now. It felt somewhat like a cultivation game. Having grasped the system's mechanics, Elvin continued drawing cards. Drawing was a fleeting pleasure, and the thrill persisted. Before long, 40 draws had passed, and Elvin's expression darkened. In those 40 draws, Elvin hadn't seen a single gold. He tallied his current gains: Accio X13, Floating Charm X10, Occlumency X6, Expelliarmus X4, Spell Proficiency X700. It wasn't a huge profit, but it wasn't a loss either. Though his luck had been poor, these spells were quite practical, especially for his current situation. Among them, Occlumency was the most crucial. The system's protection lasted only 3 days. This meant that after 3 days his mind would be defenseless, vulnerable to anyone using Legilimency on him. He had asked the system about it. Dumbledore's Legilimency, when cast non-verbally and wandlessly, could be blocked by level 3 Occlumency. Similarly, level 3 Occlumency could defend against over 90% of Legilimency users. Imagine, Dumbledore had turned others' peak abilities into his passive skill, which was utterly absurd. But if Dumbledore unleashed his full power with both spell and wand, level 5 Occlumency would be required. Dumbledore had already used Legilimency on him, so he likely wouldn't attempt it again soon. What truly concerned Elvin were others in the wizarding world who frequently employed this art. Glancing at the remaining 10 draws, Elvin sighed, abandoning all hope. Whatever happens, happens. He resigned himself to fate. He had come to see this lottery for what it was, definitely designed by a certain gaming company. The probability was absurdly disappointing. The only saving grace was that there were no thanks for playing options. Otherwise, Elvin felt he might have drawn 30 thanks for playing cards. It was ridiculous. He had never considered himself so unlucky. He casually tapped the draw button again. Instantly, the deck shuffled with a whoosh. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth. Elvin sprang from his seat. A gold. Finally a gold. He had made it at last. But then after the golden light, a purple light followed. Elvin's eyes lit up. So the best rewards were saved for last. Although the earlier draws had been disappointing, there was indeed a rainbow after the storm. He began inspecting the rewards. Ding. Draw complete. Rewards issued. Spell Expelliarmus X3. Spell Shield Charm X2. Spell Expecto Patronum X1. Spell Proficiency X200. Special Pool 50 Draw Purple Guarantee Unforgivable Curses Bundle, including the Killing Curse, Cruciatus Curse, and Imperious Curse. Gold Reward Magical Creature Affinity. All magical creatures will be irresistibly drawn to you. From this moment you shall become the one and only druid. Elvin was immensely satisfied with the haul from these final 10 draws. Although the gold reward seemed to offer no direct combat boost, that was far from the truth. The magical world teemed with powerful creatures like thunderbirds and dragons, which were exceptionally formidable. Thus the true might of this ability far surpassed Elvin's imagination. He immediately learned all the spell cards and decomposed the duplicates into proficiency. As streams of light surged into his mind, he mastered these spells instantly. Incredible. Then Erwin opened his personal panel. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age 11. Identity: current patriarch of the Cavendish family. Hogwarts, incoming freshman. Talent: Transfiguration Talent 310. Common Spell Talent 610. Dark Arts Talent 910. Potions Talent 610. Ancient Magic Talent 10. Unlocked requires special means to unlock. Pet none. Special skill cards: Mana Reserve Gold. Magical Creature Affinity Gold. Spell Mastery Accio, Level 1 Wingardium Leviosa, Level 1 Protego, Level 1 Expelliarmus, Level 1 Occlumency, Level 1 Expecto Patronum, Level 1 Avada Kedavra, Level 1 Imperio, Level 1 Crucio, a Level 1. Magic Proficiency 5100. Items Spicy Strips X3. Strengthening Potion Shoddy Version X2. Grindelwald's Puppet X1. Shapeshifting Attire X1. Mysterious Egg X1. Acacia Wood Wand. Current Reputation 600. Looking at his panel, Erwin nodded with satisfaction. This round of lottery had given him a foothold in the magical world. Erwin asked in his mind, "System, can I gain this magic proficiency through my own cultivation?" Ding. Yes, the host can gain skill proficiency through personal cultivation. The system is merely a tool, it cannot replace the host. Erwin nodded. If that was the case, there was no rush to use the system's proficiency. He could certainly practice on his own first. Erwin tossed the book aside. Ridiculous, why bother reading when you have a cheat? Who looks down on cheats? Erwin flicked his wrist, and his wand slid into his hand. Erwin gripped his wand and cleared his throat. Casting a spell for the first time, he had to admit he was quite excited. He recalled the method for the levitation charm from his memory. A flick and a swish, Wingardium Leviosa. Silence, nothing happened. Erwin's face darkened. Damn it, he failed his first spell? He was the protagonist after all. Unwilling to believe it, Erwin decided to try again. This time he intended to be more serious. He thought his previous lack of seriousness was to blame. Erwin coughed lightly. Then he cast the spell again. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Erwin's face was as black as charcoal. An almost tangible aura of resentment emanated from him. Heaven knows what Erwin experienced in that half an hour. He had cast spells over 50 times, draining all his magical power. His success rate was less than half. Erwin had to admit a harsh truth: his aptitude was truly not that strong. Just as Erwin grew frustrated, a bird outside the window chirped incessantly. The sound only made him more irritable. In his foul mood, upon hearing the noisy chirping, his wand swung out instinctively. Avada Kedavra. Then Erwin was stunned. A beam of green light shot from his wand. The bird was struck by the green light and fell asleep instantly. It was a sleep from which it would never wake. Erwin seemed to understand something. The system's talent rating was frighteningly accurate. He seemed to have an innate gift for the dark arts. But soon a question occurred to him. System, does my wand have the trace on it? Ding. It did initially, but as the host system it has the duty to help eliminate all potential risks, so the trace has been removed. That was quite considerate. Now he could experiment without worry. Erwin called out, "Tom." The door was knocked. Old butler Tom pushed the door open. "What is it, young master?" When Erwin was awake, old Tom would wait by the door in case he needed anything. "Like now?" Erwin said. "Where are those two people we captured last time who were scouting our territory?" Though Tom didn't know why his young master suddenly asked, he quickly replied, "Rivers has them locked up. You said last time we might need them someday, so we shouldn't kill them yet." Erwin nodded. "Tell Rivers to bring them here. Now is the time we need them." Old Tom nodded. "Very well, young master. They'll go at once." Then old Tom turned and left. Erwin planned to test if his dark arts talent was truly that remarkable. Was it just luck or something else? Half an hour later, in a forest not far from the old manor, two men knelt on the ground, their faces full of terror. Rivers stood them in a row as if they were little chicks. Erwin and old Tom entered the woods. Rivers hurried over. "Young master." Rivers nodded. Upon seeing Erwin, the two men cried out, "Young master, Erwin, please don't kill us. We beg you, don't kill us." Erwin ignored them and ordered everyone except Rivers and old Tom to wait outside the forest. Then Erwin drew his wand. Rivers and old Tom watched him curiously. Rivers was full of excitement. Having learned from old Tom about the wonders of the magical world, he whispered, "Is the young master about to cast a spell?" Old Tom put a finger to his lips. "Quiet, Rivers. Unless you want the young master's magic to land on you." At this, Rivers fell silent. Erwin aimed his wand at one of the men. Crucio. A dark green light shot from the wand toward the kneeling man. The next moment, agonizing screams filled the air. Erwin lowered his wand. The man lay on the ground, his face pale with terror. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Erwin frowned. There was something strange. According to the original text, to successfully cast an unforgivable curse, one must harbor strong negative emotions. For instance, to cast the killing curse, you must have a fierce desire to kill. The same applied to the Cruciatus curse. You needed a strong urge to torture. Yet when he cast it, he had completely forgotten about that requirement. He simply waved his wand, and it worked. Was this the boost from a level 9 dark arts talent? Erwin felt a bit helpless. He was really a good person. Looking at the man on the ground whose face was filled with terror and fear, he had to admit the unforgivable curses were indeed quite useful. Elvin opened his status panel and took a look. He discovered that the Cruciatus curse and the killing curse had each been cast only once, yet they had already directly ascended to level 2. However, the summoning charm, which he had used so many times, had only just reached level 2. This left Elvin somewhat puzzled. "System, explain. What's going on?" Ding. The amount of proficiency gained from casting a spell is related to the host's talent. The higher the host's talent, the more proficiency is gained per cast. The corner of Elvin's mouth twitched slightly. All right, no need to say more. He understood now. This was forcing him down the path of a dark wizard, who even remembered that he was truly a righteous figure. He let out a sigh. Elvin flicked his wand, sending 2 cruciatus curses flying toward those 2 individuals. The next moment wails echoed through the grove once more. Such excellent punching bags deserve to be put to good use. Half an hour later, thanks to Elvin's relentless efforts, his cruciatus curse and imperius curse had both risen to level 3. Undoubtedly, this was a tremendous improvement. One more level, and he could cast them non-verbally. However, Elvin did not continue practicing. As for the reason, those 2 fellows had already gone mad. Rivers and Old Tom nearby were terrified. They had witnessed firsthand the horrifying torment the 2 had endured. Rivers quietly asked Old Tom beside him, "Tom, has the young master developed a new hobby?" "What a terrifying hobby." Old Tom glared at Rivers. Truly, sometimes he felt utterly exhausted. Why were there always such foolish lackeys around him? Was that something to blurt out directly? Even if he wanted to ask, he should do it in private. Sure enough, the next moment Elvin's deathly glare fixed upon the 2. Old Tom quickly straightened up, feigning ignorance of the world around him. Rivers, receiving no response from Old Tom, tugged at his sleeve in confusion. "I'm asking you, Old Tom." Old Tom dared not acknowledge Rivers. Just then Elvin's voice rang out. "Rivers, work on your physique during this time. I'm considering whether you, being so sturdy, can withstand a few more cruciatus curses than those 2. Don't disappoint me." Rivers instantly tensed up. He turned his head in terror to look at Elvin. Elvin flicked his wrist, Avada Kedavra. 2 consecutive incantations and 2 beams of green light shot toward the men who had already been tortured to madness. Then their complexions rapidly faded to a deathly pallor. In an instant their life faded away. Rivers was petrified. Young master, I was wrong." Elvin snorted coldly. "Let's go." Heading back. He was, of course, just scaring Rivers. Rivers was utterly loyal to Elvin, hailed as Elvin's foremost henchman. His only flaw was his poor judgment and sharp tongue. Elvin paid no attention to the corpses in the forest. His subordinates would naturally handle it, leaving no trace whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed swiftly. The time had come to August 30th. He had not idled a single day during this half-month. He practiced all kinds of magic daily. Thus his magical prowess had soared in a straight line. Elvin opened his system panel to check the spell section. Spell mastery: summoning charm level 3, levitation charm level 3, shield charm level 3, expelliarmus level 3, occlumency level 1, expecto patronum level 1, killing curse level 3, imperius curse level 4, cruciatus curse level 4. Magic proficiency 5100. Indeed, this was the fruit of Elvin's half-month of relentless effort. Among them, expecto patronum and occlumency, Elvin found no way to practice. The remaining spells he had all trained to level 3. As for the imperius curse and cruciatus curse advancing so rapidly, Elvin truly had to thank the chaotic world of the Eagle Nation. All sorts of villains seemed to emerge endlessly. These individuals were all captured by Rivers and became Elvin's experience points. If Elvin had another month, he was confident he could raise all spells to level for the realm of nonverbal casting. Unfortunately, time was running out. Although Hogwarts was said to start on September 1st, young witches and wizards actually arrived at Hogwarts on the 31st. Formal classes began on September 1st. Today Elvin planned to give himself a break and rest for a day. After all, practicing magic every day was quite exhausting. Moreover, his journey to school would take several months and family matters needed to be arranged. He had to ensure that no issues arose within the family during his absence. Looking at the remaining 5100 spell proficiency points, Elvin pondered for a moment. He spent 200 points to raise both occlumency and expecto patronum to level 3. Elvin had to admit adding points was far more comfortable than training himself. He browsed through the remaining spells, but found none that could be upgraded. Just as he was about to close the system panel, Elvin suddenly noticed that his reputation value had unknowingly risen to 2700. This was an unexpected delight. After inquiring with the system, it said that the commotion he caused when buying his wand had spread among wizards on a small scale. Thus he had gathered so much reputation. The 2700 reputation points were just enough for Elvin to perform 30 basic draws. Without hesitation, Elvin began drawing. Swish, 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 swish. Ding. 10 consecutive draws concluded. Rewards obtained. Waylong Latiao X4. Coca-Cola X3. Socks worn by an unknown entity X2. Blue guaranteed reward talent point X1. Elvin's face instantly darkened. Indeed, he should never have expected much from these basic draws. The draws could be down to earth, but not hellish. What in the world were those socks? Elvin took out all the miscellaneous items from the system backpack and threw them into the trash. Oh no, he kept the spicy strips and Waylong Latiao. He hadn't had them in a while and was quite craving them. Elvin initiated another 10 consecutive draws. Suddenly a purple light caught his eye. Ding. Congratulations, host. You struck gold and obtained a purple reward. Quick quotes cool X3. Bawang anti-hair loss shampoo X2. Curry scented body wash X3. Blue guaranteed reward talent point X1. Purple reward space ring nerfed version with 12 cubic meters capacity. The corner of Elvin's mouth twitched slightly. He could understand the rest, but what was curry scented body wash supposed to be? Elvin decided not to dwell on it. At least he got a purple reward. How satisfying was that? And it was a space ring at that. Although this world had the undetectable extension charm, Elvin didn't know it. He had originally planned to visit Diagon Alley to see if he could buy a trunk enchanted with it. Now it's settled. So much trouble saved. Elwin immediately retrieved the spatial ring. A ring materialized out of thin air. He gazed at the ring in his hand. The band bore a mark resembling a purple lotus exactly matching the Cavendish family crest. Elwin took an instant liking to it. He slipped the ring onto his finger, and it automatically contracted to fit snugly. He admired the ring on his index finger. This item was truly a remarkable treasure. Then he initiated the final 10 draws. To his surprise, another flash of purple light streaked by. Elwin was utterly stunned. Good heavens, was he this lucky today? He had already forgotten his earlier fury after his first 10 consecutive draws. Now only one word filled his heart: excitement. Ding. Draw complete, rewards distributed. Blue guaranteed reward talent point X1. Purple reward apparition displacement set X1. Includes apparition displacement spell card X1. Custom apparition displacement opportunity X1. Exclusive mark X1. Elwin stared at the final purple reward, utterly bewildered. What was this? He chose to extract it immediately. A surge of memories flooded into his mind. Elwin understood. The spell card went without saying. The so-called custom apparition displacement was akin to how Death Eaters transformed into Black Mist or Order of the Phoenix members into White Light. A modified version of apparition created exclusively for the organization's leader. It enabled both teleportation and flight. The exclusive mark was his personal sigil, much like Voldemort's Dark Mark or the Order's Phoenix Blessing, serving as a medium to activate the specialized apparition. Elwin scratched his head. How was he increasingly resembling a Dark Lord? It seemed he only lacked followers now. Good heavens, even the matching ritual and mark were ready. He used his magical proficiency to boost his apparition skill to level 3. Elwin then tapped on the custom apparition displacement opportunity. Ding. Customizing, please wait. Ding. Customization successful. Would you like to view the effect video? Elwin nodded. Good heavens, it even offered a preview. Splendid, splendid. A light screen unfurled before him. The next moment his figure appeared in the scene. In the image, Elwin's form flickered. A flash of purple light followed. His body vanished from the spot, and where he had stood a purple lotus bloomed gently. Elwin was astounded. Stunning, absolutely stunning. He adored it. Without hesitation he tapped confirm. A fresh wave of memories poured into his mind. The new method for using apparition displacement. Compared to the original apparition, it consumed less magical energy and allowed both flight and teleportation. Wasn't this far superior to any broomstick? Elwin then decided to test his mark's capabilities. He summoned Tom into the room. Tom, extend your arm. Tom obeyed without a moment's hesitation. Elwin touched his wand to Tom's arm. There was no fear on Tom's face, only curiosity. A purple lotus mark slowly emerged on Tom's arm. Elwin withdrew his wand. Tom, this mark is exclusive to me. When you feel it grow warm, it means I am summoning you. If you need to contact me, you can call my name to the mark, and I will sense it. Tom nodded. Unlike the Dark Mark or the Phoenix Mark, Elwin's mark was a system creation. It had an extra function. Tom could use it to call Elwin, and Elwin could perceive it instantly. Elwin put away his wand. All right, contact the other leaders, and have them come to the old mansion for a meeting. I have matters to delegate. Tom nodded and turned to leave. After Tom departed, Elwin tried activating his own mark. It was astonishing. He could even sense old Tom's location. He had to admit this tool was incredibly useful. It was a pity old Tom lacked magical power. Elwin planned to research ways to grant magic to the non-magical once he entered the wizarding world. Or perhaps he could draw something miraculous from the system. That way his subordinates could become a great family in the wizarding world. Rather than developing new followers, Elwin preferred his original Cavendish people who were absolutely loyal to him. The meeting was simple. Elwin outlined the general tasks. During his absence, old Tom would manage affairs, contacting Elwin if issues arose. For convenience, Elwin had also visited Diagon Alley a couple of days earlier. He bought an owl specifically for old Tom to contact him. The next day, August 31st, was Elwin's departure day for Hogwarts. Early in the morning, old Tom helped him pack his belongings. Old Tom waited at the door. Elwin emerged from his room with a yawn. Good morning, master. Elwin nodded. Are all the things I asked you to prepare ready? Old Tom nodded. All ready, master. They are in the basement. But do you truly need to bring all these? Elwin replied, better safe than sorry. Come, let's go take a look. Old Tom nodded. They proceeded to the basement. At the basement entrance, Rivers was already waiting. Upon seeing Elwin, Rivers hurried over. Master, you're awake. Elwin nodded. Let's go inside. Rivers quickly opened the basement door, revealing the pile of items within. On the floor lay an array of guns, pistols, AKs, even grenades, and an RPG. Glittering bullets were stacked in a pile nearby. Rivers said, Master, are you expanding business to a new place? Need so many equalizers. This arsenal could fuel a medium-scale assault. Elwin rolled his eyes. Was this guy an idiot? Tom said, Master, I don't think you need to bring so many. Besides, you can't carry all this. Elwin waved his hand. The guns and ammunition levitated into the air, streaming into the ring on his finger. Old Tom and Rivers stared wide-eyed. Magic. Once the basement was cleared, Elwin touched his ring, feeling an immense sense of security. He couldn't help it. Every child from Dachau, raised in peace, yet influenced by their captivating ancestors, suffered from a firepower deficiency syndrome. On the way to the station, Erwin allocated his remaining 3 talent points to dark magic talent and transfiguration. His dark magic talent directly reached 10 points. To upgrade further, he would need 100 talent points. For now, Erwin lacked the strength for that. He added points to transfiguration because his talent in that area was abysmal, standing at only 3 points. After the addition, it rose to 5 points, which Erwin estimated would suffice for ordinary coursework. Once at Hogwarts, there would be more opportunities to allocate points, and he could draw again then. After all, Hogwarts housed numerous young witches and wizards, all prime sources of wool. At the station entrance, a luxurious car slowly came to a halt. Passers-by turned to look, their eyes filled with envy. At the station entrance, a young man, noticing his girlfriend's admiring gaze, couldn't help but say, "He'll buy a car like that someday. Don't envy others." The woman rolled her eyes. "You? Give me a break." The young man was about to retort when he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. Turning around, he was so startled that he collapsed to the ground. Before him stood a giant accompanied by a child. This peculiar duo was none other than Hagrid and Harry Potter, the destined protagonist of this world. Startled by his reaction, Hagrid quickly asked, "Are you all right?" But the young man scrambled backward. "Don't come near me." Hagrid pursed his lips. As a half-giant, he had endured such looks many times before. Yet it still stung his heart. Harry Potter gazed at the luxurious car, a flicker of envy in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He was entering the wizarding world, now different from his former self. No matter how wealthy Muggles were, it meant nothing to him. He needed no one's envy. Having witnessed the wonders of the magical realm, his horizons had broadened. Just then Hagrid slapped his forehead. "Blimey, I forgot something. Harry, you'll have to take the Hogwarts Express on your own. I have business to attend to." Harry Potter nodded. "All right, Hagrid." Hagrid said, "Then I'll see you at Hogwarts." A smile of anticipation spread across Harry's face. He nodded vigorously. "Yeah, see you at Hogwarts." Hagrid hurriedly turned and left. In the car, Erwin also noticed this odd pair and smiled knowingly. Harry Potter and Hagrid, huh? Interesting, Tom. The butler in the front seat quickly turned around. "What is it, young master?" Erwin said, "Have our men keep an eye on that big fellow. If he runs into trouble in the Muggle world, lend him a hand. Don't be too obvious, just make sure he knows who helped him." Erwin hadn't forgotten about his pet egg, which required the blood of magical creatures to hatch. With Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, as an ally, collecting such blood would become much simpler. Tom nodded, then got out to open the door for Erwin. As Erwin stepped out, many onlookers lingered to see who would emerge. Harry Potter was among them. When they saw Erwin, the crowd marveled. Harry looked at Erwin's well-fitted suit, then down at his own clothes, feeling a pang of inferiority. He lowered his head and turned toward the station. Erwin adjusted his attire. "All right, you may go now. I'll enter on my own." Old Tom bowed. "Very well, young master. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, please contact me promptly." Erwin waved his hand and strode into the station. On the platform, Harry Potter stared at his ticket, utterly baffled. He had asked several people where platform 9 3/4 was, but the station staff all treated him like a lunatic, leaving him frustrated. Anxiety began to creep in. Could he be thwarted before even boarding the train? That would be truly pathetic. Just as Harry was at a loss, a voice came from behind him. "You seem to be looking for platform 9 3/4. Harry turned around, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He recognized the newcomer as the one who had stepped out of the luxury car. Erwin observed Harry Potter. In truth, he hadn't deliberately sought out Harry. He had found platform 9 3/4, but the idea of running headfirst into a wall seemed absurd. Though movies and books depicted it that way, Erwin preferred to see it with his own eyes. He needed a test subject. And at that moment, Harry Potter, the protagonist, appeared. A perfect candidate. Harry asked, "Are you a student at Hogwarts too?" Erwin nodded. "Yes, I'm a freshman as well." "You look like a freshman too. I happen to know how to get to platform 9 3/4. Need me to show you?" Harry beamed. "That would be wonderful." "I'm Harry Potter." Erwin nodded. "I'm Erwin Cavendish." Harry paused. "Cavendish?" Erwin smiled. Indeed, the Cavendish family was incredibly famous in London, even known to Mr. Harry Potter, who lived in a cupboard. Erwin said, "Yes, the very Cavendish you're thinking of." Harry swallowed hard, a hint of fear creeping into his eyes. The Cavendish family's reputation was indeed overwhelming. Erwin didn't mind and walked ahead. "If you don't want to miss the train, I suggest you follow me." Hearing this, Harry quickly scurried after Erwin. Soon Erwin located the pillar described in the original story. Erwin pointed at the pillar. "Just push your trolley straight into it, and you'll arrive at your destination." Harry was stunned. "Push into it?" Erwin nodded. "Yes, straight in. You have no choice now, you have to trust me. I have no hobby for deception. So care to give it a try, Mr. Potter?" Harry gritted his teeth. He felt Erwin was right. After thanking him, Harry charged forward with his trolley without looking back, as if heading to his doom. Erwin was surprised to see Harry vanish into the pillar. Good heavens, this was certainly unscientific. With a successful test, Erwin didn't hesitate. As he prepared to do the same, he heard a commotion and turned to see the red-haired group, the Weasley family paupers, arriving. Erwin had no intention of greeting them. He walked to the center of the two pillars, sensing a surge of magic enveloping him. It was then that he realized why wizards passing through walls remained unnoticed by passing muggles. The pillars were enchanted. A wizard stepping between the two pillars would be concealed from muggle sight. Grasping the principal, Erwin strode toward the stone pillar, unhurried, his figure swallowed by the wall. In the next moment, the scene before him shifted instantly. A steam locomotive stood on the tracks, billowing white steam. Wizards were seeing their children off to school. Erwin glanced back at the wall, separated by a single spell, two worlds. Indeed, the magical world defied science. Erwin walked directly toward the steam train. There was no ticket inspection, boarding passed without a ripple. He found an empty compartment, sat down, and leaned back comfortably. Before long, the train began to move. Shortly after the train departed, the compartment door slid open. A head poked in. All the other compartments are full. May I?" Erwin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at the sound. "Red hair, damn a pauper. No, get lost." Ron hadn't expected such a reply. 1 foot already inside the compartment, he stood frozen in embarrassment. Erwin frowned. "Close the door." Ron fumed inwardly, but dared not act out. From Erwin's attire, it was clear he was not someone Ron could afford to offend. Ron was inherently timid and dim-witted. The reason he dared to defy Malfoy in the original story was that he had Harry Potter by his side. Now facing Erwin alone, he was truly cowed. How dare he cause trouble? He could only slink away in disgrace. Erwin disliked Ron as a person. Even reading the original story, he found him insufferable. Forget about saving face. If circumstances allowed, Erwin would have shot him. No reason, just because he felt like it. As a transmigrator, what was wrong with being a little willful? It wasn't as if he lacked the strength to back it up. Erwin closed his eyes, intending to rest again. Just then the compartment door opened once more. This time Erwin was genuinely annoyed. What the hell, is there no end to this? Erwin's fingers brushed his ring, suppressing the urge to pull out an AK. He opened his eyes. "Hello, sorry to bother you, have you seen a toad?" Erwin stared at the bushy-haired figure at the door. Suppressing his irritation, he thought for your sake, Hermione Granger. Among the trio, Erwin liked Hermione the most. As for the reason, the actress. Hermione was simply too beautiful, even if she later grew less so. Erwin appraised Hermione. Good, she looked just like in the movies. "I haven't seen it, but I can find it." "Need my help?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "You can? That would be wonderful. I've already searched half the train." The chubby boy behind Hermione also looked hopeful. Erwin flicked his wrist, a faint, imperceptible gleam flashing from the ring on his finger. He had long stored his wand in the space ring. Wasn't this more convenient than anything else? As for the quick-draw wand tool Ollivander had given him, Erwin could only let it gather dust. He looked at Hermione. "What's the toad's name?" Hermione turned to the chubby boy. "Neville, what's your toad called?" Neville Longbottom had yet to reveal his courage. Faced with Erwin's question, he dared not speak. After Hermione asked, Neville stammered, "Trevor, his name is Trevor." Erwin rolled his eyes. So timid. What was he afraid of? Erwin waved his wand lightly. Accio Trevor. A third-level summoning charm never failed. So of course Erwin wanted to show off. However, he forgot one thing. Or rather, he had been misled by novels. After all, every novel's protagonist encounters such a scene, and then uses a summoning charm. Erwin naturally wanted to follow the trope since he was the protagonist too. But he overlooked one problem. The summoning charm made objects fly directly to the caster. Thus it had a trajectory. This led to a result when Trevor the Toad arrived before Erwin. Several people came along with it. At the forefront was a head of platinum blonde hair. It looked somewhat similar to Erwin's silver-white hair. Just from the hair color, Erwin knew who he was. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter's destined rival, the glory of platinum, the master of daddy issues. But at this moment Malfoy's face was full of fury. On his right cheek was a red mark faintly resembling a toad's leg. Erwin figured the slap had been quite hard, for when Trevor the Toad was thrown to the ground, he limped pitifully. Malfoy scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on Erwin, more precisely on the wand in Erwin's hand. He studied Erwin for a moment, pondered briefly, then spoke. "Who are you?" Erwin was somewhat surprised. Well, Malfoy actually knew to test the enemy. Shouldn't he have started blabbering right away? Damn, Malfoy had grown a brain. Elwin said, a Hogwarts first year. Malfoy racked his brain trying to recall Elwin's identity. From Elwin's attire and demeanor, Malfoy suspected he might be from a pureblood family. He turned to his two cronies Goyle and Crabbe. Both shook their heads indicating they didn't know Elwin either. Seeing the trio's reaction, Elwin found it amusing. Alright, don't bother thinking, kid. I'm not from any pureblood family in your wizarding world. Hearing this, Malfoy took a moment to process. His already limited brain capacity was overloaded by Elwin's words. Elwin was exasperated. Shouldn't he have spouted a few lines allowing Elwin to strike and gain prestige? What was he silent for? Elwin felt he had been too influenced by novels. Decisively, he opted to skip the process. A flash of light burst from the wand in Elwin's hand. Expelliarmus. In an instant, Malfoy was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Many students in the carriage were watching the commotion. Harry Potter and Ron were among them. In fact, they had arrived first, as Malfoy had been showing off right outside their compartment when the flying toad smacked him in the face. Malfoy struggled to his feet, confusion in his eyes. Why did you hit me? Elwin twirled his wand. Because I thought you were about to insult me. As soon as Erwin spoke these words, the entire compartment fell silent. Malfoy stared at Erwin with utter bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion. His walnut-sized brain simply could not grasp the meaning of Erwin's words. Indeed, when he learned that Erwin was not from a pureblood family, he had intended to cause trouble. But heaven knows he hadn't actually planned to hurl insults directly. After all, his upbringing had taught him to speak differently to different people. For instance, he could freely insult someone like a Weasley, because in Malfoy's view, he was nobler than them. Yet facing Erwin, Malfoy couldn't muster that feeling. Erwin's demeanor was simply too extraordinary. He seemed even more noble than the pureblood families Erwin knew. Before Malfoy could utter a word, he was sent flying. Ron and Harry Potter, who had been watching from the sidelines, were also somewhat surprised by Erwin's words. Ron had just been scolded by Erwin and humiliated by Malfoy. Thus, in his eyes, both of them were bad people. At this moment, Harry Potter's thoughts were entirely opposite. Perhaps it was due to first impressions. Erwin had helped him, and he disliked Malfoy. Seeing Erwin teach Malfoy a lesson instinctively made him feel favorable. Erwin, unaware of this, would have been utterly annoyed if he knew. The savior. Wasn't that simply a walking calamity? Goyle and Crabbe, the two lackeys, quickly rushed to Malfoy's side and helped him up. Malfoy's gaze at Erwin was a mix of resentment and fear. After all, the boy had never been beaten before, nor had he encountered someone like Erwin who would strike without reason. Indeed, in Malfoy's view, Erwin was utterly unreasonable and acted without cause. Seeing Malfoy's indignant look, Erwin raised an eyebrow. Looks like you still want to curse me. As he spoke, Erwin lightly flicked his wand. Terrified, Malfoy stammered, No, I didn't mean that. Malfoy was truly frightened. The disarming charm, if the target had no weapon, would send them flying. For a specific example, recall the unfortunate Death Eater who was blasted away by Hermione in the original story. Though not lethal, falling to the ground was excruciatingly painful. Erwin said, Oh, then why aren't you leaving? Malfoy was stunned for a moment, then turned and fled with his two lackeys. Their speed was astonishing, as if a dog were chasing them. After the three left, the onlooking students gradually dispersed. Erwin yawned. Figuring it would still be 2 or 3 hours before arriving at Hogwarts, he was about to head back to rest. A girl of Asian descent approached Erwin. Impressive accio and disarming charm. Are you really not from a pureblood family? Your magic is so polished. Erwin shook his head. No, I just practiced before school started. The Asian girl extended her hand. Truly astonishing talent. My name is Zhang Xiu, though by Western custom, they call me Cho Chang. A smile curled at the corner of Erwin's mouth. So it was her. The only Asian character in the original story, and not the movie version. Judging by her appearance, this was likely the novel version of Zhang Xiu. Erwin speculated that this world was a fusion of the novel and the film. As for the reason, perhaps it was due to some irresistible special setting. Erwin lightly shook Zhang Xiu's hand. Hello, I'm Erwin. Very pleased to meet you, Zhang Xiu. He spoke these words in Chinese. Zhang Xiu was taken aback, then exclaimed with delight, You can actually speak Daxia. Erwin nodded. Daxia is a very mysterious and ancient nation. In my opinion, it is the most beautiful country in the world and the greatest bar none. Zhang Xiu nodded. I feel the same way. I really hope you get sorted into Ravenclaw. We would get along so well. Erwin smiled. Perhaps. Just then, one of Zhang Xiu's classmates called out to her. Zhang Xiu said, If you have the chance, you're welcome to visit Daxia. I have to go now. Erwin nodded. Sure, thanks for the invitation. They'll come, and then he'll have to trouble you to be my guide. Zhang Xiu laughed. With your level of Daxia, you don't need a guide. With that, she trotted off. Erwin watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh at the vitality of youth. Was that Daxia you were speaking just now? Erwin turned his head to find Hermione standing nearby. Also rooted to the spot was the timid Neville Longbottom. Erwin nodded. Yes, Daxia. Well, now that the toad has found him going back to rest. Hermione said, I noticed your compartment only has you. I can't be bothered to go back. Mind if I join you? Erwin replied, if you can keep quiet then yes. With that he walked directly into the compartment. Hermione didn't mind. She looked at Neville. Neville, do you want to come with us, or go back to your compartment? Neville said, I'll go back. I am a bit scared of that gentleman. Hermione didn't press him. She nodded, all right. Make sure you keep an eye on your toad. If you lose it again, there won't be a second Mr. Erwin to use Accio to find it. Neville nodded hastily. Little did Hermione know her words were prophetic. Toad Trevor's journey of getting lost was just beginning. The saga of where is the Hogwarts Toad was now officially underway. After Neville left, Hermione walked straight into the compartment. Erwin was resting. Hermione said, was that Accio you used just now? I've read about it in books. But isn't that a third-year spell? And the disarming charm, isn't that a second-year spell? How can you cast them, and so skillfully? Erwin felt his head buzzing. He regretted allowing Hermione to share his compartment. He had forgotten that Miss Granger, besides being a know-it-all, was also a curious child, a walking encyclopedia of wise, and the epitome of one who would never rest without getting to the bottom of things. Seeing that Erwin didn't answer, she asked doubtfully, are you asleep? Why aren't you talking? Am I bothering you? Erwin's face darkened further. Fine, Miss Hermione Granger, you truly live up to your reputation. Resigned, he opened his eyes and said, first I had someone teach me the spells. Second, miss, I hope you recall what I said before you entered the compartment. Hermione let out a soft "oh" as for what was said before entering the compartment. Before entering the compartment. She couldn't recall it. Naturally, she paid it no mind. She continued, were you raised in the wizarding world? Are your parents also wizards? Elwin sighed in resignation. Oh well, he no longer felt like sleeping anyway. With someone chattering beside him, sleep was impossible. Besides, it seemed they were almost there. He said, I'm not. My name is Erwin Cavendish. If you live in London, you should know my name. Hermione pondered for a moment, then her expression shifted dramatically. Cavendish. The Cavendish. Elwin's eyes lit up. On unexpected delight. If he could scare her off, he might still get some rest. Elwin nodded. That's right. The very Cavendish you know. Yet what followed was something Elwin never anticipated. Hermione said, my father told me your family ended the era of dark factions in London and created a new dark order. Since you emerged, the city's public safety has greatly improved. Elwin was taken aback. So the Cavendish name now carried such a favorable reputation. Having grown up in an era of peace, he had never touched certain businesses. Since taking over the Cavendish legacy, he had banned some ventures. The Grey Industries adopted gentler, more humane methods. Consequently, many workers within those Grey chains were deeply grateful to the Cavendish family. Undeterred by Elwin's lack of response, Hermione pressed on. She continued, my father says you are the youngest godfather in world history. A legend, an irreplicable one. How did you manage to achieve all this at such a young age? Elwin asked, puzzled. Your father says. From what you're telling me, does he often talk about me? Hermione nodded. Yes. My father respects you greatly. Before the Cavendish family rose, London was chaotic. My father is a dentist, constantly harassed by those people for protection money, sometimes 4 or 5 times a day. But after the Cavendish family gained power, they set a fixed management fee for each household, collected only once a month, and we were no longer bothered. My father is very grateful to you. Elwin suddenly understood. So that was it. If that were the case, perhaps he could run for mayor. He seemed quite popular among the people. Indeed, he truly was a good person. Hermione continued, talking to herself. By the way, do you have a favorite house? I've read that Hogwarts has 4 houses. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it because you're unfamiliar with them? I can tell you. First is... Before Hermione could finish, Elwin raised a hand to stop her. What an enthusiastic Miss Granger. He said, I know the 4 houses. No need to introduce them. A trace of disappointment flickered across Hermione's face, as if she regretted losing a chance to show off. Hermione asked, which house do you want to be in? I really want to go to Gryffindor. The books say that all the great wizards, including the current Hogwarts headmaster, are from Gryffindor. Oh, and Professor McGonagall, who took me shopping in Diagon Alley. She's the head of Gryffindor. I admire a strong woman like her so much. Cultured and dignified. I want to become someone like that. Elwin gave a thumbs up. Well said, Miss Granger, truly ambitious. Becoming an aged cat-eared woman was no easy feat. Still, in the original story, Hermione later became Minister of Magic, so she likely fulfilled her dream. Elwin said, don't put too much faith in books. Is Gryffindor truly the best? Don't other houses produce powerful wizards? Hogwarts' 4 houses each have their own strengths. What suits you is most important. In my opinion, you'd be best suited for Ravenclaw. That's the realm of scholars. Gryffindor is full of little lions, brave but reckless, and not great at studying. You should know that learning requires the right environment. Hermione frowned, clearly pondering Elwin's words seriously. Elwin was curious to see if the unbreakable trio could be split. It was mostly for amusement. As for Gryffindor producing powerful wizards, Elwin didn't deny it. But did other houses not produce them either? Take Voldemort for instance. He was from Slytherin. He simply couldn't be written about in books. The reason Gryffindor produced so many talents was simple. Hogwarts sorted students based on the sorting hat. Though Elwin didn't know the hat's principles, it was originally a Gryffindor artifact. He suspected that when the four founders imbued the hat with their thoughts, Gryffindor might have added some bias. Thus, talented young witches and wizards were funneled into Gryffindor, leading to the phenomenon of it breeding geniuses. Of course, that was just Elwin's speculation. He didn't know the actual truth. Hermione said, "What you say makes sense. But I still don't know what Hogwarts sorting involves. The books don't mention it. I don't even know if I'll end up in Ravenclaw. Thinking about it makes me anxious." Elwin found Hermione's troubled little face amusing. Only a bookworm like her would dwell on such matters at her age, burdening herself with so many worries. He said, "Hogwarts sorting is simple, just a hat. It's placed on your head, and it tells you which house you belong to." Hermione exclaimed, "A hat? Can that be accurate? This concerns a lifetime. Isn't it too rash?" Elwin replied, "A hat with thoughts. If you don't mind, you might call it great-great-grandfather. This hat has existed longer than the earliest ancestor in your family tree." Hermione said, "A hat with thoughts. Good heavens. I've never seen such a thing." Elwin said, "You'll see many more in the future. The wizarding world, a brand new world, is now opening its doors to you. When the sorting hat sorts, it considers the student's own wishes. If you want to go to Ravenclaw, you can try. Perhaps the hat will sort you there directly." "Can it really be done this way, eh?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Erwin said, "Just give it a try. What if it works? You've got nothing to lose." Hermione nodded. "You're right. But as you said, Ravenclaws are all overachievers. What if I can't keep up? I'm a bit worried." Erwin rolled his eyes. Good heavens, the little Miss Know-It-All was actually afraid of falling behind others. Someone who used a time turner just to study was worried about not keeping pace. What a cold joke that was. Erwin said, "You really don't need to worry. A wizarding school isn't all that different from a muggle one. It's just the subjects that vary. In fact, many young witches and wizards might not be as studious as muggle children. Those who don't love learning will stay the same no matter where they are. Waving a wand won't turn a slacker into a scholar." Hermione said, "But I come from a muggle family. Shouldn't children from wizarding families have received a proper magical education from a young age? I'm terrified of falling behind." Erwin felt that Hermione must have been from Great Sia in her past life. In a place like Eagle Sauce, such an extreme overachiever wouldn't exist. Erwin said, "Trust me. Once school starts, you'll find that those young wizards from magical families might not even know the simplest spells. Not everyone is as outstanding as I am." Hermione laughed. "You're praising yourself." Erwin replied, "I'm just stating a fact. My surname is Cavendish. Cavendish. No matter which world, it's always exceptional." Hermione gazed at Erwin. If anyone else had said such words, she would have sneered, finding them arrogant and nonsensical. Yet coming from Erwin's mouth, she bizarrely found it perfectly normal. Erwin glanced at his watch and said, "All right. The train's about to arrive. Miss Granger, you need to change into your robes. Should I step out?" Hermione replied, "Mr. Erwin, I believe that question doesn't need an answer, does it?" Erwin shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't even worth a second glance. What was there to see? Was there no trust between people? Besides, it was just slipping on a robe, not changing into a swimsuit. Nevertheless, Erwin turned and left the compartment. Standing outside the compartment door, he waited quietly with his back to it. Hermione glanced at him, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Then she began to change into her robes. Shortly after, she opened the door. "Done. I've changed. You should go change too. They'll wait for you at the door." Erwin shook his head. "No need." Hermione asked in confusion, "You're not changing into robes?" Erwin snapped his fingers. In an instant, his suit transformed directly into a set of wizard robes. On the cuffs of the robes were lotus motifs embroidered with purple silk threads. Hermione's eyes widened. "Is that a spell too? What's the incantation? It's so convenient. Can I learn it?" Erwin shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's not magic. You can think of it as a magical item, nothing more." Hermione felt a twinge of regret. "All right." Just then she noticed the purple lotus emblem on Erwin's cuff. "What's that?" "It's beautiful." Erwin said, "It's the Cavendish family crest." Hermione remarked, "It's truly lovely. Is it a lotus? A purple lotus?" Erwin nodded. "Yes, it's a lotus." In truth, even Erwin didn't understand why the Cavendish family crest was a purple lotus. If it were merely a lotus, Erwin could comprehend it. But in Eagle Sauce culture, purple held no special significance, nor did the lotus. So when he first saw the crest, he almost thought he had traveled back to Great Sia. However, these weren't major issues, and Erwin hadn't bothered to investigate. Soon the Hogwarts Express began to slow down until it finally came to a halt. Through the window, Erwin caught a glimpse of the castle looming in the distance. A smile spread across his lips. Hogwarts, finally here. Erwin and Hermione stepped off the train. On the platform, Hagrid was waiting. His massive frame was imposing. Hermione stared at Hagrid, her eyes full of astonishment. "Good heavens, he's so tall." Erwin said, "In the wizarding world, you'll see many extraordinary things. This is just the beginning, Miss Granger. Save your amazement. Get ready for your upcoming sorting." Hermione nodded. Malfoy descended from another carriage and spotted Erwin. An uncontrollable flicker of fear and anger crossed his eyes. On the train, Erwin had stunned him. It wasn't until he returned to his compartment that he slowly recovered. Who was he? Draco Malfoy. His father was a Hogwarts governor, and he had been struck. Malfoy had already decided to write to his father the governor that very night. He would make Erwin pay. As if sensing Malfoy's gaze, Erwin turned to look. Malfoy flinched and quickly lowered his head. A faint smile curled on Erwin's lips. It seemed Mr. Malfoy hadn't truly recognized his mistake yet. Erwin felt it necessary to teach him another lesson at some point. After all, the Malfoy family was one of his targets. Striking at old Malfoy was far more difficult than dealing with young Malfoy. Erwin had no intention of letting this clear-eyed but foolish scion off the hook. Hagrid clapped his hands. All right, first years form groups of 4, and follow me. I'll take you to the castle by boat. The boat ride was perfectly peaceful. Soon Hagrid led the young witches and wizards to the doors of the Great Hall. After handing them over to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid turned and left. Before Neville's sequel with Trevor began, Erwin had thought the sorting would remain this harmonious. Then Neville picked up his toad from the ground, and Professor McGonagall's face darkened like charcoal. All these facts told Erwin that the plot was advancing with a terrifying inertia. The only change was that Malfoy hadn't gone to provoke poor Weasley or their savior Mr. Harry Potter. Perhaps it was because Erwin's beating on the train had left a shadow in his heart. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the first years entered the Great Hall. The older students were already seated at the long tables, gazing at the newcomers with eager anticipation. Erwin could easily guess what they were looking forward to. After all, wizards had a mischievous streak. They never revealed the sorting process to the younger ones. Having been soaked in the rain themselves, they tore apart others' umbrellas. So the anxious expressions on the new students' faces as they entered the Great Hall each year were always a delightful side dish. Above the steps, behind rows of long tables, the professors had already taken their seats. By their appearances alone, Elwyn could roughly recognize each of them: the gloomy, greasy-haired half-blood Prince Snape and Professor Quirrell, whose turban concealed the hidden visage of the previous Dark Lord upon his head. All the young witches and wizards gazed curiously at everything in the Great Hall. It was all so novel to them, even for those from pure-blood families. Hogwarts was steeped in legend and had produced countless legends. And now they were about to begin their studies here. In the future, they too would leave Hogwarts, perhaps to become legends themselves, or perhaps to fade into obscurity. Yet hope filled every heart, even that of our know-it-all Miss Granger. Elwyn, however, fixed his gaze on the ghosts floating in the air, applauding the young newcomers. Having read the original story, he had always wondered, did these ghosts represent a peculiar form of immortality? More importantly, how were ghosts even formed? If every witch or wizard who died became a ghost, there should be many more in the original tale. Yet in reality, only one ghost from a recent era had appeared, moaning Myrtle. Just as Elwyn was pondering the feasibility of catching a ghost for study later, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Curious, Elwyn turned his head toward the staff table and found the source of the stare. To his surprise, it was Snape. A jolt of shock ran through Elwyn. What's going on? According to the original story, shouldn't Snape be staring at Harry Potter? Why is he staring at me instead? Did he mistake me for someone else? Before Elwyn could figure it out, Professor McGonagall approached the stool placed in front of the Great Hall. She held a roll of parchment in her hand. On the stool sat a shabby-looking wizard's hat. Hermione whispered, "Is that the conscious hat you mentioned?" Elwyn nodded. "That's it exactly." Hermione said, "It doesn't look any different." But as her words faded, a mouth suddenly opened on the hat. "You might think him not pretty, but don't judge a book by its cover. If you can find a hat smarter than me, you can eat me alive." A raspy song began. The first years stared in amazement at the hat making such a racket. Their eyes were full of wonder. But Elwyn frowned as he looked at the hat on the stool. It disgusted him. He had a severe cleanliness fetish. This hat was truly unacceptable to him. Greasy and shiny, and many young wizards were quite slovenly. Who knew how much scalp oil was on those heads? After years of accumulation, Elwyn felt like he was going to be sick. After the sorting hat finished its song, Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment in her hands. McGonagall announced, "Now the sorting ceremony. When I call your name, come up and put on the sorting hat. The hat will tell us which house you belong to." Hannah Abbott. Elwyn nearly applauded. Good. Truly the flow of time travelers is constant, but Hannah is the Iron Throne. The course of events unfolded exactly as Elwyn had imagined. The moment the sorting hat touched Hannah Abbott's head, it eagerly shouted, "Hufflepuff." The sorting hat's voice heralded the birth of another little badger. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. As the peaceful badgers, they received applause from other houses too, even the proud Slytherins. McGonagall continued calling names. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy walked forward, instinctively stepping 2 paces away from Elwyn as he passed. Elwyn chuckled softly. The moment the sorting hat touched Malfoy's head, it eagerly shouted, "Slytherin." A smile spread across Malfoy's face. The Malfoy family was destined for Slytherin, no surprises there. Almost all pure-blood families were destined for Slytherin except for that one oddball who could turn into a dog. Just as after Malfoy, the red-haired, poor boy was destined for Gryffindor. Harry Potter. When those 4 words left McGonagall's mouth, the great hall fell silent. The professors straightened slightly in their seats. Elwin noticed that Dumbledore, who had been leaning back in his chair, also sat up straight. The students buzzed with whispers. Harry Potter. Those 4 words carried immense weight in the wizarding world. This time the Sorting Hat took longer. It was weighing where to place Harry Potter. However, Elwin suspected the Sorting Hat might be agonizing over whether to put Harry in Gryffindor. Dumbledore had surely spoken to the hat beforehand, but it was still hesitating. Elwin had a wild guess. If, as he initially thought, the Sorting Hat bore Gryffindor's will and played favorites channeling talented students into Gryffindor, then perhaps Harry's lack of talent made the hat reluctant to place him there. Elwin couldn't help but harbor this malicious thought. After all, in the original story, Harry Potter was quite foolish. Without old Dumbledore paving the way step by step, he would have died 100 times over. No brains, no strength. Once he escaped his aunt's misery instead of studying hard to change his fate. He just loafed around every day. If he weren't the protagonist, he'd have no future. The Sorting Hat kept dithering. Elwin clearly saw Dumbledore's fists clench. He guessed the Sorting Hat might get a serious scolding from Dumbledore afterward. In the end, the result was the same as in the original story. Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students went wild, shouting excitedly, "Great! We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" A smile curled at the corner of Elwin's mouth. "Yes, you've got Potter. I hope that when you see your house points plummeting every day later on, you'll still remember the cheers and joy of getting Potter today." Harry Potter was also delighted to be sorted into Gryffindor. After all, Ron, Dumbledore, and Hagrid had all brainwashed him thoroughly. In his eyes, Gryffindor was the best house. After Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall continued to call out names. Soon a few inconsequential students passed by. Then Professor McGonagall announced Hermione Granger. Alvin distinctly felt the body of the know-it-all girl beside him stiffen abruptly. If not for being in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Alvin would have thought he had arrived at some special ceremony. This know-it-all girl was nervous beyond reason. Hermione turned to look at Alvin. Alvin said, "It's all right. It's very simple. Haven't you already seen it? No need to be nervous." Alvin's words seemed to provide excellent comfort. Miss Hermione indeed appeared less tense. She stepped onto the platform. Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat onto Hermione's head. Remarkable intellect. A thirst for knowledge, how fitting for Ravenclaw. Yet you also possess extraordinary courage. Gryffindor seems quite suitable for you as well. Hermione Granger heard the voice of the hat atop her head. She felt somewhat uncomfortable. Her eyes darted around restlessly. Tentatively she asked, "May I go to Ravenclaw?" The Sorting Hat queried with confusion, "Ravenclaw? You don't wish to go to Gryffindor? Gryffindor suits you well. You will find like-minded friends there." Hermione hadn't expected what Alvin said to be true. This hat could indeed be negotiated. Hermione glanced at the Gryffindor table. Those students didn't look particularly intelligent. In contrast, Ravenclaw was different. Everyone there seemed cultured just by appearance. Muggle-born students understood the importance of a learning atmosphere. "No, I insist. I want to go to Ravenclaw." The Sorting Hat fell silent for 2 seconds. "Very well. Since that is your wish, so be it." The Sorting Hat declared loudly, "Ravenclaw." A thunderous round of applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table. After Hermione removed the Sorting Hat, her face was brimming with smiles. She glanced at Alvin. Alvin nodded gently. Hermione skipped over to the Ravenclaw table, where she was greeted with a warm welcome from her seniors. A glint of sharp light flashed in Alvin's eyes. His experiment was complete, and he had reached a conclusion. That was, although the plot had inertia, it was not immutable. This discovery filled Alvin with great excitement. What a transmigrator fears most is knowing the plot, and striving to change it only to find that all events are preordained, with the inertia of the plot pulling everything back to its original course, rendering all efforts futile. No matter how much strategy or calculation, it all turns to dust. Alvin had indeed worried about this. So in Hermione's case, he conducted an experiment. The inertia of the plot existed, like where had Lafayette gone. But it could also be changed, as demonstrated by Hermione, moving from Gryffindor to Ravenclaw. While Alvin was deep in thought, several more students were called up and sorted one by one. Soon only Alvin remained. So the protagonist always appears last. Professor McGonagall glanced at Alvin. "Alvin Cavendish." As Alvin's name was spoken by Professor McGonagall, a stir rippled through the tables of the 4 houses. Some wizarding students had no idea who Alvin was, but the young wizards from the Muggle world were all too familiar with that name. "Cavendish. Is it that Cavendish? There's no one else. In London some dare to impersonate Elizabeth, but no one dares to impersonate Cavendish. Good heavens. I'm seeing a living Cavendish. He'll even be our classmate. Cavendish. Is he famous? Of course. There's a saying in London, when night falls, London belongs to the Cavendishes. So what does he do? He is a legend of the Muggle world." The Muggle-born young wizards now opened up, eagerly recounting the deeds of the Cavendish family to their peers. The wizarding students listened, utterly astonished. After all, Alvin's story was truly too legendary. Professor McGonagall frowned silence. With the professor's intervention, the young wizards finally quieted down. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy also overheard the discussions from other houses. Piece by piece, he managed to grasp some of it. Alvin held considerable power in the Muggle world. It could even be said he was formidable. But Malfoy paid it no mind. After all, that was the Muggle world. Wizards naturally looked down on Muggles, believing their own strength to be superior. Yet it was precisely this disdain that blinded them to the terrifying might of Muggles in today's age of technology. The fate of those who sit in a well and look at the sky, who build carts behind closed doors, was already sealed. Alvin stepped onto the platform and gazed at the Sorting Hat resting there. He couldn't help but frown. The Sorting Hat said, "Hey, young wizard, what are you waiting for? Sit down, let me see what's in that little head of yours. They'll help you choose the most suitable house." Professor McGonagall also looked at Alvin, puzzled by his hesitation. "What's the matter, Mr. Cavendish? Sit here, you saw it just now. There's no danger. This shouldn't be difficult for you either." Alvin shook his head. "No, Professor. For me this is too difficult. This hat is too dirty." As Alvin uttered these words, the hall fell into sudden silence. The Sorting Hat was also stunned. Then its mouth gaped wide. "What are you saying? You are most impolite. You dare call me dirty? I, the greatest magical artifact for centuries. You dare call me dirty?" Alvin paid no heed to the Sorting Hat. Instead, he directly drew his wand. This action startled Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Cavendish, what are you doing?" Alvin replied, "I just think it deserves a bath." With those words, Alvin waved his wand. A stream of water abruptly appeared, enveloping the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore straightened slightly in his seat. The Sorting Hat yelped as it was rinsed by the water. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. "Excellent nonverbal spellcasting. The Scouring Charm. Mr. Cavendish, I am impressed." Alvin gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your praise, Professor." Alvin, of course, did not possess an advanced Scouring Charm. He managed to cast it mainly because, with nothing to do on the train, he had drawn a prize and obtained a Scouring Charm trial card. Alvin felt that the trial card was prepared just for the Sorting Hat. After being drenched by the water, the Sorting Hat visibly wilted. The face on the hat twitched. Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat and shook it dry. Seeing that the Sorting Hat didn't seem to have short-circuited, she felt relieved. After all, since the Sorting Hat's creation, it had never suffered such indignity. Professor McGonagall flicked her wrist, and her wand appeared in her hand. With a gentle tap, a soft breeze swept through. The Sorting Hat was instantly dried. Elwyn took a liking to this spell. It was convenient, far more so than a spin dryer. Professor McGonagall said, "Now then, Mr. Cavendish, shall we proceed with the sorting?" Elwyn gave a slight bow. "Of course, as you wish, Professor. I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. Please accept my heartfelt apologies." Professor McGonagall nodded faintly. "Then please have a seat here." Elwyn nodded. He sat down on the chair. Then Professor McGonagall lifted the Sorting Hat and lowered it over Elwyn. The hat grumbled incessantly. "How rude. Utterly rude. You are the most impolite young wizard I have ever encountered. Let me take a good look at what is inside your head." The moment the Sorting Hat settled on Elwyn's head, it fell silent. Elwyn was curious as well. In truth, he had always wondered about the hat's underlying principle. Some claimed it was a masterful application of legilimency. But if it were merely legilimency, how could it discern pure blood lineage? Through memories. What of those whose memories did not reveal their true identity? Take Voldemort, for instance. He only learned later that he belonged to one of the Sacred 28. Yet he was sorted directly into Slytherin. This suggested that the Sorting Hat could indeed detect Voldemort's bloodline. So how did the hat truly operate? Just then the hat lowered its voice and said, "Boy, how do you possess such advanced occlumency? Even I can only catch fragments of thought, unable to fully examine you." Elwyn said, "So, this is how you sort. It seems then, you cannot help me choose the right house." The hat replied, "You are the most intriguing young wizard I have encountered in years. But do not underestimate me." The next moment Elwyn felt a strange trace of magic descend from the hat. It seeped into Elwyn's body. His mind stirred. He intended to summon his own magic to expel it, yet unexpectedly, when his magic met that thread, they merged eerily together. Elwyn was about to ask. The hat suddenly declared, "So that is it. No wonder. As I thought." Then, Slytherin. As the hat's words fell, Elwyn was astonished. It truly was Slytherin. Was he pure blood? Were his parents wizards? Or had the Cavendish family once numbered wizards among them? Before Elwyn could press the hat for an explanation, Professor McGonagall had already lifted it away. "Very well, Mr. Cavendish, return to your Slytherin table. The feast is about to begin." Elwyn could only suppress his confusion and walked toward the Slytherin table. The Slytherin students applauded him. Once he sat down, the sorting ceremony was completely concluded. Elwyn took his seat at the Slytherin table. Many cast curious glances his way, including the Slytherins themselves. A blonde girl approached him. "They say you come from a great Muggle family. But why are you pure blood?" Elwyn shook his head. Perhaps the hat made a mistake. The blonde girl covered her mouth with a laugh. "You are the first in years to claim the hat erred. The Sorting Hat never makes mistakes." Elwyn said, "Is that so? Why?" Everyone can make mistakes, let alone a magical object. The blonde girl paused. She suddenly felt that Elwin might have a point. In truth, Elwin himself did not understand what had happened. Admittedly, Slytherin was indeed the house he most preferred, yet he had not expected to be sorted into it. Slytherin's primary criterion was pure blood. What defined pure blood? It was not merely the sacred 28. That was a small number. In the current wizarding world, the concept of pure blood meant both parents were wizards. Of course, Elwin scoffed at this notion. It was utterly absurd. Consider an example. A is a pure blood. His parents fell in love at Hogwarts and bore him. But if his parents were half-bloods, could one claim A had no muggle blood in his veins? By the same logic, Hermione was half-blood. Yet after she and Ron had children, those children would be called pure bloods. What a vague and laughable classification system for pure blood. Elwin, for one, could not comprehend it. The Hogwarts feast was nonetheless lavish. It was also the sole redeeming feature Elwin found in house eels. Their cooking was truly excellent, and they worked tirelessly. He wondered how such creatures could have lost a war. Considering the house elves' performance in the original story, they performed silent, wandless magic with ease. A single snap accomplished everything. Were they not far more formidable than wizards? Unlike the other three houses where young wizards chattered noisily during meals and ended up messy, the Slytherin table, though not entirely silent, was far more decorous. This pleased Elwin greatly. This was also why Elwin favored Slytherin. The self-styled noble pure-blood families, though often criticized, maintained strict etiquette to uphold their lofty image before others. Compared to other young wizards, it was like the difference between senior and junior kindergarten classes. Still kindergarten, but it saved Elwin a great deal of trouble. After the sumptuous feast, prefects from each house began leading the young wizards back to their common rooms. Slytherin's common room was located at the very bottom of Hogwarts. According to the original account, it was once used to imprison dark wizards and humanoid dark creatures. Later it was converted into a common room. Its style was characterized by gloom and darkness. Beyond the glass windows lay the Black Lake. One could gaze at the lake scenery. Though little was visible in the darkness, the occasional dark shape drifting past was enough to send chills down one's spine. Entering the common room, the young wizards gathered in the hall. Slytherin's prefect Grosha clapped his hands. All right, new students. We shall now proceed with the selection of Slytherin's hidden prefect. I trust many of you are already familiar with this unique Slytherin tradition, the hidden prefect. At the same time, outside the headmaster's office, a black bat slipped inside. Dumbledore, I demand an explanation. Dumbledore put down the sweets in his hand and looked at Snape. Sit down first. Don't be anxious, so I know what you want to say. But you should understand that the admissions to Hogwarts are not something we can control. Hogwarts itself will detect suitable young wizards and issue acceptance letters. All we need to do is sign some names. Snape said, don't say that. You and I both know that if you don't sign, he won't have the opportunity to come to Hogwarts. He won't receive an acceptance letter. Dumbledore replied, yes, that's indeed the case. But do you think he can hide forever? He has magic within him. If not properly guided, it will manifest quietly. You know very well what that means. This is something we can never control. Snape frowned, but we promised them we would keep this child away from the magical world. Dumbledore shook his head. This is not something we can control. His bloodline has long since determined his fate. His destiny is destined just like his parents. His parents chose to leave the magical world. They chose to escape their fate, but in the end, we all know the outcome. Do you really think he can avoid it? Even if he doesn't come to Hogwarts, he will eventually be found. He is too dazzling and too talented. When those people find him, he will be powerless to resist. Since that's the case, why not let him come to Hogwarts? That way, if one day those people really find him, at least he will have the power to defend himself. In fact, he might achieve something that no one has ever accomplished. A trace of sorrow flashed in Snape's eyes, but he is their only child. Their last hope. They just want this child to live in peace. For that, they sacrificed their lives. And I don't even have the ability to protect their child and fulfill their wishes. Dumbledore sighed. Snape, this is not your fault, is it? This is something he must go through. It is fate carrying that bloodline. It is destined to walk this path. I will always remember the help they provided us. I promise as long as I am alive, I will not let this child come to any harm. Snape looked at Dumbledore. Even if it's their doing. Dumbledore's expression turned firm. Yes. Even if it is them, no one can lay a hand on a student of Hogwarts. No one can harm Elvin. This is my promise. Like you, I feel great remorse for this child. I hope you remember what you said today. That child cannot come to harm. If that day really comes, I will die before this child. This is what I owe him. Dumbledore said, I believe that day will never come. You will all live, everyone. Now you should head to the Slytherin common room. The selection for the head of house should be starting soon. Without you there, things might go awry. That child, like his parents, has never been a docile person. Snape did not respond. He flicked his robe and left gracefully. After Snape left, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. The portraits on the wall were also quiet at this time. After a moment, one portrait spoke up. Is it him? Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded yes. Cavendish. The portrait sighed. Dumbledore, you are taking a risk. You must know what Cavendish means. Or rather, you must understand that if those people find out about Cavendish entering the magical world, what will happen? You are bringing disaster upon Hogwarts. Compared to those people, the so-called Dark Lord is merely a joke. Dumbledore remained silent. A glimmer of confusion passed over his spectacles. He knew, of course he knew everything. But he had no choice. He had his own plans. The moment he met Elvin, he had a feeling. Elvin would succeed. Cavendish would end their fate in this generation. This was also his only way to ensure Elvin's survival. Dumbledore looked towards a corner of the office. There was a portrait currently covered by a gray cloth. Dumbledore approached the portrait, raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, then lowered it again with a sigh. Dumbledore turned and left. In the Slytherin common room, Grothia said, "Let me introduce the rules of the head of house. Slytherin is different from other houses, though only pure-blood descendants can enter Slytherin. We value strength and interests. Similarly, we are proud. Therefore, even I cannot guarantee to manage Slytherin perfectly. This requires the help of the head of house. Each year we'll have a head of house. The head of house will be the strongest of the current year. At the beginning of each year, there will be an opportunity to challenge the head of house. The head of house will enjoy the same benefits as the head prefect. Now let me introduce Slytherin's head of house. Second-year head of house Marjorie Helen. Third-year head of house Barton Duru. Fourth-year Charlotte Teresa. Elvin glanced at her. She was a female head prefect. Fifth-year Marcus Flint. He is also the captain of our Slytherin Quidditch team. Sixth-year George Gringlass. And finally, I, Grothia Selwyn, am the head of house for the 7th year, and also the head prefect of Slytherin." Elvin looked at Grothia. This head prefect was quite interesting. Elvin could sense that she possessed a magical power far exceeding that of her peers. Selwyn, one of the 28 pure-blood families. Quite a talent. Grothia said, "All right. It's time to choose your head of house for the first year. The head of house only considers strength, hence the duel system. Unknown, the last one standing on the platform, will be the head of house for the first year. So new students. Who will come first?" Although Grothia asked this, her gaze fell on Elvin. News of Elvin's exploits on the train had already spread. While earning him prestige, it also made many students aware that among the new students there was a fierce competitor who had unleashed a barrage of disarming spells on the train. Elvin would not miss the opportunity to become the head of house. What a perfect time to gain prestige. Elvin stepped out from the crowd, walked to the center, flicked his wrist, and his wand appeared in his hand. He held the wand in front of his chest and gently tapped it. He slightly bent forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Erwin Cavendish. Since no one has come forward, I shall be the first challenger." The crowd of new students exchanged bewildered glances. They wanted to step forward, but dared not. After all, they were just newly enrolled young wizards, even if they knew a few spells. Compared to the disarming charm, however, they were far too inexperienced. Several prefects nearby observed the scene with an air of nonchalance. After all, they had all been through this. In truth, the selection of the first-year hidden prefect was the most peaceful, because the young wizards barely knew any spells. Thus, when an exceptionally outstanding individual appeared, that person would become the first-year hidden prefect. This was already a Slytherin tradition. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, no one stepped forward. Although Draco wished to contend for the hidden prefect position, his rear end was still throbbing with pain. He was foolish, not stupid. To rush forward seeking another beating would be sheer madness. Grothia, seeing no one step up, then said, "Since no one challenges, then Erwin Cavendish shall become the first-year hidden prefect. At the start of next school year, you will have another chance to challenge the hidden prefect. If you succeed, you will become the new hidden prefect. Now let the challenges for the other year's hidden prefects begin. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge their own hidden prefect?" Elwin stepped aside, watching silently. Among the upper years there was always some spirit of daring. Thus a few battles ensued. In the end, the existing hidden prefects defended their positions. No major upheavals occurred. Elwin, however, found it quite entertaining to watch. The duels between spells were indeed a splendid sight. After the battles concluded, Grothia said, "Is there no one left to challenge?" His gaze swept across the surroundings. "Very well. The hidden prefect challenges are hereby concluded. First-year hidden prefect Erwin Cavendish. Everyone else may return to their dormitories. Elwin Jr., please stay. I will take you to your prefect's dormitory and also brief you on the duties of a prefect." Elwin nodded. The group of Slytherin serpents gradually departed. Grothia said, "Let's go. He'll take you there. The prefect's dormitory is a private room, a small privilege for the hidden prefect." Elwin nodded. "Thank you." Grothia shook his head. "No need for thanks. I've never seen a new student like you, not even among the Sacred 28. Just enrolled, and already you have a masterful disarming charm. And you performed Agumeni silently. Good heavens, you have no idea how astonished I was." Elwin smiled. "You flatter me. Senior Grothia, as both hidden prefect and prefect, I will rely on your guidance in Slytherin from now on." Grothia laughed. "Then you've come to the wrong person. Although I am the 7th-year hidden prefect and a Slytherin prefect, I can only be considered a pseudo-prefect." Elwin was taken aback. Pseudo-prefect. What does that mean? Grodia said, it means exactly what it sounds like. As I mentioned, Slytherin values strength above all, and so the Slytherin prefect is determined solely by power. Elwin said, but aren't you the strongest? Grodia replied, but I am already in my 7th year. My age is a factor here. So although I am the strongest, it is because of my age. Therefore, despite my power, I can only be called a pseudo-prefect. Elwin was somewhat confused. I don't understand. According to what you say, Slytherin would have no prefect at all. Grodia smiled. Slytherin is very special, so prefect is just a title. But since we're on the subject, let me tell you something very interesting about Slytherin, the Prefect Challenge. It is also the true method of selecting a prefect recognized by all Slytherin students. Elwin grew interested. Oh, what is it? Grodia said, this should be considered a legend of Slytherin. Whether anyone has ever achieved it is unknown. The so-called Prefect Challenge can only be initiated by the first-year hidden prefect. It requires defeating all prefects one by one. That is to say, the first-year hidden prefect must defeat every prefect before advancing to the second year, thereby becoming the undisputed first prefect. Then you would be recognized as the true Slytherin prefect. However, saying this, you should understand the immense difficulty involved. So theoretically, the first prefect does not exist. Elwin said, I rather like this rule. Can this prefect challenge begin at any time? Grodia was stunned. You actually intend to try? Elwin smiled. It's a privilege for first years, isn't it? Why not give it a shot? Grodia said, good for you, Junior. You are only the second person aside from that one who has intended to try. That one? Grodia said, he whose name must not be spoken. Elwin knew who he meant. Voldemort. It was said that Voldemort had placed a curse on his name so that whoever uttered it would be detected by him. Voldemort would trace the speaker through the curse. Elwin scoffed at this. Magic was wondrous, but not to that extent. In essence, it was a rumor deliberately spread by Voldemort to instill fear in others. Otherwise, wouldn't Voldemort be run ragged every day? Elwin asked, did he succeed? Grodia shook his head no. Elwin smiled. Then that's all the more reason for me to try. Grodia led Elwin to the entrance of a dormitory. Pushing open the door, he said, all right, I will announce this news tomorrow. You have 1 year to challenge the hidden prefects of each year at any time. I truly wish to witness the birth of a legend. I look forward to you standing before me. Elwin nodded. That day will not be long in coming. Good night, Senior. Grodia gazed at Elwin. He had a peculiar feeling that the true prefect of Slytherin was about to emerge. Shaking his head, Grodia thought he was overthinking it. How could such a thing ever be truly possible? A first year defeating the cream of the upper year students. The very notion was inherently unreasonable. Returning to his dormitory, Elwin surveyed his surroundings. The furnishings were simple, a desk and a bed. The space was quite spacious and also very clean. After tidying up a bit and changing the sheets and bedding, Elwin lay on the bed. The true prefect of Slytherin. He was genuinely intrigued. He looked at the Slytherin crest on the wall. A silver serpent coiled upon the wall. The silver serpent slowly shifted in Elwin's eyes, finally forming the shape of a lotus. The corners of Elwin's mouth lifted. It seemed a lotus was more beautiful. Slytherin, are you ready to welcome your true prefect? However, achieving this goal was no simple task. In a competition among students, you couldn't just resort to a killing curse. If he did, Erwin would be locked up in Azkaban the very next day. Without resorting to dark arts, Erwin's current repertoire of spells was somewhat lacking. Erwin had observed the prefects earlier and had a rough estimate of their abilities. He figured that at best he could now hold his own against a fifth-year prefect. That is without using dark arts. If the unforgivable curses were included, Erwin could easily knock the brains out of those inexperienced students. After a moment of thought, he realized he wasn't actually at a disadvantage in terms of spells. Mastering more spells did enhance combat prowess. But likewise, the principle of mastering one skill to perfection was not uncommon. After all, even the boy who lived used the disarming charm to duel Voldemort in the final book of Deathly Hallows. So although Erwin only had the shield charm and disarming charm for combat, one for defense and one for attack, if he mastered these two, they would suffice. However, his magical reserves were an issue. Compared to the senior prefects, he was still lacking in magical power. Just then, Erwin remembered something he had overlooked. He summoned the system and opened its inventory. From it, he retrieved 2 pitch-black bottles. The substandard magic-enhancing potion, he had one from the last lottery draw. Erwin had been forgetting to use this item. Staring at the dark bottles, an inexplicable scene kept haunting his mind. It was a wrinkled old witch stirring a bubbling black cauldron with a ladle as tall as herself. She occasionally let out a sinister grin. Erwin shuddered. Damn it, is this stuff even drinkable? It looks so unhealthy. System, are you sure this won't kill me? Rest assured, host. Products from the system are always reliable. No problem. Just drink it. Down it in one gulp for the best effect. Erwin opened the bottle stopper and tentatively sniffed it. To his surprise, there was no pungent odor as he had imagined. Instead, a faint fragrance wafted up. Erwin's eyes lit up. After a moment of thought, he suddenly realized, I get it. MSG, there's MSG in here. Erwin was utterly speechless. Was this really a proper potion? It was more like a bottle of chicken soup. Did a pangolin brew this? Erwin took a few deep breaths, mentally preparing himself. Then, tilting his head back, he drained the substandard magic-enhancing potion in one go. Erwin smacked his lips. It was actually quite tasty. That MSG was definitely made in Dacia, so pure. After drinking it, he felt no change for a moment. He scratched his head. Maybe he hadn't drunk enough. The potion was too watered down. Without further hesitation, Erwin grabbed the other bottle, pulled out the stopper, and took a gulp. As the second bottle went down, the next moment Erwin felt his magical power churning rapidly inside him like a pot of water suddenly coming to a boil. The magic coursed through his body and his face gradually flushed. Erwin was startled. Good heavens, this stuff has a delayed effect. Ding. Magical power increased. Magical power level has reached the system's minimum threshold for manifestation. Magical power level now enabled. Current magical power level level 2. Continuously increasing. Current highest magical power level in this world level 9. Suppressing the turmoil of magic within him, Erwin forced out a question: the highest level. Is that Dumbledore? Ding. Dumbledore's magical power level is level 7. Erwin was stunned. Stronger than Dumbledore. But before he could voice his doubts, the momentary lapse in concentration caused the magic within him to go berserk. Magic burst forth from Erwin's body, sweeping through everything around him. The entire Slytherin common room was engulfed by the magical surge. The young witches and wizards who had just drifted off to sleep were blasted out before they could react. Instantly, the common room echoed with cries of pain. The next moment, several figures swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. They were the professors of Hogwarts. The air rippled slightly, and then Dumbledore appeared at the doorway as well. Snape's face darkened. He was the first to rush into the common room. The young wizards were in chaos, frantically running out. They had no idea what was happening, but instinct drove them to seek safety outside the common room. Seeing this, Snape pressed his wand to his throat. Silence. Where are the prefects? Lead the students out of the common room. After issuing the command, the prefects of each year began to guide the young wizards out in an orderly fashion. Except for the first-year students. Snape frowned. Where is Erwin? Grodia scanned the area and frowned. Professor Snape. The magical fluctuation seems to be coming from Erwin's room. Snape's expression shifted slightly. Lead the first-years away. Grodia nodded. Then the group of professors went upstairs to the door of Erwin's room. Dumbledore frowned. A magical outburst. Why would a magical outburst occur suddenly? And this magical power is no weaker than that of a graduating wizard. A magical outburst is a stage every wizard goes through. It happens when young wizards cannot control their magic, causing it to wander and wreak havoc. However, each wizard experiences only one magical outburst. Because a wizard's magical power generally grows naturally, and the first magical outburst typically occurs around the age of 5 or 6. After that, the magic is channeled, and a few years later these young wizards are sent to magical schools. Once enrolled, they learn to control their magic. The power gradually increases without slipping out of their control. Hence, no further magical outbursts occur. However, Erwin's situation was different. His magic had increased suddenly due to the magic-enhancing potion, so his body couldn't handle it, leading to another outburst. Snape asked, will he be alright? Dumbledore shook his head. Rest assured. It will only cause some damage, and will be over soon. He'll be fine. Yet no sooner had Dumbledore spoken than a surge of magic swept through the room once more. Before Dumbledore could react, the magic had already swept past, instantly engulfing the entire castle of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's expression shifted dramatically. Aura-level magic. Heads of houses, return to your common rooms immediately. Bring all students out of the castle and maintain order. Professor McGonagall and the others nodded, then turned and hurried away. Dumbledore frowned as he gazed at Elwyn's room. How could a newly enrolled young wizard suddenly possess aura-level magic? Snape's brow also furrowed. What on earth is going on? Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Could it be the power of bloodline? Snape remarked. His parents never exhibited such a phenomenon. Dumbledore was equally perplexed. Meanwhile, in the room, the system's chime echoed in Elwyn's ears once more. Ding. Magic level has reached level 3. As the system's prompt faded, the magic within Elwyn gradually calmed. Elwyn was drenched in sweat. He gasped heavily. Good heavens, was this the enhanced potion? And it was even a short measure version. How terrifying would the full-strength version be? Elwyn opened his eyes and was instantly stunned. The room was a complete mess. It looked as if a tornado had swept through. Elwyn communicated with the system and opened the system panel. Sure enough, beneath his personal information, a new line appeared. Magic level 3. Elwyn asked system, how is the magic level classified? Ding. The magic level is set by the system for the host's convenient digital reference. For reference only. Level 1 magic is uniformly classified as underage young wizards. Level 2 magic is for adult wizards, and a few outstanding 7th-year students can reach it. Level 3 magic is equivalent to ordinary aura-level magic. Level 4 magic is for elite aura-level magic. Level 5 magic is for professor-level magic, such as the professors at Hogwarts. Level 6 magic is legendary-level magic. Representative figures include Voldemort and others. Level 7 magic is epic-level magic. Representatives include Dumbledore the Complete, Grindelwald, and others. Level 8 magic is mythical-level magic. Representatives include the 4 founders of the houses. Level 9 magic is divine-level magic. Representatives include Death. Elwin understood. So that was how it worked. He was about to ask for more details when at that moment the door was pushed open directly. Dumbledore and Snape walked straight in. Elwin was taken aback. He quickly stood up. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Snape. Why are you here? Snape said nothing, moving like a black bat as he swiftly stepped to Elwin's side. Then he placed a hand on Elwin's shoulder. Elwin's heart tightened. Snape said, "Don't move. I need to examine the magic within you." Upon hearing this, Elwin calmed down, though he didn't know why Snape seemed to be showing him some kindness. After a moment, Snape lowered his hand. Dumbledore turned to look at him. Snape shook his head. Dumbledore let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Then he smiled. "Mr. Elwin, you are the first person to cause such a stir at Hogwarts." Elwin said, puzzled, "I don't understand, Professor." Dumbledore chuckled. "Because of you, all the new students at Hogwarts are probably waiting outside the castle right now." Elwin was astonished. He quickly glanced at the system panel. Sure enough, his reputation points were skyrocketing at an incredible rate. In just a short while, the points had already exceeded 1,000. Now they were at 1,100. Though the increase had slowed, it was still ticking up bit by bit. This was an unexpected bonus. Elwin said, "I'm sorry, Headmaster. I didn't know." Dumbledore smiled. "It's all right, my boy. It's not your fault. However, would you like some help tidying up your dormitory?" Elwin replied, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Dumbledore waved his hand. "Magic is wonderful. Far more wonderful than you imagine. For instance, Reparo." In the next moment, all the furnishings in the room began to change, reverting to their original state. Elwin couldn't help but marvel at how convenient spells were. Elwin bowed slightly. "Thank you very much, Professor. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused today." Dumbledore said, "It's all right, my boy. Now get some rest. Your first class tomorrow is Transfiguration, and you should know that Professor McGonagall is very strict. If you're late, I doubt Professor McGonagall will make an exception for you just because of your talent. Thank you for the reminder." After Dumbledore and Snape left, Elwin frowned. Something was off, 99% off. Dumbledore and Snape's attitude towards him was far too peculiar. Moreover, Dumbledore didn't seem inclined to investigate the reason behind his surge in magic. This was highly unusual for the old man. Elwin couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he had some hidden identity? From the Sorting Hat's attitude as well as Dumbledore and Snape's behavior, Elwin felt that his background might be different from what he had imagined. Could he be the orphan of some pure-blood family? No, that couldn't be right. The Sacred 28 didn't include Cavendish. Elwin suddenly felt it was necessary to research the history of the Cavendish family. He thought it might yield some unexpected discoveries. After a whole day on the train, Elwin felt tired. He washed up briefly, then lay down on his bed and drifted off into a blissful sleep. Little did he know that because of him, the other students at Hogwarts had experienced quite a commotion and were now toiling away to tidy up their dormitories. The older students were fine as they could use spells, but the younger ones had a hard time of it. As a result, on his very first day, Elwin had earned the resentment of many young wizards. Although the professors hadn't said anything, some whispers from Slytherin had leaked out. Everyone could more or less piece together the truth. The upheaval that had swept through Hogwarts Castle was all Elwin's doing. And our protagonist, oblivious to all this, had already fallen into a sweet slumber. The next day, Elwin woke up early. He was awakened by hunger. Accustomed to a life of ease, he found it rather annoying to have to go to the Great Hall for breakfast. After washing up, he left his room. Elwin was surprised to find that the common room was empty. He was taken aback. These young wizards from the magical world were oddly diligent. Up so early, Elwin straightened his robes and made his way toward the Great Hall. Inside, the hall was unusually crowded. Elwin was somewhat surprised. Could all these young witches and wizards be this diligent? It truly astonished him. However, when he stepped into the hall, he realized he might have misunderstood. Every young witch and wizard, regardless of year, had deep dark circles under their eyes, as if smoky eye makeup had become the latest trend at Hogwarts. After the events of last night, Elwin was the only one who had managed to sleep soundly. When Elwin appeared, all the young witches and wizards glared at him with resentment. The resentment soared into the sky, startling even Elwin. This resentment was heavier than that of any ghost. Even Miss Granger, who had always admired him, looked at him with deep reproach. To be fair, Elwin had weathered many storms over the years. He had seen all kinds of looks and experienced all sorts of situations. But being stared at by so many reproachful eyes, this was a scene he had never encountered. He walked toward the Slytherin table. Grodia saw Elwin approaching and laughed. "Junior, you've stirred up quite a commotion. Look at everyone's eyes. You've incurred public wrath." Elwin shrugged. "To be honest, I didn't intend to cause such a big stir either. But you know, sometimes things are beyond one's control." Since the protagonist has arrived, I shall announce something, Grodia said. He stood up and tapped the table. As the Slytherin prefect, I declare that the first-year covert prefect, Erwin Cavendish, will initiate the prefect challenge. Starting today, he may challenge covert prefects from other years at any time. All covert prefects, prepare yourselves. At these words, the young wizards at the Slytherin table were stunned. A prefect challenge. Someone is actually doing this. Good heavens, I never expected our Slytherin to be so lively this year. I'm already looking forward to it. Some first-years unaware of the prefect challenge were puzzled. This included both Slytherin students and those from other houses. For instance, our savior Harry Potter lowered his voice and asked Ron beside him, "Ron, what's a prefect challenge?" Ron shook his head. No idea. Truly, the Weasleys were the disgrace of pure-blood families. If not for the excellence of other Weasley children, Ron alone would have spelled the family's ruin. An older student explained to Harry. After all, before formal classes began, Harry the troublemaker hadn't yet made his mark and was still well-liked. After hearing the explanation, Harry was astonished. Fight them one by one. How is that even possible? The older student laughed. So, while the Slytherin Prefect Challenge has always existed, very few have ever initiated it, and no one has succeeded. If anyone could achieve it, they would be the true uncrowned king of Slytherin. Grodia looked at Elwin. Elwin, say a few words. Elwin nodded. Seniors, I look forward to learning from you all in the days to come. Grodia checked the time. All right, time's almost up. Time for class. Your prefects lead your students to their classrooms. Elwin, your first lesson is transfiguration. You should be able to find the classroom. Watch out for the moving staircases. They often cause trouble. Elwin nodded. The covert prefects rose. In this regard, Slytherin was more orderly than the other houses. With covert prefects leading, tardiness was rare. This was what Elwin appreciated most about Slytherin discipline. The other years gradually departed. Several covert prefects came to greet Elwin. Charlotte, the fourth-year covert prefect, and the only female prefect, approached him. Junior, I'm rooting for you. I look forward to the day you challenge me. Elwin nodded. Rest assured, Senior, that day will come soon. Charlotte smiled and led her fourth-year students away. Elwin prepared to lead the first years out as well. But just then a figure blocked his path. Elwin frowned. The one blocking him was the fifth-year covert prefect Marcus Flint. A grin spread across Marcus' face, made somewhat menacing by his braces. What an arrogant newbie. The prefect challenge. I hope you make it to me. They'll show you that arrogance is worthless in the face of strength. Elwin had never been one to have a good temper. Is that so? Too bad your strength doesn't seem up to the task. Get out of my way. I have class. A flash of anger crossed Marcus' face. Kid, if you make it to me, you'll personally enjoy taking you down. Elwin couldn't be bothered to respond. If not for the fear of landing in Azkaban on his first day, he would have made Marcus eat a curse. Elwin led the first years toward the transfiguration classroom. Soon they arrived at the area with the moving staircases. Watching the staircases shift positions erratically, as if dancing, Elwin frowned. He had heard these staircases moved according to rules. But now they were just twitching randomly. The other young wizards were also bewildered. What's wrong with these stairs? How is anyone supposed to find their classroom? I've never seen them this chaotic. What do we do now? All eyes fell on Elwin. He thought for a moment. The staircases were suddenly acting up. Could it be? A suspicion formed in his mind. Elwin drew his wand. The other young wizards watched curiously. Elwin said, "They'll say this once, give me a path to the transfiguration classroom now, or I'd very much like to see if the Hogwarts staircases are truly indestructible." The young wizards were stunned, unsure what Elwin was doing. Malfoy snorted dismissively, thinking Elwin was just showing off. But the next moment, to everyone's amazement, the staircases began to rearrange themselves, quickly forming a direct path to the transfiguration classroom. Elwin's suspicion was confirmed. Hogwarts itself was a sentient castle, and all its furnishings were the same, including the staircases. They had their own will. As for why they were acting so strangely, it could be seen as them teasing newcomers. Elwin said, "All right, let's go. Time's running short." He stepped onto the staircase first, and the others quickly. The transfiguration class was held jointly with Slytherin and Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students had not yet arrived. As Erwin entered the classroom, the first thing he noticed was the gray tabby cat with black stripes lying on the lectern. Around the cat's eyes were markings resembling square glasses. Erwin forcibly suppressed his urge to pet the cat. He would never admit that he dared not do so. He approached the lectern, gave a slight bow to Professor McGonagall on the desk, and then turned to return to his seat. Time passed gradually. The Gryffindor students arrived in the classroom one after another. The force of plot correction was truly strong as it was now. Erwin simply could not understand why, having seen Harry Potter and Ron in the Great Hall that morning, the two were still late. Erwin watched them, grateful that Professor McGonagall had not yet arrived as they tried to sneak to their seats. He couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, the professor would always manage to have her moment of grandeur. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of all the young witches and wizards, Professor McGonagall leaped from the lectern. In the instant she jumped, she transformed into her human form. Ron couldn't help but exclaim, "That was brilliant." Professor McGonagall said coldly, "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. I think I should turn the two of you into clocks so that you might have some sense of time." Harry Potter quickly explained, "We got lost. Those staircases." Before he could finish, Professor McGonagall said, "Then I should turn one of you into a map or a compass so that you can find your way." Professor McGonagall would not care who it was. Even if it was Harry Potter, she would not show any favor. If a mistake was made, she would call it out. This person was truly upright to a fault. In any case, when it came to Hogwarts, Erwin felt that the most terrifying professor was indeed Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was utterly devoid of any personal bias. Harry Potter and Ron dared not utter another word and quickly returned to their seats. Then Professor McGonagall turned to Erwin. "So, Mr. Cavendish, how did you recognize me earlier?" Erwin stood up and said, "As a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall's reputation is immense. Therefore, your registered Animagus form is also in your records. As your student, I have naturally read them. Moreover, the stripes around your Animagus eyes match your wise glasses." Professor McGonagall smiled and said, "Excellent. 5 points to Slytherin for your erudition and your compliment." Erwin bowed slightly. "Thank you, Professor." As soon as Erwin sat down, the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 points for Slytherin, which has been converted into 50 reputation points balance. Erwin was stunned. His eyes then lit up sharply. He seemed to have discovered a key point. Could points earned at Hogwarts be used as reputation points? And at a ratio of 1 to 10. If that was the case, Erwin's lips curled into a smile. Wizards of Hogwarts, behold the king of grinding from the Chinese education system. Professor McGonagall turned and walked to the lectern. As she walked, she said, "Before we begin today's lesson, I have a few words to say. Transfiguration is the most dangerous and complex subject you will encounter at Hogwarts. The mysteries of transfiguration are such that some may never grasp them in a lifetime. Therefore, if anyone dares to misbehave in my class, I think you know the consequences." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall reached the front of the lectern. She tapped her wand on it, and the next moment the lectern transformed into a pig with flapping ears. This feat stunned all the young witches and wizards. Erwin's eyes also lit up, watching the pig sniffing around the floor with great interest. Erwin had always been curious about the principle behind transfiguration. It could turn inanimate objects into living beings, and those beings could exhibit the habits of living creatures. The last time Erwin had seen someone do this, that person was called Sun Wukong. Professor McGonagall looked at the awestruck expressions of the young wizards. She was quite satisfied. After all, what was the point of showing off if not for this moment? Professor McGonagall tapped her wand again, finite incantatem. The next moment the pig transformed back into a desk. Professor McGonagall said, "All right, I have demonstrated it for you. Now remember the incantation for transfiguration." Transfiguration. As for the counterspell, you do not need to know it for now. Now look at the matchsticks in front of you. The goal of this lesson is simple: turn it into a silver needle. If there are no questions, you may begin. The young wizards rolled up their sleeves, ready to experiment. However, Erwin raised his hand. Professor McGonagall turned to look at him. "What is it, Mr. Cavendish? Any problems?" Erwin said, "It's like this, Professor McGonagall. I have a question that has puzzled me since I read my books before the term started. Could you help me solve it?" Professor McGonagall nodded. "Go ahead." The other young wizards also paused, looking at Erwin curiously. Erwin organized his thoughts and said, "It's like this, Professor McGonagall. I've always wondered about something. For example, when you turned the desk into a pig, it was amazing and exquisite. But if on that pig you were to cast transfiguration again to turn it back into a desk, would it then be under a double transfiguration, or has the counterspell been applied?" Erwin finished his question and looked at Professor McGonagall expectantly. He really wanted to know the answer to what seemed like a nested problem. Professor McGonagall was also a bit taken aback. She hadn't expected Erwin to ask such an absurd question. It seemed like a logical issue, but in fact it was a genuine transfiguration problem. After a moment's thought, she said, "According to the rules of transfiguration, you cannot cast transfiguration twice on the same object." Erwin shook his head. "That can't be right, Professor. If that's the case." As he spoke, he drew his wand and pointed it at the matchstick in front of him. Transfiguration. The next moment the matchstick changed form, its wooden material turning into metal. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. "A very fine transfiguration. Though still a bit raw, it earns 5 points for your house." Erwin bowed. "Thank you, Professor. But what I mean is I have cast the transfiguration now. However, this silver needle has not achieved the exact result I desired. So if I cast transfiguration on it again, that should be permissible, right? Since we haven't mastered the counterspell, we need to cast the spell repeatedly until the silver needle takes the shape we want." Professor McGonagall appeared lost in thought. Erwin felt as though he had stumbled upon a rather intriguing conundrum. He found himself fascinated by such nested questions, unable to explain why, but anything resembling an endless loop captured his particular interest. Erwin continued, "So if that's the case, I cast the transfiguration spell 5 times on a single matchstick, and it transformed into the form I desired. As he spoke, he waved his wand once more, and the matchstick's shape began to change. It eventually became a gleaming silver embroidery needle adorned with elegant patterns. Elwin said, "Now have I layered the power of transfiguration by casting it multiple times, or has my skill gradually improved from an incomplete first attempt to a final one where I can perfectly alter the matchstick's form?" Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment. "Mr. Cavendish, this question. I have indeed never considered it. However, I believe it is a most intriguing idea." With a flick of her wand, she cast a transfiguration spell upon the silver needle. In the next instant, the needle was transformed back into the shape of a matchstick. Elwin said, "Yes, that's exactly it, Professor McGonagall. I performed 5 transfigurations on one matchstick, and then you cast another one. That makes 6. Yet it shows no sign of malfunction, which proves that transfiguration can be applied multiple times. Similarly, your spell turned it back into a matchstick. Now has it reverted to its original state, or is it merely a product of transfiguration? If it has returned to its original form, does that mean transfiguration is inherently a magic that combines a spell and its counterspell? Elwin's eyes lit up. He had finally discovered the joy of magic. This was essentially a paradox. This was far too amusing. Professor McGonagall also grew intrigued. To be fair, Elwin's peculiar train of thought had never emerged at Hogwarts before. In fact, it had never been seen in the entire wizarding world. Thus, no one had ever considered this question. And today, Elwin had raised it. Professor McGonagall folded her arms across her chest. She had already forgotten that class was still in session. She was now earnestly pondering Elwin's question. Meanwhile, the young witches and wizards were utterly astonished. "This is first year. You call this first year? I feel like I've come to the wrong place. How is he already discussing such profound topics with the professor in his first year?" "So did any of you understand what Elwin said?" What did he say? Did Elwin speak? I didn't understand a single word. I now truly believe he's a perfect Slytherin regardless of his muggle-born background. I can't buy a word of it. How could someone of his level come from a muggle family? Exactly. I suspect he's a secretly trained heir from a great family. That's an interesting theory. Haven't you read any novels? What's that? The young witches and wizards were successfully led astray. Harry Potter was also stunned. He murmured to himself while watching Elwin. So this is what a true wizard is like. I didn't understand a word he said. Then Harry looked at Ron, intending to ask his friend if he had understood, given that Ron came from a wizarding family. However, when he turned his head, Ron looked like an imbecile, mouth agape, eyes wide. It was clear he hadn't grasped a single word. Harry shook his head helplessly. He was already wondering if he had chosen the wrong friend. Elwin said, "Professor McGonagall, could you try a restoration charm?" Professor McGonagall snapped back to reality. "You're right." She gently tapped her wand, but the matchstick remained unchanged. Professor McGonagall frowned. Elwin felt as if he had discovered a new continent. As a master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall was adept at counterspells. It was impossible for her spell to fail. The matchstick's unchanged state could only mean one thing. Elwin's theory might be true. Transfiguration was indeed a spell that combined both a charm and its countercharm. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "Mr. Cavendish, I believe you have discovered something extraordinary. If your verification holds true, trust me, you will reap unimaginable benefits." Elwin replied, "Professor, you are mistaken." Professor McGonagall looked at him quizzically. Elwin continued, "It is under your guidance that I have discovered this." A smile spread across Professor McGonagall's face. Just then the bell rang, signaling the end of class. She suddenly realized she was still teaching. Looking at the other young witches and wizards who had already started chatting animatedly, she let out a helpless sigh. This was the difference. Comparison was odious. Compared to Elwin, these young students truly fell short. Professor McGonagall said, "All right, class dismissed. If any of you wish to practice, remember to bring your senior schoolmates to guide you. No practicing on your own." The young witches and wizards nodded hastily. Practice on their own? Impossible. Even being pushed to practice filled them with complaints, let alone doing it voluntarily. Professor McGonagall knew they wouldn't practice alone. That was fine, as it at least kept them safe. What easy students to teach, so worry-free. The young witches and wizards gradually dispersed. Professor McGonagall looked at Elwin. "Elwin, I need to go see Professor Dumbledore now. I can see that you have a great interest in transfiguration and possess talent. If you are willing, after today's classes are over, you may come to my office. We can further discuss the question you raised earlier." Elwin's eyes sparkled. This was a golden opportunity, a private lesson from a professor, an experience not everyone could have. He quickly replied, "Of course I'm willing. If it won't disturb you, I will definitely come." Professor McGonagall smiled. "Don't worry, child, it won't disturb me at all. I look forward to your visit." Elwin nodded eagerly. She added, "Oh, by the way, I believe you have a potions class next, don't you? You should hurry over, it's almost time." Elwin snapped back to reality. Oh no, he had forgotten about that. The old bat's class, if he was late. Thinking of Snape's face, Elwin couldn't help but swallow nervously. He felt that he might die today. For the first time in his life, Elwin lost his composure since birth. He said a word to Professor McGonagall, and then turned and dashed out of the classroom. The potions classroom was on the first floor. The transfiguration classroom, however, was on the 7th floor. Elwin was extremely anxious. He looked at the long staircase, then checked the time. Elwin felt he had to act like a mischievous child for once. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the stairs. Give me a path to the potions classroom quickly. The next moment the stairs began to shift. A straight passage appeared. Elwin leaped directly, sitting on the handrail with his bottom. With a swoosh he slid straight down. The speed was incredibly fast. The portraits on the walls were all stunned. My goodness, what are you doing? Merlin's beard. This young wizard is far too bold. But somehow it looks so fun. Can I get a painter to draw me a staircase too? I want to try. Elwin rolled his eyes. Try your grandfather. As the speed increased, the ground was already close at hand. Some timid portraits had already covered their eyes, afraid to look. Elwin knew that at this angle he would definitely land face first. Elwin certainly wouldn't let that happen. He snapped his fingers. The next moment his body soared directly into the air, leaving a purple lotus flower in its place. Elwin transformed into a wisp of purple smoke and landed on the ground. A smile spread across Elwin's face. Although apparition was not allowed at Hogwarts, or rather only those registered with Hogwarts could use it like Dumbledore, the flying variant derived from apparition was permissible. After landing, Elwin rushed to the potions classroom without pausing. He didn't notice that in a classroom on the 2nd floor, several Ravenclaw upperclassmen were just walking out, among them Cho Chang. Cho stared at the slowly dissipating purple lotus, her eyes filled with astonishment. A classmate beside her exclaimed, "What is that? Is it magic? So beautiful. Is that Elwin? What kind of magic is this? Why haven't we learned it?" Cho remained silent, but that purple lotus was etched into her memory. Meanwhile, Elwin hurriedly ran to the potions classroom. However, he was still late. As he pushed open the door, all the young witches and wizards turned to look. Snape's brow furrowed as he gazed at the entrance. Elwin quickly said, "Sorry, Professor, I'm late." Elwin's heart was pounding. That old bat was terrifying. Yet to his confusion, Snape's brow quickly relaxed. "Come in. Be more careful next time." Elwin was a bit stunned. Could it really be that easy to get through? Elwin began to suspect that perhaps his surname wasn't Calvin. Could it be Snape? Elwin Snape. That actually sounded quite nice. The other young wizards were also bewildered. In the short time Elwin had been late, they had already witnessed Snape's terror. That gloomy face was like eternal ice, sending chills down everyone's spine. In the corner, Ron muttered indignantly, "Why is Snape so partial to Elwin?" Beside him, Harry Potter scribbled on some paper and said casually, "Maybe because Snape is the head of Slytherin and Elwin is the Slytherin prefect." Ron said, "But Professor McGonagall is also very kind to him." Harry put down his quill and blew on the still wet ink on the paper. "Maybe it's because Elwin is too outstanding." Just as Ron was about to speak again, a furious roar rang out, and the next moment a dark shadow floated before the two of them. Indeed floated. Elwin was dumbfounded. He even looked down to see if Snape was stepping on a hoverboard that hadn't been invented yet. How did he manage to float? Snape looked down at the two of them. "Ron Weasley and our savior Harry Potter, what are you chatting about?" His icy voice made both of them shudder. They quickly stood up. Ron stammered, We weren't chatting about anything." Snape sneered, "Oh, you mean I misheard? Tell me, is that so?" Ron was on the verge of tears, not daring to say a word, trembling all over. Harry Potter, trying to muster his courage, said, "Professor, we were talking about Elwin." Elwin, who had been enjoying the drama, didn't expect the spotlight to turn on him. Talking about him. These treacherous subjects trying to harm me. Snape abruptly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Harry. When his eyes met Harry's green irises, Snape's expression softened and a trace of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. However, as his gaze shifted to Harry Potter's face, Snape's face instantly revealed a barely concealed disgust. "Oh, it seems you've already mastered what you need to know, so you have time to chat about other things. Then our celebrity Harry Potter, tell me what would happen if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood." Harry Potter was utterly baffled. What powdered what? What infusion? What were those things? Why would you add powder to a liquid? Helpless Harry could only shake his head. A mocking smile curled on Snape's lips. "Oh, you don't know? Then let me ask you something else. Mr. Potter, if I needed a bezoar, where would I find it?" Harry shook his head again. Snape's mockery deepened. "Then one last question, what is the difference between Monkshood and Wolfbane?" Harry still shook his head. "I don't know, Professor." Snape said coldly, "Clearly fame doesn't mean everything, especially when it's undeserved. So what gives you the courage to not pay attention in my class?" Malfoy's face was nearly splitting from suppressed laughter. Elwin shook his head. Their love-hate relationship was just beginning. Poor Harry Potter. Seeing his friend's embarrassment, Ron finally mustered the courage to say, "Professor, I think you're being unfair to Potter. We haven't learned any of this knowledge. How could Potter possibly know?" Snape whipped around. "Because of your foolish talk, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Elwin, tell them the answer." Elwin had no choice but to stand up. Adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood creates the draft of living death. A bezoar is found in a goat's stomach. As for monkshood and wolfbane, they are the same plant, both known as aconite. Elwin finished speaking and sat down. Snape said, "Excellent. It seems there are still students willing to prepare. Fools are after all few. Slytherin gains 10 points. Why aren't you writing this down?" Snape's venomous tongue continued. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry Potter. Some people puffed up by their own fame think they need not attend class. How utterly ridiculous. Elwin marveled at Snape's verbal prowess. What a disaster James Potter must have been. Debts always come due. For instance, Harry Potter's face darkened, yet he dared not retort. Especially sensing the mocking gazes around him, his already fragile self-esteem sank lower. Fortunately perhaps because he received no response from Harry Potter. Snape found it no longer amusing and finally released him. He drifted back to the podium ready to begin the lesson. Elwin also took out his textbook. He was deeply interested in potions, for in the wizarding world potions were synonymous with wealth. In Elwin's view, Hogwarts had two wealthy individuals. First, Snape the potions master. Not to mention the potions he sold, due every year many paid handsomely for Snape to brew potions. A considerable fortune indeed. Second was Hagrid. As keeper of the Forbidden Forest, no one knew how many magical creatures dwelled within. Hagrid strolling about could pick up items that were priceless outside. Unlike Transfiguration, the first potions lesson was all theory. After all, successfully brewing a potion wasn't simply tossing ingredients in and stewing them. It required substantial theoretical knowledge. Heat and timing, among other factors, had to be considered. Every potions master was a true scholar, and Snape was the most outstanding. Naturally, he didn't miss this opportunity. Throughout the lesson, his venomous tongue was on full display. Harry Potter became the teacher's pet in class, frequently called upon by Snape. To be fair, Harry himself was unhelpful. He couldn't answer what was taught earlier, having not paid attention, giving Snape ample reason to target him. In stark contrast was Elwin. When Harry failed to answer, Snape turned to Elwin. The young wizard's minds nearly formed a loop. Gryffindor loses 5 points, Slytherin gains 5 points. Elwin was delighted. In just one lesson, the old bat had blatantly awarded 30 points, an obvious abuse of power. Of course that didn't concern Elwin, he was perfectly satisfied with the rhythm. After all, he profited. Finally, under the Gryffindor's misery and the Slytherin's glee, the potions class ended. The moment Snape dismissed them, the Gryffindors fled as if chased by dogs. They escaped the classroom. The Slytherins were overjoyed and left in succession. Once the room was empty, Elwin approached the podium. Snape was packing his belongings. Seeing Elwin approach, he asked Elwin, "Is there something else?" Elwin replied, "Yes. I think it necessary to explain the reason for my tardiness." Snape said, "Professor McGonagall has already informed me. You have great talent in transfiguration and discovered something remarkable." Elwin was astonished. Professor McGonagall told him. "When? Good heavens, you two have private chats." "In a group chat." Elwin said, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor." Snape waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, go to the Great Hall. You have classes this afternoon." Elwin hesitated, pondering Snape's attitude toward him. He ventured, "Professor, I am very interested in potions. If I have any questions, may I trouble you?" Snape paused in his movements. Elwin's heart was anxious. Potions was crucial to his plans. If he could receive Snape's guidance, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Regardless of Snape's personality and potions, he was a true master. Just then Snape packed his things and said, "Dragon's blood." Elwin was taken aback. "What?" "Sorry, Professor, I didn't understand." Snape said, "The password to my office, Dragon's blood. Come after dinner. You can help me with some simple potions." With that he turned and left. Elwin's face lit up with joy. A tutor secured. Elwin packed his things, whistling as he headed for lunch. In just one morning, he had gained 2 tutors. This was excellent news. Arriving at the Great Hall, Elwin sat at the Slytherin table and began to feast. He missed home. Unable to stomach British cuisine, he had specially hired 2 Chinese chefs. Elwin thought he should find time to talk to the house eels to see if they could learn Chinese cooking. He craved spicy blood curd. After eating his fill, he rubbed his belly. Full and content, he needed some entertainment to keep active. Why not start the prefect challenge today? Elwin turned to the second-year section of the table. The second-year hidden prefect Barton Drew was chatting with classmates. Suddenly feeling a chill down his spine, he turned to meet Elwin's gaze. Barton's heart skipped a beat. Was this guy planning to challenge him now? Elwin stood up and approached Barton. "Hello, senior. First-year hidden prefect Erwin Cavendish. I challenge you for the prefect position." Barton forced a bitter smile. Indeed. Elwin's deeds spread quickly. The precise, disarming charm on the train, the silent, scouring charm on the sorting hat yesterday, or the strange magical surge last night, all added to Elwin's legend. Barton was only his second year. Facing Elwin, he felt uncertain. But it was the rule. He couldn't back down. He stood up and bowed. "I accept your challenge." The commotion at the Slytherin table drew the attention of other houses. For the young wizards, this was the biggest excitement. After all, they had little entertainment otherwise. On the high table, some professors' gazes were drawn. Professor McGonagall frowned. "I've always said this Slytherin rule should be abolished. It's too dangerous." Snape remained silent. Dumbledore smiled. This is the vitality young wizards should have, isn't it? Slytherin is unique. Let's go watch the excitement too. Even if Dumbledore hadn't said a word, Snape would still have had to attend. After all, this was a dueling challenge, and young wizards had little sense of restraint in their strikes. So as the head of House Snape needed to keep a watchful eye. By the Black Lake, a crowd of young wizards had already gathered. Snape and a few professors stood to the side observing. Grodia glanced back at his head of house. Snape nodded. Grodia stepped to the center. Slytherin Prefect Challenge. The challenger, Erwin Cavendish. Erwin emerged from the crowd, standing to Grodia's left. Grodia gave a nod. Then he continued, the challenge, second-year hidden prefect Barton Duru. Barton came to stand on Grodia's right side. A group of second-year students shouted, "Go for it, Barton." "Yeah, don't let Cavendish take you down easy." Ha ha ha. Barton's already dark face grew even darker. The fight hadn't even started, and they had already decided he would lose. Barton felt an intense displeasure. He felt the need to prove himself. At the very least, he wanted to withstand 2 moves. Indeed, in truth, he didn't believe he had any hope of winning. Grodia beckoned to the 2 of them. They came to the center, their wands already drawn. Grodia took 2 steps back. Erwin and Barton raised their wands before their chests, bowing to each other. Then they turned and withdrew to a safe distance. As Erwin turned and walked back, a scene kept lingering in his mind. It was from Tom and Jerry, where they dueled like Wild West cowboys. But as Tom walked back, he played dirty. He aimed his gun right behind Jerry. That scene was hilarious. Erwin didn't know why, but he just thought of it. Once they reached their positions, they turned to face each other. The next moment, Barton shouted, "Protego." But before Barton could finish his incantation, a faster incantation rang out. Expelliarmus. A spell shot straight toward Barton. The next moment, before anyone could react, Barton's wand flew out of his hand, embedding itself into the soft soil by the Black Lake. It all happened so fast that the young wizards couldn't process it. Only those above the 5th year and the professors had seen Erwin's move. Dumbledore marveled. What a masterful disarming charm. The casting speed and spell accuracy are flawless. Erwin's ordinary spells had all reached the 3rd level. Under silent and wandless casting, he had pushed them to their absolute limit. So naturally it was flawless. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. Grodia studied Erwin. He could have cast that disarming charm too, and it would have been no less impressive than Erwin's. But that was the problem. It wasn't worse, but it wasn't any better either. Yesterday Grodia had thought Erwin just wanted to give it a try. He hadn't really considered the possibility of Erwin fighting his way to him. The difficulty was too immense. Yet now he truly felt Erwin could achieve that unprecedented feat. Barton stared at his empty hand, momentarily stunned. Had he lost just like that? It had been far too quick. He had truly been defeated in 1 move. Barton shook his head with a wry smile. "I lost." Erwin smiled. "You were kind, senior." Barton shook his head. "I didn't go easy on you. I really can't beat you." Erwin didn't explain. Outside of Dachau, no one could understand the humility engraved in the bones of its people. It was a form of refinement. Clearly Westerners couldn't grasp it. The surrounding young wizards were now listless. They had expected to see a close match. Instead, it was over in 1 move. At the same time, they had gained a profound understanding of Erwin's strength. He didn't seem like a first-year wizard at all. Grodia approached Erwin. "How about it? Want to continue?" Erwin thought for a moment and shook his head. "Better not. We only have this short break at noon. AO and I'd like to rest." Grodia nodded. "All right, it's your choice. You can start any time. He'll be waiting." Erwin smiled. The students gradually dispersed. To Erwin's surprise, Barton didn't leave. Erwin asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Barton hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can I learn from you?" Erwin looked at Barton, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He saw ambition in Barton's gaze. Erwin grew interested. "You seem eager to get stronger. You're only in your 2nd year, why the hurry?" Barton hesitated. Erwin smiled. "It seems you have a story. If you want to learn from me, you have to give something in return. And right now you won't even tell me the truth." Barton quickly said, "It's not that. All right. Actually, my name should be Barton Yaxley." Erwin was taken aback. "Yaxley? From the sacred 28 Yaxley family. The one dealing in potions and magical creature materials." Barton nodded. "Yes." Erwin asked, "But why do you go by Duru?" Barton smiled bitterly. "I'm a bastard. I have my mother's surname." Erwin understood. Good heavens, a family feud. How interesting. Erwin asked, "Oh, so why do you want to get stronger now? To fight for power? Or for the position of family heir?" Barton was surprised. "How did you know?" Erwin rolled his eyes. "Isn't that how it's written in novels and in movies and in TV shows? What an old trope." Barton said, "I don't covet anything from the Yaxley family, but I want recognition. I don't want to carry the label of a bastard anymore. So, I need to become strong enough to force my brothers to take me seriously." Erwin understood. A bastard with ambition, not for power or profit, but just for a title, for recognition. This story was rather niche. Erwin asked, "So how do you want me to help you?" Barton said, "You're strong enough. I want to become as strong as you." Erwin smiled. "Then the question is, why should I help you? Or rather, what can you offer me?" Barton thought for a moment. "I don't know. I have no money and I can't access the family business. Erwin smiled. I don't care about those things. What I want is your loyalty. Your loyalty will earn you everything you desire. Even more than just recognition. I can help you claim the position of the Yaxley family head. Barton was taken aback. I don't have such grand ambitions. Elwin's lips curled upward, making him look like a little demon with horns sprouting from his head. Is it that you lack such ambition, or that you dare not even entertain the thought? Barton felt as though his every secret had been laid bare. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I dare not think of it. I just want them to acknowledge me. Elwin chuckled. Ambition is a fine thing. Since you possess it, why not let it swell a little? Believe me, you will attain everything you desire, because I say so. Barton gazed at Elwin. The Yaxleys are a pure-blood family with a long legacy. You cannot accomplish this. Elwin retorted, what do you not dare to take a gamble? Without even the courage to bet your ceiling is already set. Elwin's gaze pierced deeply into Barton's fragile heart. He clenched his fists. No, I haven't. I have never lacked courage. Elwin's lips curled upward. Did you see that? A young wizard of this age full of fervor. How moving it is. Elwin said, the Cavendish family never boasts. Stand with my faction, and I will grant you everything you desire. This is no empty promise. When the dust settles, you shall have all you seek. Barton looked at Elwin. His fists tightened and relaxed, then tightened again. Elwin did not rush him. Young wizards of this age indeed possessed fervor, but they also harbored timidity, especially a bastard like Barton. The family's authority had long weighed heavily on his heart. After a long pause, Barton knelt on one knee, grasping the hem of Elwin's robe. I offer you my loyalty. Elwin smiled. He was delighted. An unexpected boon. Truly, Barton was a surprise. Not for his strength, but for his identity. With a pure-blood family member, even a bastard Elwin could find a justified reason to strike against pure-blood families. Elwin placed his hand on Barton's head. Excellent. I accept your fealty. Now extend your arm. Barton, though puzzled, obeyed, without hesitation, presenting his arm to Elwin. Elwin pointed his wand directly at Barton's arm. In the next instant, a lotus mark began to unfurl. Barton stared in astonishment. Elwin explained the mark's function to him. Barton was taken aback. This reminded him of something, the dark mark. He felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. But the cabin door had already been sealed shut. There was no getting off. Elwin raised his hand slightly, and Barton rose from the ground. Elwin said, go now. I will seek you out later. Barton nodded. He turned and left. Elwin stood by the Black Lake. Slytherin was indeed the house best suited for him. The Yaxleys, a family primarily dealing in potions, must have amassed great wealth. But how to move against this family required careful consideration. After all, they were a pure-blood family, not one to be trifled with easily. He would need to orchestrate things. Elwin put away his wand and headed toward Hogwarts Castle. As he entered the corridor, he heard a ruckus. Elwin frowned. Malfoy. That voice was unmistakable. He walked forward and, turning a corner, saw Malfoy and a few others gathered, pointing and jeering at a figure. Their tone was dripping with mockery. The target of their scorn was Hagrid, who was trimming the vegetation around the circular beds, ignoring Malfoy's taunts, as if they were nothing. He was used to it. Is this what your upbringing teaches you? To mock others, eh? Malfoy's face darkened as he turned to see who dared meddle in their affairs. But upon recognizing Elwin, a wave of panic seized him. The incident on the train was still fresh in his mind, especially Elwin's recent duel with Barton. Barton had been utterly defenseless. Malfoy dared not even utter a harsh word. He hurried away with his cronies. Elwin approached Hagrid. I apologize for the rudeness of my housemates. Hagrid quickly set down his shears, looking flustered. He had never encountered such a scene. Due to his size, he had been mocked countless times and had grown accustomed to it. At Hogwarts, there were two sources of amusement, Hagrid and the Squib Filch. Hagrid waved his hands hastily. Oh, it's nothing. Elwin smiled. They are young. I hope you won't hold it against them. By the way, I'm Erwin Cavendish. Pleased to meet you. Hagrid froze. Cavendish. Elwin nodded. Yes. Why are you surprised? Hagrid said. I was helped by a Muggle family in London. Without them, I'd have had a lot of trouble with my errands. They said they were from Cavendish and their young master was studying at Hogwarts. Was that you? Elwin chuckled. It seems we have a connection. There is only one Cavendish in London, mine. Hagrid said, then I should properly thank you. Elwin waved dismissively. That's not necessary. It's enough that you don't hold a grudge against my classmates. Hagrid insisted, that's not the same. I ought to thank you. Would you like to visit my hut? I can treat you to rock cakes. Trust me, you'll love their taste. Hagrid spoke with some trepidation, aware of Elwin's high status and Slytherin affiliation. Elwin replied, I would love to, Hagrid. But I have a class now. However, I'll drop by when I have time. I look forward to those rock cakes. Hagrid's face lit up. Right, you should get to class. I look forward to your visit. My hut is at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Just head toward it, and you'll see it. Elwin nodded. All right, I'll be off then. Hagrid nodded. Elwin's lips curled upward. He had made contact with Hagrid. The supplier was secured. As for the rock cakes, Elwin wasn't particularly interested. Those things were hardly chewable for ordinary folk. His experience at Hogwarts was going splendidly, with every step unfolding exactly as he had planned. It was all going smoothly. Elwin headed toward the flying lesson grounds. Yes, his next class was flying. In truth, Elwin couldn't understand why wizards rode broomsticks. Didn't it chafe? It could be said that among all the courses at Hogwarts, flying class was the one that least interested Elwin. Even divination seemed better to him. He truly couldn't understand the joy of sitting atop a broomstick. Arriving at the clearing outside the greenhouse, the class had not yet begun. However, students from both Slytherin and Gryffindor had already gathered in considerable numbers. Excitement was written on every young witch and wizard's face. Flight, after all, is humanity's eternal dream. The mere prospect of taking to the skies seemed to bring joy to everyone regardless of age. As Elwin approached, the young witches and wizards who had been engaged in lively discussion fell into an odd silence. Elwin paid them no heed and walked straight up to Malfoy. Frowning at Malfoy, the latter swallowed nervously, a flicker of fear in his heart. What do you want? My father's a school governor. Don't you dare. Elwin chuckled. This kid really couldn't say anything without mentioning his dad, could he? Elwin said, Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I think there's something I need to tell you. I don't care what you're like at home, nor do I care if your father is a governor or not. You are in Slytherin, and your every word and action reflects upon Slytherin's honor. I hope you'll remember who you are. Pure-blood families are never sustained by blood alone. They are built through generations of legacy. Your current status comes not from your platinum hair, but from the achievements of your ancestors. So for the sake of both Slytherin and your family, mind your conduct. Nobility is never about words, it's about your every action. Malfoy hung his head, daring not to retort. He wanted to argue, but he found Elwin's words rather compelling. Of course, the main reason was he didn't dare talk back. Elwin turned to the other Slytherin students. What I said today applies not just to Malfoy, but to all of you. Don't bring shame upon Slytherin, and don't disgrace your families. Don't act like reckless lions every day. Remember, you are Slytherins. The Slytherin students might not heed other advice, but anything compared to Gryffindor got their full attention and obedience. The young wizards bowed slightly. Yes, Prefect. Elwin nodded in satisfaction. Turning around, he met the glares of a group of little lions. He looked at Ron. What are you looking at? Ron was stunned. Where was the elegance? The composure? How could he curse? Ron wanted to retort, but noticed a wand had somehow appeared in Elwin's hand. Ron could only lower his head in grievance, feeling indignant. Everyone was glaring, so why single him out? Elwin rolled his eyes at Ron. He didn't know why, but seeing Ron just irritated him. It even made him swear. A sin, truly a sin. It ruined the Cavendish composure. Ron really was insufferable. Elwin saw Madame Hooch approaching from a distance, a fleet of battered brooms floating beside her. He clapped his hands. All right, class is about to start. Find your places and stand properly. The Slytherins quickly fell into formation. Soon they were lined up neatly. In contrast, the little lions were scattered like sheep in complete disarray. Madame Hooch observed the scene and had to admit, when it came to discipline, Slytherin was unmatched. Madame Hooch flicked her wand. The brooms dispersed and lay at the feet of each young witch and wizard. She announced, all right, children, let's begin your first flying lesson at Hogwarts. Hearing this, excitement surged through both Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Madame Hooch smiled. This was a familiar sight. Every first-time flyer looked just like this. Madame Hooch continued, but first, I need to see your natural talent for flying. See the brooms at your feet. Hold your right hand over your broom and shout up. As she finished speaking, some impatient young wizards couldn't wait. Up! At the first call, Elwin noticed that only Harry Potter's broom shot straight into his hand. Madame Hooch looked at Harry with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Malfoy's broom rose a short distance before wobbling back to the ground. As for the others, including Elwin, their brooms remained lifeless. Malfoy, seeing Harry succeed on his first try, was filled with resentment. Up! He called again. This time the broom flew straight into his hand. Malfoy shot a triumphant glance at Harry, who responded with a roll of his eyes. Most other students managed to get their brooms up after 3 or 4 tries. Except for Elwin. His broom didn't budge an inch. Elwin's face darkened. So talents not shown on the system panel meant no talent at all. He stared at the broom on the ground. He'll give you one more chance. Otherwise you'll be fuel for the fireplace tonight. Madame Hooch quickly interjected, Mr. Cavendish, you shouldn't do that. Be gentle with some feeling. But before she could finish, the broom on the ground shot straight into Elwin's hand with a whoosh. Madame Hooch was stunned. Elwin remarked, it seems these magical creations sometimes require special measures. Madame Hooch's mouth twitched. She was speechless. She had never seen such a thing. After Elwin's success, only one person remained unsuccessful. Ron Weasley. Feeling everyone's gaze upon him, Ron's face burned with embarrassment. He wanted attention, but not like this. Recalling Elwin's method, he thought he could try it too. So he copied it exactly. However, things didn't go as planned. His broom was clearly a tough nut. Threatened, it swung its handle and smacked Ron right in the face. Instantly a red mark appeared on his nose. Ron clutched his nose, groaning in pain. The surrounding young wizards burst into laughter. Madam Hooch asked with concern, "Do you need to go to the hospital wing?" Ron shook his head. He didn't want to miss flying class. Madam Hooch didn't press further. "All right. Now mount your brooms, grip them tightly. When you hear my whistle, kick off the ground firmly. Then steady yourself and land slowly. Is that clear?" The young witches and wizards nodded in unison, straddling their broomsticks. Erwin, however, discreetly drew his wand. If nothing went awry following the normal course of events, their dear Neville Longbottom was bound to create another mishap. Neville never failed to disappoint, as was the case now. The moment he mounted his broom, he wobbled and rose unsteadily into the air. Madam Hooch had just pulled out her whistle, but before she could blow it, Neville startled her. "Mr. Longbottom, what do you think you're doing? Get down at once." The other young witches and wizards grumbled as well, for they were eager to experience flying. Neville's antics were only delaying things further. Madam Hooch's urgings and the students' complaints only added to the tension. Panic seized Neville instantly. Instead of descending, his clumsy handling sent him soaring higher. Erwin sighed. True to form, Neville never failed to disappoint. Sometimes Erwin wondered if Neville was genuinely slower than the average child. Erwin waved his wand. "Accio, Neville." At that moment, the best solution he could think of was the summoning charm. As the incantation took effect, Neville seemed to be yanked by an invisible hand hurtling toward Erwin. As mentioned earlier, the summoning charm doesn't teleport objects directly through space. It requires a flight path. Strictly speaking, it could even be used as an offensive spell. Case in point, Neville now barreled toward Erwin like a cannonball. Slytherins were clever. The moment Erwin acted, having witnessed Malfoy get hit by a toad earlier, they instinctively parted to either side. Some sharp Gryffindors did the same. But fools always existed in this world. Take Ron, for instance, who was wholly absorbed in watching his housemate's misfortune. Harry Potter didn't even have time to warn him. The next instant, Neville's plump body crashed directly into Ron. Ron let out a yelp. He was sent flying. Erwin quickly cut off the spell, then stepped back 2 paces. With a resounding thud, Neville landed heavily on the very spot Erwin had just vacated, kicking up a cloud of dust. Erwin waved a hand. He swept the dust away. The young witches and wizards fixed their eyes on the center of the commotion. Neville looked around with a dazed expression, as if unsure what had happened. Madam Hooch breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Erwin, thanks to you, Mr. Longbottom has been spared a disaster. 10 points to Slytherin." Erwin gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your generosity. But Madam Hooch, Neville is fine. The one beneath him might not be." Madam Hooch was startled, and only then noticed. Beneath Neville's posterior lay another person. "Harry Potter!" cried out Ron. At that moment, their impoverished Ron Weasley was already showing the whites of his eyes. Neville's weight was no joke, and combined with the fall from the sky. With the acceleration of gravity, Erwin reckoned the only reason Ron was still alive was his poverty. For poverty forged a resilient physique. Look at how poor Sarazoa was. From this perspective, being too wealthy might not be such a good thing. Neville finally realized there was something soft beneath him. No wonder the fall hadn't hurt at all. He even wiggled his bottom to test it. Ron's eyes rolled back even further, nearly disappearing. Erwin was astounded. Did these two have a grudge? Or was Neville not as simple as he appeared? Was he a schemer taking the chance to get even? Erwin said, "Neville, if you don't get off now, the cushion under you will die." Neville finally snapped out of it with a yelp and scrambled to his feet. Only when Neville moved did Ron get to breathe fresh air again, his chest heaving violently. Madam Hooch sighed in relief. At least he was still alive. Ron had broken 2 bones. He lay sprawled in a crater. Flying lessons were out of the question for him. Of course, this had little to do with Erwin, who had never been interested in flying anyway. Madam Hooch took Ron to the infirmary. With Erwin's involvement, the plot had shifted considerably. For instance, it was Ron, not Neville, who ended up in the infirmary. After Madam Hooch left, the young witches and wizards were eager to sneak a flight around the grounds. After all, some had boasted about riding broomsticks before and wanted to show off. Malfoy was among them, but a dangerous look from Erwin made him abandon the idea. Unlike Slytherin, Gryffindor never lacked reckless little lions. Erwin had no authority over them, and without Hermione there to counsel, these young lions could no longer resist temptation. The moment the first lion took to the air, the rest of the Gryffindors were like a lit fuse. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 were soaring above. Erwin paid them no mind. He knew someone would teach them a lesson. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Professor McGonagall stormed onto the field, furious. "How dare you!" She flicked her wand several times. Each young lion was suspended in the air beside her like cats scruffed by the neck. She said coldly, "Each of you will cost Gryffindor 20 points. With 6 students, Gryffindor lost 120 points in one go. This left the hourglass for the House Cup completely drained on the very first day of school. It was only thanks to the points older Gryffindors had earned earlier that the total hadn't plunged into negative numbers. The contrast with the Slytherins, who had behaved impeccably, was stark. Professor McGonagall felt exhausted. Why couldn't her students have someone like Erwin who could keep the others in line and save the professor some trouble? If only she could transfer Erwin to Gryffindor. The young lions looked crestfallen, while the Slytherins wore smug expressions. The rivalry between lions and snakes was nothing new. Seeing the lions suffer was an absolute delight for Slytherin. In the afternoon, there was still one more class, History of Magic. It was also the only one among the day's 4 lessons that was not shared by Slytherin and Gryffindor. In this class, the Little Snake's classmates were replaced by Ravenclaws. The entire lesson seemed to become a stage for Hermione and Elwin. With just one History of Magic class, the two of them earned 50 points for their respective houses. Professor Cuthbert Binns, the ghostly instructor, was beaming with joy. After all, everyone loves an exemplary student. When class ended on their way to the Great Hall, Hermione walked alongside Elwin, her spirits high. Elwin, I can't thank you enough. Ravenclaw is absolutely perfect for me. Those senior students, they made me feel the joy of learning. I adore this atmosphere. Elwin smiled. So what suits you best is indeed the finest. Congratulations, Hermione, on finding the house that truly fits you. Hermione nodded. By the way, I borrowed a book from a senior student. It records many things about the magical world. Would you like to read it? The book is too heavy for me to carry, so it's in the common room. If you need it after I finish, you can come and get it. Elwin, recalling the books Hermione usually read, thicker than dictionaries, quickly waved his hand. No need. You read it yourself. Hermione let out a hint of disappointment in her voice. After all, being unable to share knowledge with others was truly regrettable. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, a top student remains a top student anywhere forever. This extraordinary. The most terrifying thing was when a top student tried to assimilate you. It was absolutely dreadful. After a quick meal in the Great Hall, Elwin did not follow the Slytherin students back to the common room. Instead, he went to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall, are you there? It's Elwin. The office door slowly swung open. Professor McGonagall sat at her desk wearing round-rimmed glasses, bent over writing something. She gestured to Elwin. Elwin, have a seat. Let me prepare tomorrow's lesson, and then we'll talk. Elwin nodded. He took in the decor of Professor McGonagall's office. The warm orange glow of the lamp illuminated a circle of bookshelves packed with books. Judging by the visible wear and tear on the volumes, Professor McGonagall must have perused them often. Indeed, it was no wonder Hermione admired Professor McGonagall most. The two were remarkably alike, both diligent and meticulous in their work. Professor McGonagall's desk was also piled high with books, so much so that from Elwin's angle he could barely see her. About half an hour later, Professor McGonagall straightened up, rubbing her shoulders. I really am getting old. Elwin said. Professor McGonagall, would you like me to give you a massage? A muggle massage is excellent for relieving fatigue. Professor McGonagall looked surprised. Is there such a thing? Elwin smiled, moving behind her and gently pressing on her shoulders. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes in comfort. How amazing. It does feel much less tiring. Elwin explained. You often work at your desk, so your neck and shoulders have suffered damage, something magic cannot fully repair. Professor McGonagall nodded. Remarkable. Elwin continued. The Muggle world is advancing rapidly. Without magic, they have used their intelligence to create many substitutes for it. Professor McGonagall remarked. It seems I should learn more about the Muggle world. All right, I feel much better now. Please take a seat, and let's discuss your discovery. Elwin returned to his seat. Professor McGonagall said, I've looked into the matter of transfiguration spells having built-in incantations and counter curses. Your conjecture is likely correct, but to be rigorous, I need to conduct more experiments to confirm it. However, it shouldn't be wrong. You can prepare a draft in advance. I can help you publish it under your name in some journals. Afterward, the Transfiguration Association will verify your hypothesis. Once confirmed, believe me, you will reap great rewards. Elwin replied, Thank you, Professor. I will make arrangements. Professor McGonagall nodded. Good. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. They'll help you refine it. Elwin smiled. I am truly grateful, Professor McGonagall. In truth, my grasp of transfiguration is not extensive. It was merely a sudden inspiration. If you were to ask me to complete it independently, I would indeed feel quite anxious. Professor McGonagall said, You have a good talent, I can see that. If you are genuinely interested in transfiguration, I can teach you. That is, if you are willing. Elwin stood up. Of course I am willing. Professor McGonagall opened a drawer and pulled out a notebook. This is my notebook from my school days. Over the years, as my studies deepened, I have added to it. You may take it and read it. It contains my understanding of transfiguration. Elwin accepted it with both hands, treasuring it like a precious gem. This was Professor McGonagall's notebook. In the original story, Dumbledore and McGonagall were undisputed masters of transfiguration. At the very least, Elwin had never seen anyone else turn a desk into a pig. Professor McGonagall said, You are the most talented young wizard I have ever met. You are exceptional. So if you are truly interested in transfiguration, I believe you can achieve great things in it. Elwin bowed slightly. Thank you, Professor. I will not let you down. Professor McGonagall nodded. Good. You should head back early. If you have any questions, come and ask me. But remember, do not attempt anything beyond your abilities on your own. If you truly wish to experiment, come to me. Elwin nodded. Yes, Professor. Please rest early. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Elwin flipped through the notebook in his hands. The joy in his eyes grew increasingly intense. This could truly be called a Transfiguration Bible. It recorded Professor McGonagall's understanding of transfiguration from shallow to deep. In other words, this notebook was a ladder to becoming a master of transfiguration. Carefully storing the notebook, Elwin headed straight for Snape's chambers. Standing at the door of Snape's office, Elwin took a few deep breaths. Facing Snape, he still felt apprehensive. After all, this was Snape, the Black Bat of Hogwarts. Who could face him with calm composure? Certainly not Elwin. Dragon's blood. Elwin softly uttered the password. The office door swung open. The office was eerily quiet, feeling almost sinister. It was a stark contrast to the warmth of Professor McGonagall's office. Elwin even felt as if a chill breeze swept through his body. Elwin couldn't help but shiver. When would Snape ever abandon such morbid amusement? It was utterly absurd. No wonder everyone believed Snape was malevolent. Partly because of his venomous tongue, and partly because the man exuded an aura of such oppressive gloom. In truth, Elwin couldn't fathom why Professor Snape couldn't live a little more like a human being. Why must he seal himself away day after day? As Elwin pondered this, a voice emanated from within. "Are you coming in or not?" Elwin quickly responded, "Coming." Upon entering the office, he found it to be the polar opposite of Professor McGonagall's. If McGonagall's office resembled a cozy bedroom, then Snape's was akin to a mad scientist's laboratory. Shelves on both sides were lined with various ingredients. Some transparent glass jars held potion components suspended in liquid. The air was thick with the scent of potions, not unpleasant, but certainly not pleasant either. Snape stood before a cauldron, its contents bubbling with a soft gurgle. Elwin stood obediently to the side, not daring to disturb him. Before long, the bubbles in the cauldron gradually subsided. Snape then picked up a glass bottle from the side. He opened a small spigot on the side of the cauldron, and a single drop of pink liquid dripped into the bottle. Snape breathed a sigh of relief, corked the bottle, and carefully set it aside. This piqued Elwin's curiosity. Judging by Snape's demeanor, this potion seemed quite precious. "What are you standing there for? Come over and help me process these ingredients," Snape commanded. Elwin nodded, promptly moving to Snape's side to begin the work. Snape watched for a while, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes before he quickly concealed it. Elwin handled the medicinal herbs with utmost care, dreading that a single mistake would give Snape an excuse to unleash his sarcasm. Fortunately, Snape seemed to be merely testing his skills, so the assigned potion was not particularly difficult. Elwin had also learned about processing these ingredients from his textbooks. Seeing Elwin's competent technique, Snape stopped hovering over him. As Snape busied himself elsewhere, Elwin hesitated before speaking. "Professor." Snape paused his actions. "What is it?" Elwin asked. "I want to know if there is any potion that can grant magical power to someone without it." Snape frowned. "No. If such a thing existed, it would be strictly forbidden." "Why do you ask?" Elwin shook his head. "Nothing. Just curious." Snape replied. "Granting magic to a muggle is beyond the scope of potions. However, legend has it that during Merlin's time, wizards practiced a different kind of magic, primarily through prayer or pacts with deities. Some were said to have obtained magical power through such exchanges." Elwin said, "Merlin's era. That sounds like just a legend then." Snape mused, "Perhaps. But there are rumors that during Grindelwald's reign he once enabled a childhood friend, a muggle, to acquire magical power. The truth of that story remains uncertain." Elwin's pupils constricted slightly. Grindelwald. The reason Elwin asked was of course for the Cavendish family. Their loyalty had already been cultivated. If Elwin aimed to seize control of the magical world, seeking new allies from scratch would be far less optimal than utilizing the Cavendish family. Snape warned, "Do not seek to uncover these matters. They are beyond your reach. Even if such knowledge exists, it is undoubtedly forbidden. If you wish to avoid Azkaban, suppress these thoughts." Elwin quickly nodded, focusing intently on the potion ingredients before him. Snape cast a glance at Elwin, a trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. Once upon a time, the previous patriarch of the Cavendish family had been just like this. The two of them had worked side by side at a single worktable, brewing potions together. Those days were among the few times Snape had known happiness. But alas, everything had changed. The enemies of the Cavendish family were foes Snape could not confront. Even Dumbledore's intervention had only managed to prevent them from harming Elwin directly. Most crucially, no one could alter this fate. It was the Cavendish family's destiny. Neither Dumbledore nor Snape could influence this course. Every time he thought of it, a pang of pain struck his heart. Yet now their child had once again entered the magical world. Once again the Cavendish family's destiny was set in motion. And once again Snape was powerless to change it. He clenched his fists. This time, no matter what happened, no matter the cost, Elwin must not come to harm. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He was determined to protect Elwin. Even if he could not alter the Cavendish family's fate. Even if it was a futile endeavor like a moth diving into a flame. He would still proceed without hesitation. For a promise. And for that rare, precious friendship. As Elvin processed the potion ingredients, he felt a persistent gaze upon him. He turned his head. What is it, Professor Snape? Did I do something wrong? Snape looked away. No. Your work is acceptable. You should return now. It's getting late. Elvin nodded, removing his gloves. Professor Snape, may I come again tomorrow? Snape gave a curt nod. Yes, but your technique is still quite average. Take this and study it. I expect to see some improvement tomorrow. I would rather not have my potions wasted by your incompetence. Elvin quickly took the book, bid Snape farewell, and hurriedly left the office. Once outside, he flipped through the pages. Indeed, it was the Half-Blood Prince's diary. Excellent, excellent. In a single evening, he had acquired the knowledge of 2 private tutors. How could he not soar? Upon returning to the common room, the other young witches and wizards had already retired for the night. Elvin went to his own room, sat down at his desk, and began to study. The treasured knowledge from 2 professors made him reluctant to sleep. He was at heart a lover of learning. Time ticked by minute by minute. Just then a clear tapping sound came from the window. Elvin turned to see an owl pecking at the glass. He opened the window, fed the bird a few morsels, and took the letter. The letter was from Old Tom. It stated that following Elvin's orders, he had purchased a shop in Diagon Alley and was inquiring about the next steps. Since Old Tom was marked by Alvin, although he possessed no magical power, ordinary muggle-repelling charms had become ineffective against him. In truth, Old Tom might now be akin to a squib. Thus Old Tom could venture to Diagon Alley to assist Alvin with his affairs. Folding the letter, Alvin pondered for a moment. He hadn't yet decided what to do with this shop. Perhaps it was the genes of the great Xia people at play. Wherever he went, Alvin felt compelled to own a business to set his mind at ease. Standing by the window, Alvin mused. He was now at Hogwarts. If there was anything Hogwarts had in abundance that could be easily obtained and turned into profit, it would undoubtedly be magical creature materials or the potions from the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid must have a considerable stash. From the window, Alvin could vaguely discern Hagrid's hut in the darkness. Finding himself unable to sleep, he decided to visit Hagrid and discuss matters. He wondered if they could strike a deal. With that thought, Alvin's form flickered, transforming into a wisp of purple smoke that sped toward the Forbidden Forest. Unbeknownst to him, atop Hogwarts by a window, Dumbledore watched the purple smoke vanish. A smile graced his lips. What a secretive little wizard, or is it that all Cavendish family members are like this? Apparition is hardly a skill one your age should master. I wonder if Snape's words will inspire him to meet that old friend of mine. I imagine he would be quite astonished to see you. Lost in thought, Dumbledore's mind wandered to a love-long past. Alvin landed before Hagrid's hut. Amidst the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid's cottage was the sole beacon of light. Thus Alvin had no trouble finding his way. Approaching the wooden door, he knocked. A clatter sounded from within. "Who's there?" came a flustered voice. Alvin scratched his head. Hagrid wasn't engaged in some handiwork, was he? To be so rattled. "It's me, Hagrid. Erwin Cavendish." The door swung open promptly, revealing Hagrid's towering form, his face a mix of surprise and barely concealed excitement. "Oh, Alvin. What brings you here at this hour?" Alvin chuckled. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd drop by. You did invite me, didn't you? Is this a bad time? I can come another day." Hagrid shook his head. No. I'm just surprised, you see. I rarely get visitors, especially this late." Alvin smiled. "May I come in then?" Hagrid quickly replied, "Of course. Please come in." Alvin stepped inside the cabin. Despite Hagrid's disheveled appearance, the room, though cluttered, was neither dirty nor foul-smelling. Alvin found a seat, and Hagrid poured him a drink. Gazing at the dark green liquid, Alvin felt little inclination to take a sip. Hagrid remarked, "Alvin, you shouldn't be here at this hour. You ought to be asleep." Alvin replied with a grin, "Hogwarts is never short of night owls, is it?" Hagrid scratched his head. "I suppose that's true." Alvin continued, "I came to discuss some serious business. I need magical creature materials, or potions. Do you have any?" Hagrid answered, "Yes, I do. I have plenty. I picked them up during my rounds in the Forbidden Forest. If you need them, I'll give them to you." "What do you want?" Alvin clarified. "You misunderstand, Hagrid. I don't want them for free. I need a large quantity. I own a shop in Diagon Alley and plan to sell these materials. So I'd like to buy them from you." Hagrid mused. "I see. But I'm not sure if I have enough. Follow me." He led Alvin out of the cabin to a smaller adjacent shed. Hagrid opened the door. "It's all inside. See if it's enough." Alvin took the oil lamp from Hagrid and shone it inside. He was instantly stunned. Good heavens, the place was packed full. Dried potions were bundled together and carelessly tossed about. Alvin even spotted a bundle of white hair still exuding a faint holy aura and a soft glow despite its age. This was unicorn hair, and this fellow had an entire bundle. Hagrid asked, "I don't know if it's enough for you. If not, I can take another stroll through the Forbidden Forest." Alvin replied, "It's enough. More than enough. But many of these items have lost their potency due to improper storage. Why haven't you sold them?" Hagrid explained, "Most shops are run by pure-blood families. They lowball me. You understand, don't you?" Alvin nodded. Capitalists, it seemed, existed in every world. "They'll take all of them. They'll buy them at market price. Is that acceptable, Hagrid?" Hagrid waved his hands frantically. No need. Market price is too high. You won't make a profit. Alvin smiled. Don't worry. If I'm buying, it'll still turn a profit. They'll take all your future materials too. They'll come by once a week so you can stock up. Hagrid nodded. That works. I can gather plenty from the Forbidden Forest. Alvin grinned. Indeed, Hagrid was wealthy, but his wealth had never been liquidated. Now it was Alvin's gain. These materials were worth a fortune. Alvin asked, if I need specific materials from the Forbidden Forest, could you help me get them? Hagrid replied, most of them yes. What do you have in mind? Nothing specific yet. Just asking. After returning to the cabin and tallying the value of the goods, Alvin paid Hagrid on the spot. However, transporting such a large haul posed a challenge. Sensing Alvin's dilemma, Hagrid asked, what's wrong, Alvin? Alvin confessed, I'm wondering how to get all this to Diagon Alley. Hagrid scratched his head. If you need, I can help. Alvin's eyes lit up. Really? That would be a tremendous help. Hagrid affirmed yes. Just leave me the address, and I'll deliver it. Alvin quickly jotted down the address. From now on you can send the goods there every week. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. After leaving Hagrid's hut, Erwin abandoned the idea of exploring the Forbidden Forest at night. To be honest, unless absolutely necessary, he truly had no desire to venture into the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night. Did he really think that place was so easy to enter? That was the Forbidden Forest, the most dangerous place in Hogwarts without exception. Especially now that a faceless man was roaming the grounds. Although according to the original storyline, the faceless man had not yet considered entering the forest to hunt unicorns. But who could say there wouldn't be an accident? After all, Erwin had already tested it. The plot could be altered. Erwin walked toward Hogwarts Castle, passing the Black Lake and the courtyard. The nighttime Hogwarts had a different kind of scenery. If daytime Hogwarts was a vibrant wizarding academy, then nighttime Hogwarts was like a beast waiting to devour its prey. In the darkness, it opened its blood-red maw, waiting for a poor lost lamb to willingly offer itself. Especially since Erwin knew that Hogwarts itself was a colossal magical artifact. Walking onto the corridor, he gazed at the rows of statues lining the walls. A flicker of curiosity arose within him. These things, he realized, were the core defensive force of Hogwarts. In the original story, under Professor McGonagall's wand, these statues could come to life and fight enemies. Their combat prowess was considerable. Just as Erwin was observing them, his heart suddenly leaped. With a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared in his hand. Protego. A faint purple armor enveloped Erwin, not entirely solid, yet the vague outline of armor was visible. The moment the shield charm was cast, a streak of colored light characteristic of a spell struck Erwin and was neutralized by the Protego. Reacting swiftly, Erwin pointed his wand into the darkness while a grenade appeared in his left hand. Who goes there? From the shadows. Footsteps echoed. Mr. Cavendish, shouldn't you be sleeping at this hour? Why are you wandering the corridors? Erwin frowned. As the figure emerged, an elegant bat approached, stopping not far from him. Professor Snape. Erwin was puzzled. What was Snape doing out here in the dead of night, attacking without warning? Was this reasonable? But sensing the drain on his shield charm, Snape didn't seem to have used much force. Such a spell, if it hit a person, would at most cause a sting with no lasting consequences. Snape said, put that thing away. You should know it can't harm me. Erwin remained noncommittal. He stowed the grenade, but his wand remained firmly in his grasp. Instead of relaxing, his grip tightened. Snape naturally noticed Erwin's action. A glint of approval flashed in his eyes, though his words were sharp. When facing an enemy you cannot defeat, while staying vigilant, you must also learn to feign weakness. Erwin bowed slightly. Professor, I understand your lesson. Snape glanced in the direction Erwin had come from. Did you go to the Forbidden Forest? Erwin shook his head. No, I only want to see Hagrid. A mocking smile curled on Snape's lips, a habit of his regardless of whom he faced. I find it hard to believe you're the type to make friends, especially with a half-giant. Erwin smiled. Professor, that's a bit prejudiced. In truth, I quite enjoy making friends. As they say in the Great Xia Empire, more friends mean more paths. Snape snorted coldly. I never expected Mr. Cavendish, who caused such a stir at Hogwarts upon arrival, to also study Great Xia culture. Erwin said, Professor, you attacked me and stopped me. Surely it wasn't just to mock me. I admit I was out of bounds for being out after hours, and am willing to apologize. Snape replied, out after hours. What's wrong with that? Hogwarts students have never lacked for nighttime wanderings. But as a Slytherin, if your purpose for being out is the same as those foolish lions, mere fun and reckless adventure, then you as a prefect will disappoint me greatly. So tell me the truth, Mr. Cavendish. What is the purpose of your nighttime stroll? Erwin said, of course, Professor. I am a Slytherin. Everything is for the greater good. I bought a shop in Diagon Alley, so I need to sell some magical creature materials or potions. As the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid has plenty of such things. Erwin saw no need to hide this. It wasn't anything shameful. More importantly, he was curious whether he could draw Snape onto his side. If possible, it would be a tremendous gain. Of course, this wasn't something to rush. Snape let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Good. It's good that you know you're a Slytherin. You can wander at night, but if you're going to strut about like this, I suggest you don't bother. If you get caught and lose points for Slytherin, you know what will happen to you." Erwin nodded. "I understand, Professor." Snape waved his hand. "Now go back to sleep." Erwin nodded. Just as he turned to leave, Snape added, "Stay away from the Forbidden Forest for a while." Erwin paused briefly. Without asking further, he nodded and left. Snape watched Erwin's retreating figure and sighed. There was both disappointment and admiration in his expression. Disappointment because he sensed Erwin's wariness toward him, which stung. Even as he left, Erwin hadn't put away his wand. Yet admiration for the very same reason. Snape stood in the corridor gazing at Erwin's departing back. They have an exceptional child. He will surpass us all. Only when he reached the entrance of the Slytherin common room did Erwin finally relax, putting away his wand. Despite Snape's consistently good attitude toward him, Erwin never let his guard down. It was his habit. Having survived in London and built the Cavendish family to its current state at such a young age, Erwin had never relied on luck. He knew well to remain vigilant toward everyone, even those who treated him kindly. After all, he had once paid the price for such trust, nearly losing his life. Though heartless, this approach allowed him to live longer. Arriving at the common room, Erwin did not rush to return to his own dormitory. Instead, he settled onto the sofa before the fireplace, replaying Snape's words in his mind. Ever since his arrival at Hogwarts, too many things had been profoundly strange. Snape's attitude, Dumbledore's demeanor. If it were only Dumbledore, Erwin might have gleaned some insight based on his understanding of the old headmaster. Dumbledore likely intended for him to act as Harry Potter's guardian. But with Snape's involvement, Erwin found himself utterly perplexed. The only possibility Erwin could conceive was that his own parents were not ordinary. In other words, they might have been wizards themselves. Otherwise, there was no explaining why he had been sorted into Slytherin. Nor could he account for Snape's inexplicable kindness toward him. Yet if his parents were wizards, why had they left the magical world? From what Erwin understood, the wizarding world was quite intriguing. Not every Hogwarts graduate chose to remain within it. After graduating from Hogwarts, wizards faced the challenge of employment. Those with outstanding achievements could enter the Ministry of Magic, becoming aurors or taking up desk positions. These individuals stayed in the wizarding world, but job opportunities there were limited. Many wizards found themselves unemployed, leading to a multitude living in destitution. Some unable to part with their wands haunted places like Nocturne Alley, struggling each day merely to survive. Others chose to snap their wands, register with the Ministry of Magic, vow never to use magic again, and be dispersed into the Muggle world to become ordinary office workers. So never underestimate anyone around you. A seemingly insignificant clerk might once have been a wizard. Erwin's parents must have been in such a situation, leaving the magical world. Not because they couldn't survive there, of course. With the Cavendish family's resources, even if his parents never worked, they could live luxuriously by exchanging gold for galleons. Surely no one believed Erwin had achieved his current status from scratch. It was the Cavendish family's foundation that laid the groundwork. Otherwise, he could never have developed the family to such an extent in just a few years. However, this raised a suspicion. Erwin was now certain that his parents' deaths had been orchestrated by someone from the magical world. According to the hidden rules of wizardry, a wizard who had snapped their wand was never to be avenged regardless of the grievance. Wizards inherently looked down upon muggles. It was a disdain rooted in the very hierarchy of life. Naturally, no wizard would seek vengeance against a muggle. So why had someone from the magical world targeted his parents? Erwin could not fathom it, and crucially, he had no one to ask. Dumbledore and Snape undoubtedly knew the truth, but Erwin doubted they would reveal it. If they could have spoken, they would have done so long ago. The truth was also one of the reasons he had opened a shop in Diagon Alley. He needed to know everything. Leaning back on the sofa, Erwin felt a headache coming on. He had clearly transmigrated into a children's magical story, so why did it feel like it was evolving into something akin to a court intrigue drama? This was truly vexing. He detested matters spiraling beyond his control. "Hey, Erwin, what are you doing here?" Erwin turned to see Grody. With a smile, he asked, "Prefect still awake at this hour?" Grody sat on the opposite sofa and replied, "You're not asleep, either are you. I just finished inspecting the dormitories and was heading back to sleep. I didn't notice you were missing." Erwin said, "Can't sleep, so I came out for a bit." Grody nodded. "I see. Would you like to talk? I think I can be a good listener." Erwin shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I simply can't sleep, unlike those young wizards troubled by love and endless worries." Grody chuckled. "True enough. I've seen far too many of those cases." Erwin added, "By the way, I haven't asked. Are you from the Selwyn family?" Grody nodded. "Yes. You know of the Selwyns." Erwin smiled. "I am aware of the Sacred 28. Grody waved dismissively. "Oh please. The Sacred 28 is nothing but a title now. Few of them are still active. Take the Selwyns, for instance. This generation am the only one left. We barely manage with just 2 shops." A hint of mockery flickered across Grody's face. Erwin was somewhat surprised. It seemed this sole heir of the Selwyn family held a certain disdain for the pure-blood families. That was rather intriguing. Yet upon reflection it made sense. The Sacred 28 were now a mere shadow of their former glory. Aside from a few families that still held assets, many were on the verge of fading into oblivion. Take the Abbott family for example. The current heir Hannah Abbott, who sits on the Iron Throne, is already a half-blood. As for the Black family, after Sirius' death, their lineage will be completely extinguished. The only families that could still hold their heads high were the Malfoys, the Yaxleys, and a handful of others. Though they were called the Sacred 28, fewer than 8 could still boast their former glory. Even among the Hogwarts Board of Governors, only the Malfoys, a pure-blood family, occupied a single seat. Yet despite this, these pure-blood families remained insufferably proud. What was there to be so proud of? Grody said, "Enough about me. I'm more curious about you, Junior. What is your surname?" Erwin replied, "Cavendish. My surname is Cavendish." Grody remarked, "There is no Cavendish in the wizarding world. I've checked before you, there was no such name. Not even among Hogwarts' past graduates." Erwin smiled. Perhaps the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Who knows? Grody said, "You've said that before. The Sorting Hat never errs. Since you don't wish to speak of it, so be it. It's late, I should rest. You should get some sleep too. If I recall correctly, you have a defense against the dark arts class tomorrow. I imagine it will be an unforgettable experience." After Grody left, Erwin stretched. Defense against the dark arts was it? The faceless man. To be honest, Erwin was genuinely curious. After returning to his dormitory, Erwin first replied to Old Tom's letter informing him about Hagrid's situation. He then sent it off with an owl. Subsequently, Erwin took out an unknown pet egg from his backpack. He then retrieved several porcelain bottles. These were all requested from Hagrid, blood of magical creatures. Among them was even a small vial of unicorn blood. Of course, this was not obtained by slaughtering a unicorn, rather Hagrid had once encountered an injured unicorn and collected a bit. When Erwin mentioned needing the blood of magical creatures, Hagrid gifted it to him. Hagrid never considered whether Erwin might use the unicorn blood for nefarious purposes. His fondness for Erwin was currently exceedingly high. Shaking the porcelain bottle in his hand, the silvery blood swayed, within, even clinging slightly to the walls. If this were red wine, it would undoubtedly be an excellent vintage, Erwin mused. According to the original lore, unicorns were holy emissaries and ethereal spirits of the world. Thus their blood bore a curse. All who dared harm a unicorn would be cursed by it. Therefore, while unicorn blood had many wondrous uses aside from bold figures like Voldemort, few dared to covet it. But what if, Erwin pondered hypothetically, he were to secretly feed a drop of unicorn blood to someone unsuspecting? Would that person also be cursed by the unicorn? Could this then be wielded as a weapon? Erwin suddenly felt this was a highly research-worthy subject. If truly feasible, could this be used as a poison? Shaking his head, Erwin cast aside these chaotic thoughts. He must not dwell on such ideas. He felt he was increasingly developing the potential of a villain. Erwin uncorked the bottle. The starlight in the sky seemed drawn to the unicorn blood swirling around the porcelain bottle, presenting a mesmerizing sight. He dripped the unicorn blood onto the egg before him. The silvery liquid, upon contacting the mysterious egg, was absorbed instantly. Erwin quickly checked the egg's information. Mysterious egg requires blood of magical creatures to hatch. Current incubation progress, 2,100. So 1 drop of unicorn blood could contribute 2 points of progress. Erwin glanced at the bottle in his hand. Unicorn blood was already rare. Thus obtaining it was extremely difficult. The blood in this bottle could only yield about 7 or 8 drops. Erwin continued to drip the unicorn blood onto the egg. As the progress increased, after 5 drops, the 6th drop was not absorbed, but instead slid down the egg shell. Erwin quick-eyed and swift-handed collected it back into the bottle. "What's this?" "You're being picky," he muttered, staring at the egg stuck at 10% progress. After a moment's thought, could it be that each type of magical creature's blood had a limit? Erwin continued experimenting, swapping in 2 other types of magical creature blood. Eventually, he reached a conclusion: unicorn blood could contribute 2% progress per drop, but only up to 10%. Other magical creatures contributed 1% per drop. Their saturation limit was 5 drops each. This meant the egg's progress was now at 20%. So if using ordinary magical creatures, Erwin would need 16 more types. If they were like unicorns, only 8 more would suffice. That didn't seem too difficult. Erwin put the egg away. He was far too curious about what was inside this egg. System-produced items were bound to be exquisite. Erwin was full of anticipation. Lying in bed, he still found it hard to sleep. The more thoughts crowded his mind, the harder it was to fall asleep. Helplessly, Erwin opened his system panel. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age: 11. Magic level 3. Identity: current head of the Cavendish family, first-year Hogwarts student. Slytherin first-year prefect. Talents: transfiguration talent 510. General spell talent 610. Dark magic talent 1010. Potions talent 610. Ancient magic talent 10. Unlocked via special means. Pet none. Special skill cards: mana reserve gold. Magical creature affinity gold. Spell mastery: Accio, level 3 Wingardium Leviosa, level 3 Protego, level 3 Expelliarmus, Level 3 Occlumency, Level 3 Expecto Patronum, Level 3 Apparition Purple Lotus Custom Edition, Level 3 Avada Kedavra, Level 3 Imperio, Level 4 Crucio, Level 4. Magic Proficiency 1800. Items Grindelwald's Puppet X1, O Shapeshifting Garment X1, Mysterious Egg X1, 20,100 Acacia Wand Space Ring Crippled Version X1. Current Reputation Points 2,700. Erwin's eyes lit up as he looked at his reputation points. Oh, he had accumulated quite a lot. He could draw again. These were the chances he had saved since arriving at Hogwarts. Indeed, Hogwarts was truly a treasure trove. These young wizards were also fine leeks to be harvested. Erwin was quite satisfied. Hogwarts was indeed a blessed land. He opened the draw interface. Since he had reputation points, of course he would draw. He still had too few means at his disposal. Erwin directly initiated a 10-pull. Ding. 10-pull complete, rewards obtained. Blue guaranteed reward talent point X1. Erwin's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, drawing never failed to disappoint. It was all junk except for the guaranteed reward. Wasn't this too absurd? However, having drawn many times before, Erwin was already accustomed to this system's behavior. Better than nothing if at least there were 2 bags of spicy sticks to snack on. Erwin tore open the packaging and took a fierce bite, as if gnawing on the system's bones. Soon 1 bag was consumed. Erwin discarded the wrapper. Without hesitation, he initiated another draw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, cards flew up. The next moment his eyes brightened. Purple, and 2 of them. Erwin grew excited. Indeed, gamblers don't always lose and children don't always cry. Drawing was truly the best way to defy fate. Ding. 10-pull complete, rewards obtained. Blue guaranteed reward talent point X1. Purple reward spell Sectum Sempra. 100-pull purple guaranteed reward automatic potion production line X1. Erwin understood. So that's how it was. He thought his luck had struck, but it was just the guarantee. Still, it was fine. At least 2 purples. But what was this automatic potion production line? Erwin opened the item's detailed description. Automatic potion production line, a magical creation capable of recording 5 potion recipes and brewing methods. Requires someone to brew a potion on it. The line will automatically record the process. Thereafter, simply add ingredients to automatically produce potions. Free your hands. Mass production of potions starts now. Current production efficiency 1 bottle every 3 hours. Erwin's eyes gleamed. This was excellent. A true treasure. No wonder it was called a production line. With this, he could set up an automatic potion factory. But it required someone to brew once. A name immediately came to Erwin's mind: Snape. If he could get Snape to brew Felix Felicis on this line, then as long as he had ingredients, he could obtain a bottle of Felix Felicis every 3 hours. This stuff sold for a fortune. Erwin felt as if countless galleons were raining down upon him. He quickly stored the potion line in his space ring. This item must be safeguarded. He would find a way to get Snape to operate it later. But how to secure Snape's help required careful thought. As for the other purple reward Sectum Sempra, it was an unexpected boon. Snape had recorded this spell in the diary he gave Erwin. It was Snape's own creation and his signature spell. Moreover, it was exactly the offensive spell Erwin needed most. Without resorting to unforgivable curses, Erwin's attack options were too limited. But with Sectum Sempra, that changed. Erwin immediately extracted the reward and checked his remaining 1800 magic proficiency points. He directly raised Sectum Sempra to level 3. Finally, he allocated the 2 guaranteed talent points. One into Transfiguration talent, raising it from 510 to 610. The remaining point he added to his potions talent. Gazing at his new panel, Erwin nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as someone who had cheated the system, only by spending money could he reach the pinnacle of life. Just look at this luxurious panel now. Not to mention, he was only in 5th grade. Even compared to some ordinary aurors, he was no weaker. Don't be fooled by the few spells he had mastered. In the wizarding world, there were not a few who specialized in just one spell. For instance, Harry Potter, who spent his whole life fighting with Expelliarmus, and Voldemort, who spent his whole life fighting with Avada Kedavra. Wait, no. How could Harry Potter be compared to Voldemort? A sin. Truly an insult to our beloved Dark Lord. After closing his personal panel, Erwin began to contemplate the feasibility of directly approaching Snape to brew a batch of Felix Felicis. After thinking it over, Erwin felt it was simply an impossible task. First of all, he couldn't explain why he wanted Snape to use this thing that looked completely different from a cauldron to brew potions. To put it more vividly, this automated potion production line looked a bit like a clay pot. Given Snape's temper, if anyone dared to hand him a strangely shaped object to brew a potion, Snape would show them what cruelty meant. The mere thought was terrifying. So this first step had Erwin stumped. Rubbing his silvery white hair, Erwin felt a headache coming on. Snape, oh Snape, what a difficult fellow to deal with. As for brewing it himself, although his talent seemed decent now, compared to Snape, he was definitely lacking by no small margin. It was well known that potions brewed by different people using different techniques yielded vastly different effects. Why was Snape hailed as a potions master? It was because Snape was recognized by the market for his potion's excellent effects and superior quality. Moreover, and most importantly, Elwin had no ingredients. The Forbidden Forest was not all-encompassing. There were many things it did not have. Some things were not even available on the market. Only potions masters had them in stock, sold to them by adventurers who found them. The prices were fair and their reputations were excellent. Clearly, Elwin did not yet have that reputation. The most crucial point was that Elwin himself wasn't sure if faced with an adventurer who had no family, lived on the edge of life and death daily, and whose death would go unnoticed, selling him a precious material, Elwin would actually pay him. After all, strictly speaking, Elwin was in the black market. Felix Felicis brewed with ashwinder eggs, saprophoros bean juice, murtlap tentacles, thyme tincture, powdered moonstone, and alchemy eggshells. This stuff was a hot commodity and extremely expensive. If he could get Snape to brew a batch once, then he wouldn't have to worry about sales at all. He would just need to find the materials and let the fully automated production run. The more Elwin thought about it, the more he felt countless galleons waving at him. This stuff wasn't sold in any store. Even if it was kept as a shop's treasure. On one hand, it was extremely difficult to brew. On the other, the ingredients were incredibly rare. So if the Cavendish family could stock Felix Felicis, they would surely carve a smooth path in Diagon Alley. But the most powerful aspect of the potion production line was far from just that. Its most terrifying feature was its production efficiency. 1 bottle in 3 hours. Regardless of the potion, it only took 3 hours. Take Polyjuice potion for example. Brewing it took a month. But on the potion production line, it only took 3 hours to finish a bottle. What did that mean? Mass-producing Felix Felicis was no longer a dream. Although this item was only a purple reward in Elwin's eyes, it was truly no less than a golden reward. Lost in thought, Elwin fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he seemed to arrive at a dungeon. On both sides of the dungeon corridor, 2 rows of torches were lit, stretching into the depths. Elwin couldn't control his body, as if he were being drawn towards the deepest part of the dungeon. Soon he reached the depths. Hiding in the shadows, he peered out. There were several cages here. Most were empty. Only 3 adjacent cells held prisoners. These people were huddled in the shadowy corners of their cells, their faces unclear. But from the bloodstains on their bodies, it was evident they had suffered much torture. At the cell doors stood several figures wrapped in black robes. One of them spoke, "Still haven't extracted it." Another shook his head, "No. This is just a theory, whether it can succeed no one can say. Time is running out. That child, he has already gone to Hogwarts. I've received news that he is exceptional. More outstanding than his parents, more outstanding than them. At least at the same age, even they couldn't compare to him. So they feel the threat. The extraction must succeed. Once it does, we will make a move on that child. I understand. These people can't hold out much longer. I need more test subjects. Go capture them. All right. Leave that to me, I'll handle it. You just need to show me results. I want to see you succeed." Elwin hid in the shadows, utterly bewildered. These people seemed to be carrying out some kind of conspiracy ritual. That child. Elwin froze. Could they be talking about him? Wizards were a superstitious lot. But they had reason to be. Although divination was often nonsense, it did hold some credibility. Moreover, some wizards' dreams were not meaningless. They were often prophecies or warnings about the future. Now, dreaming of this, Elwin couldn't help but think along those lines. So was someone already targeting him? What did he have that was worth targeting? Was there something different about him? Was it related to his parents' death? What did these people want? Elwin's mind wandered as he thought. He shifted his foot slightly. A faint sound was heard. "Who's there?" Elwin's face paled, and he turned to run. He glanced back and was shocked. The 2 black-robed figures had somehow produced long staves, each topped with a crystal ball. At that moment, arcs of electricity were crackling on the crystal balls. The next moment, a bolt of lightning shot directly towards Elwin. He couldn't dodge. He could only watch as the electric light hurtled towards him. The next moment, Erwin jolted awake. He sprang up from the bed, gasping for breath, his face deathly pale. His hair was plastered to his skin with sweat. He glanced around and realized he was still in the Slytherin prefect's common room. A flicker of calm settled in Erwin's heart. What was that just now? Magic. Commanding lightning. Yang Yongji. While he was going off track, Erwin sat on the bed, unaware that the blanket had slipped to the floor. Was it just a dream? It felt so real. Even now he could recall the faint sting prickling his skin as the lightning struck. He splashed some water on his face and finally managed to compose himself. In that instant, Erwin had genuinely felt as if he were about to die. It was utterly terrifying. Erwin stepped out of the prefect's common room. It was too early. The young witches and wizards were still lost in sweet dreams. He decided to take a walk to ease his mind. After all, having just faced death, he needed time to adjust. He reached the corridor and breathed in the fresh morning air. It had just rained, and the weather was cool, but the air was refreshingly crisp. Feeling the cool air fill his lungs, Erwin felt his emotions gradually settle. Just then a voice rang out, "Erwin, you should be sleeping at this hour. Why are you here?" Erwin didn't need to turn around to know who it was. That sinister tone, it was undoubtedly Snape. Erwin was a bit puzzled. Had Snape taken a particular interest in him? How did he always appear out of nowhere? Erwin turned around. Professor, good morning. Snape said, you're not at an age where you should be losing sleep. Erwin smiled. I woke up so I came out. Snape studied Erwin, frowning slightly. I can sense that your emotions seem a bit unsettled. Has something happened? Erwin asked, Professor, if a wizard dreams a complete dream, and it feels incredibly real, what does that signify? Snape frowned. Dreams. Generally, wizards with a talent for prophecy might foresee reality through certain dreams. However, their dreams are usually vague. A truly vivid dream can only occur through special means, being controlled or influenced to witness events as they happen. But your occlumency is strong, so that shouldn't be the case. Erwin nodded. Is that so? Could someone with prophetic talent dream a vivid dream? Snape was about to deny it, but then something occurred to him, and his expression shifted. What did you dream of? Erwin recounted his dream to Snape. Snape's face darkened. Are you certain the person you saw wielded a wand like a scepter with a crystal ball on top? Erwin nodded. Yes, I remember it clearly. What is it, Professor? Is there something special about that wand? Snape said, don't dwell on these matters any further. Calm yourself, study hard at Hogwarts, and strive to improve. Erwin looked at Snape. Professor, do you know something? For instance, about my parents. Were they wizards? Snape hesitated. Yes, they were excellent wizards. Erwin pressed. Then why did they return to the Muggle world? And why did someone attack them? Who killed them? Snape sighed, gazing at Erwin's face and his silver-white hair. He was deeply tempted to tell Erwin everything. Just then another voice interrupted. You two are up quite early. Erwin frowned and turned to see Dumbledore. Hearing Dumbledore's voice seemed to snap Snape back to reality. Dumbledore approached them. Snape, it's almost time. You should go prepare to ring the bell and wake the young witches and wizards. Snape nodded, gave Erwin a deep look, then turned and left. Erwin's expression soured. Professor Dumbledore, it seems you deliberately stopped Professor Snape from telling me the truth. Dumbledore smiled. Did I? I don't know. I just arrived and have no idea what you were discussing. For the first time, Erwin didn't return the smile. His face remained cold. Professor Dumbledore, I respect you, but you must know this matter is very important to me. I need to know the truth about my parents. Dumbledore's smile faded entirely. And what would knowing change? As you are now, you can barely protect yourself, let alone seek revenge. The more you know, the more danger you invite. Your parents were both my students. I would never harm them, just as I would never harm you. Erwin retorted, danger. Can't Hogwarts keep me safe? Dumbledore shook his head. No, it's not Hogwarts that's safe, but Hogwarts with me here. Yet even I am no match for them. Erwin was stunned. Even you can't. Dumbledore smiled. This world is more complex than you imagine. You see, your parents didn't want you to enter the magical world, so they used special methods to seal your magic. That's why you never experienced magical outbursts. The seal was harmless, but something went wrong. It broke and Hogwarts sent you a letter. Perhaps it was fate. All you can do now is grow stronger, as strong as possible. Only then can you learn the whole truth, or rather only then can you continue to live. After speaking, Dumbledore yawned. I'm getting old and am sleepy again. I need to go back for a nap. Erwin, if you can't sleep, head to the Great Hall. Trust me, as the first to arrive, the house elves will give you a pleasant surprise. With that, Dumbledore turned and left. Erwin watched his retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He wasn't sure if he should trust Dumbledore. Dumbledore seemed like an affable old man, but having read the original story, Erwin knew well that Dumbledore was a cunning old fox. Take Lily, for example, Harry Potter's mother. Like Hermione, her family were Muggles. Before receiving her Hogwarts letter, she knew nothing of the magical world. So the question stands, where did Lily get the spell to protect Harry? A spell of such power capable of defeating Voldemort. No one had even heard of it before Lily. So where did it come from? Wasn't it obvious? It was not without reason that Alvin always harbored malicious thoughts. The influence from later generations, short video creators and novel authors had deeply imprinted upon him. Dumbledore's greatness was undeniable, yet one could not overlook a certain troubling aspect. Dumbledore's cunning ran far too deep. Take Lily's matter for instance. Alvin could not believe she could have obtained such a spell through any other means. Some might argue that Lily could have discovered it in the restricted section. But if anyone in Hogwarts history had delved deepest into the restricted section, it would undoubtedly be Voldemort, would it not? Having unearthed the method for creating Horcruxes from some obscure corner, one can imagine just how many books he had devoured. If such a spell truly existed, Voldemort would not have remarked during the Triwizard Tournament that Lily used some unknown charm to make Harry Potter the fortunate survivor. Thus, even if Lily found the spell in the restricted section, Dumbledore's meddling was certain. Here lay the most absurd part, which Alvin could never comprehend. In terms of sheer power, Dumbledore could utterly crush Voldemort. Otherwise, even at his peak, Voldemort would not have dared to set foot in Hogwarts. So in other words, Dumbledore could have killed Voldemort. Yet he chose not to act. There was only one possibility. Dumbledore knew that even if he slew Voldemort, he would not be completely eradicated. That is to say, the old man knew about the Horcruxes. Then Lily and Harry Potter took on a new significance. Dumbledore might have been laying his plans even back then, including making Harry Potter one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, all part of his scheme. Folks, just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. How could Alvin ever trust such a man? In both his lives combined, he had not lived even 40 years. Moreover, his past 30 years were spent in the safest country devoid of such intrigue and deceit. The most vicious plots he had ever encountered were office politics, nowhere near Dumbledore's level. Can you ask a lamb to trust a wolf? Alvin certainly could not. In contrast, though Snape was always gloomy, Alvin understood his character well. Having read the original works, he knew Snape's true nature too clearly. Although he did not learn the truth he sought from Snape today. Through fragments of conversation, Alvin could already guess that his parents' relationship with Snape was not so simple. Therefore, he felt that comparatively Snape was more worthy of trust. Walking toward the Great Hall, Alvin continued pondering the words of Dumbledore and Snape. He knew that his parents were once wizards who later returned to the Muggle world for some reason, only to die at the hands of unknown wizards. Moreover, the wizard who killed his parents was immensely powerful, or the force behind them was so terrifying that even Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard, had to tread carefully. This was something absent from the original story. Such an off-script puzzle was the hardest to solve. For his safety, his parents had sealed his magical power, using methods that prevented him from becoming an obscurial or suffering magical outbursts. He was destined to be an ordinary person, yet for some unknown reason the seal shattered. He was detected by Hogwarts and admitted. It seemed clear, but key questions remained unanswered: who the enemy was and how the seal broke. Upon entering the Great Hall, Alvin still could not figure it out. In fact, the more he thought, the more confused he became. He arrived early, and the hall was empty. Sitting at the long table, he reasoned that since the truth was out there, it would eventually come to light. Dumbledore had a point, since the enemy was so strong and terrifying, knowing now would change nothing for Alvin. So why add to his worries? It was better to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Yet after waiting a while, the table remained empty. The usual scene of food appearing as soon as he sat down did not recur. Alvin was speechless. So the so-called surprise from that old codger Dumbledore meant coming early and having no meal. Just as Alvin's mind wandered, a figure abruptly materialized beside him. Startled, he instantly drew his wand. What the? As the starlight faded, a small figure emerged. Its face was full of terror. Forgive me, honored wizard. Maggie did not mean to startle you. Maggie is a bad house elf. I must punish myself. With that, the house elf rammed its large head into the table. Alvin was stunned. Having read the original works, he knew the ingrained servility of house elves, but he had not expected it to be this severe. More importantly, what kind of physique did this house elf have? How could it not be knocked out by such a collision? Alvin commanded, "Stop. That's enough." Maggie ignored him, continuing to bang its head and muttering apologies. Frowning, Alvin ordered, "I command you as a first-year prefect of Slytherin and a Hogwarts student to stop." Hearing this, Maggie froze as if a pause button had been pressed. It immediately ceased its actions, standing still, trembling, not daring to look up. Alvin sighed. "All right, calm down. It's not your fault. I overreacted. You've already punished yourself. Oh, I saw it. That's enough. Now tell me, why did you appear so suddenly?" Maggie replied, "It is like this, honored prefect. I am a Hogwarts house elf in charge of breakfast. But you have arrived too early. The communal breakfast is not ready yet. It will take some time. I came to ask what you would like to eat, so I can prepare a special portion for you first." Alvin understood. So this was the benefit Dumbledore had mentioned, a private meal from the house elf. But he quickly shook his head. Even if they were house elves, they were foreign elves. They could not make what he truly craved. "Forget it," Alvin said. "Just arrange something simple. He'll have a bite. What I really want you probably wouldn't know how to make." Upon hearing this, Maggie's face instantly revealed sorrow. Maggie is useless, truly the most useless little spirit. The esteemed wizard lord won't even tell Maggie what he needs. Maggie should punish himself. As he spoke, he prepared to crash into the table again. Alvin was shocked. My goodness, how did this wizard manage to instill such a level of servitude in a little spirit? Isn't this more effective than so-called PUA? Could it be that among wizards there are those well-versed in psychology? Alvin suddenly developed an interest in this segment of history. Seeing Maggie about to crash into the table, Alvin shouted, "Enough! Maggie, I did not ask you to punish yourself. You should not take matters into your own hands." Alvin knew that these little spirits inherently had a servile nature, so he could not speak to them gently. Just like a certain despicable, shameless, disgusting, and loathsome island race that one wishes to see exterminated. At their core, they are mere servants, lowly trash with inferior bloodlines. Only under oppression do they feel pleasure. What is engraved in their very being is the essence of servility. Upon hearing this, Maggie quickly stopped his actions, lowering his head even further. I'm sorry, esteemed senior. Maggie was wrong. Alvin waved his hand. "All right. Since you want to know, I want to eat fried dough sticks and soy milk. Can you make that?" Maggie was taken aback, then lifted his head. This was the first time Maggie faced Alvin directly. "Master, Maggie can make it." This took Alvin by surprise. "You can make it? Then go make some, and he'll give it a try. Meiji nodded, then snapped his fingers and disappeared. It wasn't long before 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk were placed in front of Elvin. Elvin looked at the golden fried dough sticks, admiring their fluffy texture. Alum, it actually has alum in it. Elvin was bewildered. Who could tell him why a foreign house elf would know how to make fried dough sticks, and most importantly added soul alum into it. Beside the plate, there was even a pair of chopsticks. Elvin picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Yes, this is the taste. Meiji looked at Elvin with anticipation. Elvin asked, you can actually make fried dough sticks. Do all little spirits know how to make them? Meiji shook his head. Not everyone. Meiji once served a wizard family from the Great Xia, and that's when Meiji learned. They were truly the best masters for Meiji. They were polite and taught Meiji many things. They were cultured and elegant. However, after saying this, Meiji's expression suddenly changed. Meiji is a bad little spirit. How could I criticize my masters? Seeing that Meiji was about to have another episode, Elvin hurriedly stopped him. Stop. I don't want anyone to provide background music while I'm eating. Just answer my questions. Meiji nodded. Elvin asked, since you served the wizard family from the Great Xia, why didn't you leave with them? Meiji replied, that's not possible. The masters returned to the Great Xia. The Great Xia does not allow house elves to serve as servants. Their households all use Lady Snail and Flower Fairies. They are all free. According to the masters, the Great Xia does not restrict any intelligent beings. Therefore, bringing Meiji along would be illegal. Elvin heard about the Great Xia for the first time. So Lady Snail really exists. They don't restrict any intelligent beings. That truly is the style of the Great Xia. Humanistic noble Great Xia. Soon the 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk were consumed by Elvin. Elvin wiped his mouth in satisfaction. Meiji, do you know how to make other Great Xia dishes? Meiji said, I do. Are you still hungry, master? Meiji can also make buns. Do you want some? Elvin shook his head. I'm full. However, in the future when I eat, I hope to have Great Xia dishes. If you have time, can you help me prepare some? Meiji hurriedly said, as long as you need it. I can do anything. Elvin smiled. All right. You go busy yourself. From now on, my meals will be your responsibility. Meiji bowed, and then disappeared with the tray. Elvin's mouth curled up. An unexpected gain, truly an unexpected gain. He didn't expect to find a chef. This is quite delightful. After eating and drinking his fill, Elvin didn't rush to leave the hall. He still had to wait until class starts to take the little Slytherin wizard to the classroom. With nothing to do, Elvin simply pulled out Professor McGonagall's notebook. He began to read it carefully. After all, he still had a topic at hand. He needed to write a paper to submit to Professor McGonagall. He planned to have her help him publish it. Such prestige shouldn't be wasted. Gradually, more little wizards filled the hall. Slytherin students would tread lightly past Elvin, afraid of disturbing him. Elvin had defeated the second-year hidden prefect yesterday, so technically he was now the acting hidden prefect for both first and second years of Slytherin. The original second-year hidden prefect Barton seemed more like Elvin's assistant. The little wizards, out of respect, naturally kept quiet. As for some upperclassmen, they wouldn't intentionally provoke Elvin. This led to a peculiar situation where the Slytherin long table was astonishingly quiet. When little wizards from other houses entered, they couldn't help but be influenced by this quiet atmosphere. Not knowing what was happening, they also remained silent. People are inherently conformist. When a group of professors arrived at the hall, they were all bewildered. My goodness, what happened to Hogwarts today? The hall was even quieter than the classroom. Is it really that absurd? Meanwhile, Elvin, immersed in Professor McGonagall's notes, was completely oblivious to the commotion outside. He was now entirely focused on Professor McGonagall's notes. One must admit, Professor McGonagall truly deserves to be called a master of transfiguration. Just looking at these notes, Elvin felt he had gained immensely. The professors on the high platform also maintained a certain level of quiet. After all, it was not often they could enjoy a peaceful meal. With Elvin single-handedly turning the Hogwarts hall into a study room, Professor McGonagall noticed Elvin reading and recognized that he was looking at her notes. The admiration in her eyes was undeniable. Such a student, smart, gifted, and hardworking, was truly favored by Professor McGonagall. Such a student should be in Gryffindor. He should become her personal disciple. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but glance at Snape, huffing slightly to express her discontent. Snape was puzzled what was happening. Had he inadvertently provoked this older cat lady? Snape was utterly bewildered. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't figure out exactly how he had offended this elderly cat-eared woman. However, Snape had no intention of asking. On one hand, he didn't place much importance on such matters. On the other hand, to be honest, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, Snape rarely interacted with the elderly cat-eared woman. The truth was, the elderly cat-eared woman was far too principled. So much so that ordinary people dared not provoke her, let alone someone like Snape, who was half autistic. Time trickled by. The young witches and wizards from other houses had mostly already left. Apart from the first-year Slytherins, the rest of the house had also departed. The group of young wizards exchanged bewildered glances. Seeing that class time was approaching, they wanted to remind Elwin, but dared not speak up. By now the professors had also understood the situation. So the source of the young wizard's odd behavior and the silence in the hall today was this. Snape glanced at the time. Elwin. Elwin was jolted out of his book by Snape's voice. He turned to look. What is it, Professor? Snape said, mind the time. You should be leading your first-year students to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Only then did Elwin notice that the hall was empty. Elwin replied, apologies, Professor. I was a bit absorbed. He'll go now. Elwin found it strange that the young wizards hadn't reminded him, leading to such an awkward moment. He said, all right, everyone, let's head to class. With that, he stood up. The Slytherin first years quickly rose as well. Although Malfoy was displeased, he also stood up. He had already called his father, but old Malfoy showed no intention of taking action against Elwin. For reasons unknown, he had even ordered young Malfoy not to antagonize Elwin. Thus young Malfoy dared not cause trouble. The Slytherin first years lined up in 2 rows, and Elwin walked through the middle leading the way. The young wizards quickly followed. On the high platform, the professors watched this scene with some surprise. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Was Elwin's prestige in Slytherin already this deep? Snape was also inwardly astonished. But then he found it natural. The respect these Slytherin first years had for Elwin wasn't just because he was the hidden prefect, it was earned through his own strength. In Slytherin, interests came first, but strength was paramount. Thus, to tame these little snakes, formidable power was required. This was one reason for the emergence of the hidden prefect rule. Elwin led the group of young wizards toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The floating staircases, ever since Elwin threatened them yesterday, had realized he wasn't someone to be trifled with. So today they were exceptionally well behaved. How magical Hogwarts was. Elwin loved things that knew how to avoid harm. After all, he had always been a civilized person and truly disliked resorting to threats. How rude that would be. After Elwin led the young wizards to their seats in the classroom, half of the seats were already occupied. Today's Defense Against the Dark Arts class was shared with Ravenclaw. Hogwarts' class schedule was quite interesting. It often arranged for the 4 houses to have classes together, allowing young wizards from different houses to get acquainted. In this regard, Hogwarts truly excelled in its teaching arrangements. Elwin waved his hand, and the Slytherin first years found their seats. After settling them, Elwin also looked for a place to sit. Scanning the room, he noticed the best spot was the only one left. It happened to be right next to our Miss Know-It-All. Sitting near the middle was ideal. Too far forward and he'd be overwhelmed by the garlic smell from Quirrell Voldemort's parasitic host. Too far back, and it wouldn't be convenient for earning points. Truly, Elwin had it tough. After sitting down, Hermione whispered, "What were you reading in the hall that had you so absorbed?" Elwin replied, "Nothing much. Just some knowledge on transfiguration. Very interesting." Hermione said, "I see. By the way, I heard from an older student that Defense Against the Dark Arts is the most interesting class at Hogwarts, and in higher years there are even practical combat opportunities." Elwin said, "Undeniably, Defense Against the Dark Arts is quite interesting. However, I advise you not to expect too much. The professor for this subject changes every year, and the one before we enrolled might have been good, but as for Professor Quirrell, you'll see soon enough." Hermione said, "I think I heard about that from an older student." Elwin didn't say much more. How should he put it? The Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts had a troubled history. First year Quirrell, second year Lockhart, fourth year, fake Moody, fifth year Umbridge. All professors who taught little. It was truly distressing for Hogwarts students. No wonder the years after Harry Potter's enrollment saw the worst Defense Against the Dark Arts results. With such professors, how could they expect good performance? A few bell tolls echoed, signaling the start of class at Hogwarts. As the sound faded, our teacher for this lesson, Professor Quirrell, entered through a side door of the classroom. As Professor Quirrell walked in, a pungent smell of garlic began to waft through the room. Elwin couldn't help but frown. He was still being restrained. Some young wizards had already started murmuring. Hermione pinched her nose and lowered her voice. "I don't mean to speak ill of the professor, but I really don't understand why he smells so strongly of garlic." Elwin shrugged. In truth, this smell might not be garlic at all, but rather an odor emanating from Voldemort. Somehow Voldemort had made himself so foul-smelling. This smell happened to resemble garlic, which conveniently matched Quirrell's persona and helped Voldemort stay hidden. In fact, Professor Quirrell was also a tragic figure. Compared to the incompetent professors who followed, he was actually quite good. First, consider his credentials. Professor Quirrell was well known in the wizarding world, renowned for his talent. According to the original story, Quirrell was indeed excellent. His theoretical knowledge was particularly solid. In the field of defense against the dark arts, he was considered a fine professor. This was all according to the original work's assessment. Moreover, Quirrell was quite ambitious. However, it was precisely his ambition that led to his downfall. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell had already begun preparing to teach there. He aspired to be a successful professor. Thus, he ventured into the dark forest of Albania. The dark forest earned its name because it was infested with numerous dark creatures and dark wizards. There, Professor Quirrell found himself in trouble, encountering several vampires, and a witch. It was unclear what tortures he endured or what happened. He was conquered by Voldemort and became his puppet. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, he began to fear everything and developed a stutter. His former excellence had vanished, leaving him a cowardly and helpless man. According to Hagrid's assessment, Professor Quirrell was a clever man who excelled in his studies and achieved excellent grades. Yet he was also an unfortunate fellow, having fallen into trouble and crisis, which drastically altered his personality. Nevertheless, despite his current cowardly demeanor, Professor Quirrell could still teach young wizards without much issue, even if they mocked him. Stepping onto the podium, he stammered, "Good afternoon, everyone. Please open your books to page 2. Quirrell's stuttering tone, coupled with a slight accent, unsurprisingly caused the young wizards present to burst into laughter. Erwin frowned, casting his gaze toward the Slytherin students. Noticing Erwin's stare, the young wizards instantly fell silent, afraid to laugh. The Ravenclaw students gradually quieted down as well. Professor Quirrell shot Erwin a grateful look. Though accustomed to ridicule, this was the first time someone had stood up for him. He was well aware that the fading laughter in the classroom was solely due to Erwin. It was also thanks to Elwin's solid foundation. Quirrell took a great liking to Elwin. In one class, Elwin once again racked up 30 points. After class, Quirrell hurriedly left. Our know-it-all Miss Granger, however, pouted. "I think it's terribly unfair." Elwin packed his books with a smile. "Oh, what does Miss Granger find unfair?" Hermione said. "I knew many of those questions too. I also raised my hand. But Professor Quirrell only calls on you, even when you didn't raise your hand." Elwin laughed. "Is that all?" Hermione said. "I always feel a sense of inadequacy around you. All the professors adore you. You're too brilliant." Elwin said, "Don't overthink it. This is just a coincidence. Perhaps Professor Quirrell was too shy to call on you. You know how timid he is." Hermione sighed. "Maybe." Elwin said, "All right. You should head to the History of Magic classroom. Our next lesson is herbology. We only have a 20-minute break. Don't you want to get some water or take care of personal matters?" Hermione grabbed her books from the desk. "Almost forgot. I'm off then." With that, Hermione hurried away. Elwin watched her go and shook his head. A sensitive and fragile young witch. Elwin leaned back against the bench, waiting for the Slytherin students who had gone to the restroom. He still had to lead these young wizards to the greenhouse for herbology, the duty of a prefect. Soon the Slytherins trickled back. Elwin said, "Let's go. To the greenhouse. Bring your books. Herbology requires hands-on practice. Some plants can be dangerous, so I expect you all to listen to the professor and not act on your own." "Understood." The Slytherin students nodded hastily. Elwin glanced at Malfoy. Indeed, his words were aimed at Malfoy. After all, Malfoy's wits. Well, let's not dwell on that. Arriving at the greenhouse, some students were already waiting outside in a chaotic mess. There was no need to check the timetable. Just by looking at that disorderly formation, Elwin knew who his partner for this class was. Gryffindor. Only Gryffindor was so unruly. Always in a mess. Utterly annoying. The herbology professor was Pomona Sprout. She appeared kind and plump. She was also the head of Hufflepuff. Despite her gentle demeanor, one didn't become a head of house on kindness alone. This professor, who looked like a kindly grandmother, possessed formidable power. Before the final battle, she, along with Ravenclaw's head Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, drove off Snape. Of course, Snape might have held back, but her performance was equally terrifying. She cast spells with effortless silent magic. During the final battle, she single-handedly protected all the Hufflepuff students. Her combat prowess was like Lu Bu unleashing his full might. Her wand flashed brilliantly. Yet even more terrifying than her combat skill was her mastery of herbology. In the entire wizarding world, if she claimed to be second in herbology, no one would dare claim first. After all, she was the one who cared for the Whomping Willow. Professor Sprout stood before the greenhouse and clapped her hands. "All right, young wizards. Before we begin, I must explain something. Today we will be transplanting Snargaluff. The Snargaluff is known as the most cunning plant. So you must watch my movements carefully and follow them precisely. Do not fool around, or if those adorable little things bite you, don't say, 'I didn't warn you.'" The students were stunned. Bite. Weren't they in herbology? Had they accidentally stumbled into a care of magical creatures class? No, first years didn't have that class. Ignoring the murmuring students, Professor Sprout led them into the greenhouse. Inside, 3 long tables were lined with flower pots. In the pots, Snargaluff vines writhed restlessly. From a distance, they looked like snakes with their heads buried in the soil, which was how the plant got its name. Elwin made no effort to hide his distaste. These things were truly ugly. Professor Sprout clapped her hands, explained the transplanting method, and then asked, "Can anyone tell me the use of the Snargaluff?" Elwin raised his hand. Professor Sprout beamed. "Elwin, please share your thoughts." "Snake grass," said Erwin, "is often used in the preparation of antidotes. Although it cannot completely eradicate toxins, it can delay the onset of over 70% of venom, granting time for rescue." Professor Sprout clapped her hands. "Excellent. Well said, Mr. Erwin. Congratulations, your erudition has earned 5 points for Slytherin." Erwin inclined his head slightly. "Thank you for your generosity, Professor." Professor Sprout waved a hand. Very well, Mr. Erwin has just elucidated the uses of snake grass for everyone. Many witches and wizards who venture out on expeditions carry snake grass potions to counter unknown toxins. For there are countless perils in the wild, and the magical realm teems with creatures many of which are venomous. Even the most cautious wizard cannot possibly prepare every antidote. That is precisely when snake grass potions prove invaluable. According to recorded texts, such potions have granted countless wizards the opportunity to receive aid saving innumerable lives. After finishing her lecture on snake grass, Professor Sprout proceeded to demonstrate the transplanting of snake grass. As Professor Sprout pulled the snake grass from the soil, its root system was exposed to the air. The reason snake grass is so named lies in its roots, which are also the part used medicinally. The root of snake grass consists of a single main root resembling a serpent's head, and it has a tendency to bite. Though neither lethal nor dangerous, improper handling can result in a painful nip. Thus, when extracting snake grass, one must immediately secure its root. Otherwise, a single bite will leave an unforgettable, excruciating sensation. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly, and Erwin believed the lesson would pass without incident. Yet someone was about to teach him a lesson. One can always count on Gryffinder's talent for courting disaster. Or rather, one can always rely on the existence of those with underdeveloped intellects, such as the clumsy Neville and the inept, disobedient Ron. The first cry of pain came from Ron. It seemed these snake grasses had grown accustomed to dealing with young wizards. They circumvented Ron's gloved hand and bit directly into his arm. Ron yelped in pain. His cry startled Neville, who had been handling the plant with caution. Then came another scream. The attention of the other young wizards was drawn. In an instant, a cacophony of cries erupted. Erwin furrowed his brow. He noticed that some Slytherin students were also distracted. Calm yourselves. Do not let external matters disrupt your focus. Tend to the snake grass before you. The Slytherin students regained their composure. They quickly redirected their attention to the snake grass before them. Professor Sprout observed the chaotic Gryffindors, then glanced at the Slytherins. A wave of weariness washed over her. The disparity was truly immense. In the past, Slytherin students were not so considerate of their professors. After all, they were young wizards at an age prone to mischief. But this cohort of Slytherins was entirely different. During their breaks in the staff room, the professors often discussed these students. They all knew the reason behind the transformation of the Slytherin students. Thus the professors were generous in their praise of Erwin. This also led Snape, who had never set foot in the staff room before, to spend every free moment there these past few days claiming to read. Yet no one had ever known Snape to read a book upside down. The heads of several houses repeatedly expressed their envy of Snape for having a student like Erwin. But it was mere envy. Though Hogwarts allowed transfers between houses, Snape would never release him. Of course not. Snape was not mad. Push the heir of an old friend, the most outstanding first year in Slytherin's history, into another house. Not even a mind akin to a troll's would conceive such an act. Though the lesson was fraught with upheaval, it ultimately concluded successfully. After class, the young Slytherins gathered in small groups. They mocked the Gryffindors' predicament. Erwin did not intervene. After all, the animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor dated back to the Founders' era. The two houses had long been at odds, each refusing to yield. Erwin himself held little fondness for Gryffindor. Thus he naturally refrained from playing the villain and curbing the young Slytherins. At noon in the Great Hall, the young wizards concluded their morning studies and prepared for lunch. Indeed, for the mealtime in the Great Hall was the most cherished moment of the day. As Dumbledore tapped his goblet, dishes materialized upon the long tables. Yet today something was amiss. Though the food appeared as usual, Erwin's place before him remained empty. The young Slytherins were taken aback. They turned to look at Erwin. Students from other houses also noticed the commotion. At the Gryffindor table, Ron said with satisfaction, "See, even the food refuses to serve those vile Slytherins. Indeed, Hogwarts is a place of justice." Harry Potter rolled his eyes. In recent days, he had begun to suspect that Malfoy's words were not entirely without merit. The friend he had chosen might indeed be lacking in intellect. James Potter and Lily had both been exceptionally talented. Though Harry had not inherited their abilities, he was still considered average among young wizards. But these past 2 days, thanks to Ron, he had endured far too much. Life was too harsh. School was too harsh. He had to guard against Snape's scathing remarks while also bracing for the constant blunders from Ron. One misstep could prove life-threatening. He could no longer discern whether Ron truly despised Slytherin or was merely jealous of Erwin. In Harry Potter's view, it was undoubtedly jealousy, for he himself was also envious. Envious of Erwin's popularity, envious of his excellence. The professors on the dais also noticed the disturbance. Snape's expression turned icy. How dare the house elves of Hogwarts show such discrimination? How dare they fail to prepare food for Erwin? Did they wish to die? Though Snape was a spy among the Death Eaters, do not forget he had been a true Death Eater before defecting to Dumbledore. Thus Snape was never a soft-hearted individual. A surge of murderous intent had already begun to ripple within him. However, Elwin showed no reaction, or in fact, he seemed somewhat expectant. He knew full well why there was no food before him. Because he was about to savor the daxia cuisine he had been longing for. Sure enough, in the next moment the table shifted once more. Dishes materialized one after another. 4 dishes, and a soup, a standard daxia meal accompanied by a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. The young wizards were stunned. Snape's eyes widened as well. To be fair, in all his years at Hogwarts he had never known the house elves possessed such skill. Yes, it was preferential treatment, but it turned out they were the ones being singled out. Dumbledore gazed at the food on Elwin's table and chuckled. It seems Mr. Elwin is equally popular among the house elves. The other professors also wore smiles. Hogwarts had never rejected privilege. Only by being exceptional could one earn privilege. That was Hogwarts. If you had the talent, you could obtain everything you desired. Daxia cuisine emphasized a perfect blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Though the surrounding young wizards hadn't tasted it yet, the mere sight and the faint wafting aroma had already whetted their appetites. At the Gryffindor table, Ron's eyes were green with envy. The vile Slytherins, their privileges are already influencing the Hogwarts elves. This is unfair. Harry Potter remarked, indeed it's unfair. I want that kind of unfairness too. He was equally envious. Though many hailed him as the chosen one and revered him since entering the wizarding world, he had once imagined making a great name for himself in the magical realm. Even during the sorting ceremony, he believed he was special and destined for greatness. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. In just 2 days at Hogwarts, he had nearly drained his house's house cup points. Compared to him, Elwin seemed more like the true savior. Harry lowered his head to look at his own food. And honestly, compared to what lay before Elwin, his usual hearty meal suddenly seemed insignificant. Elwin sniffed the air. Good, the aroma was authentic. How could the house elves actually make gobera? Elwin picked up a piece and tasted it. Damn, the daxia recipes had leaked. This gobera was surprisingly authentic. The surrounding Slytherin students were already salivating. Finally, a bold young wizard stepped forward. Prefect Elwin. What is this? Elwin smiled. Daxia cuisine. Want a taste? The Slytherin student's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want stand on ceremony. With that, he grabbed a piece of gobera with his fork. Elwin was taken aback. You asked if you could, but your hand was already moving. Why bother asking? Is this how you respect your prefect? The sweet and tangy flavor was something these poor foreigners had never experienced. The perfect starch slurry, the sweet and sour sauce, and the natural sweetness of the meat created a taste they had never known. Utterly irresistible. The young wizard's eyes narrowed. This is incredible. Elwin now truly believed the Cooking Master Boy anime wasn't lying. People really could cry from eating something delicious. Poor foreigners. The other Slytherin students stared at Elwin's gobera with burning eyes, their faces full of longing. Elwin sighed. All right. Elwin waved his hand. Anyone who wants to try, come on over. The moment he spoke, the young wizards rushed over. Elwin frowned. Manners. Mind your manners. Do you think you're Gryffindors? The Gryffindors' faces darkened once more. Elwin was addicted to provoking others, especially those little lions. On the podium, Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. Though Elwin's words were harsh, thinking of her own students, she reluctantly admitted he might be right. Without comparison, there was no harm. Of course, if anyone else had said that, she would have argued, but since it was Elwin, her beloved protege, she let it slide. What? You call that double standards? Yes, it is. So what? Want to spar with an elderly cat-eared lady? Imagine a statue wielding a 3-meter-long blade. ITLL, knock your dog head crooked. There were so many Slytherin students, and only a few pieces of gobera. Soon the dish was wiped clean. Indeed, these young Slytherin nobles maintained their decorum. They didn't snatch, but they didn't hold back either. Even Malfoy sneaked a piece. His 2 gluttonous lackeys were even more outrageous. They managed to spear 2 pieces at once with their forks. Were they Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? With the gobera gone, the young wizards turned to the other dishes. Before Elwin could react, all the food before him was devoured. Even the soup was finished. Elwin's face darkened. Many young wizards hadn't even tasted it, and were lining up looking at him hopefully. Elwin sighed. Forget it. He drew his wand and tapped the table twice. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Greetings, esteemed prefect. Your servant McGee is at your service. Elwin said. McGee, prepare more daxia dishes and set them on the table. As you can see, my lunch has been taken by them, and I haven't eaten yet. McGee nodded. Of course. Honored wizards, please wait a moment. Then McGee vanished. Students at other tables watched Elwin's actions with bright eyes. So that's how it worked. Was the table a summoning device? Could they order food? At the Gryffindor table, Ron decided to try first. He wanted chicken legs, big chicken legs. Ron tapped the table with his wand. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Nothing happened. Ron's face flushed red and he tapped harder. Come out. Why won't you come out? Students from other houses watched the spectacle. The Weasley family's faces reddened as well. Even the troublemaking twins found it hard to watch. Just then a voice rang out. Your wand is about to poke someone's eye out. You're not Elwin. Ron, already embarrassed, glared at the speaker, Hermione. What business is it of yours? Mind your own business, you self-righteous know-it-all. At this, Hermione grew angry as well. She had always held a grudge against Ron, having overheard him bad-mouthing Elwin on several occasions. Thus she had long harbored disdain for him, and finally spoke up to retort. Hermione stood up directly, saying, "What did I say? Something wrong? Playing to the gallery. That's what you are. How ridiculous, daring to compare yourself to Elwin. You're not even worthy." Ron's face flushed crimson. Already embarrassed, being called out by Hermione only made things worse, leaving him utterly humiliated. Young wizards often speak without restraint. Their words cut like knives, striking at vital points. The truth is a sharp blade that wounds deeply. Ron inherently fell short of Elwin, yet he still fantasized about becoming the center of attention. But deep down he knew his own limitations. That's why upon arriving at Hogwarts he immediately latched on to Harry Potter, hoping that by associating with him he might gain some fame. Unexpectedly, Elwin emerged as a variable. Not to mention Ron, even Harry Potter was nearly forgotten. Thus he harbored deep resentment toward Elwin. Yet when facing Elwin, he dared not say a word, only whispering behind his back. Such is the nature of a rat, only daring to murmur in the shadows, never stepping into the light. Ron lacked wealth, talent, and intellect. When it came to verbal sparring, 10 of him combined could never match Hermione. In any school, a know-it-all is rarely popular except before exams. Especially our Miss Know-it-all. Proud by nature, she naturally drew dislike from many. She had already faced exclusion during her time at Muggle school, honing her sharp tongue. Before Ron could respond, Hermione had already unleashed a torrent of words, each striking at the core. Ron's face grew redder by the second. If this were a comic, steam would be rising from his head, literally fuming with rage. That's exactly how it was. Especially upon hearing the murmurs and laughter from the other young wizards, the fragile thread of Ron's reason snapped. Furious, he whipped out his wand, declaring, "I'll teach you a lesson." Hermione froze for a moment, having no experience in dueling, and failed to react in time. But Elwin responded instantly. "Expelliarmus." The next moment Ron was blasted away. He crashed heavily against the wall of the Great Hall. Elwin's expression turned cold. The other 3 Weasleys, Prefect Percy Weasley and the twins Fred and George, rushed to their younger brother. Percy asked, "Are you all right?" Ron, pale-faced, shook his head. Fred and George sneered, "Dear brother, why on earth did you draw your wand? Do you even know any spells? And in the Great Hall of all places. How amusing." Ron ignored his 2 amused brothers. At the high table, the sudden commotion prompted the professors to rise. Professor Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, his usually genial face now showing rare anger. After all he knew of Hermione's excellence, in recent days she had earned many points for Ravenclaw. While most classroom points were typically earned by Ravenclaw students, it was rare to see a first-year display such knowledge. Thus Flitwick held Hermione in high regard. And now a Gryffindor student dared to point his wand at a fellow classmate. Flitwick fumed. How dare he? How dare he aim his wand at his own classmate? Snape added, "This is serious. Pointing a wand at a fellow student, and in the Great Hall, over a mere quarrel. Since Hogwarts founding, nothing so heinous has occurred. Not that I believe Ron Weasley's pig-like brain could master any spell, but this act is undeniably disgraceful." Professor McGonagall's expression was grim. "Ron Weasley, how dare you? You aimed your wand at your own classmate. Gryffindor loses 50 points. At the sound of McGonagall's voice, Ron's face turned ashen. 50 points. He hadn't earned a single point yet, and had already cost the house dearly. Wouldn't the other Gryffindors tear him apart? Ron glanced around. Indeed, the young wizards of Gryffindor wore grim expressions, each glaring at him with fury. Ron couldn't help but shiver. Even Percy's expression soured. After dealing with Ron, McGonagall turned to Elwin. "As for you, Mr. Elwin, your decisiveness prevented a crisis at the school. Therefore Slytherin is awarded 30 points. Elwin gave a slight bow in gratitude. This was an unexpected bonus. In truth, after acting, he realized that Ron, with his pig-like intellect, couldn't possibly have mastered any spell. He knew nothing. Other first years might self-study spells out of interest. But Ron wouldn't. Not due to lack of interest, but because he was too dim-witted to learn. After thanking McGonagall, Elwin turned to Ron and said coldly, "Prefect Percy, I suggest you keep your brother in line, or I'll do it for you. But if I do, I can't guarantee he'll remain intact next time. My patience has limits. I'm speaking to you as the unofficial prefect of Slytherin. Or rather, this is a warning." Percy's expression darkened, as no one takes kindly to threats. But he knew his brother was in the wrong. "I will," Percy replied. Elwin cast a disdainful glance at Ron. "Utter waste." Then Elwin gestured with his hand. "Sit down. Continue eating." Without hesitation, the Slytherins returned to their seats, their movements so synchronized one might think they were students from a disciplined academy. Soon the house elf McGee added Chinese cuisine to the Slytherin table. The young Slytherins eagerly began to sample the dishes. As for Ron, who cared? Just as Elwin said, he was nothing but a waste. No one paid him any mind. The Slytherin snakes tasted Chinese food for the first time, and McGee had prepared several varieties, delighting them immensely. "Prefect Elwin, can we have these dishes on our table every day? They're delicious." Elwin smiled. That's not for me to decide. Elwin rapped the table again. McGee appeared. McGee bowed. Noble lord. McGee is at your service. What is your command? Elwin said, your dasha dishes. They all love them. Perhaps you could teach the other elves, and from now on we can add some dasha dishes to our table. After all good things must be shared. McGee was taken aback, of course. But should we offer them to other houses as well? The other young witches and wizards were stunned. Wait, are you discussing such favoritism right in front of them, without a thought for their feelings? Saying it so blatantly. Aren't they people? Don't their lives matter? Elwin chuckled, of course. We are all classmates, good food should be shared. McGee said, all right, no problem. It is my pleasure to serve. Elwin waved his hand, all right. Go about your business. McGee nodded. Snapping his fingers he vanished. The young witches and wizards from other houses looked at Elwin with gratitude. They had all caught the scent of the dasha dishes. They had been craving them for a while, and now Elwin was giving them a chance to taste. They hadn't yet realized that these house elves belonged to Hogwarts, not to Elwin personally. Yet they were already feeling grateful to him. And no one found anything amiss. That was truly absurd. After returning, McGee also arranged dasha dishes on the tables of other houses. The young witches and wizards feasted heartily. The cuisine from dasha conquered everyone's taste buds. Even the professors couldn't resist asking the house elves to prepare dasha dishes for a taste. Elwin never imagined that his momentary craving today would lead to one outcome from then on. Hogwarts' menu would oddly feature dasha cuisine. Nor would Elwin foresee how astonished certain special visitors would be by these dasha dishes later on. However, it also left behind a tale worth telling. But that is a story for another time. After eating and drinking his fill, Elwin let out 2 burps. It had been a long time since he had dasha food. He had accidentally overeaten. Dasha dishes were perfect in every way except that they easily led to overindulgence. Since he was stuffed, Elwin decided to seek some after-dinner entertainment. He stood up. Instantly all eyes in the great hall fixed on Elwin. There was anticipation in everyone's gaze. A smile tugged at the corner of Elwin's mouth. He knew exactly what they were expecting. Yet in the entire great hall, only one person's mood was completely different. His heart was heavy. He was Marjorie Helen, the third-year Slytherin subprefect. Elwin made his way along the table to the third-year section, stopping before Marjorie Helen. Greetings, Senior Helen. I.L. Cavendish, the first-year subprefect, hereby challenge you for the prefect position. Marjorie Helen sighed inwardly. This day had finally come. He knew he was no match for Elwin. Elwin's disarming charm alone was something he couldn't withstand. But surrendering without a fight would be too disgraceful. Marjorie stood up. I accept your challenge. The surrounding young witches and wizards began to cheer. After all, these spectacles were their favorites. Grotia stood up and smiled. All right. The usual rules. We'll meet by the Black Lake. The young Slytherins hurried towards the Black Lake. The students from other houses were not to be outdone. At the head table, Snape frowned. He'll go check on it. With that, Snape rose directly, sweeping out of the great hall like a giant bat. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. Shouldn't we go as well? Dumbledore had just popped the last piece of sweetened sour pork into his mouth. He was still savoring the flavor. This tangy sweet taste was far better than cockroach clusters. He felt quite addicted. He was considering asking the house elves for another plate. Hearing Professor McGonagall's voice, Dumbledore said, no need. Snape's presence is enough. Of course, if you're interested, you may go watch. After all, Elwin is the most likely candidate to become the true Slytherin prefect. With that, the professors all left. They too enjoyed such excitement. Hogwarts was wonderful in many ways, but it was just too uneventful. After the professors departed, the great hall fell empty. A sharp glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Perfect opportunity. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf. Soon a steaming plate of sweetened sour pork appeared on his table. Dumbledore began to savor it with delight. Despite being elderly, his appetite was quite impressive. By the Black Lake, a crowd of young witches and wizards had packed the shore. Fortunately, the professor's authority still held sway. The students yielded the best viewing spots. In the center of the crowd, Elwin and Marjorie stood facing each other. Marjorie gripped his wand. His palms were already sweating, and his face showed signs of nervousness. In contrast, Elwin looked completely at ease. His wand was held between his middle and ring fingers. The same wand-gripping posture as Voldemort. Quite elegant and composed. Marjorie said, Elwin, I know my own skill. I may not be your match, but I just want to see how far behind I am. Elwin smiled. You flatter me, Senior. After all, you come from a pure-blood family. I look forward to your guidance. Marjorie asked curiously, you know my background? Elwin replied, of course I do. You're quite well-known, Senior. Marjorie was in fact from the pure-blood 28 family, the Bost family. However, his mother was from the Bost family. But the Bost family had dwindled significantly. The only heir was Marjorie's mother. Thus there were no strict rules such as forbidding marriage outside pure-blood families, since no one was left to enforce them. It could be considered an extinct pure-blood family. Therefore, Marjorie's father wasn't even considered to have married into the family, so naturally Marjorie didn't take the Bost surname. Marjorie nodded. He bowed to Elwin. Elwin returned the gesture. Then the two walked back to back. After taking their positions, Grodia gave the signal to begin. Immediately Elwin struck first. Expelliarmus. Marjorie was not to be outdone, casting a disarming charm of his own. Compared to Barton, Marjorie was certainly stronger. His spellcasting speed and power were superior. The two spells collided in midair. But Elwin's spell was clearly more powerful, as the explosion point was slightly closer to Marjorie. Elwin reacted swiftly. With one strike, missing, he launched another attack instantly. The same disarming charm. Marjorie's eyes widened. He couldn't react in time. Protego. However, Marjorie's shield charm was not proficient enough. It couldn't block Elwin's disarming charm. The next moment, Marjorie was knocked to the ground. Elwin let out a breath. How should he put it? There was some skill, but not much. Still, he was certainly stronger than the average young wizard. After all, he was the hidden prefect of Slytherin. Elwin bowed slightly. You yield the victory. I want. Marjorie refused the help of a friend nearby. He stood up on his own. There was some disappointment on his face, but not too much. After all, he had anticipated the outcome. So losing came as no surprise. Marjorie bowed. I lost. Congratulations, Prefect Elwin. Elwin replied, You're too kind, Senior. There will be many times I need your help in the future. I only hope you won't hold a grudge and refuse then. Polite, unassuming, and unflappable, Elwin easily won the favor of many. For instance, those watching from the sidelines. Though Elwin had just arrived at Hogwarts, he had already accomplished quite a bit in just 2 days. Coupled with his usual amiability toward everyone, well except Gryffindors. It was hard for the other young witches and wizards not to take a liking to Elwin. Grody approached Elwin. Congratulations, Junior. You've won again. I think the day you stand before me is not far off. There's still some time. Go rest a while. There are classes this afternoon. Elwin said, Thank you, Prefect Grody, but I think it's still quite early today. I intend to challenge another hidden prefect. Elwin turned his gaze to the Slytherin crowd. His eyes settled on a young witch. Charlotte Teresa, Slytherin's only female hidden prefect, and the only prefect not from one of the 28 pureblood families. Charlotte smiled. She stepped out of the crowd. I thought I'd have to wait until tomorrow. I didn't expect you'd challenge me today, Junior. Elwin chuckled. I took advantage of a good meal today. If I'm no match for you, Senior, you'll at least be able to take a few hits. Charlotte covered her mouth and laughed. You're too modest, Junior. Just like those humble people from Dacia. I don't have the skill to beat you. That disarming charm of yours is terrifyingly proficient. Elwin replied, You flatter me, Senior. Charlotte's smile gradually faded. But, I am after all a 4th-year hidden prefect. I cannot concede without a fight. So I, Charlotte Teresa, Slytherin 4th-year hidden prefect, accept your challenge. A rare look of gravity appeared on Elwin's face. Among the 7 hidden prefects of Slytherin besides Elwin himself, there were only 2 he truly considered threats. Grody, needless to say, was a 7th-year hidden prefect. His age alone was an advantage. Moreover, he was the legitimate son of the Selwyn family, receiving an excellent education from childhood. The Selwyn family was a peculiar one. It was said the family's fortune was built on a dark foundation. If one were to compare, they were like those assassin families in the movies. Though they had since cleaned up their image, the family's traditions remained. Grody, a character never appearing in the original works, as the sole heir of the Selwyn family, had been trained since childhood. He was nothing like the greenhorns at school. He possessed genuine combat prowess. Of course, Elwin was confident he could match him now. After all, Elwin was playing with cheats. Natives could never beat cheaters. That was an eternal truth. Besides Grody, the other one Elwin couldn't see through was Charlotte Teresa. This female prefect was not from a pure-blood family. She was easygoing and Slytherin, polite to everyone. Yet it was precisely this kind of person who, the first time Elwin met her, stirred an inexplicable sense of danger within him. This was an instinct honed through years of blood and tears. Like a beast sensing a threatening enemy, that feeling of crisis would arise. And Charlotte brought that out in Elwin. This made him deeply curious about the female prefect. A witch not from a pure-blood family theoretically could only learn what was taught at school. Yet Charlotte had secured her position as prefect in Slytherin, where pure-blood families dominated. That was inherently unreasonable. Even if pure-blood children hadn't received formal education before enrollment, their daily exposure and family guidance made them undeniably stronger than ordinary young wizards. How could hard work rival generations of inheritance? Thus Elwin had always regarded this sole female, hidden prefect with seriousness. Today he finally had the chance to gauge her strength. They bowed to each other. Then they distanced themselves. Once they were in position, Grody waved his hand. Begin. The moment Grody's voice fell, Charlotte's incantation rang out. Incarcerus. Defendo. 2 rapid spells were cast, and in the next instant 2 curses flew toward Elwin. Elwin's pupils contracted. Such fast casting speed. He waved his wand. Protego. He barely had time to cast a shield charm before feeling his body bound. The next moment the curses slammed into the already somewhat solid purple shield shimmering around him. A soft thud. Elwin staggered back 2 steps. He didn't dare waste time. The moment the binding spell wore off, he dodged to the side. Expelliarmus. Sure enough, just as he left his spot, A red beam shot toward him. It struck the ground directly. The watching students were stunned. Was this real wizard combat? Such casting speed. Were their mouths rented? How could they speak so fast? The observing professors were also somewhat astonished. Snape frowned, his gaze fixed on Charlotte. Was she holding back, or had no one ever pushed her to show her full strength? This level of skill was already on par with an average auror. Grody too looked askance at Charlotte, his heart full of surprise. He had never known she possessed such ability. Elwin waved his wand. Expelliarmus. A flash of purple light streaked toward Charlotte. Protego. Charlotte reacted swiftly. She cast the shield charm directly, but she didn't stand her ground as she quickly moved sideways. Elwin's disarming charm struck her shoulder. Charlotte halted her movement. She looked at Elwin with some surprise. From Erwin's attack, she had already discerned that his strength was no mean feat. Yet she never anticipated his magical power to be so formidable, the curse he cast so devastating. Even the shield charm she had honed through practical combat could not entirely neutralize the force of his disarming charm. Erwin did not relent, his wand continued to flicker. Another disarming charm shot forth. Charlotte dashed swiftly to the side. Erwin mirrored her movement. Impedimenta. Before Erwin, two vines abruptly sprouted and grew. They rose precisely in his path, blocking his retreat. Erwin furrowed his brow. This was the disadvantage of having a limited repertoire of spells. He now faced two choices: eliminate the vines, or turn and change direction. Yet Charlotte had no intention of granting Erwin a choice. Petrificus totalis. The curse flew from the wand in her hand, its target the space behind Erwin. If he turned now, he would collide directly with the full bodybind curse. Erwin marveled at Charlotte's combat experience. With no other recourse, he abandoned any pretense of holding back. Sectum sempra. He aimed at the vines before him. In the next instant, translucent blades materialized upon the vines. They sliced the vines apart. Erwin slipped through the gap. The surrounding young wizards were stunned. What spell is that? Sectum sempra. I recall reading about it. It's a spell invented by Professor Snape. I've heard of it, but it's extremely dangerous. I can't believe Erwin has already mastered it. The Slytherin students felt a pang of envy. As purebloods, they were well aware of the infamous Sectum sempra, Snape's signature curse. Charlotte was also taken aback by Erwin's move, her offensive rhythm briefly faltering. Several professors glanced at Snape in surprise. Professor McGonagall's face was stern. Snape. Though Erwin is exceptional, you should not have taught him such a dangerous spell at this stage. Snape remained silent. Truth be told, he was equally bewildered. He had indeed recorded the incantation and techniques for Sectum sempra in his diary. But that content was meant for later. Erwin should not have accessed it so soon. Could he have been skipping ahead? Professor McGonagall said, I believe we should stop this duel. Sectum sempra is far too perilous. Snape retorted, no. This is the rule of Slytherin: duels must not be interrupted. Moreover, Sectum sempra has a counter curse, it won't cause harm. Erwin knows his limits. He wouldn't use it against Charlotte. Otherwise he could have struck earlier. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall did not insist further. Her concern was for the students, but these were indeed Slytherin's rules. No one could interfere. Besides, she trusted Erwin. After Erwin dodged Charlotte's attack, he did not cease his actions. Another disarming charm was launched, but Charlotte had anticipated it and dodged in advance. Just then, Erwin keenly sensed a threat approaching from behind. Instinctively, he used Sectum sempra. As he turned, a severed section of the vine was cleaved in two before him, flying past either side of his body. Erwin was startled. What was happening? He looked at Charlotte. Disappointment flickered across her face. Erwin pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. The levitation charm. Charlotte had already mastered the non-verbal levitation charm, using it to hurl the broken vine at him. Such terrifying combat experience. Yet since Charlotte had failed, it was now Erwin's turn. He flicked his wrist, ready to attack. But at that moment, Charlotte simply lowered her wand. She raised her right fist to her chest. I concede. Erwin's motion abruptly halted. Charlotte smiled. I've lost. Surely you wouldn't be so petty as to attack me now. I'm quite afraid of pain. Erwin frowned white. Charlotte explained, my magical reserves are nearly depleted. All my attacks have been neutralized, and continuing this fight serves no purpose. I can no longer evade your disarming charm. Besides, you've mastered Sectum sempra. Had you used it from the start? With such an undetectable attack, I would have had no chance to dodge. So I lost from the very beginning. There's no point in prolonging this. I have no desire to perform an aerial stunt. Erwin studied Charlotte, a hint of doubt in his mind. Charlotte's expression remained unchanged, a smile on her face. Then congratulations. From now on you are also our fourth-year prefect. Of course that's only after you defeat the others. Future prefect, I have high hopes for you. Erwin gave a slight bow. Thank you, senior. Charlotte chuckled and returned to the Slytherin student ranks. But at that moment the gazes of the surrounding young wizards toward Charlotte had shifted, filled with wariness, fear, and envy. Charlotte had successfully proven her strength. Her seamless spell transitions, casting speed, and nonverbal levitation charm were no mean feats. Erwin turned his gaze to Marcus Flint, whose face was grim. Senior'll see you tomorrow at noon. Marcus paused, then snorted and turned away. Having observed the duel, he realized he was no match for either Charlotte or Erwin. Now he had to think of a way to retain his position as the hidden prefect. A smile curled on Erwin's lips. He hadn't forgotten how Marcus had provoked him. Now that he had the chance, he would be a fool to let it slip. Grodia approached Erwin. I didn't expect you to have mastered Sectum Sempra. It's quite surprising. I doubt I'd be a match for you either. Erwin replied, You jest, senior. I can still sense a hint of your true strength. I wonder when I stand before you, will you go all out? I'm truly curious about your real power. Grodia smiled. You'll see. The two exchanged a knowing glance and laughed. To any onlooker, these two soon-to-be rivals appeared to be the closest of friends. As the duel concluded, the students gradually dispersed. Just then a black bat drifted silently before Erwin. Follow me. Elwin shrugged. Well, our dear Professor Bat has come looking for us. Although Elwin had anticipated it when he first used the Sectum Sempra spell, Snape actually showing up still made him feel a jolt of trepidation. Admittedly, Snape had always treated him well. But mind you, this was Snape. Elwin was bold, but not bold enough to disregard Snape's presence. As everyone knew, there were only two people in Hogwarts you must never offend. The first was our dear Poppy Pomfrey, because your safety rested in her hands. Suffice it to say, Hogwarts was a magical school where danger was ever present. Whether playing Quidditch or practicing spells, risks abounded. Not to mention those who delighted in adding extra peril to your life. Take the Weasley troublemaker duo, for instance. The other person was Snape. Offend Snape, and he would make you understand what it meant to be openly targeted. Elwin followed Snape straight to the office. Snape waved his sleeve, and the office door closed immediately. Elwin's eyes lit up. On automatic door. What a treasure. Snape sat in his chair. Tell me, when did you learn Sectum Sempra? Elwin scratched his head. Last night. Snape said, last night you just got my diary. Did you skip through it? Elwin quickly shook his head. No, my memory is quite good. So I memorized a lot of content and then slowly digested it. That's my reading style. I came across the spell you left behind and tried practicing it. Snape asked, how long did you practice? Elwin hesitated. 10 minutes. 20. Or an hour. Could be any of those. Snape's face darkened. Every word reeked of falsehood, but he also understood one thing: Elwin truly hadn't spent much time learning the spell. Snape snorted coldly. Don't become complacent over your little achievements. Being quick to learn spells is nothing remarkable. Elwin nodded hastily. With the office door firmly shut, whatever Snape said went. Even if Snape claimed to be Merlin, Elwin would nod without hesitation. Yes, you're right. You're Merlin's father. Snape, seeing Elwin so cooperative, was quite pleased. Look at this student. How much more agreeable than that Potter. If not for Harry Potter's green eyes, Snape would have made that descendant of an old acquaintance truly understand what cruelty meant. Of course, it was already cruel enough, at least in Elwin's opinion. But it seemed Snape felt he hadn't even tried yet. What a terrifying man. Snape said, from now on use Sectum Sempra sparingly. After all, it is inherently dark magic. Though it doesn't require filling your heart with negative emotions like other dark spells, its lethality is too great for use in duels among students. Elwin nodded. I understand, Professor. But I know very few spells. Today I had no choice but to use Sectum Sempra. Elwin felt his words were clear enough and his attitude was obvious. Just 2 words: teach me. Having said that, the natural progression would be for Snape to give Elwin extra lessons and teach him a bunch of spells, saving Elwin the trouble of drawing lots. What a delightful prospect. Elwin was ready to be fed knowledge. After all, he was a student. Learning from a professor was nothing shameful. Yet Snape gave Elwin a meaningful look. Don't play these clever tricks with me. Until you finish the prefect challenge, I won't teach you any spells privately. Sectum Sempra was your own discovery. My intention was to teach you potion making to help me work better. Nothing more. That's the rule. You must earn that position through your own strength. Elwin scratched his head. Why did Slytherin have so many rules? How absurd. Elwin asked Professor M. Curious. Who set all these rules? Snape replied, Salazar Slytherin. The founder of Slytherin House, one of Hogwarts' 4 founders. You should know the essence of Slytherin House, and have heard of Salazar Slytherin's attitude toward young wizards. In his view, wizards must improve themselves step by step. Only the strong survive. So during Salazar Slytherin's time, Slytherin was like an arena. Only the strong could dominate. Elwin was astonished. Good heavens, this wizard ancestor was rather extreme. No wonder he was ostracized by the other 3 founders. This was pure cultivation of the strong through conflict. But the effect was indeed remarkable. Slytherin graduates were far more capable in combat than those from the other 3 houses. Though many of these strong individuals only lived in memory and never made it into textbooks, it was a case of gain and loss. This method of cultivation bred strength in school, but after leaving one inevitably carried the habit. Placing interests above all, the strong always prevail. Elwin nodded. All right, Professor, I understand. Snape pondered for a moment, then asked, do you have a grudge against Marcus Flint the 5th year? Elwin replied, not exactly a grudge. It's just that he lacks manners. And he's far too ugly. Snape spent several minutes unable to fathom such a reason based on appearance. He began to wonder if he was too old to keep up with the thinking of young witches and wizards. Snape said, "Don't go too far. And the covert prefect struggles being too harsh will do you no good." Elwin smiled. "Of course. Rest assured, Professor, I am a very easygoing person. In fact, I don't enjoy fighting I prefer to enlighten them. But if they want listen to reason, I don't mind helping them understand. After all, isn't power meant to make others heed your words?" Snape heard this reasoning for the first time. He mulled it over. It felt off, yet oddly logical. He waved his hand. "Enough. Go rest. Don't be late for this afternoon's class. If you cost Slytherin points by being tardy, you know the consequences." Elwin shrugged. "Of course. You've said that before, Professor." He turned to leave. Just then, Snape said, "Elwin, if you have the ability, seize the position of prefect. Trust me, the rewards will far exceed your imagination. The Slytherin prefect, with all its rules and complex challenges, is not merely a status symbol." Elwin paused mid-step. A smirk curled on his lips. "Rest assured, Professor. If Slytherin needs a covert prefect, then that name will be Cavendish." Elwin pushed open the door and left the office. Snape watched his retreating figure. For a moment, he felt a pang of nostalgia. So similar, so strikingly similar. 11 years ago, another Cavendish had left his office just like this, full of vigor and confidence. Yet that person never returned. Leaving Snape's office, Elwin headed toward the Slytherin common room. Hold back. That was out of the question. Not only would he not hold back, but Elwin intended to teach Marcus a lesson. A lesson he would never forget. Elwin never considered himself a vengeful person, but he was a man of fairness. If others treated him well, Elwin would reciprocate with kindness. But if someone provoked him, he would use every means to ensure they learned an unforgettable lesson. This, he thought, was a form of justice. Perhaps. And there was another crucial point. As someone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he had learned a very practical trick. That trick was called carrot and stick. Being endlessly amiable only made others perceive you as gentle. Some might follow a person for their kindness. But alongside kindness, you must also command authority and instill fear. Respect and fear combined. That was what they called unwavering loyalty. Fortunately, there was now a perfect target to establish his dominance. Poor little buck-toothed prince. Those singled out as examples always bore the brunt of a harsh lesson. Upon returning to the common room, the hall was filled with young witches and wizards. They were all animatedly discussing Elwin's earlier duel. After all, for these young students, it was their only topic of conversation. How pitiful. Not even a decent piece of gossip to share. The common room door swung open. Elwin stepped inside. Instantly the room fell silent. Several students who had been lounging on the sofas saw Elwin approaching. They quickly stood up, making way for him. Elwin didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down on the sofa. Gesturing with his hand, he said, "Everyone sit down. No need to be so tense. I don't bite. Have you all prepared your books? There's still an hour before class. Shouldn't you be resting?" The young witches and wizards who had initially feared Elwin's strength grew bolder upon hearing his words. "Prefect, we're all ready. We want disgrace Slytherin. We're not like those foolish lions." Elwin chuckled. He chatted with the young students for a while, projecting an image of approachability. As he walked toward the history of magic classroom, Elwin mentally patted himself on the back. Indeed, he was truly exceptional, powerful, and yet down-to-earth. Clearly, he was the righteous one. But just then, a sudden system notification rang out. Elwin froze in his tracks. Ding. Detected that the host's current reputation in Slytherin perfectly aligns with the Dark Lord archetype. Awarding title 4th Generation Dark Lord Reserve. Equipping this title increases authority by 20 and dark magic power by 20. Honorable Dark Lord, strive for promotion. All of Hogwarts shall be your subjects. Elwin's face darkened instantly. Slander, pure slander. What Dark Lord? Where did that come from? Weren't his actions all righteous? Could it be that just because his kindness was deliberately performed to achieve his goals, everything he did should be denied? Did the world truly believe that the affability of righteous figures was always without ulterior motives? Were there really such naive people in the world? Elwin refused to believe it. Everything anyone did was driven by some inner purpose. In any case, Elwin would never admit to being a Dark Lord. Equipped title. Elwin was just trying it out, testing the title. It didn't mean he acknowledged himself as a Dark Lord. Yes, exactly that, no mistake. The first-year students around him were initially curious why Elwin had suddenly stopped. But then they felt a shift in his presence. They even dared not meet his gaze. Elwin swept his eyes across the room. Every young witch or wizard who locked eyes with him involuntarily lowered their heads. Even the proud platinum-haired father-calling Draco was no exception. Elwin nodded in satisfaction. Well, though the title didn't quite suit him, its effects were quite impressive. If that was the case, perhaps he could forgive the system. Elwin even mentally communicated with the system, inquiring about ways to upgrade the title. Yet the response was still for him to discover it himself. Indeed, the system was rather rubbish. Other people's systems could conquer heaven and earth, defeating Voldemort at the drop of a hat. And him. He hadn't even laid eyes on Voldemort. A failure, bringing shame to all transmigrators. Having tested the power of this title, although Erwin had yet to try its amplification effect on spells, the function of augmenting authority was surprisingly effective. However, Erwin suddenly sensed something amiss. Fourth generation Dark Lord. Erwin scrutinized the words fourth generation before his title. Damn, could this be a counterfeit? System come out. The first generation Dark Lord was Grindelwald. The second generation Dark Lord was Voldemort. So why is this title the fourth generation? Did you add another transmigrator into the mix? Ding. The host should figure it out on their own. The system is never wrong. Besides, Grindelwald is not the first generation Dark Lord. Erwin's pupils constricted. Grindelwald, not the first generation Dark Lord. Then who was the first? Slytherin. No, although Slytherin was ruthless, he had never earned the title of Dark Lord. As far as Erwin knew, there seemed to be no such figure in magical history. Baffled, he walked toward the classroom, still pondering who the first generation Dark Lord might be. Even as the ghostly Professor Cuthbert Binns entered the classroom, Erwin remained clueless. Then, watching the professor drone on with tedious lessons, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. He might not know, but someone else did. Professor Cuthbert Binns, the oldest teacher at Hogwarts, had been teaching there since the... It could be said that this professor was the only living person in this era who had met the four founders. Such experience was unparalleled. Although his current lectures on magical history were dry and dull, leaving young witches and wizards drowsy. In truth, it hadn't always been this way. Many years ago, the first lesson for new Hogwarts students was magical history. In Hogwarts A History, there was a passage describing how students reluctantly left Professor Binns' classroom before lunch, each filled with excitement. Professor Binns' magical history lessons allowed these children to truly hear the mysteries of magic for the first time, sparking boundless imagination. The reason his lectures had become so lifeless and tedious was simple. Who could maintain enthusiasm after 1,000 years of teaching? Nevertheless, Professor Binns was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable authority on magical history in the current wizarding world, bar none. He had witnessed it all firsthand. Watching Professor Binns recite textbook knowledge on the podium, Erwin raised his hand. "Excuse me, Professor." His voice roused the drowsy young witches and wizards who looked up at him. Professor Binns glanced at Erwin with surprise, having long grown accustomed to his classroom's silence and student sleep. This was the first time someone had raised a hand. Yes, you're Erwin Cavendish. Other professors have mentioned you, saying you're exceptional. So, Mr. Cavendish, what's the matter? Erwin replied, "It's like this, Professor. I don't mean to interrupt your lesson, but I came across an intriguing book that recorded some things I'm curious about. Since you're the most learned person at Hogwarts, I wanted to ask you." Flattery works wonders even on a ghost. After hearing Erwin's words, the old professor's somewhat ethereal face visibly softened. "Oh, what is the question, Mr. Erwin?" The shift in Professor Binns' address showed his good mood. Erwin said, "It's like this. The book I read claimed that before Grindelwald, there was another Dark Lord. I find it strange as my knowledge doesn't cover this." After Erwin finished, the other young witches and wizards looked up at Professor Binns, forgetting all about sleep. This was big news. They had to hear it. Professor Binns said, "Oh, you must have read an ancient text. Such matters wouldn't appear in modern books." Erwin's eyes lit up. Judging by the tone, such a person really existed. "So, Professor Binns, could you tell me about this person?" Professor Binns nodded. "Very well, I shall tell you. In truth, this person is ancient. Or rather, no one can prove he ever truly existed, for the era he belonged to is far too remote. He was a figure from Merlin's time." Professor Binns continued, "In that age, Merlin encountered a man whose name has been lost to history. Yet his power was immense. Even Merlin nearly perished at his hands. Later, Merlin, leveraging his gift as a dragon speaker, defeated this man with the aid of the last dragon. This man became known as the first Dark Lord. After his defeat by Merlin, he vanished without a trace. Many claimed he had died. Of course, another tale suggests he journeyed elsewhere to study new magic and stage a comeback. But his might was beyond question. However, these are all legends, for no one can confirm his existence. Perhaps only Merlin knew the truth. Alas, Merlin vanished. No one knows where he is, and thus none know the real story. Even I have gleaned only fragments from ancient texts." Elvin nodded. Others could not prove it, but Elvin knew this person was real. Otherwise, the system would not have called him the fourth Dark Lord. Just then, Elvin spotted a crucial point. "Professor Binns, you said Merlin disappeared. He didn't die." Professor Binns replied, "I know not. However, Merlin once visited Hogwarts shortly after its founding. The four founders met him then. What transpired afterward, I do not know. Merlin declined a teaching post at Hogwarts and departed. No one has seen him since." Elvin was stunned. Merlin had met the four founders. That meant Merlin was centuries old even then. If he lived to this day. Good heavens, nearly 2,000 years old. His magical power must be astronomical. The key question: if Merlin truly hadn't died, had he mastered immortality? Elvin's eyes lit up. Immortality. He had certainly pondered it. Who wouldn't? Only a fool wouldn't desire it. But Elvin merely mused inwardly. An 11-year-old weakling who couldn't even defeat Voldemort dreaming of immortality. Preposterous. Professor Binns, seeing the young witches and wizards' keen interest, seemed to rediscover a long-lost passion for teaching. It appears you all enjoy this story. The young witches and wizards nodded eagerly. They loved any story, any tale at all, as long as it meant escaping tedious history of magic lessons. Professor Binns said, "In that case, I shall share more about that unknown being. Some knowledge may be beyond your years, but recounting it does no harm. You know the unforgivable curses, yes? Elvin, you may answer." Elvin stood up. "The Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Killing Curse, all are extreme dark magic. Their use inevitably leads to Azkaban." Professor Binns nodded. "Correct, very accurate, and thorough. 5 points to Slytherin." At these words, every young witch and wizard froze, both those from Slytherin and the Hufflepuffs sharing the class. All stared at Professor Binns in disbelief. There was a saying at Hogwarts from Professor Binns: you would never earn a single point, for he never asked questions, merely lectured. Thus, even the know-it-all Miss Granger had not gained a point in history of magic yesterday. Yet Erwin Cavendish, had earned 5 points from Professor Binns. Such a rare 5 points. The Slytherins felt they could frame it on the wall to show other houses, "See, this is our secret prefect who scored points from Professor Binns." Elvin, too, was somewhat surprised. He had actually given up on farming points in history of magic. Professor Binns chuckled. "What's the matter? I do recall I have the right to award points." Elvin nodded. "Of course, Professor. That is your prerogative. Thank you for your generosity." Professor Binns said, "You deserve it, my boy." He waved for Elvin to sit. Then he continued, "Regarding the unforgivable curses, many theories abound. Some say they were created by the masters of the Deathly Hallows, the 3 brothers who bargained with death. Others attribute them to different creators. Yet all these conjectures have been refuted. However, the 4 founders once speculated that the unforgivable curses might have been invented by the forgotten first Dark Lord, crafted to counter Merlin after his defeat." Elvin raised his hand. Professor Binns nodded. "Mr. Cavendish, you may speak directly. From now on in my class, you need not raise your hand. Just speak up." Elvin said, "Professor Binns, I've heard that ancient wizards use spells entirely different from ours. It was only after the 4 founders appeared to facilitate teaching that they derived the modern incantations from ancient." Professor Binns replied, "Indeed. When Hogwarts was first established, the 4 founders, along with many teachers and wizards, jointly created the current spell-casting methods from ancient magic. For while ancient magic was immensely powerful, it demanded an equal exchange. You had to sacrifice something of equal value." Elvin said, "In that case, what was the purpose of inventing the unforgivable curses? Ancient magic was far more potent. The Dark Lord would not have done such a thing." Professor Binns answered, "That I do not know. Or rather, no one can know. The era is too distant. But such immensely powerful and evil dark magic could only have been created by one with great achievements in the dark arts. Apart from the first Dark Lord, there was no one else at the time." Erwin nodded. Just then the bell for the end of class rang. Professor Binns paused. "Today's lesson really flew by. I haven't felt like this in a long time. Erwin, if there's anything else you wish to know, you're most welcome to visit my office for a chat. Oh, and when you come, do remember to knock. My office doesn't have a password. I usually just walk through walls. I suppose you wouldn't want that ability just yet." A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Erwin's mouth. He must be dreaming. He actually saw the ghost professor crack a joke. How absurd. Erwin gave a slight bow. "Yes, Professor. Thank you." Professor Binns waved a hand, then floated up and drifted straight through the classroom wall. You have to admit, being a ghost certainly came with its conveniences. Erwin gathered his books and left the classroom. The afternoon's second lesson was Charms, his first Charms class at Hogwarts. Typically, Flitwick wouldn't teach a spell in the first Charms lesson. Instead, he focused on theoretical knowledge. After all, spells could be rather dangerous. Take Neville Longbottom, for instance. No matter what charm he attempted, it always turned into an explosion. It was both ridiculous and terrifying. Yet from another perspective, that was a kind of talent in itself, a unique ability belonging solely to Neville. By that measure, Neville was quite gifted. Still, Erwin preferred to keep his distance from such talent. Let him wreak havoc on others. There was no need for him to wreak it on Erwin. Fortunately, the first Charms lesson was shared with Ravenclaw. Right as the bell rang, Erwin led the Slytherin students into the classroom. The left side of the room was already filled with Ravenclaw students. As for why they were late, well, it wasn't really Erwin's fault. It was all because of Draco's 2 dim-witted henchmen. Good heavens, how could any student still get lost on their way to the bathroom 2 days into the term? Erwin thought they ought to be grateful for their bloodline. Otherwise, with brains like theirs, they wouldn't even qualify as ingredients in the Forbidden Forest. Some magical creatures would fear their intellect might rub off. The Slytherin students took their seats. As luck would have it, the remaining seat was still next to Hermione. Erwin didn't think twice and sat down. Professor Flitwick entered from the front door and stepped up to the lectern. He was still shorter than the lectern itself. But for a charms master like Flitwick, that was hardly an issue. With a light tap of his finger, Flitwick levitated into the air and landed gracefully atop the lectern. Erwin's pupils contracted slightly. Damn, that was impressive, worthy of applause. A silent wandless levitation charm, and on himself no less. Such mastery of charms truly lived up to the title of Charms Master. Indeed, you could always trust Hogwarts' selection, except for Lockhart, of course. The young witches and wizards gaped in awe. You couldn't blame them for being inexperienced. Even Erwin had to admit Flitwick's move was remarkably cool. Flitwick stood on the lectern, hands clasped behind his back. All right, young witches and wizards. Though this isn't our first meeting, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Phileas Flitwick, your charms professor, and also the head of Ravenclaw House. The Ravenclaw students burst into applause, with Hermione clapping the loudest. The Slytherin students, however, turned to look at Erwin. Erwin raised his hands and clapped, and the little snakes quickly followed suit. Flitwick nodded approvingly. Thank you, young witches and wizards. Now, before we officially begin, I'd like to ask, does anyone know what spell I just used? Erwin and Hermione both raised their hands. Erwin certainly wasn't about to pass up such a prime opportunity to earn points. Flitwick glanced at the two raised hands and pointed a long-nailed finger at Hermione. Miss Granger, you go first. Hermione replied the levitation charm, and it was silent and wandless. Flitwick nodded. Correct. Miss Granger, 5 points for Ravenclaw. Hermione's face lit up with excitement. In truth, she wasn't thrilled about the 5 points. What really excited her was that for the first time she had snatched a question from Erwin. Erwin didn't dwell on it. There would be plenty more chances to earn points. 5 points were nothing. But as the lesson went on, Erwin truly began to feel the disparity in this world. He finally understood what Hermione had been experiencing. Was Flitwick openly playing favorites? Snape, please emerge from that Flitwick costume. Erwin almost felt as though he was hallucinating. This was practically another Snape. In half an hour, Flitwick asked 4 questions. Both Erwin and Hermione raised their hands each time. Yet out of those 4 questions, Flitwick called on Hermione 3 times, and only once, perhaps out of embarrassment, did he call on Erwin. Erwin earned a mere 5 points. So much for the selfless professor. Please replace every professor except Snape with Professor McGonagall. As for why Snape was exempt, well, he was biased toward Erwin. The Slytherin students had caught on too. Discontent flickered across their faces. Erwin couldn't be bothered to raise his hand anymore. Fine, when sharing a class with Ravenclaw charms was no longer a reliable source of points. Erwin didn't take it to heart. A head favoring his own house was hardly a big deal. Besides, he had another purpose for attending today's lesson. Soon the class neared its end. With half an hour remaining, Flitwick stopped lecturing. All right, I've covered today's material. Now it's time for questions. If anyone has a query, feel free to speak up. Erwin raised his hand immediately. Flitwick gestured. Mr. Cavendish, what is it? Erwin asked. Professor, I'd like to know. Is there any spell that allows people to communicate with each other regardless of distance? That was Erwin's main goal for the day, his Violet Lotus mark. Was there a way to install a communication function on it? Erwin clarified, I mean some method to enable a conversation over long distances. Flitwick frowned thoughtfully. As far as I know, there's no such magic in the wizarding world. A flicker of disappointment crossed Erwin's mind. None. Wait, actually, I think there is one. Where did I see it? Flitwick paced back and forth on the lectern for a moment. I remember now. I think I've seen it before. There was a spell called the Message Charm, but it had many limitations. And it wasn't as convenient as owls. So the wizards abandoned it. Erwin's eyes lit up. So it really existed. Erwin said, Professor, could you tell me about this spell? Flitwick replied, I saw it in a book once. But I can't recall the details. Let me check when I get back. They'll tell you in the next class. Erwin nodded. Thank you, Professor. A flicker of anticipation stirred in Erwin's heart. If he could add a communication function to his Violet Lotus mark, many things would become incredibly convenient. As for the limitations Flitwick mentioned, Erwin figured he'd overcome what he could and find a way around the rest. He was determined to learn this spell. As for it being less convenient than owls, ridiculous. These wizards, what creativity did they even possess? If Erwin truly mastered it, and could popularize it, he'd just start a monopoly, call it Carwin Communications. Wouldn't that be terrifying? After class, Erwin packed up and headed to the Great Hall to enjoy his dessert cuisine. Just then our platinum-haired glory, the daddy-calling expert Malfoy, approached his table. Erwin frowned. With a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared in his hand. Malfoy flinched, recalling the absurd reason had been beaten on the train. He quickly said, Prefect, I mean no harm. Seeing Erwin's furrowed brow, he added hastily, and am not trying to insult you. Erwin said, state your business. Malfoy sighed in relief. Well, I need some help. Erwin was stunned. His wand nearly slipped from his grasp. Had he woken up too suddenly? Or was this all a dream? Was he still asleep? A dream within a dream. Inception. Had he heard correctly? Our daddy caller Malfoy actually said he needed help, and had come to Erwin of all people saying he needed help. Erwin's first thought was that this was a conspiracy. Come on, our platinum-haired glory would never need help, nor would he ever seek it from an enemy. How disgraceful for the Malfoy family. Noticing Erwin's gaze, Malfoy's face visibly reddened. Fine, if you want help, we'll find someone else. He turned to leave. Erwin said, hold it. Come on, tell me. Erwin was genuinely curious. too curious. For Malfoy to come to him meant that what he needed was far more important than his enmity toward Erwin. Malfoy said, "It's Professor McGonagall's assignment, turning a matchstick into a needle. I've tried for ages, but I can't get it right." So, Erwin understood had come to ask for guidance. Malfoy actually wanting to study. Something was off, 12 kinds of off. But suddenly Erwin remembered something. Tomorrow there was a transfiguration class shared with Gryffindor. So Malfoy's goal. Erwin looked at him, it was confirmed. The kid wanted to outshine Harry Potter. Show off a bit. As expected, they were truly destined rivals. It was too adorable. Really, this pair was too adorable. Erwin felt they absolutely had to end up together, or had have to learn how to brew amortentia. Malfoy grew uncomfortable under Erwin's gaze. Just as he was about to turn away, Erwin said, "Wait for me in the common room tonight. He'll come teach you after I get back from Professor Snape's." Malfoy froze. You'd really teach me?" Erwin smiled. "Why not? All right. Head to the Great Hall. Dinner's about to start." Erwin left one thing unsaid. He loved watching this kind of drama. He could already imagine how smug Malfoy would be if he outperformed Harry Potter. Life at Hogwarts was too dull. Erwin was willing to go out of his way for some amusement. Nothing more, just for fun. In the Great Hall, as Erwin savored his dessert dishes, he felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Unlike usual, dessert cuisine had appeared on the tables of all 4 houses and the professor's table. Erwin noticed the dishes before Dumbledore. Yusiang Rosi. That old man was definitely treating himself to a private meal. Tomorrow he'd have Yusiang Rosi too. After dinner, Erwin went to Snape's office as usual to help with potions. Having read Snape's journal, his techniques became even more precise. Still, practice made perfect. Snape was inwardly satisfied, but showed no emotion on his face. He couldn't break character. After finishing the day's work, Erwin returned to the Slytherin common room. As soon as he entered, he heard Malfoy chanting a spell. Erwin followed the sound. Malfoy sat on the sofa, a silver needle, half metal half wood, on the table. Well, let's call it a silver needle for now. Erwin couldn't help but marvel. Look at that. This was the power of fate. The bond between Malfoy and Harry Potter. Truly touching. Erwin wiped the corner of his eye, moved to tears. Of course he wouldn't admit it was just a yawn. When Malfoy saw Erwin return, he quickly stood up. Erwin waved a hand. "Sit down. Let me see your casting." Malfoy nodded, then recited the incantation. His wand tapped the matchstick. A tiny portion of the wooden matchstick turned metallic. Erwin said, "The incantation and wand movement are correct. The only issue is your magic. You're injecting too little." Malfoy asked, "So if I inject more, will it work?" Erwin replied seriously, "No." Malfoy's face instantly darkened. Was he being mocked? Was Malfoy's life not worth anything? Just messing with him? Erwin continued, "You're missing the most important thing, proficiency. You inject little because you know too much magic will cause the matchstick to fail. So you need to gradually increase the magic until you find the threshold. That requires practice." Having studied Professor McGonagall's notes, Erwin easily identified Malfoy's problem. In short, he was too cautious. Look at Seamus. He went all out and blew things up, but at least he dared to try right. Malfoy was just too timid. He nodded half understanding, and was about to wave his wand to try again. Erwin said, "Wait." Then he stood up and stepped back several paces. "All right, you can begin now." Erwin was a man of great adventurous spirit. At least that was what he believed of himself, but he was also a man who cherished his life. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Clearly in Elwin's eyes, Malfoy, who was about to cast a spell, was that very perilous wall. Elwin naturally kept his distance. He was also afraid of getting splattered with blood. No. How could he speak of his toy in such a manner? How rude of him. Thinking this, Elwin felt a pang of guilt. He took 2 more steps backward. Malfoy watched Elwin's movements with utter confusion. After all, although their dear godfather possessed an illustrious lineage, he was unaware that an excessive infusion of magical power could trigger an explosion. This was a rather obscure symptom, except of course for Mr. Seamus. Malfoy gripped his wand. He cleared his throat. His face was full of anticipation. He looked quite solemn. With a gentle wave of his wand, and an incantation on his lips the next moment. A bang. As expected, the match exploded. Malfoy's face instantly turned pitch black. His platinum blonde hair was also stained with a layer of black soot. Elwin felt relieved. He was truly too clever. He had retreated to a safe distance. Such a grasp of distance. No joke, an ordinary person could not manage it. Whether it was due to the explosion, or because the dear Mr. Malfoy was now displeased, his face was unbelievably dark. Malfoy instantly became enraged. "Cavendish, how dare you mock me?" With that, he lunged towards Elwin. In his fury, he forgot the disparity in strength between him and Elwin. Elwin swiftly drew his wand and aimed it at Malfoy. "Stand there. Don't move. If you so much as stain my robes with a speck of black, believe me, I will stuff you into a toilet and let the water fiercely flush that pig brain of yours." Malfoy looked at the silvery white wand in Elwin's hand, and reason instantly returned. It must be said, holding the truth made one's words carry weight. Elwin said, mock you. Am not that idle. Exceeding the threshold of magical output causes magic to become unstable and explode. Haven't you studied that? Clearly you infused too much magic. Couldn't you just add a little at a time slowly and gradually, and try over and over? Malfoy was stunned. Was that so? Was he supposed to have learned that? When had he learned it? Could the professor have secretly tutored the others while he was eating and left him out? Elwin said, I've given you the solution. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be this foolish. To pour in all your magic at once. Malfoy, you truly disappoint me. A hint of pity flickered across Elwin's face. It looked like the feeling of a stern mentor disappointed in his unworthy disciple. A sense of helpless frustration. Malfoy immediately panicked. No, it's not like that. Sorry, Prefect. I didn't mean it. I must have been distracted. Sorry, give me another chance. I can do it. Elwin waved his hand. Try again. I hope you can learn quickly. After all, we are Slytherins and you are someone I value highly. Hearing this, Malfoy for some reason felt an immense surge of motivation. He didn't know that this force was called encouragement. Malfoy nodded vigorously. I can definitely do it. With that, Malfoy turned around and grabbed another match. He began to practice again. The corners of Elwin's mouth lifted. Look what a simple little wizard. He truly adored Hogwarts. With just a bit of acting and a touch of experience, you could make a little wizard obedient. Even if he was a proud Malfoy. Of course, this trick wasn't Elwin's original idea. He learned it from short videos. Who said you couldn't learn anything from scrolling on your phone? See how effective it is. Learning has no limits. The ancients were not wrong. Malfoy had decent talent, and with Elwin's guidance his progress was remarkably fast. At 11 o'clock at night, Malfoy once again cast a transfiguration spell with his remaining magic. Subsequently, the match on the table transformed directly into a silver needle. It even had some beautiful carvings on it, looking quite exquisite. Malfoy exclaimed in surprise, I did it. I did it. Elwin nodded. Well done. Malfoy, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. I believe that in tomorrow's transfiguration class you will surely astonish everyone. Malfoy's eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Elwin. At that moment, any grudges or beatings were forgotten. All he knew was that his success was inseparable from Elwin's help. Malfoy crossed his hands over his chest and made a strange gesture. Prefect Elwin Draco Malfoy. Thanks you once again. Elwin waved his hand. It's good that you've learned. I'm tired too. I'm going back to rest. As he reached the stairway, Elwin felt he needed to put a finishing touch on his performance. Elwin stood on the stairs, turning to look down at Malfoy. Draco, I look forward to your performance in tomorrow's transfiguration class. Slytherin, honored by you. After saying this, Elwin turned and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Malfoy's face full of longing and excitement. Perfect. The finishing touch was applied flawless. Please award the next Best Actor trophy to Elwin. He deserved it. After returning to his bedroom, Elwin changed his bedsheets, as usual, and then laid down ready to sleep. He planned to sleep soundly today. He didn't intend to cause trouble or do anything else. He was still young in a period of growth and needed rest. In a daze, Elwin soon fell asleep. On the other side, after Malfoy returned to his dormitory, his face was full of excitement. He had learned it. He had finally learned it. He had already begun to anticipate when Professor McGonagall checked their homework tomorrow. He would succeed directly. Then what would he say to Harry Potter? What tone and posture should he use? Malfoy began to envision the complete scene in his mind. It must be said Malfoy's affection for Harry Potter ran deep. Harry Potter was also an undeniably fortunate soul. Look at how many people were thinking about him, even though they were all male. But did that matter? In this country, anything was possible. Elwin slept quite soundly that night. He didn't dream of anything bizarre. Most importantly, Elwin wasn't being chased in his dreams. This was simply bliss. After the wake-up bell rang, Elwin stretched, washed up, and prepared for class. He was already eager to see today's excitement. His only amusement at Hogwarts. What surprises would Mr. Draco Malfoy bring him today? Arriving at the Great Hall, he began his breakfast. Only then did Alvin realize that Hogwarts had far more surprises in store for him than he had ever imagined. This house elf McGee could actually make chow mein. And not just any chow mein, but one with red chili oil, and he even sprinkled peanuts on top. The details were simply impeccable. A bowl of noodles left Alvin utterly content. This was the true essence of life. House elves were truly wonderful. He wondered if he could negotiate with Hogwarts to take one home with him when the time came. Their culinary skills surpassed even the chefs Alvin had hired. Of course, that was also due to the dire circumstances of the place he was in. A good chef specializing in great Xia cuisine was incredibly hard to find. After a hearty meal, Alvin led the first-year Slytherin wizards to the Transfiguration classroom. Malfoy had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Throughout the entire journey, he was in a state of extreme excitement. No, it wasn't just during the journey. Ever since Alvin had spotted him in the Great Hall, he had been in that state, his face unable to conceal his anticipation. Many thought the boy had lost his mind. Seated in the classroom, Alvin took an unusual spot near the back in a middle row. The optimal viewing position as taught by Cat Eye. From here, Alvin could see everyone in the classroom at a glance. He could also see Malfoy. Malfoy had chosen a seat in the very first row, leaving the other young wizards baffled. In Professor McGonagall's class, aside from overachievers like Alvin and Hermione, everyone else tried to sit as far back as possible. So why was Malfoy pushing to the front today? After Malfoy sat down, his gaze predictably fixed on Harry Potter, his eyes brimming with provocation. Harry Potter was equally puzzled. He rolled his eyes, ignored Malfoy, and turned back to continue talking with Ron. A flicker of anger crossed Malfoy's face. Alvin was astonished. Jealousy. This was jealousy, wasn't it? Indeed, Malfoy's feelings for Harry Potter were far from simple. The hidden romantic thread had finally been confirmed by Alvin. Alvin felt he could start shipping them right then and there. It felt right, absolutely right. Soon after, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom and silence immediately fell. She announced, "Before we begin, let me check your homework. Let me see how well you've practiced. Although I didn't make it mandatory, I was hoping someone would surprise me." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze toward Alvin. After all, in her view, he was the only one in the room capable of performing complete transfiguration. But then something astonishing happened, not just to Professor McGonagall, but to everyone. Malfoy raised his hand high, his expression like that of a triumphant general returning to receive his rewards. His eyes held not only excitement, but also anticipation and urgency. Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy with uncertainty. Had she gotten up too quickly? Had Alvin's soul possessed Malfoy? What was going on? She approached Malfoy. "What's the matter, Malfoy? Do you need to use the restroom?" Alvin barely stifled a laugh. The most absurd part was that Professor McGonagall wasn't teasing him. She genuinely thought that. That was why she asked. Such was Malfoy's reputation. Malfoy was taken aback too. "Huh, the restroom? No. You said you were checking homework, right?" "I finished it." Professor McGonagall was stunned. "You finished it?" Malfoy nodded. Professor McGonagall said, "Then give it a try." Malfoy pulled out his wand ready to cast. After a moment's thought, Professor McGonagall stepped back 2 paces. Alvin couldn't hold it in any longer. This was too hilarious. When had Professor McGonagall turned into a comedian? Malfoy didn't notice her movement. He was fully focused on the matchstick on the desk. He was determined to make a stunning impression. He recalled Alvin's words from yesterday. He was a Slytherin. He was a Malfoy, and the platinum honor was his to defend. From the Gryffindor side, Ron resumed his disgusting habit of whispering about others behind their backs. However, Professor McGonagall's authority was absolute, so Ron only dared to speak quietly. He leaned in close to Harry Potter's ear. Ron said, "Just watch. That evil Slytherin has thought of another way to show off." In truth, Ron's mind and knowledge weren't sufficient to come up with the word show off, but since Hermione had scolded him with it yesterday, he remembered it. It must be said that life is full of opportunities for growth, even if some growth comes unexpectedly and abruptly. Harry Potter smiled. In truth, he didn't believe Malfoy would succeed either. He could accept Alvin succeeding, but Malfoy? Absolutely not. After all, Mr. Potter was proud. He was the chosen one. If he couldn't outdo Alvin, surely he couldn't be outdone by others. Little did he know that among all the Hogwarts first years, his starting point was in the upper echelon, but his natural talent was merely average, and his level of effort was even lower. There were plenty of others better than him. Malfoy swung his wand and murmured the incantation. Professor McGonagall nodded. She had to admit Malfoy surprised her. Both his wand movement and his incantation were flawless. On the desk, the matchstick transformed, and a silver needle appeared. Malfoy was ecstatic. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, picked up the needle, and examined it closely. Her eyes betrayed her astonishment. Malfoy had actually succeeded. The surrounding young wizards were equally incredulous. Even the Slytherins were stunned. Damn it, Malfoy had been secretly working hard behind their backs. How could the proclaimed slacker betray them like this? His 2 cronies in particular were utterly bewildered. They felt a sense of betrayal. Ron and Harry Potter were also in disbelief. Malfoy had actually succeeded. Malfoy's face was full of smugness. He turned to look at Ron and Harry Potter, his eyes filled with provocation. Harry Potter noticed Malfoy's gaze and looked down. The smugness on Malfoy's face deepened. He had won. Malfoy was in high spirits. Professor McGonagall put down the silver needle. "Well done, Malfoy. 10 points for Slytherin." Malfoy was thrilled. He had actually earned points for his house. Alvin enjoyed the spectacle, feeling quite pleased himself. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Malfoy, under the host's guidance, has earned 10 house points. The host receives 100 reputation points. Keep up the good work. Alvin widened his eyes. Is that how it works? System, what does this mean? Does this rule apply to everyone, or just Malfoy? Ding. It applies to everyone. As long as the wizard receives house cup points under your guidance, you will earn achievement points. Not limited to individuals, not limited to houses. Even not limited to the school. Alvin's eyes lit up. All right, so there's this way to play after all. If that's the case. He chuckled to himself. Alvin felt he had found the best way to farm points. As for whether it would make things hard for the young wizards, Alvin couldn't care less. He saw it as a charitable act, helping them improve while nourishing his own growth. A boundless merit. Elvin even thought of himself as a great man. However, he still needed to figure out how to maximize the benefits. Most importantly, how to link it all to himself. Otherwise, all the effort would be wasted if he couldn't harvest achievement. The class ended quickly. As Professor McGonagall was about to leave, Elvin hurried to the front of the podium. Professor McGonagall, wait up. Professor McGonagall put down her teaching materials. Elvin, what's the matter? I noticed you seemed a bit distracted in class. Is there a problem? Or something wrong with the materials I asked you to organize? Elvin shook his head. No, it's nothing like that. I've mostly finished organizing them. Barring any surprises, I'll have the essay ready for you by the weekend at the latest. Professor McGonagall nodded. Then what is it? Elvin said, it's like this, Professor. Since I came to Hogwarts, I've noticed a problem. We have far too much free time. That's not good for improving our academic performance. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. What had she just heard? Such unfamiliar words. A young wizard actually caring about grades. She looked at Elvin as if beholding a treasure. What do you have in mind? She asked. Elvin replied. I think the young wizards waste a lot of time every evening chatting and playing around. Or if they can't sleep, they go sneaking around the castle. That's not good for Hogwarts order either, and I'm sure you'd like to see that change. So I was thinking we could add morning and evening study sessions. But that changed nothing. Elwin could stand tall between heaven and earth, thumping his chest to declare that he did it all for the young witches and wizards. Of course, his own growth was just a tiny fraction of the reason. His primary intention was to contribute to the students of Hogwarts. Yes, he was exactly that great. That selfless. Even Elwin felt his own image towering. Moved teary-eyed. Elwin slightly bowed. Professor, these are all things I should do. I am a student of Hogwarts, a student of Slytherin. I have the duty to help my fellow students become better. I hope every young witch and wizard who walks out of Hogwarts will be the finest. Professor McGonagall's eyes reddened. Moved, truly moved. See, this is what a good student looks like. This is a good student indeed. This is what a worry-free young wizard looks like. Professor McGonagall said, Elwin, I see how much you care for Hogwarts. Believe me, you are the best student I have ever met. Without exception. If all other young wizards were like you, I would have so much less to worry about. I will discuss your suggestion with the other professors. Then well deliberate. Elwin replied, All right, thank you, Professor McGonagall. I believe the other professors will be more than willing to agree. Professor McGonagall said, Of course. I think so too. Well, time is almost up. You should prepare for your next lesson. Those young wizards are waiting for you. If I remember correctly, your next class is potions, isn't it? Elwin turned to look. He saw many young wizards still in the classroom, not just Slytherins, but also Gryffindors. However, these young wizards were now staring at Elwin with terrified eyes. They had heard everything he said. Just listening made them feel horrified. What kind of terrifying schedule was this? Never in their lives had they experienced such a grueling routine. At this moment in their eyes, the Elwin who proposed this plan began to blur. His hair faded, his nose vanished. His skin turned deathly pale. Oh, this was Voldemort incarnate. Elwin couldn't be bothered with these young wizards. At the start, there would inevitably be discomfort. That was normal. After all the schedule and intensity of Dacia, they naturally wouldn't understand, but this was only temporary. Elwin was confident they would adapt quickly. Elwin was a good teacher. He could guide these young wizards. Of course, if they refused to listen to reason, he also knew a thing or two about physical persuasion. Elwin bid farewell to Professor McGonagall and led the Slytherin young wizards out of the Transfiguration classroom. On the way to the potions classroom, these young wizards remained silent. Staring at Elwin's back, they found him increasingly sinister and terrifying. What kind of evil person would think of morning and evening study sessions? As a result, the potions class today was unprecedentedly quiet. Although the potions classroom's atmosphere was usually low due to Snape's presence today, it was exceptionally so. Our Sharpie Professor Snape immediately noticed the anomaly. He frowned, but said nothing. The Gryffindor young wizards were probably also frightened by Elwin's proposal, so they remained very quiet. This saved Snape a lot of trouble. Of course, in potions class, being quiet wasn't enough. For instance, Neville Longbottom still brewed a potion of tremendous potency, causing trouble for Harry and Ron nearby. Elwin didn't know any counter curses. Spells like Finite and Canitum were beyond him, so he didn't step in to show off. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't have intervened. Foolish little lions needed to endure hardship to grow. The great Elwin had sacrificed too much, even bearing the reputation of not helping his classmates. The potions class was uneventful. Gryffindor's performance was as expected with no surprises. And Elwin, who had madly earned 30 points, seemed to become a familiar sight. If a day passed without Elwin earning points for the school, that would be the real surprise. Even Elwin felt a bit embarrassed. Snape's favoritism was just too obvious. Even Flitwick's favoritism only went as far as 5 points here and there. But look at Snape, 10 points at a time. The most terrifying part was that Snape didn't even bother to hide it. For instance, after Elwin brewed a potion, he wiped the table and Snape directly awarded 10 points. Even Elwin felt awkward. But you have to admit the efficiency of earning points was indeed high. Seeing his reputation value back to 2,700, Elwin could proudly say, He owed his current achievements to his own efforts. As for the system, it was merely an aid. After class, Elwin packed his things and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sunlight before him. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. That familiar entrance. The sheer bulk blocking the sun could only belong to Snape. Elwin forced a charming smile. "Dear Professor, what's the matter?" Snape said nothing. Instead, he looked at the other young wizards. They were full of curiosity, eager to catch some gossip. Snape's cold voice rang out. "Are you so slow at packing? Has your troll-like brain left you unable to clean your cauldrons? Or do you not wish to leave my classroom?" The young wizards shuddered and quickened their movements. Snape turned to Harry Potter. "Mr. Potter, do you have some hidden ailment in your hands? What were you listening to in class?" "I said cleaning a cauldron requires it to be spotless. You didn't hear a word. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Harry Potter's face turned green. This was sheer misfortune. The other young wizards hadn't cleaned theirs either. Malfoy's face was full of schadenfreude. But with past experience, Harry Potter dared not utter a single word of protest. Soon, all the young wizards had left the classroom. Then Snape looked at Elwin. "What happened during your last class?" Elwin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Snape to keep him back just for this. Elwin recounted what he had discussed with Professor McGonagall. Snape eyed him suspiciously. "What are you plotting again?" Elwin grew immediately anxious. "Professor, you can't say that. I only ever act for the betterment of our studies. What schemes could I possibly harbor?" Snape cast a meaningful glance at Elwin. "You are a true Slytherin to the core. There has never been a selfless soul in Slytherin. Whatever you are plotting, remember this one thing. Hogwarts is Dumbledore's Hogwarts. Do not overstep." With that, Snape turned and glided away. Indeed, he glided once more. Elwin was astonished. Was there not a single professor at Hogwarts who made a normal entrance? Some emerged through walls, some drifted through the air, others transformed into cats, and one even rolled in like a wheel. Oh heavens, forgive him. No disrespect intended toward Professor Sprout. After Snape glided away, Elwin let out a sigh of relief. In truth, even he felt the oppressive atmosphere drop whenever he faced Snape. Whistling softly, Elwin packed up his belongings, scrubbing his cauldron until it gleamed spotlessly. After all, he had paid for it with his own money, and as a paragon of frugality, he knew that residual potion could corrode the cauldron. What a waste that would be. Once everything was in order, Elwin left the classroom, taking care to close the door behind him. Such a conscientious student was a rare sight. This delay had cost him nearly half an hour. Elwin reckoned the young witches and wizards must have nearly finished their meal. He wondered if Maggie had saved him any food. Yet the moment he stepped into the Great Hall, he was taken aback. Every single young witch and wizard had their eyes fixed on him, including the upper-year students. Their gazes held confusion, fear, and even a hint of hostility from some. Baffled, Elwin made his way to the Slytherin table. Charlotte shuffled closer to Elwin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Elwin tapped the table, and several dishes appeared. Picking up a napkin, he wiped his chopsticks and asked casually, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Charlotte replied, "Nothing. I just wanted to see what the son of a devil looks like." Elwin was taken aback. "Does my father have a secret identity?" Charlotte chuckled. "The whole of Hogwarts is buzzing with the rumor that you are the devil's son." An ordinary person could never have come up with the idea of morning and evening study sessions. So how did you ever think of something so terrifying? Elwin finally understood. So that was it. These young witches and wizards really spread rumors quickly. Elwin said, "Don't you think morning and evening study sessions are a great idea?" Charlotte shrugged. "Perhaps only you think so, but it seems the Ravenclaws are quite pleased about it. You know how much they love to study." Elwin looked toward the Ravenclaw table. Indeed, Hermione was brimming with excitement, and the other Ravenclaw students wore equally thrilled expressions. "Isn't that a good thing?" Elwin remarked. Charlotte shook her head, falling silent. Elwin picked up a piece of fried pork and asked casually, "Have Malfoy and the others finished eating and left? Why are so many first years missing?" Charlotte paused, startled. "They never came to the Great Hall. Aren't you the one in charge of the first years? Didn't you assign them to do something else?" Elwin was equally stunned. "No, I didn't." He glanced at the Gryffindor table and noticed several first years were absent from there as well. A sudden ominous feeling crept over him. Something terrible was about to happen. Just then Professor McGonagall strode into the Great Hall, her face ashen with fury. The anger radiating from her seemed ready to burst through the ceiling. Behind her stood 2 rows of first years, one line of Slytherins led by Malfoy. However, Malfoy was in a sorry state, his face mottled with bruises and swelling. The other line consisted of Gryffindors led by their savior Mr. Potter. His glasses were shattered, though he appeared less battered than Malfoy. But Ron, standing behind Harry Potter, was a different story. His face was so swollen it resembled a shrunken troll figurine. Had it not been for his red hair, Elwin would not have recognized him. The other young witches and wizards bore injuries as well. The Great Hall fell into an instant hush. Professor McGonagall's face burned with rage. Dumbledore hurriedly snatched a piece of sweet and sour pork before reluctantly setting down his chopsticks. "Minerva, what has happened?" The other professors also turned their attention toward her. Professor McGonagall's voice was icy. They actually dared to gather and engage in a brawl, with their fists. Good heavens, I have never seen such students. Since the founding of Hogwarts, nothing like this has ever occurred. Elwin was dumbfounded. Bloody hell. They had been in a brawl, and they hadn't even invited him. He had missed out on something so entertaining. Just like that, Elwin aggressively shoveled a mouthful of rice to vent his displeasure. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. Such an incident was truly unprecedented at Hogwarts. This was indeed a first. Uncertain how to handle it, Dumbledore turned to Snape. Severus, what do you think? Snape's face was equally cold. Elwin, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was startled. Had someone just called him? And it was Snape. He quickly stood up. Professor, I am here, Snape said. So this is how you manage the first years. Elwin was bewildered. How in the world was he being made the scapegoat again? Hadn't Snape been the one to drive them away? Hadn't Snape kept him behind? How was this still his fault? But faced with Snape's icy glare, Elwin dared not utter a word. I apologize, Professor. I will handle it. Snape let out a cold snort and said nothing further. Professor McGonagall glanced at Elwin, then turned her gaze to the young witches and wizards. For your actions, Slytherin and Gryffindor will each lose 100 points. The students were stunned by her pronouncement. Malfoy quickly protested, No, Professor McGonagall. You cannot do this. They started it. Silence, Malfoy. Have you not disgraced yourself enough? Where is your noble decorum? Elwin barked. Malfoy immediately clamped his mouth shut, not daring to speak. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the hourglasses representing Slytherin and Gryffindor points instantly dwindled. Slytherin still had a few points left, but Gryffindor's hourglass was completely emptied. Not a single grain remained. Professor McGonagall gestured for the young witches and wizards to leave. Harry Potter and his group trudged back to the Gryffindor table in defeat. As for the Slytherin first years, they stood silently behind Elwin, not daring to lift their heads, let alone take their seats. Elwin paid them no mind and continued eating. Soon he had polished off all the food on the table. Letting out a satisfied burp, he set down his chopsticks. By the way, let me clarify something about how the protagonist's first and last names are used when addressed. Most readers probably already know this, but hey, race a quick explanation. The naming convention, there is usually given name, epithet, surname. The epithet is something some people add to distinguish between individuals with the same name. Close acquaintances typically use the given name, while strangers, or in formal situations, the surname is used. For instance, when Dumbledore first met Erwin, he addressed him by his given name, a subtle detail. Those familiar with this convention might have already guessed that Dumbledore knew the protagonist. Snape was the same. As for the other professors, they called Erwin by his given name out of admiration or a sense of closeness. I noticed some readers were particular about this point, so I thought I'd explain. He turned to look at Malfoy and the few young wizards beside him. You lot have truly impressed me. You actually know how to fight, with your fists. Good heavens, do you have any idea how astonished I was when Professor McGonagall told me you were brawling with your fists? Students of Hogwarts fighting with fists. The young Slytherins lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word of rebuttal. Erwin said, So Mr. Malfoy, tell me. Fighting like barbarians with your fists. Is this the refinement of the Malfoy family? Is this the pride of pure blood? Is this your upbringing? Malfoy was speechless. Erwin continued, Slytherin, because of you, has lost 100 points. Before the House Cup is tallied, I expect you to earn 200 points for Slytherin by any means necessary. If you fail, I will personally teach you what real fists mean. The young Slytherins whispered among themselves, too afraid to speak up. Yet in their hearts they all felt this was an impossible task. But Erwin gave them no chance to argue. He said coldly, All of you go eat. What are you standing here for? To make a spectacle of yourselves, eh? The young Slytherins quickly scrambled to find seats, sat down, and buried their heads in their food, not daring to say a word. Charlotte sidled up to Erwin and said with a smile, You really scared those little ones. Erwin snorted. If they knew fear, they wouldn't have gone looking for trouble. It's utterly disgraceful. Professor Snape probably wants to poison them all. Charlotte chuckled softly. At the Gryffindor table, Percy watched Erwin's authority among the Slytherins with envy. Coming from a poor background, Percy was naturally drawn to power. Though he had become a Gryffindor prefect, Gryffindor was a handful. He wished he could be like Erwin, commanding such respect that no one dared to sit and eat before he spoke. Charlotte said, By the way, are you continuing the prefect challenge today? Many are waiting. Erwin replied, Of course. I said so yesterday, and besides, I'm in a foul mood. I need an outlet. Charlotte laughed. Well, someone's in for a rough time. But truly you are a pure Slytherin. Little did Charlotte know Erwin's bad mood wasn't because Slytherin had disgraced itself, but because those fools had fought without inviting him, denying him the spectacle. That was what infuriated Erwin most. He stood up abruptly and glared at Marcus Flint, who sat at the end of the table with a gloomy expression. You wretch, wait for me by the Black Lake. Marcus' face darkened further. He rose to his feet. Do you really think you've already won? Cavendish, you'll pay for your arrogance. With that he turned and strode away, followed by the fifth-year students. Erwin curled his lip. Tough talk, but he still went obediently. The other young wizards, eager to watch the duel, also stirred into action. Soon 7 out of 10 students had left the hall. Malfoy and his group quickened their pace in finishing their meals. Erwin stood up, smoothing the wrinkles in his robes from sitting. He then headed out of the hall. Behind him Charlotte quickly followed. Erwin looked at her with confusion. "Why do you keep following me?" Charlotte replied, "I lost to you, so now you're my prefect too. Of course I should stick with you. Isn't that only natural?" Erwin frowned. He felt this woman didn't seem quite right. It was as if she was deliberately getting close to him. Could she be coveting his good looks? Indeed, this face of his was bound to cause trouble. Erwin often found himself captivated by his own handsomeness. Apart from hearing about a mysterious group called Readers before he traveled here, he had never seen anyone more handsome than himself. A handsome face could be a curse too. Erwin sighed and headed toward the Black Lake. He was going to throw a punch. By the lakeside, the best viewing spots were already taken by young wizards. As Erwin approached, the crowd parted to make way. Erwin strode straight into the center. Marcus and Grodia were already waiting there. Marcus' face was icy, his gaze fixed on Erwin with malice. Grodia, on the other hand, offered Erwin a smile. Erwin took his place at Grodia's right hand. Grodia announced, "All right, the main players are here. The 5th stage of the Prefect Challenge officially begins." Both parties bow. Marcus said coldly, "I won't bow to him. Let's start directly." A cold glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. Damn it, this guy was really asking for it. He truly had to thank the Harmonious Society and Azkaban. Otherwise a green light would already be flying at that bastard's face. Grodia also frowned. "Marcus, this is the rule." Marcus ignored him, showing no intention of bowing. Grodia's face turned cold. Erwin said, "All right, Prefect, I'll handle this." Grodia nodded at Erwin and lowered his voice. "Erwin, teach him a lesson." Erwin smiled. "Don't worry, Prefect. He'll remember this for life." Grodia stepped back from the center. Marcus drew his wand. "Cavendish, I told you you'll pay for your arrogance." Erwin nodded. "I know. Now bow to me." Marcus sneered, "Dream on." Erwin sighed. Some people just wouldn't behave. The next moment his expression hardened. With a flick of his wrist his wand appeared in his hand. Around him magical power surged skyward, pressing down upon Marcus. When Erwin unleashed his full power, his magical might was nothing short of terrifying. He controlled the waves of magical energy to bear down solely on Marcus. Marcus' expression shifted instantly. Erwin said coldly, "I told you, bow to me." This move was inspired by Erwin from a scene in a movie featuring Voldemort. Now it seemed quite useful. The young wizards around were also stunned. How terrifying. Is this Erwin's true strength? Can a student really possess such magical power? Meanwhile, Charlotte's eyes flickered with a sharp glint, her thoughts unknown. Grodi's expression shifted slightly as well. This magical power was too terrifying. Yet he didn't believe he had no chance against Erwin. After all, a wizard's strength wasn't solely determined by magical power. Marcus' face was filled with fear. He now truly understood the gap between their abilities. In this situation, even moving a finger was a luxury for him. Erwin's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Was Marcus' backbone truly that unyielding? He wouldn't even bow. Yet Erwin was unaware that it was his first time using this technique, and he hadn't mastered the force. So Marcus wasn't unwilling to bow, he simply couldn't. He couldn't move at all. Finally a crisp crack sounded. Marcus' leg was actually broken by Erwin's oppressive aura. Almost everyone heard that faint snap. Pain and fear painted Marcus' face. But under the pressure of that aura, he couldn't utter a single word. Erwin was astonished. Was Marcus' backbone truly this tough? It hadn't seemed so in the original story. Indeed, Slytherins were admirable. Even a minor character like this had such spirit. Erwin suddenly felt a hint of respect for Marcus. He was a true man. Good, very good. Erwin acknowledged Marcus. He withdrew his aura. The next moment screams rang out. My leg, my leg. I surrender, I surrender. Take me to the school infirmary. Please, I'll never oppose you again. I give up." This sudden reversal nearly threw Erwin off balance. He stood frozen, taking 3 or 4 minutes to piece together what had happened. So this guy had been unable to speak due to the pressure of his aura all along. Erwin felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed he had misjudged. Seeing Erwin's silent, Marcus grew even more panicked. Especially when he saw the look in Erwin's eyes, which didn't seem to indicate forgiveness. This scared Marcus half to death. "Please, Prefect Erwin, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Spare me, I'm willing to submit. Please, let me go." The young wizards watching couldn't help but regard Erwin with a hint of fear. A few of Marcus' closer friends wanted to take him to the infirmary, but dared not approach. They could only watch Erwin anxiously. Erwin sighed. "You disappoint me. I thought you had some ability. Yet you can't even withstand my magical pressure. How can someone like you be worthy of my loyalty? Slytherin needs elites, and so do my followers. Marcus, you are too weak. So weak that I have no desire to strike again. I'll give you a chance to improve yourself. If one day you can see my back, then I'll grant you the opportunity to follow me." After speaking, Erwin turned around, his figure appearing somewhat desolate, like a venerable elder saddened by a junior's lack of promise. In the eyes of the young wizards, Erwin now seemed immensely noble. Marcus was also stunned. Gazing at Erwin's back, he suddenly felt he might indeed be too lacking. He had disappointed Erwin, losing even the chance to become his follower. Erwin had given him an opportunity to fight, yet his strength was so meager that he couldn't even withstand Erwin's pressure. How could such a person be worthy of being called a pure-blood family member? Erwin waved his hand. Take him to the infirmary. Those anxious friends of Marcus quickly rushed over. They lifted Marcus, intending to head to the infirmary. But Marcus shouted, "Wait." Then looking at Erwin's back, he said, "I'm sorry. My strength is too poor. But I'll remember what you said today. One day I will see your back. Thank you for your mercy. I apologize for my arrogance and provocation." Erwin didn't turn his head. He casually raised his hand and waved. A faint sigh reached everyone's ears. In the Ravenclaw camp, Hermione watched Erwin's somewhat lonely back and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Had he been this burdened all these years? For his family, for survival, and now at Hogwarts in search of a worthy opponent. To help others improve for the glory of Slytherin, he had borne so much. A thought arose in Hermione's heart. She wanted to become excellent, exceptionally excellent, so she could help Erwin. Not for any other reason, but just to assist him when he felt weary. Even if it were only trivial help, it would be enough to ease his burden. Erwin stood by the Black Lake. His gaze fell on the lake, his heart anxious. Had his act been convincing enough? Why wasn't there any reaction? Should he turn around now? If he did, would it break his persona? What was happening behind him? Just as Erwin was lost in thought, footsteps sounded behind him. He stole a glance with his peripheral vision and saw a group of Slytherin snakes, students from 1st to 5th year. They came to stand behind Erwin and bowed deeply. Charlotte stepped forward and said, "Prefect, time to rest." A smile tugged at the corner of Erwin's mouth. It seemed the effect was quite good. Indeed, Voldemort's path was wrong and Grindelwald's as well. Pure oppression only breeds resistance. Only by establishing authority appropriately, occasionally showing leniency, crafting one's image, and building a persona, is the true way for a Dark Lord. Bah, what Dark Lord? He wasn't a Dark Lord. He only wanted to bring more order to Hogwarts and ensure a better future for the little snakes after graduation. What had he done wrong? He was selfless, he was great. Ding. Detected that the host's actions perfectly align with the characteristics of a Dark Lord. Detected that the host has garnered the affection of over 70% of Slytherin's young wizards. Title upgraded. Current title 4th generation Dark Lord makes his debut. Title bonus increased by 5%. Erwin cursed inwardly. Are you stupid? Huh. Twice now you've slapped me in the face twice. Did you have to give this reward right now? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Idiot. Ding. The host's mental defenses have been breached. The host can choose not to accept the reward, and the system can revoke the title. Equip the title immediately right now. Ding. Title equipped successfully. Well, it truly is satisfying. Erwin slowly turned around. Charlotte, standing at the forefront, felt her heart tremble. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet Erwin's gaze. She felt that Erwin's authority had grown even more pronounced. The group of younger snakes also bowed their proud heads. Erwin nodded in satisfaction. Good, this was the feeling he wanted. He swept his gaze across the room, taking in the snakes from the 1st to the 5th years. As for the 6th and 7th years, they stood to one side. After all, Erwin had yet to deal with them. They had not been subdued yet. In truth, Erwin felt this was like a game. He needed to advance step by step, defeating each boss. And when he defeated a boss, that boss underlings would defect to him. Moreover, this was not simply because Erwin had beaten their hidden prefect, but because his strength had earned their genuine recognition. At that moment, Erwin finally understood why Slytherin had this seemingly impossible prefect challenge. By relying on strength to subdue everyone, you would become the undisputed prefect of Slytherin. The strong preyed on the weak, and the powerful claimed the throne. Erwin truly loved Slytherin. He said, "Let's go." The younger snakes parted to make way. Erwin walked through the middle with Charlotte and the other former hidden prefects following behind him. After them came the rest of the Slytherin snakes. The other onlooking students quickly stepped aside, letting the snakes pass. At that moment, Slytherin's cohesion was higher than ever before. The 6th and 7th year Slytherins exchanged bewildered glances. For some reason, they seemed to see themselves in the crowd. The little lions who had been locked in a fierce struggle with the younger snakes now kept their distance. They dared not stand in the snakes' way. They even suspected that if they blocked the path, they would be crushed by the united snakes. In the shadows, Snape watched Erwin, who was walking at the very front. A flicker of daze passed through his eyes. Just then a voice sounded behind Snape. Truly remarkable. Even I have never seen Slytherin like this. Snape did not even turn his head. He knew who it was. A mocking expression curled on his lips. What? Has your ridiculous paranoia struck again, Headmaster Dumbledore? Don't forget he is a Cavendish. Dumbledore said, I know, Severus. You don't need to be so guarded against me. You know I bear no malice toward this boy. I will protect him. It is what we owe him. Snape sneered, is that so? You once promised me you would protect Lily. But what happened? Lily died. Because you trusted someone you shouldn't have. So she died. Dumbledore was momentarily speechless. I'm sorry, Severus. I didn't want this. I never expected. Snape cut him off. Enough, Dumbledore. I don't want to hear any more. Never expected. You always say you never expected. It was the same with Cavendish's parents. We both knew what they were up against. Something far more terrifying than Voldemort. I said they shouldn't leave Hogwarts, but what did you say? You said you would protect them, that they would be safe. Just like Lily, they trusted you completely. Yet you betrayed that trust. Dumbledore fell silent. Snape said coldly, and now you want to use their son. Dumbledore, I will not allow you to harbor any designs on him. I will protect him. That is my debt to them. Even if it is you, if you try to use him, I will point my wand at you. Trust me, Dumbledore, do not doubt my resolve. Dumbledore said, I haven't, Severus. I have never had such intentions. Snape sneered, is that so? Then explain why you interrupted me the other day when I was about to tell Erwin the truth. Were you not afraid that he would hate you once he knew the truth? Or become wary? Dumbledore, you cannot fool me. Dumbledore sighed. I know you don't trust me. Time will prove everything, Severus. With that, Dumbledore snapped his fingers and vanished from the spot. Snape stared at the spot where Dumbledore had disappeared. His face was full of scorn. Trust Dumbledore. When it came to matters concerning Erwin, Snape would never trust Dumbledore. How could anyone trust someone with such a record? Snape flicked the hem of his robes and flew away. No, floated away. No, he simply left. Before entering the castle, Erwin caught a glimpse of the commotion from the corner of his eye. He also saw Snape and Dumbledore talking. A sharp light flickered in Erwin's eyes. It seemed perhaps that some things were more complicated than he had imagined. His probe of Dumbledore had apparently not succeeded. Having read the original story, Erwin was certainly not a reckless person. If he truly did not consider the consequences, how could he have developed the Cavendish family to this extent? He knew the old B's character well. From a righteous perspective, the old B was indeed a great man, laying down his life in a grand scheme to eliminate Voldemort and restore peace to the wizarding world. How moving. Thinking of this, Erwin felt like crying again. So touching. But the old B was also a very cunning man. He had taught someone like Voldemort and personally defeated Grindelwald. Therefore, he was very sensitive to Dark Lords. And Slytherin, as the cradle of dark wizards, now had someone like Erwin who was even more extraordinary than Voldemort. In Erwin's view, this was something the old B could not accept. So Erwin had stirred up all this trouble. He was testing the old B's limits. But to Erwin's surprise, the old B had not even sought him out. This puzzled Erwin greatly. Was the old B truly not afraid of him becoming a Dark Lord? Or did the old B have other plans? Thus, Erwin had a year to complete the Slytherin Prefect Challenge. But he had reached the 6th year level in just a few days, specifically to see what Dumbledore's attitude would be. Based on his experience reading novels and watching movies, Erwin expected Dumbledore to summon him, whether to win him over or test him. He had already devised a strategy, but the old B simply ignored him. That left Erwin overthinking. Humans are strange creatures. After guarding against something for so long, only to find it was all for nothing, a sense of frustration sets in. That was exactly how Erwin felt now. It even made him a bit melancholic. In the common room, Erwin reclined on the sofa. He stared up at the ceiling. The fireplace blazed fiercely. This was one advantage of the Slytherin common room. Sitting there, you could never tell if it was day or night outside. To bask in the sun, you had only two options. First, leave the common room. Second, go up to the dormitories. Though only the top floor where the prefect's quarters were rose above the water's surface and could catch sunlight. Fortunately, at least part of Slytherin was above water. Otherwise, Erwin wouldn't even have a place to air his quilt. Westerners would never understand the obsession of noble Daxiao with sunning bedding. Just as Erwin was about to close his eyes and rest, until class of figures stealthily crept toward him. Erwin didn't even glance over. He said, Malfoy, are you planning to assassinate me, or what? Malfoy's footsteps faltered. He looked a bit awkward. Erwin said, if you have something to say, spit it out. Malfoy said, I came to apologize. Erwin raised an eyebrow. He sat up straight. Oh, apologize. Malfoy said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fought with Ron and the others, bringing shame to Slytherin. Erwin nodded. Deep reflection. But you're wrong about one thing. Do you think I'm angry because you fought? Malfoy was taken aback. Isn't it? Erwin looked around the common room. Many young wizards were present, including those who had fought alongside Malfoy. Erwin said, since you're here, let me tell you where my anger truly lies. Fighting itself isn't a big deal. What really infuriates me is that you outnumbered those foolish lions, and yet some of you still got hurt. And the most ridiculous part is that Professor McGonagall caught you. Malfoy scratched his head. He explained those Gryffindors are just too strong. Erwin said because they're poor. They have to do everything themselves, which unknowingly builds their physique. You, on the other hand, have been pampered since childhood. Naturally, your physical condition can't match theirs. Yet you failed to see this. You used your weakness against their strength. Malfoy, is your head filled with flobberworms? Malfoy lowered his head. Erwin's words made him realize he had done something foolish. Erwin continued, remember, we are Slytherins. We are noble and elegant. Outsiders say we stop at nothing, but we are merely seeking the path to success. There is only one goal, but many roads lead to it. We are not evil, we simply do not need to hack through thorns on a rugged muddy path like those fools. Our starting point is a broad highway. So use your brains when encountering problems. Your minds are rusting from disuse. Pure-blood wizards choosing to fight with a bunch of simple-minded brawny foolish lions. This is your stupidest move. The young wizards dared not lift their heads under the scolding. Malfoy said, but we don't know many spells. We have too few at our disposal. Erwin felt a secret delight. Good. He hadn't expected the boy to set him up so perfectly. Look at how well-behaved the kid was. Erwin's effort hadn't been wasted. Erwin said, everyone has a copy of A Beginner's Guide to Spells. Can't you read it yourselves? Isn't this just laziness? Do you think I was born knowing these spells? That I don't need practice? The reason we are strong, the reason we are noble, is our power. To defend Slytherin's honor, you must make yourselves stronger. Honor is meant to be defended. A birthright without matching strength will eventually be surpassed. How many of the sacred 28 pure-blood families remain? Don't you know in your hearts? Isn't that a lesson from the past? The young wizards fell silent. Not just the first years, but some older students lowered their heads as well. Seeing the moment was right, Erwin stood up and said, I'm not saying this to belittle you. For me, being in Slytherin is an honor. I am willing to defend Slytherin's honor with my life. I hope you share the same sentiment. Prove to everyone with your strength that Slytherin's honor is a throne forged by power. The young wizards suddenly felt their blood boil. An unknown force seemed to surge into their bodies. Each of them clenched their fists. Someone the first to shout cried out, for Slytherin. The next moment, every young wizard in the common room raised their fists high. For Slytherin. Erwin hadn't expected such a powerful reaction. He now had a newfound understanding of that failed art student. This was truly the art of language. Erwin raised his fist to his chest. Everyone for Slytherin, we must grow stronger. Defending Slytherin's honor is our duty. The young wizards pounded their fists heavily against their chests. Some snakes who had been resting in their dormitories also emerged. Hearing Erwin's words, they were swept up in the atmosphere. Everyone placed a fist over their heart, chanting Slytherin's name. Thankfully, the Slytherin common room was entirely beneath the Black Lake. Otherwise, Erwin thought Dumbledore might have come to see what the commotion was about. Even Erwin himself was startled by the uproar. He raised a hand to quiet them. The shouts ceased. Erwin said, though my power is limited. For the sake of Slytherin, I welcome anyone with questions to come to me. If I can't answer, seek out the upper year prefects. If they can't, ask the professors. These are the modest contributions I can make to Slytherin. I hope to see Slytherin thrive with every member as formidable as a dragon. I hope to witness a day when Slytherin students dominate every class point tally. I hope we can make Slytherin the strongest house in Hogwarts. This is our glory. The young snakes felt a fire blazing within their chests. It instantly ignited. Excitement, fervor. Every young wizard's emotions surged with unparalleled intensity. Elwin gazed with satisfaction at the fire in their eyes. Look how pure they are. He truly adored young wizards of this age. They had no minds, even the Slytherins. They were easily swayed. Likewise, because of the innocence in their hearts, they could easily dedicate their lives to some unfounded goal. This was the charm of a failed art student. Elwin had an epiphany. He seemed to have found the path best suited for him. Elwin said, many young wizards must already know. I proposed the morning and evening study sessions to Professor McGonagall. I know many don't understand, and many are dissatisfied. Because you think I've wasted your rest time, wasted your playtime. It's fine, I don't blame you. I don't expect everyone to understand me. But I am willing to bear all the criticism, and all of this is so that through extensive study, we can make Slytherin stronger. One day, the glory of Slytherin will be sown across every inch of the wizarding world. Elwin tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, staring at the ceiling. His eyes were slightly moist. His face bore excitement along with the sadness and frustration of being misunderstood. The young wizard's eyes reddened. Their prefect had done so much, and they had been complaining about him in their hearts. Now they understood. Everything Elwin did was for their own good. Willing to bear all the misunderstanding, all the stares, just to make Slytherin stronger. A tear uncontrollably traced down the cheek of the father-caller. Prefect Elwin. I understand, I'm sorry. I swear in the name of the Malfoy family. I will work hard, I will become stronger. For Slytherin, for the prefect. For everything I protect. The other young wizards quickly pledged as well. Among them were descendants of pure-blood families swearing in their family's name. Every young wizard's eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement. Elwin nodded. He walked over to Malfoy. He placed his hand on Malfoy's shoulder. Malfoy lowered his head slightly. If this were before, their proud Draco would never have done such a thing. Yet now his heart was full of trust and gratitude towards Elwin. He was willing to bow his proud head. Elwin said, I believe in you. Every one of you, you are the pride of Slytherin. Years from now I will think of you. And at that time I will still be proud to have been your prefect. You are all the best. So I believe. As long as you are here, the glory of Slytherin will surely be eternal. Malfoy felt his body instantly surge with power. The other young wizards felt much the same. Elwin was so excellent, so dazzling. And Elwin said he would be proud to be their prefect. That was more exhilarating than anything. Elwin said, "All right. Time for class. A great Slytherin is never late." The young wizards nodded firmly. Then they consciously made way, letting Elwin leave first. On the stairs, 2 people were watching the commotion in the common room, having heard Elwin's words. Charlotte's lips curled upward. She murmured, "Interesting. So interesting. Should I say as expected of a successor? Too fascinating. No wonder they said you would be a born leader. It seems my 4 years at Hogwarts weren't wasted. Ooh, I really did wait for you." Charlotte watched Elwin leave the common room surrounded by the young snakes. She then led the 4th-year students to class. Besides Charlotte, another person was watching the activity in the common room. That was the 7th-year hidden prefect and the official Slytherin prefect, Gradia. A 7th-year student stood beside Gradia and said, "Prefect, are you just going to watch? Elwin's prestige in Slytherin is already stronger than yours." Gradia laughed. "Isn't that normal? He took the prefect challenge and fought his way up. If anyone in Slytherin can complete the rules of this prefect system, it's Elwin." "You really are magnanimous. Aren't you afraid Elwin will defeat you?" Gradia said, "Him defeating me is inevitable. His magical power is too terrifying. I can fight him now only because I know more spells and am more flexible in combat. But if he learns a few more spells, defeating me will be simple." "Prefect, are you truly willing to accept that? If you had been given another year back, then you might have completed the prefect challenge in your 2nd year." Gradia shook his head. "As you said, my 2nd-year self was useless. Elwin is a born leader. In my 7 years at Hogwarts, I have never seen Slytherin so united. The little snakes of Slytherin have ambition, but they are too proud. Too proud to the point of laziness. No one submits to anyone else. So while we should be the strongest house, it's because we aren't united enough. Now with Elwin here, I can already see that for the next 7 years, only our greenhouse banner will hang in the Great Hall at the end of the year." "All right. If you say so, we'll have one more boss before I graduate. But it's fine, it won't be too long. I really can't stand calling a junior prefect." Gradia smiled. "That's where you're wrong. You might be calling him prefect for a year. All right, we should head to class too." With that, Gradia turned and walked downstairs. Behind him, the 7th-year student was stunned for a moment. Then realization dawned. His eyes flew wide open. Did that mean Elwin wouldn't challenge Gradia until near the end of the term? And from what Gradia said, he wouldn't win. Didn't that mean the 7th years would soon have a 1st-year prefect? "No, prefect. You've got to stand your ground," he shouted, chasing after Gradia. Meanwhile, Elwin led the group of young Slytherin wizards towards the charms classroom. Elwin walked at the very front. Behind him, the young wizards consciously formed 2 lines. No one whispered or talked along the way. Everyone walked forward with determined eyes. They didn't look like students, they were like pilgrims heading to worship. Students from other houses were stunned. Had Hogwarts been reformed into some kind of military academy? When did that happen? No one told them. On the way, other young wizards quickly moved aside upon seeing the group of little serpents yielding the path for them to pass first. Not to mention the little serpents felt quite honored. Arriving at the charms classroom, this lesson was to be held jointly with the Badgers of Hufflepuff. If it weren't for Ravenclaw, Elwin could have earned some points. Could Flitwick always target only Slytherin? Bold indeed, testing if my Snape sword is dull. Upon entering the charms classroom, Elwin led the little serpents to their seats. Soon the little badgers trickled into the classroom. The bell rang. Flitwick entered, casting without wand or word, once more directly hopping onto the desk. His practiced motions made Elwin wonder whether Flitwick taught the levitation charm first because it was the foundational spell or because it was his specialty. As usual, the 2nd lesson wouldn't have the young wizards casting spells directly. It wasn't that simple. They needed to memorize the incantations and wand movements thoroughly before attempting actual spellcasting. Thus, after Elwin was called up as a model to demonstrate the incantation and wand movement, Flitwick had the young wizards practice on their own while he observed. Watching the students practice the wand movements with their hands instead of wands. Flitwick said, "Elwin, come here." Elwin's eyes lit up as he approached the podium. Flitwick continued, "Regarding your last question, I consulted some books and found a spell for you. It's more of a ritual similar to the Fidelius charm. See for yourself." With that, Flitwick's sharp finger tapped a nearby book. The book flipped open and floated into Elwin's hands. Elwin caught it quickly. Truly impressive spellcasting, Professor. Flitwick's face showed a hint of pride, for his command of charms was indeed formidable, renowned throughout the wizarding world. "Of course we speak only of charm usage here." Elwin looked down at the book in his hands. It was thick and heavy, its pages yellowed with age, clearly ancient. It was filled with spells. Beside the spells were annotations, evidently Flitwick's notes. Elwin's eyes glistened with desire. This item, much like Professor McGonagall's notes and Snape's diary, was at least an SS grade artifact. Flitwick's sharp nail pointed to a specific spell. "This is it, the message charm. It's very obscure, known to only a few in the entire wizarding world. As you requested, it's for communication. But no one uses it because it has many limitations. First, the magic power must share the same origin to connect, which alone is nearly impossible. Elwin frowned. And what about the original inventor of this spell? Flitwick replied, I looked it up. The inventor was a pair of conjoined twins later separated through surgery. But their magic was identical. Because before separation, they were one person. Not even twins can achieve that. So even though the spell exists, no one can use it. Elwin nodded. Professor, may I borrow this book? Flitwick said, I'm sorry, Elwin. This book cannot be lent out. It contains too many spells, many of which are beyond your age to master. Of course, I don't doubt your abilities, but some spells are too dangerous. However, if you wish, you may come to my office during your free time to browse it. You can ask me anything you don't understand. Elwin understood and wasn't surprised. Judging by its weight, the book contained a vast number of spells. It might even contain a great deal of dark magic. This was the kind of book that couldn't be placed in the restricted section. But having Flitwick agree to let him browse in his office was an unexpected bonus, effectively gaining a private tutor. Elwin said, Thank you so much, Professor. Flitwick waved his hand. No need. Your idea of morning and evening study sessions is excellent. The Ravenclaw students love it. I can see you're a true lover of knowledge. It's a pity you ended up in Slytherin. Honestly, I think the Sorting Hat might have malfunctioned after being rained on. You should have been in Ravenclaw. I think I should find time to speak with Dumbledore about transferring you. Elwin's mouth twitched slightly. What a sly old man. I was just looking for a tutor, and he's already trying to poach me. The nearly fourth unforgivable curse, Sectum Sempra, was itching on Snape's wand. Elwin said, Thank you for your kind regard. Flitwick waved his hand. Have you memorized this spell? I think it's useless for you as no one can use it. Elwin nodded. I've memorized it, Professor Flitwick. Thank you again. Flitwick said, No problem. Now go back to your seat and practice. If you can help teach the young wizards. You know, climbing up and down the desk is quite troublesome. Elwin smiled. Of course, my pleasure. After returning to his seat, some little serpents, having heard Flitwick, came to seek his guidance. Elwin welcomed them, all teaching diligently. After all, Elwin was a qualified prefect. That the young wizards later performed well and earned points was merely incidental. He absolutely wasn't doing it solely for the points. Some Hufflepuff badgers also felt tempted to approach Elwin. But due to Elwin's reputation and that of Slytherin, they hesitated. Elwin thought, how could this be? This was pure disruption of unity. Hogwarts is my home, and we are all one big family. Every member of the family is a prime leak. Bono, they are all family. How could Elwin play favorites? He looked at the little badgers. If you have questions, you can come to me too. We are all classmates, there's no need to be bound by houses. In the years to come, we'll always be together. After Elwin's words, two little badgers mustered the courage to ask about the angle and force of the wand movement. Elwin answered them all. This emboldened all the little badgers. On the podium, Flitwick paid no mind to the classroom's growing noise as students crowded around Elwin for advice. Instead, he watched Elwin with a gratified expression. Look at what an outstanding student he was. So self-reliant, so considerate, always willing to help his classmates. A student like this belonged in Ravenclaw. Even though Ravenclaw already had an exceptional witch like Hermione, who would ever complain about having too many brilliant students. Flitwick was once again convinced that the Sorting Hat must have malfunctioned when it placed such a quintessential Ravenclaw into Slytherin. Wouldn't such an innocent student suffer in the cutthroat environment of Slytherin? Flitwick once again entertained the thought of seeking out Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Elwin, while instructing the young witches and wizards, pondered over the matter of the telepathy charm. The reason others couldn't use it was primarily the requirement for identical magical essence. Even twins possessed subtle differences in their magic. No matter how insignificant the disparity, it was still a difference. However, for Elwin, this limitation. It hardly seemed like a limitation at all. As mentioned before, Elwin's Violet Lotus mark was a product of the system, granting it some rather unique functionalities. Take the Dark Mark, for example. It had three functions. The first allowed Death Eaters to transform into that shadowy mass and fly about. That was a feature reserved for the leader of a faction. The second function enabled Voldemort to sense the location of his Death Eaters through the mark. The third function allowed Death Eaters to contact Voldemort via the mark, though not through voice or video calls. Simply activating it would alert Voldemort to their signal. To put it simply, it was like a your friend is online notification. Just an online status. Elwin's Violet Lotus mark possessed all three of these functions. However, compared to the Dark Mark, his mark had one significant additional capability. That capability was Elwin's ability to infuse his magic into the Violet Lotus mark. This feature installed by the system allowed Elwin to directly control the life and death of anyone bearing his mark through that very magic. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, Elwin could simply detonate that magical energy. Take Old Tom, for instance. The reason he could enter Diagon Alley was because of the magic Elwin had left on his arm, elevating him from a muggle to a squib. Though he couldn't use magic himself, the residual magic from Elvin rendered him immune to muggle-repelling charms. And it was precisely because of this function that Elvin realized he could indeed use the telepathy charm. Identical magical essence. Since the magic all originated from him, wasn't that the very definition of identical essence? Most importantly, this ability was something no one else could replicate. Magic naturally dissipates over time. However, Elvin's system-modified Violet Lotus Mark could seal the magic within itself indefinitely. Even if Voldemort understood the principle, he couldn't achieve this. One could say that this telepathy charm was tailor-made for Elvin. Yet while the theory was established, Elvin felt he still needed a suitable test subject to confirm its success. Elvin was a prudent person. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from experimentation. Every new product required rigorous testing before its debut. But who should be the test subject? Elvin found himself in a dilemma. A Slytherin student. He had just established an image of a selfless prefect, and now he was introducing the Violet Lotus Mark. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a righteous move. Especially since this mark was notorious in the magical world. Everyone knew of the Dark Mark's infamy. This could easily tarnish Elvin's persona. The little snakes might be young, but they weren't foolish. What about his sole follower Barton? That seemed inappropriate as well. Barton was crucial to Elvin's future plans regarding the pureblood hierarchy. What if he accidentally killed him? That would be a loss outweighing the gain. In other words, Barton still had his uses. He could die, but not now. Most importantly, experimentation carried risks, so Elvin couldn't choose a young witch or wizard. If he actually killed one, he would end up in Azkaban. Who else was there then within the confines of Hogwarts? Hagrid. No, the big oaf was his supplier. He couldn't die either. Just then a sudden spark lit up in Elvin's eyes. It seemed no one had said the test subject had to be human, did they? Elvin felt his thoughts clearing. It appeared a trip to the Forbidden Forest was necessary. Giant spiders, centaurs. Weren't they the perfect experimental subjects? He wouldn't feel remorse if they died, and they had no particular value. Elvin had set his experimental target. It seemed he needed to take a stroll through the Forbidden Forest. Surely the creatures in the Forbidden Forest would welcome Elvin. After all, he possessed the ability to bond with magical creatures. He had never tested it out. Following Charms class was Herbology, which passed without any notable incidents. The Herbology class, shared with Ravenclaw, offered no excitement whatsoever. The entire afternoon of lessons felt rather dull. Strangely enough, Elvin found himself missing Gryffindor. Without them, it seemed like a lot of the fun was missing. In the Great Hall that evening after dinner, Elvin was summoned to Professor McGonagall's office. "Have a seat, Elvin." Elvin nodded, and without standing on ceremony sat down on the chair. "Professor McGonagall, is this about the morning and evening study sessions?" Professor McGonagall nodded. "Yes. The professors are quite supportive. However, there is one issue. If we hold these study sessions, the professors might find themselves stretched too thin." Elvin grinned. He had been waiting for Professor McGonagall to ask him this. "Professor McGonagall, here's what I think. The professors are already exhausted after a full day of teaching, and they need time to prepare lessons. Self-study, as the name implies, is about learning on one's own. I believe the prefects could take charge of guidance. Younger students could consult older students or discuss with their peers to enhance their learning. Essentially, self-study is meant for organizing what was learned that day. The professor's role isn't crucial, as we can't expect them to teach new content, can we? Students wouldn't be able to absorb that much knowledge anyway." Professor McGonagall nodded. "I see. That clarifies things. It's an excellent idea. I'm truly curious about what goes on inside that head of yours. If that's the case, we can proceed with the study sessions. Today is Thursday, let's start a trial run next week." A smile curled at the corner of Elvin's mouth. It was done. The path to earning points lay smooth and clear before him. Oh, young witches and wizards, will you lose this 1 hour of free time, or 2 hours, or perhaps your leisure forever? After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Elvin went to Snape's office as usual. To be honest, assisting Snape over these past few days had proven immensely beneficial for Elvin. He had been able to handle many herbs that were otherwise inaccessible at his current stage of learning. Under Snape's supervision, he could personally manipulate each one without concern for waste. Elvin carefully severed the root of the medicinal herb in his hands, then gently set it aside. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had to be cautious, for the object he was currently handling was quite literally prone to exploding. Elvin often wondered why magical potions in the wizarding world were so infernal. They used all sorts of bizarre herbs, ones that bite, shriek, or explode. Compared to these terrifying effects, even the most toxic plants seemed gentle in nature. Snape nodded in satisfaction. Elvin's technique was becoming increasingly adept. Moreover, over these days, even when handling the most dangerous herbs, he had made no mistakes. Though his methods were still raw, his learning ability truly amazed Snape. With just a bit of practice, Elvin quickly grew familiar with each new task. Snape felt that Elvin was born for potion making. Elvin removed his dragonhide gloves. "All right, Professor Snape. If there's nothing else, I'd like to head back now." Snape frowned. He glanced at Elvin. "You seem to be in quite a hurry today." A flicker of suspicion crossed Snape's mind. Usually Alvin wouldn't leave his office until nearly 11 or 12 o'clock. Even after finishing his own tasks, Alvin would stay to observe Snape's potion brewing process, paying close attention to the finer details, the kind of experience only a potions master could impart. Alvin never missed such opportunities. Hearing Snape's words, Alvin quickly replied, "No, not at all. I'm just feeling a bit tired today." Snape eyed him suspiciously, sensing that Alvin might be up to some mischief again. Snape waved his hand. "If you're tired, go back and rest. Make sure to review the diary I gave you, especially the section on the draft of living death. Tomorrow you will brew it yourself." Alvin's eyes lit up. Was Snape finally going to guide him in brewing potions? This was excellent news. Although the draft of living death was a basic potion, if Snape was willing to teach him this now, then Felix Felicis couldn't be far off. He would eventually drain Snape's knowledge dry. Alvin nodded. "Yes, Professor, I understand." Having said that, he turned and left Snape's office. Snape watched his retreating figure, then returned to his own work, though his movements quickened slightly. After leaving Snape's office, Alvin didn't immediately head to the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he first returned to the Slytherin common room. For night excursions, one must wait until the dead of night. It was only a little past 10, too early. The young wizards were still awake. After all, they were young and full of energy. But they would only enjoy a few more days of this. Starting next Monday, they would experience the same sleep-deprived agony that all students in the Great Xia endured. Tisk tisk, the thought of it was almost pitiful. The reason Alvin had come back early was that he too needed some rest. After all, this was the Forbidden Forest. Even he couldn't charge in recklessly without a care. There were too many bizarre and dangerous creatures within. He needed to be at his peak. After reciting the password, the common room door opened. Alvin stepped into the common room. Some young wizards chatting in the hall saw him, and immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. "Prefect." Alvin gestured for them to sit. "Carry on with your chat. I'm going to rest. Don't stay up too late." The young wizards nodded. Late at night, Alvin opened his eyes from his bed. He yawned, listening carefully. All was silent. He stretched. It was time to get down to business. As a clan leader, Alvin was truly busy, bearing too much at such a young age. He walked to the window and pushed it open. Then, with a flicker of his form, he transformed into a streak of purple smoke, flying toward the Forbidden Forest. Passing Hagrid's hut, he saw the light still on. Alvin flew low, careful not to alert the keeper of the keys. In his haste, he failed to notice that in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore stood by the window, watching him. In the darkness, a gleam of moonlight reflected off Dumbledore's spectacles. Just like his father, choosing the Forbidden Forest for his first nighttime adventure. A bold little fellow. A portrait on the wall spoke. "You saw him go to the Forbidden Forest, yet you remain here. Why not stop him? Is the Forbidden Forest a place for young wizards?" Dumbledore picked up a candied date from a dish and popped it into his mouth, his eyes narrowing in contentment. What marvelous food from the Great Xia. To think that Hogwarts has such a house elf, and I never knew. I feel I've missed out on so much. As for Alvin's safety, I never need to worry. There will always be someone who can't sit still. Dumbledore watched the dark smoke fly out of the castle, shook his head, and yawned. He snapped his fingers lightly, and his robes transformed into a somewhat comical set of pajamas. Old age. Time to sleep. I hope our little Slytherin doesn't cause too much of a commotion. This old man really doesn't want to be disturbed from his slumber. The purple smoke landed directly on the forest floor. As the mist dissipated, Alvin's true form emerged. He rubbed his chin. Where exactly are those giant spiders? He realized a rather unfortunate truth: the Forbidden Forest was vast. He had no idea where to find them. After a moment's thought, he recalled from the original text that the spiders dwelled in the depths of the forest. After all, such creatures couldn't be kept on the forest's edge. But the deep forest was still a vast area. Just as Alvin was pondering his next move, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound from the grass. Curious, he turned his head and saw a small greenish creature stumble out from the undergrowth. It hopped over to Alvin's feet and began circling him. Alvin's eyes lit up. He crouched down and extended his hand. The creature leaped onto his palm. "A bowtruckle. What are you doing here, little one?" Alvin raised a finger and gently tapped the bowtruckle's leaf. The bowtruckle rubbed its tiny face against his finger, its barely discernible features filled with delight. Erwin knew that his magical creature affinity had taken effect. The bowtruckle was a very gentle and shy plant. They possessed a rather interesting ability: they could transform into the shape of any leaf. They also looked quite endearing. However, if you underestimated them because of their appearance, you would be mistaken. As their name suggested, their duty was to protect. They guarded the trees that could be used as wand materials. Therefore, their combat prowess was actually not weak. If anyone wished to harvest wand materials, they needed the bowtruckle's consent. Of course, as long as you did not intend to uproot the tree entirely, the bowtruckle might agree. In short, this little creature had a good temper. It was also one of the rare magical creatures that could communicate with wizards. However, getting them to approach humans willingly was impossible, especially since a bowtruckle would never leave the tree it protected. Now, the fact that it had come to Erwin was clearly due to his magical creature affinity. The bowtruckle waved its twig-like arms, gently brushing against Erwin's hand. A smile involuntarily spread across Erwin's face. Little one, am looking for acromantulas. Have you seen any? Upon hearing this, the bowtruckle frantically waved its branches. Its tiny face showed signs of anxiety, and it made a series of whimpering sounds. Erwin was astonished to find he could understand the little creature. He said, I know they're dangerous, but I'm not weak either. Take me to them, okay? The bowtruckle hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Then it jumped down from Erwin's palm, stumbling upon landing. But it quickly got up, shook off the dirt clinging to its body, and scurried forward on its root-like legs. Erwin couldn't help but chuckle. This little thing was quite adorable. Erwin followed the bowtruckle deeper into the forbidden forest. The little creature bounced along ahead, occasionally stopping to point at some herbs on the ground, clearly signaling for Erwin to pick them. Erwin didn't hold back. He gathered them all, even discovering a large patch of moonlight grass. Truly, the forbidden forest was a treasure trove, and this little bowtruckle was a gem. It seemed to be turning into a treasure-seeking companion. As the bowtruckle led Erwin deeper, the surrounding light grew dimmer. Towering trees blocked the moonlight, with only scattered beams filtering through. Following the typical novel and original work setting, Erwin should have used a Lumos charm at this point. Instead, he flicked his wrist. The next moment, a flashlight appeared in his hand. Why waste magic on a Lumos charm? Besides, he had never even learned it. Ever since he got his cheat, Erwin had grown lazy and hadn't studied a book in a long time. Truly, a cheat could corrode one's ambition. The bowtruckle curiously hopped onto Erwin's hand, examining the flashlight from all angles. It whimpered twice. Oh, it's a flashlight. You like it? But this one's too big. I have a smaller one. I'll give it to you. With that, Erwin took a tiny ornament-like item from his space ring. It was more of a small toy with a light than an actual flashlight. Erwin hung it on the bowtruckle. There's a button here. Press it, and it lights up. The bowtruckle raised a twig and pressed it. A faint glow appeared. The bowtruckle hopped twice on Erwin's hand, clearly excited. Erwin surveyed the area. He could see cobwebs in some places. Without a doubt, the acromantula colony was not far off. Erwin said, Little one, you should go back. They'll come see you when I have time. Have fun with it. They'll bring spare batteries next time. The bowtruckle seemed reluctant, nuzzling against Erwin's fingers. Erwin smiled and said, Be good. They'll come see you soon. You can sense my presence, so when I return, just come find me. Hearing this, the bowtruckle nodded. Then, looking back repeatedly with reluctance, it departed. Erwin stood still, watching the bowtruckle leave. Only then did he continue deeper into the forest. After all, the bowtruckle was so small, and the scene of his experiment might not be very harmonious. What if he scared the little one? Erwin was supposed to be the good guy. He strolled further in with his flashlight. Something was off. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't these acromantulas have attacked him by now? Looking around, the webs were getting thicker. He had clearly reached their habitat. Just then, Erwin swept his flashlight forward. He was nearly scared to death. Holy crap! Behind a large tree, a huge head peeked out sneakily. 2 rows of eyes glowed green, and several furry spider legs were planted on the ground. It stared at Erwin curiously. How the hell did this thing move without a sound? Where did it come from? Yet this acromantula hadn't attacked him immediately. It must be the effect of his magical creature affinity. Erwin suddenly felt that this magical creature affinity ability was even more absurd than he had imagined. He waved at the acromantula. Come closer, big fella. The acromantula hesitated. Then it walked over on its furry legs, stopping not far from Erwin, watching him warily. Erwin hadn't expected it to actually come. So did his ability allow magical creatures to understand his words? This was interesting. Wasn't this a super-duper plus version of Parseltongue? Erwin said, Big fella, you can understand me, right? The acromantula nodded. Erwin continued, I need to test a spell. This spell won't harm you. Can you cooperate with me? No harm. Maybe. Erwin figured it probably wouldn't be a big problem. It was just a message charm. Upon hearing this, the acromantula was startled. It backed away repeatedly, clearly resistant. Erwin quickly said, Don't be afraid. Help me, and I'll give you meat. With that, he pulled a large ham from his space ring. This was of course something Erwin had prepared before coming to Hogwarts. He didn't know why he had packed it. He had just seen it in the kitchen and stuffed it in. Now it came in handy. The acromantula, drawn by the aroma of the ham, grew restless. It craved the delicacy. Elvin seized the moment. You want it, don't you? Come closer. Let me conduct my experiment, and this ham is yours. Trust me, it's a flavor you've never tasted in your life. Prime ham. Very expensive. The acromantula's legs began to paw the ground restlessly, its hunger clearly overwhelming. Finally, unable to resist, it crept forward slowly toward the ham. As it drew nearer to Elvin, his eyes lit up. With a flick of his wrist, the ham vanished in an instant. Before the acromantula could react, the meat was gone. In the next moment, a surge of magical force slammed into the acromantula, pinning it to the ground. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. With ham this expensive, you think you deserve a bite. The acromantula's tiny mind was filled with confusion. It couldn't fathom why the human had suddenly turned hostile. But the acromantula wouldn't surrender without a fight. It opened its mouth and shot a stream of webbing at Elvin. Elvin leaped aside, dodging the attack. Ho ho! You dare fight back, little beast. He drew his wand. Sectum Sempra. In the next instant, invisible blades of magic slashed toward the acromantula's legs. With a series of sharp hisses and a pained screech from the acromantula, its legs were severed. Elvin nonchalantly picked his ear and pressed his wand against the creature. Quiet down. You're disturbing me. Make another sound and my next spell will be aimed at your head. The acromantula was terrified, its gaze fixed on Elvin in sheer dread. A demon. This man was a true demon. Who was the 5th class magical creature here? This human was far too brutal. Regret washed over the acromantula. It should never have been lured out by that irresistible familiar aura. Indeed, humans were the most cunning beings. They were audacious enough to trap a 5th class magical creature. Elvin retrieved 2 aluminum buckets from his enchanted ring. He placed them before the acromantula. Now while I test my spells, you'll be busy spitting venom. As much as you can. Don't slack off, or it'll kill you. The acromantula was on the verge of tears. It truly should never have left its lair today. This human was utterly terrifying. Yet it dared not disobey. It began to spit venom into the buckets, and Elvin nodded in satisfaction. Acromantula venom. Quite valuable stuff. He then moved behind the creature. Touching his wand to the acromantula, a violet lotus mark began to form slowly. Before long it was complete. Elvin sensed the mark and was astonished. It actually worked. He could imprint the mark on magical beasts. He wondered if this was a unique ability of his violet lotus mark or if the dark mark could do the same. But that was irrelevant. It was time for the real task. Elvin recalled the message charm from Flitwick's texts. More than a charm, it resembled the magical arrays from the cartoons Head watched before his transmigration. Its purpose was to link similar magical energies, enabling communication. Elvin slowly waved his wand, and streams of magic flowed from its tip. They traced intricate patterns onto the violet lotus mark. After a moment, Elvin stopped. Shining his wand light on the mark, the etched patterns made it appear more three-dimensional, quite pleasing to the eye. Eager to test it, Elvin closed his eyes and channeled his magic. Instantly, he felt a strange connection with the acromantula. A hoarse voice echoed in his mind. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm exhausted. Wicked human. Elvin was stunned. Was that the acromantula's voice? Delight spread across his face. It actually worked. Yet this didn't achieve his desired goal. He hadn't created this just for personal communication. He genuinely planned to establish a network in the magical world. Elvin stroked his chin. First, he had confirmed that the message charm was usable. To monetize it, he needed 2 things. First, a tariff system. Second, phone numbers. For the tariff, Elvin, as a true capitalist, a clever individual, had already devised a plan. The violet lotus mark could store Elvin's magic. During the charm's activation, he sensed that the stored magic within the mark on the acromantula was slightly depleted. However, the mark quickly absorbed magic from the creature to replenish itself, a unique trait of the violet lotus mark. But if the mark were imprinted on an inanimate object, this wouldn't happen. Others couldn't recharge it either. Only the bearer of the mark could convert their own magic to replenish it. This was another special aspect of the system-generated violet lotus mark. Now only the phone numbers remained, a way to distinguish each mark so one knew whom they were calling. How to achieve this? Elvin pondered. To create phone numbers, he needed to differentiate each violet lotus mark. The simplest solution. His eyes lit up. Magic. Yes, magic. Every individual's magic was unique. Even twins had slight differences except for the conjoined twins who invented the message charm whose magic was identical. Recording magical signatures was the best approach. But how? Elvin had a rough idea. If he integrated different magical energies while inscribing the message charm, could it work? Worth a try? He turned to the giant spider. Ready for another round of experiments, Elvin was shocked to find the acromantula had expired. You died. Some 5th class magical creature you are. Utterly useless. So fragile. Elvin flicked his wand using the levitation charm to hurl the spider's body away. He then sought a new test subject. Sweeping his wand light around, he spotted another lucky one. Elvin retrieved a ham from his enchanted ring and placed it on the ground. Hey there, big fella. Fancy. Elvin, familiar with the routine, used the old trick of luring the acromantula with ham. After all, these creatures were the most gluttonous. He believed without a doubt that he could easily deceive one into becoming his test subject. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened to Elvin. To his surprise, the acromantula turned around and began to flee at an astonishing speed. Elvin froze, taking several seconds to react. What the hell? It ran away. Elvin realized that the acromantula must have witnessed him tricking its companion earlier. That was why it fled so quickly. Indeed, one should never have an audience when doing something wicked. It made it much harder for Elvin to carry out his second misdeed. He waved his hand to put away the ham. It was rather expensive and shouldn't go to waste. Do you think you can escape from me, you scoundrel? Where do you think you're going, you beast? With that, Elvin's form flickered. A plume of purple smoke rose into the air, chasing after the direction in which the acromantula had fled. After uttering a few lines of dialogue, the acromantula had already run far away. Elvin pursued it deeper into the forbidden forest, arriving at a clearing. He landed on the ground as the purple smoke slowly dissipated. He surveyed his surroundings. The spiderwebs on the trees had noticeably increased. Many large trees had huge holes in them. Elvin felt this place looked familiar. Oh, he remembered. This was the lair of the acromantulas from the original story. The place where that one called Aragog resided. Just then from one of the tree hollows an acromantula larger than the average ones crawled out. Elvin knew this was Aragog. As Aragog appeared, one by one more acromantulas emerged from the surrounding tree hollows. Soon Elvin was surrounded by acromantulas. Aragog spoke, "Little wizard, this is no place for you. Why are you here?" Elvin raised his hand intending to point at the acromantula he had been chasing and explain. However, to his dismay, all these spiders looked exactly the same. Helpless, Elvin lowered his hand. "I'm testing a new spell. I've reached a critical point, but that acromantula ran away. So can you provide me with one for my experiment?" Aragog fell silent. It was intelligent, but what it heard was utterly bewildering. Asking for a test subject in front of the entire colony. This little wizard truly didn't take them seriously. They were spiders, acromantula's 5th-class magical creatures. Was this disrespectful? Had the outside world changed so much? Were acromantulas no longer feared? Before Aragog could react, Elvin said, "Oh right. One more thing. Give me some venom." With that he flipped his palm. In the next moment aluminum buckets clattered to the ground. He had prepared these in advance, knowing the forbidden forest housed acromantulas and that their venom sold well. How could Elvin pass up this opportunity? As a successful capitalist, plundering every last resource was his duty. Aragog's voice now carried anger. "Little wizard, you are too insolent. I promised Hagrid I would not harm humans. Leave now, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise I swear, even if you are a Hogwarts student, you will not leave here alive." Elvin waved dismissively. "Don't be so upset. I'm negotiating nicely, aren't I? Just let me finish my experiment, and give me some venom, and it'll be on my way. Frankly, I don't like this place either. It stinks." Aragog paced on its legs. "You are far too insolent. You brought this upon yourself. My children haven't feasted on flesh in a long time. Since you refuse to leave, stay, and become their meal. It won't fill them, but at least they'll get a taste." As Aragog finished, the surrounding acromantulas began to creep toward Elvin. Their massive mandibles glinted coldly. Elvin sighed. "I try to be reasonable with you. Why can't you be sensible?" As he spoke, he flicked his wrist. In the next moment, 2 grenades appeared in his hands. With so many spiders, Elvin couldn't use spells. It would waste too much magical energy. Besides, he didn't know any area effect spells. Aragog stared at the grenades and sneered. "What do you plan to fight with just those 2 things? Do little wizards nowadays not even carry wands?" Elvin shook his head. Truly ignorant spiders. And ugly too. Compared to them, the spider spirits from Journey to the West were far more appealing. Why was there such a difference between Eastern and Western mythology? Elvin pulled the pins on the grenades and threw them directly. The grenades arced through the air, making a crisp sound before landing on the ground. A curious acromantula approached. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. Shrapnel from the grenades shot out in all directions. As for Elvin, he had already cast a shield charm on himself. It was always better to be safe. An accidental injury would be a loss. Steady, very steady. The closest acromantula was blown to pieces. Elvin clicked his tongue. What a waste. A perfectly good venom donor gone. Aragog was startled, instinctively retreating. The explosion created flames and fire, instilled fear in all living creatures. What is this? Some new magical item. Elvin taunted, "You bumpkin. Magic. Not a chance. Have another taste." With that he flipped his hands again, producing 2 more grenades. 2 more deafening booms rang out, and several more acromantulas were blown away. Elvin rubbed his chin. This was a bit slow and not satisfying enough. Aragog was terrified, hiding behind a group of acromantulas. It was about to speak when it suddenly saw a strange object appear before Elvin. A thick, large tube with several smaller ones attached. It had a stand at the bottom, and the tube was encased between 2 shields. Elvin stood behind the shields. Behold, magical creature. The M134 minigun. Oh, and it's also known as the Merciful and Compassionate Bodhisattva Gatling. This thing took me quite some effort to acquire. Without this mount, I wouldn't have been able to use it. As Erwin's voice fell, the 6 barrels of the minigun began to rotate. The next moment, bullets transformed into streaks of red light, hurtling toward the acromantulas. The bullets swept forth, piercing through the bodies of these eight-eyed spiders. Even the surrounding trees were directly penetrated. On the ground, shell casings clinked as they fell. A smile curled at the corners of Erwin's mouth, his eyes brimming with malevolence. This is a man's toy. This is art. A multitude of acromantulas were pierced by bullets, leaving behind charred circular holes on their bodies. The cries of the acromantulas grew increasingly wretched. Erwin's smile widened. He was too tired, truly too tired. Since arriving at Hogwarts there were so many restrictions, and he feared acting too harshly. He desperately needed a release. These spiders truly kind souls. Under Erwin's control the minigun did not reach its maximum rate of fire, maintaining around 200 rounds per minute. Otherwise Erwin couldn't have managed it. Even for a seasoned Special Forces soldier, sustaining 2,000 rounds per minute for at most 2 minutes was the limit. After all, this weapon was designed for targets in the sky. Even so, Erwin indulged for over a minute before reluctantly letting go, his hands aching from the vibration. He stepped out from behind the shield. Before him the ground was ravaged by bullets. Tree trunks were riddled with scars, and numerous acromantulas lay shattered and scattered everywhere. Erwin frowned in disgust. The remaining acromantulas cowered on the ground, trembling. He called out, "That big spider's still alive. Show yourself." Aragog lifted its head from the ground, its legs quivering. You are a demon." Erwin shrugged. "Perhaps, but that's not important. Now will you cooperate with me?" Aragog asked, "What exactly do you want?" Erwin replied, "Didn't I say? I'm just testing a spell and collecting some venom on the side." Aragog wanted to curse. A third of its children had died slain by Erwin's strange weapon. Seeing Aragog silent, Erwin frowned. Still unwilling. "Are you courting death?" With that, Erwin prepared to summon his merciful Gatling Bodhisattva again. Aragog hastily said, I agree. Do whatever you want. Just don't use that weapon anymore." Erwin nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. I came to negotiate in good faith, but you forced me to be rough. Now pick up the aluminum bucket and produce venom for me." Aragog sighed, too afraid to resist, wanting only to send Erwin away. This was truly a demon. Several acromantulas scurried to the aluminum bucket, pulling it with their silk. They began to spit venom into it. Erwin frowned. "Can you empty yourselves like that? Hang yourselves from the tree and spit. Spit it all out cleanly." Aragog was stunned. Was this even human? Erwin said coldly, "Did you not hear me?" Aragog flinched and roared, "Do as he says. Hurry." The acromantulas quickly shot silk to hang themselves from the trees. Then they hung upside down, letting the venom drip down. From a distance, it looked like some bizarre production line. Erwin was quite pleased. This was how to drain them clean. Then he turned his gaze to Aragog. "What are you waiting for?" Aragog froze. "Do I have to produce venom too?" Erwin was astonished. "Aren't you an acromantula?" Aragog found no rebuttal and could only hang itself from the tree as well. Erwin watched the acromantulas hanging from the trees, producing venom, and felt immensely satisfied. He then picked a lucky one. "You come here." The designated acromantula shuffled its legs tremblingly to Erwin. It flattened its body against the ground. Erwin was pleased with its compliance. See, magical creatures were easier to deal with than humans. Erwin drew his wand and began his experiment. The initial steps were all the same. Only when inscribing the communication charm did Erwin extract a wisp of the acromantula's magical energy. He combined his own magic with the spider's to form a new pigment. Erwin began to carve the communication charm. Soon the lines were complete. Erwin patted the acromantula's head. "Hey, big fellow. Still alive?" The poor spider lifted its head and nodded vigorously. Erwin chuckled. Indeed, he was a genius. The experiment was a success. Erwin stroked the acromantula's head. "Good child. You've been a great help." The spider was somewhat excited, having survived the ordeal. Yet the next moment Erwin's wand touched its head. Sectum sempra. The next instant the acromantula was killed outright by the curse. Aragog panicked. Why did you kill it? I already had them cooperate. Why do you still slaughter my children?" Erwin raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo, don't shout. You have so many children, this is just a small matter." Aragog trembled with rage. Erwin frowned. "Don't shake. If you spill my venom on the ground, believe me, your kind will vanish." Aragog looked at Erwin, not doubting the truth of his words. Erwin said with satisfaction, "That's right. Now it's getting late. Keep spitting venom and fill my aluminum bucket. Then I'll go back to sleep." Aragog replied, "Impossible. This bucket is too big. My children's venom reserves can't fill it." Erwin questioned, "Is that so?" Aragog said, "I can help you fill it. But they truly can't. However, I have many children, together they can fill these buckets." Erwin pondered for a moment. "I think you're lying. I need to verify." "How will you verify?" Erwin smirked. "Simple." He waved his wand. Sectum sempra. The next moment the thorax of a nearby acromantula was torn open. The spider cried out in pain. It convulsed a few times and fell still. Erwin walked over to the spider, waved his wand, and a green venom sac flew out from its chest. He took out an aluminum bucket and emptied the sac's venom into it. Soon the bucket was full. Erwin laughed. "See, you were lying to me." Aragog said, "If all the venom is removed from the venom sac, it will die." "You cannot do this." Elwin smiled. In the dark forest, Elwin's smile was exceptionally bright. "But what does your death have to do with me? However, since you've been so cooperative today, I cannot go too far. Forget it. No matter how we do this, just help me fill these aluminum barrels, and we'll call it even. Who can blame me for always being so magnanimous?" Aragog breathed a sigh of relief. He chose not to dwell on Elwin having just killed another of his children. After all, he could keep breeding and creating. The dead were dead. Soon 3 shifts of acromantulas took turns. The aluminum barrels were filled. The venom of living acromantulas was quite valuable. Aragog said, "Now you can leave, can't you?" Aragog's voice was somewhat weak. After all, he had also spat out a considerable amount of venom. It had taken a heavy toll on him. Elwin asked in confusion, "Leave? But you haven't filled the barrels yet." Aragog was taken aback. "We've clearly filled them." Elwin waved his hand and collected those aluminum barrels. It's my fault for not making it clear. I have more barrels." With that, Elwin waved his hand again. The next moment, an even greater number of aluminum barrels than before appeared on the ground. Aragog was furious. Elwin's smile instantly faded. "Me? What about me?" Aragog could only swallow his pride. "Nothing. Is this the last batch?" Elwin nodded. "Of course. Rest assured, I have a great reputation. Everyone knows that." Aragog was beyond words. Half an hour later, Elwin, satisfied, collected those aluminum barrels. On the ground, the acromantulas were barely clinging to life. They were terribly weak. Elwin said, "All right. Thank you for your generosity, Aragog. We'll be back next week. I hope you all eat well and recuperate in the meantime." With that, Elwin turned and left. Aragog watched Elwin's retreating figure. His eyes were filled with hatred. But he had no way to deal with Elwin. He would move immediately, and right now. Elwin whistled as he left the acromantula habitat. Today had been a huge profit. All this venom could sell for a lot of money. If he put it all out, it might even cause inflation in the acromantula venom market. Just as Elwin left, a dark figure appeared where Elwin had been standing. Aragog was startled. He looked up. His heart was filled with shock. Snape. Snape ignored Aragog. Instead, he looked at the shell casings Elwin had left on the ground. He waved his hand. The shell casings vanished. Looking in the direction Elwin had gone, Snape's expression was complicated. After a moment, Snape sighed. He turned to Aragog. "Watch your mouth. Know what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, I will personally wipe out your entire colony. Understand?" Aragog quickly nodded. Snape's form flickered, transforming into a cloud of black mist that vanished on the spot. Aragog was on the verge of tears. What had the acromantulas ever done to deserve this? He would move even if the heavens themselves forbade it. Meanwhile, Elwin had no idea that Snape had gone to threaten Aragog. Elwin was currently pondering how to run his communication company. If this venture succeeded, its significance would be immense. At the very least, owls could be laid off. To be honest, Elwin missed the taste of owl soup. It was truly delicious. If owls could be laid off, he could at least enjoy a few more bowls. Of course, that was secondary. The profits from the communication company were enormous. To establish the family's foothold, they needed a business that could achieve near monopoly. If the communication company really took off, this venture would become the foundation of the Cavendish family's position in the magical world. After returning to his dormitory, Elwin took out the pet egg. Then he dripped the acromantula blood he had collected onto it. The growth rate increased by another 5%. Elwin was quite satisfied with this progress. He had already asked Hagrid to help him collect magical creature blood. With so many creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Elwin figured he could fill the progress bar quickly. He was quite curious about this pet. After a busy night, Elwin was quite tired. After changing his sheets, Elwin lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, Snape had just returned to his office. He tossed the bullet casings he had collected from the Forbidden Forest into a drawer. Then he sat in his chair. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he couldn't help but think of Elwin's almost manic expression in the Forbidden Forest. He murmured, "Is this your true face?" Snape closed his eyes and fell asleep sitting in the chair. Friday was a joyful day for all young witches and wizards, because tomorrow and the day after, they would have a holiday. And most importantly, Saturday would also bring the first Quidditch match of the term at Hogwarts. For Elwin, today was also an unremarkable day. Oh, if he had to say something. Elwin was quite busy today. He was working on an essay. He had to submit it to Professor McGonagall before the feast. And he also had to earn points in class. In all of Hogwarts, no one was busier than him. After a day of classes, just before the last History of Magic class ended, Elwin finally finished his essay. Multitasking was incredibly taxing. Fortunately, Elwin was a good student. So our dear ghost professor had no objections to Elwin writing a transfiguration essay during History of Magic class. If it had been Snape, well, if it were Snape, Elwin wouldn't have dared to write it either. Before the feast, Elwin went to Professor McGonagall's office. He handed his essay to her. Professor McGonagall took the essay. She glanced through it and nodded approvingly. Not bad, but some parts are still lacking in detail. And there are some issues with the argument. But that's fine, I can help you revise it. Elwin said, "I'm truly grateful, Professor McGonagall. I'm fortunate to have a professor like you, otherwise I would have found this really tricky." Professor McGonagall was quite pleased with Elwin's words. "All right, go have dinner, Elwin. Friday night feasts are often the most sumptuous of the week. I think it will suit your tastes." Elwin nodded. "Yes, Professor McGonagall." After leaving Professor McGonagall, Elwin was very satisfied with his performance. The flaws in the essay were of course deliberately left by him. Otherwise, how could he get Professor McGonagall to revise it and add her name to it? The world is not all about fighting and killing, it's about human connections. Even the upright Professor McGonagall still had a touch of vanity. Even dragons compare the treasures they hoard, let alone humans. After the meal, Erwin headed straight to Snape's office. He entered the password with practiced ease. No, he called out the password. The office door swung open, and Erwin stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Erwin instinctively waved a hand before his face to dispel the unpleasant smell. Professor Snape, what are you brewing? It's so acrid. Snape ignored Erwin, his gaze fixed intently on the cauldron before him. Within the cauldron, a pitch-black mass bubbled and gurgled. Erwin couldn't help but shiver. It felt sinister, terrifying. Could Snape be concocting some kind of poison? Seeing Snape so engrossed, Erwin refrained from disturbing him. He walked to the side, opened the Half-Blood Prince's diary, and began to read. About half an hour later, Snape finished brewing the potion. Erwin distinctly saw Snape exhale in relief, a look of liberation spreading across his face. Snape poured the black liquid from the cauldron into a bottle and handed it to Erwin. Curious, Erwin took it. Is it to be placed somewhere, Professor? Snape said, drink it. Erwin froze. Staring at the ink-black potion in the bottle, he thought, drink. This is meant for drinking. Would he drop dead after consuming it? Was this truly meant for ingestion? Snape frowned. Drink it, and you'll know its effects. Hurry up, we still need to brew the witch-sharpening potion. Erwin's face darkened. It seemed he had no choice in the matter. He gently shook the bottle. Given Snape's attitude toward him, he doubted Snape intended to kill him. After all, if Snape truly wanted him dead, he wouldn't resort to such a method. Erwin tilted his head back, his face a mask of defiance, and downed the potion in one gulp. The moment the potion touched his lips, a wave of bitterness flooded Erwin's taste buds. He couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. Snape said, drink it all. Leave not a drop. Erwin drained the bottle, smacking his lips. To be honest, it was truly vile. Just as Erwin wondered about the potion's effects, a surge of power erupted within him. In the next instant, a strange, unsettling agitation deep inside him was forcibly suppressed. Erwin's expression shifted dramatically. What is this? Shock filled his heart. In truth, he had always harbored a secret he might be a deviant. No, that wasn't quite accurate either. Rather, Erwin harbored an almost pathological craving for killing. This secret was known only to old Tom. Though Erwin considered himself a good person, he did possess a peculiar fondness for taking lives. He had kept this secret buried within, and since arriving at Hogwarts he had deliberately tried to suppress this urge. His ruthless attack on the Acromantula yesterday was a result of this. He could no longer contain it. Erwin had always believed this was a protective mechanism his body had developed from growing up in the shadows. After all, in this line of work, one couldn't survive without being merciless. Yet now it seemed that might not be the case. Snape's potion could suppress this impulse, and more importantly, Snape knew about it. Erwin looked at Snape in bewilderment. He didn't understand how Snape knew about his condition, or how he could brew a potion to suppress his urges. Wariness crept into his eyes. Beneath his robe, his hand quietly grasped the acacia wood wand. Snape glanced at Erwin's hand beneath his robe. A flicker of desolation passed through his eyes, but he quickly masked it. No need to be so tense. If I wanted to harm you with your current magical skill, you'd be no match for me. Even with your weapons, it's the same. I've told you this before. As for your craving for killing, it stems from your bloodline. Erwin asked in confusion, my bloodline? Snape nodded. There are things I cannot tell you now. It wouldn't be good for you. All you need to know is that the potion you just drank can suppress the side effects of your bloodline. You'll need to come to me every week for a dose. Erwin said, I don't understand, Professor Snape. Since you know my situation, you should know I can suppress it on my own. Snape replied, you can suppress it now because of your age. Without the potion, by next year you won't be able to hold it back. Erwin frowned. Did my father have this problem? Snape shook his head. No. You are different from your father. His bloodline wasn't pure enough, but you have the combined bloodlines of both your parents. You'll understand when you're older. Knowing too much now will do you no good. Erwin was silent for a moment. Professor, why are you helping me? Someone like me must be dangerous. Why help me and keep me at Hogwarts? Snape said, Dumbledore knows about your condition. You didn't really think no one knew about your trip to the Forbidden Forest, did you? Erwin, arrogance runs deep in your veins. You used Muggle weapons without erasing the traces, confident that even if someone found out they wouldn't trace it back to you. But you overlooked one thing: the only person capable of using Muggle weapons and entering the Forbidden Forest undetected is you. You appear cautious, but in truth you're accustomed to controlling everything, so you disregard many things. Cast aside your arrogance, or you will pay a heavy price for it. Erwin fell silent. Arrogance. Perhaps it was true. Especially when he was in the throes of his urges, he felt as though all beings should grovel at his feet. Nothing could stir the slightest ripple within him. He would unconsciously overlook details he normally valued. It was like a berserker in a game. Immense power, but an empty mind. Erwin bowed slightly. You'll remember, Professor. Snape nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, you can trust me. I will never harm you. But you cannot trust Dumbledore. He has his own ideals and pursuits, and to achieve them, he would sacrifice anything. Erwin looked at Snape in surprise not because of what he said, but because Snape had chosen to tell him this. Of course the old bee was not to be trusted. In Erwin's view, old bee was just like Grindelwald. No wonder they ended up together. Their only difference lay in their approaches to handling matters. Grindelwald favored coercion, while Dumbledore preferred appeasement. Both were idealists. In the end, it was Dumbledore's philosophy that proved more palatable, coupled with his victory over Grindelwald. Thus Dumbledore became the White Wizard and Grindelwald the Dark Wizard. But had Grindelwald truly done anything wrong? He hadn't. Wasn't he also striving for a brighter future for all wizards? In this world, victory ultimately belongs to the victor. Erwin had long seen through this truth. What surprised him was that Snape would speak such words. This made Erwin ponder once again his significance in Snape's heart. It seemed that his parents, who had met death prematurely, shared a deep bond with Snape. Sasuke, Naruto. Erwin quickly shook his head. Wrong channel, wrong channel. Snape said, enough. Come and brew the potion. I hope you have memorized the method for preparing the invigoration draft. Erwin nodded. I'll do my best, Professor. Erwin rolled up his sleeves, finally beginning his private lessons with the potions master. He sat down and started working immediately. Snape watched his every move closely, both of them on high alert. The invigoration draft was not particularly difficult, yet it was a potion that truly tested one's skill in potion making. For the invigoration draft was an exceptionally precise potion with strict requirements on the proportions of herbs and the heat. One could say it was basic, but never that it was easy. Such was the paradox. The invigoration draft was typically a project for fifth-year students at Hogwarts. Most young witches and wizards could earn high marks just by successfully brewing it. Erwin worked while Snape guided him from the side. Snape was quite satisfied with Erwin's performance. Though his movements were clumsy and his pace slow, every step was flawless. Snape felt a sense of relief, as if he had found a worthy successor. Under Snape's guidance, Erwin gradually picked up speed. Soon he successfully brewed a batch of invigoration draft. Snape nodded. Not bad. Brew 2 more batches to familiarize yourself with what I've taught you. Erwin nodded. For potions masters, their most precious treasure was the subtle techniques they used during brewing. For instance, Erwin would never have thought on his own that adding wormwood to the purified essence of the invigoration draft could make it more potent. These were the exclusive tricks of every potions master, lessons never taught in the classroom. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, it was past midnight. Erwin dragged his weary body out of Snape's office. Brewing potions was a truly draining endeavor. One had to constantly watch the bubbles in the cauldron and control the heat, neither too much nor too little. No wonder every potions master was said to be reclusive. Staring at a cauldron all day would drive even a normal person to solitude. Truly, it wasn't their fault. After brewing, Erwin felt exhausted, too tired to speak a single word. Returning to the Slytherin common room, a group of young wizards were gathered by the fireplace chatting. Seeing Erwin, they quickly stood up. Prefect, you're back. Erwin nodded, forcing a faint smile. Why aren't you asleep yet? It's the weekend tomorrow. There's a Quidditch match, and we're discussing it. Erwin nodded. Which houses are playing? Draco quickly replied. It's us, Slytherin against Gryffindor. Slytherin will definitely win. That Potter kid somehow became Gryffindor seeker, but tomorrow he'll be beaten black and blue. Erwin rolled his eyes. Indeed, whenever Harry Potter was mentioned, Draco was always unusually excited. After speaking, Draco asked expectantly, Prefect, will you come watch the match tomorrow? Erwin hesitated. I suppose I will. The young wizards were instantly thrilled. Though Erwin wasn't interested in Quidditch, it was the first Quidditch match of the school year at Hogwarts, and it featured the opening clash between the two rival houses, Gryffindor and Slytherin. It wouldn't be proper for Erwin to miss it. He yawned. All right. Go to bed early. It's late. If you want to watch the match, you need to rest well. Otherwise, you'll oversleep and miss it. The young wizards nodded quickly. Erwin waved his hand and went upstairs to his room. After changing the sheets, Erwin soon fell asleep. In a daze, he found himself back in the place from his last dream. He was stunned. Could dreams really pick up where they left off? He stared at the dark passage ahead and pondered for a moment. As everyone knew, you couldn't die in a dream. Or so he hoped. Curiosity gnawed at him. What was this dream all about? After a moment's thought, he clapped his hands. He decided to go for it. A man dies but once, and if he's to die, let it be in glory. How could he let a mere lightning emperor frighten him in his own dream? That would be absurd. He strode directly into the depths of the passage. The scene was familiar. As he ventured deeper, torches on the walls on either side lit up automatically. Truly fascinating. He ignored them and pressed on. Soon he reached the corner he had discovered last time. He cautiously peeked out. Strange, it was very quiet. It seemed no one was there. He listened intently and confirmed that it was indeed empty. Emboldened, he stepped out of the shadows and walked toward the cages. As he approached the cages, the scene within came into view. Each cage held a person, all huddled in the corners, looking dirty and wild like savages. Erwin stopped before one cage. A voice came from within. What? Come up with a new way to deal with me today. Don't waste your time. What isn't yours will never be yours. No amount of effort will change a thing. A fool's dream. Erwin scratched his head. Who are you? As Elwin's voice faded, a sudden silence fell over the prison. Then Elwin heard the clinking of chains from many directions. Startled, he turned to see that every prisoner in every cell had begun to stir. They moved toward the bars of their cages. A child, it's not them. They don't have that scent. He seems to be a kindred spirit. Is it him? It must be him. In the magical world now it can only be him. Is it Cavendish? Elwin was taken aback. Do you know me? The man in the cell before Elwin grew excited, instantly hurrying to the cage door. You are Cavendish. Elwin nodded yes. You recognize me. What's your name? Let me think. Elwin. Is it Elwin? Elwin grew more puzzled. It's me. How do you know me? Who are you and what is this place? The man in the cell brushed back his disheveled hair. He glanced at Elwin. Oh, it's a wandering state. You're dreaming, that's how you can come here. Elwin was full of confusion. How could even a prisoner be so mysterious? Was this world really Harry Potter? He hadn't transmigrated into the wrong world, had he? He recalled reading a novel once, a Harry Potter story with a colorful twist where the setting was shrouded in mystery, with demon realms and such. He hadn't ended up in that world, had he? Elwin said, Can you just skip the useless talk and tell me what this place is? Who are you and why do you know me? I don't know where this is either. We were all captured and brought here. All I know is that it's somewhere in Germany. This dream had actually transported him abroad. Was that even possible? Elwin asked, Then who are you? We are the Guardians. The Guardians of the Air. Elwin scoffed. Guardians. Do you have any idea what a guardian is? Look at yourselves. Guardians of what? The National Highway. The man in the cage fell silent. If we had faced them head-on, we wouldn't have been captured. We are your guardians. Cavendish's guardians. Elwin was stunned. Cavendish's guardians. So that's the truth. With guardians like these, no wonder his parents had died. With this level of skill, his parents' demise was hardly surprising. Elwin said, What is an heir? The man in the cage paused for a moment, about to speak, when Elwin's figure began to flicker, becoming translucent. The man said, Your time is running out. You can't stay here. If you want to know the truth, you must grow stronger. Come find us. Elwin was furious. Damn it. You could have told me the truth in the time you spent saying all that. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt his consciousness being sucked into a vortex. The next second, Elwin opened his eyes and bed, his face turning pale with anger. What an idiot. That guy was an idiot. Why all the useless talk and silence? He could have just spilled the beans. What kind of hack writer came up with this? Forcing a main plotline just to make money with no shame. Elwin pounded the bedboard twice, seething with rage. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, old Holden, the young master, is right. You should have gotten to the point. What were you dawdling about? Old Holden, the one who had spoken with Elwin, said, My fault. I'm just used to it. Honestly, I'll never understand why the old master made you Cavendish's guardian. You should have been a guardian for the Houston family. They like to dawdle just as much as you do. Old Holden fell silent, retreating into himself. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Two black-robed figures appeared. One of them surveyed the surroundings. Did you feel it? The heir has come again. We can't delay any longer. We must kill him. At his age, he can already let his soul roam in dreams. He will be the greatest threat to our master. Old Holden said coldly, Despicable wretches. Aren't you afraid the old master will return and settle the score with you? The black-robed figure sneered. Let him come back first. Our master is the only future. Soon you'll see your young master locked up beside you, and well drain away what was never his to begin with. With that, the black-robed figures turned and left. Old Holden watched them go and sighed. Old Holden, will the young master be all right? Old Holden shook his head. I don't know. But the young master's father chose to settle in London, no doubt considering the presence of Hogwarts. Dumbledore is very powerful. With him around, the young master should be safe. By my reckoning, the young master should be attending Hogwarts now. As long as he's there, they can't harm him. The prisoners in the cells returned to their corners and sat down. The dungeon fell into silence once more. On the other side, Elwin ran his hand through his disheveled hair, growing angrier the more he thought about it. Guardians like that. What a joke. They'd be too slow even for highway maintenance, let alone guarding anyone. What idiot thought of making such a fool a guardian? And most importantly, who could he possibly protect? At that moment, in some unknown place, a figure couldn't help but sneeze. Someone's thinking of me again. And it must be someone with a blood connection. Which one is it? Never mind. Damn it, shrink back. If you keep spying on my sneeze, I'll strike you with a great divine dragon. No, that's wrong. I picked that up from Dacia. He'll strike you down with a thunderbolt from the heavens, you bastard. As he spoke, a sneaky wisp of black mist near him shuddered and quietly retreated. The figure sighed. My power is growing stronger. Don't these new generation wizards know any restraint? How can they still be so uncontainable despite all this? Elwin was about to wash up when a knock came at his door. He opened it to find Charlotte standing there. Elwin asked, Something up? Charlotte said, It's Quidditch today. The other young wizard said you promised to come watch, so they're all waiting in the common room. I came to see if you were awake. Elwin replied. Just go ahead without me. It's not like I can't find the place. Charlotte shrugged. No choice. They want to wait for you. I envy you. You've gained such prestige in Slytherin in just a week. I wouldn't be surprised if you've unified Slytherin by the end of the semester. Don't speak nonsense. Erwin quickly interjected. People might think him some kind of villain. Charlotte rolled her eyes in secret, wondering if he still thought of himself as a righteous figure. After Erwin had tidied himself up, he adjusted his hair. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he felt quite pleased. Indeed, he was still so handsome. As expected of him, Erwin Cavendish. Let's go, he said. We can't miss the first Quidditch match. Charlotte nodded, following behind Erwin. The two made their way down to the common room. Already quite a few young witches and wizards had gathered there. Seeing Erwin descending the stairs, they immediately stood up. Good morning, Prefect. Erwin nodded. All right, let's go cheer for our Slytherin champions. The young wizards were visibly excited. In truth, Erwin could understand their enthusiasm. After all, these poor wizards had few forms of entertainment besides watching a Quidditch match. Erwin suddenly thought that selling televisions in the wizarding world might be quite a lucrative venture. Their leisure time was truly too monotonous. Erwin led the way out of the Slytherin common room. The young wizards followed closely behind, instinctively arranging themselves into 2 rows. Erwin couldn't quite figure out why, but Slytherin was starting to resemble a disciplined army. He wondered if he had accidentally turned them into a military academy. The very thought filled him with anticipation. If possible, could he make them all shave their heads? Only the hidden prefect would be allowed to keep their hair. A wrong script. Meanwhile, at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, spectators had already filled the stands. Even the professors had arrived. Since it was the first Quidditch match of the term, every professor was present. Even the old bee had come to the pitch. However, he was only there to watch because Harry Potter was playing in his first match. The young wizards in the stands buzzed with chatter. Why haven't we seen any Slytherin students? Yeah, it's Slytherin's match today. Where are they? Only a few are here, mostly 6th and 7th years. In the Ravenclaw stands Hermione, craned her neck searching for a familiar figure. Cho Chang smiled at Hermione's state and said, Relax, Hermione. Don't worry, Erwin will definitely come. The Slytherins said their prefect promised to attend today. Hermione's face flushed instantly. I am not waiting for him. I'm just looking at the scenery. Yes, just the scenery. Cho glanced around the Quidditch pitch, which had nothing but stands. She shook her head without exposing Hermione's lie. Every girl has her secrets. Even she was no exception. Madame Hooch strode to the center of the pitch and gestured for the team members to enter. The two houses had a long-standing grudge, so they immediately glared at each other. Harry Potter walked among the Gryffindor crowd, scanning the stands, his heart filled with nervousness. Just then Harry Potter spotted Dumbledore. Dumbledore responded with a reassuring smile. Harry's heart instantly calmed. If Erwin had been there, he would have been deeply moved. He might even have shed tears of emotion. Such was the power of their bond. The encouragement of a guardian. Thinking of his own guardian. Never mind, don't mention that imbecile. He was simply a fool. Madame Hooch approached the center of the two teams. Perhaps fearing a fight might break out, Madame Hooch began announcing the rules as usual. Just as she was about to blow her whistle to start the match, Marcus spoke up. Wait, Professor Hooch, can we delay the start? Madame Hooch frowned. Why? Marcus replied. The prefect promised to come watch our match today. We want to wait for him. Madame Hooch glanced at the time and frowned. But the time has already come. Marcus insisted. I insist, Professor. Marcus' current demeanor was largely influenced by one person, Charlotte. She had visited him in the hospital wing under the guise of a checkup. In reality, she had only gone to say a few words. First, she congratulated Marcus on being the most unfortunate person to fall under Erwin's wrath. Second, she pointed out that if Erwin could break Marcus' leg with just a burst of magical power, Marcus should consider the consequences if Erwin had actually attacked him. Slytherins were ambitious, but they also revered strength above all. Erwin's power had won over the unruly Marcus, and coupled with Charlotte's words, Marcus now believed Erwin was truly magnanimous. He thought to himself that if he were in Erwin's shoes, he would have certainly cast a Sectum Sempra on his opponent. Little did he know, had Snape not intervened beforehand, Erwin would have done exactly that. Erwin was aware of Charlotte's actions, though he didn't know her motives. But Erwin, thinking of her as a useful tool to be employed, simply let her do the work regardless of her purpose. Madame Hooch found herself in a difficult position and turned to the stands. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. Madame Hooch announced, very well. We'll wait 5 minutes. Marcus nodded. And so the first Quidditch match of the term came to an eerie halt. Both teams stood in the center of the pitch, brooms in hand, waiting in silence. The young wizards in the stands had also heard Marcus' words. They exchanged glances, but said nothing. Dumbledore observed the reactions of the young wizards, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could understand Erwin's high prestige within Slytherin. But since when had Erwin's influence extended to the other houses? The answer was simple. Since arriving at the school, Erwin had not made any grand gestures to win people over. In truth, it was the small details that determined success or failure. Ravenclaws cherished knowledge and learning, so they naturally felt a kinship with a top student like Erwin. As for the Hufflepuffs, news of Erwin's help with their charms homework had already spread widely. Erwin now enjoyed an excellent reputation among the Hufflepuffs. Moreover, Professor Sprout, who could handle the Whomping Willow, held Erwin in high regard. As for the Little Lions, they simply dared not speak, having witnessed how Erwin dealt with Marcus. They had seen it all with their own eyes. It was terrifying. These little lions embodied courage, but aside from the likes of Ron, they were brave, not foolish. They knew there were some people they simply could not defeat. Just then a figure emerged from the spectator passage. It was Elwin, followed by an orderly procession of Slytherin students. Instantly, the young wizards in the stands rose to their feet, startling even Elwin himself. What's going on? What are these lot up to? A few professors were also taken aback. The heads of houses gazed curiously at their own students. In truth, the young wizards themselves had no idea why they stood. They simply did so upon seeing the perfectly aligned ranks of Slytherins. Elwin ascended the stands, chose a seat, and waved his hand. The young wizards promptly arranged themselves in 2 neat rows around him, squeezing the few 6th and 7th-year spectators to the back. The displaced students exchanged glances. A 6th-year remarked, "When will Elwin challenge George? I can hardly wait." The other 2 6th-years nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, George Greengrass, the Slytherin prefect from the 6th year, turned pale. Indeed, he was no match for Elwin. But had these fools spared a single thought for his feelings? They shared the same sentiment. As for the 7th years, they wore bitter smiles. Who could have imagined that on the verge of graduation, they'd soon have a new overlord? Since Grodia had never revealed his full strength, they couldn't be certain if he could stand against Elwin. After Elwin took his seat, Marcus and the other Slytherin Quidditch team members turned and gave a slight bow to the stands. "Prefect." Elwin rose. "Give it your all, everyone. For the glory of Slytherin. You are true warriors." A surge of invisible power seemed to infuse the players. They would defend Slytherin's honor. The players roared for Slytherin. The Slytherins caught up and the fervor echoed for Slytherin. Students from other houses were utterly bewildered. Was this the proper way to cheer for Quidditch? All were Hogwarts students, so why did they know so many unconventional tricks? Ron, unable to bear Elwin stealing the spotlight, tried to assert himself. "For Gryffindor," he shouted. But no one paid him any heed. Even the Gryffindor lions looked at him as if he were a fool. Ron's face flushed crimson. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, scowled. Their team had always been evenly matched with Slytherin. But now, before the match had even begun, their morale had plummeted. How could they fight like this? The professors turned their gazes to the Slytherin students, a hint of admiration in their eyes. Even our dear old bat, no, our beloved Professor Snape, couldn't conceal a flicker of pride in his eyes, though it vanished quickly. Elwin returned to his seat. Maintaining this persona was utterly exhausting. Madame Hooch strode back to the center of the pitch. Then, with a wave of her hand, the players ascended into the air. Madame Hooch placed her foot on the chest on the ground. Lee Jordan announced, "Both teams are ready. The match is about to begin." Madame Hooch glanced at the players on both sides. "I hope both sides will compete with skill and sportsmanship." With that, she kicked the chest. Lee Jordan shouted, "Now the bludgers are released." And then the golden snitch. Harry Potter watched the snitch hover before him. He fixed his gaze on the golden snitch. It fluttered its wings and darted away. Madame Hooch picked up the quaffle and tossed it into the air. Lee Jordan exclaimed excitedly, "The quaffle is thrown, and the match officially begins." Both teams sprang into action. As in the original tale, Gryffindor's Angelina caught the first ball and scored 10 points. Elwin crossed his arms unfazed. He hadn't come here for Quidditch. What was the point of that? What truly intrigued Elwin was this: without Hermione's interference, when Professor Quirrell clashed with Snape, would Harry Potter die? Oh no, with Dumbledore around, Harry certainly wouldn't perish. Elwin was curious whether anything else interesting might unfold. The match grew increasingly tense. Elwin watched the players dart back and forth across the stands. Once again, he felt a genuine aversion to this activity. It was too brutal. After all, they were watching from high in the stands. If some fool crashed into and broke the supports, wouldn't everyone be done for? Utterly unscientific. No wonder the wizarding population was so small. They always found bizarre ways to court death. After Marcus' 2 attacks were blocked by Wood, and Gryffindor led 20-0. The Slytherins grew restless. Elwin rolled his eyes. As expected, Marcus would soon devise a solution. As the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, just eliminate the one causing it. Right now, Wood's defense was top-notch. With Wood in the way, Slytherin's offense was stymied. So simply take out Wood, and it was done. Easy and pleasant. And wasn't it within the rules? In that regard, Elwin rather admired Marcus. The lad's mind worked well enough at times. Elwin approved. Sure enough, the next moment Marcus bashed a bludger straight into Wood. Wood, caught off guard, was knocked off his broom. Without Wood, Slytherin quickly scored 20 points, tying the match. Elwin's lips curled upward. The best part was about to begin. He fixed his gaze on Harry Potter. Indeed, Harry had spotted the golden snitch. He mounted the broom given by Professor McGonagall and shot after it. But the next moment his broom went wild, lurching and bucking in the air. Elwin glanced at the professor's stand. Sure enough, both Quirrell and Snape were muttering incantations. Elwin watched eagerly. Without Hermione's help this time, what would Harry Potter do? He looked at Dumbledore, just in time to see him glance toward Quirrell. As if sensing Elwin's gaze, Dumbledore turned and smiled. Elwin looked away. So Dumbledore knew all along. Elwin had suspected as much. Dumbledore's control over Hogwarts was far too strong. How could he not know about Quirrell's condition? Even setting that aside, Quirrell was a professor Dumbledore himself had chosen. When something went wrong out of responsibility for the students, he would have to find out what had happened. How could Dumbledore possibly be unaware of Quirrell's true situation? Thus Voldemort was merely a tool used by Dumbledore to facilitate Harry Potter's growth and accumulate prestige. More precisely, Harry Potter was a weapon. A weapon to be used against Horcruxes. The old schemer truly lived up to his name. As Harry Potter's broom wobbled more violently, Elwin's heart swelled with anticipation. Would Dumbledore intervene? In terms of sheer magical power, Quirrell might not match Snape. But when it came to long-distance spellcasting and interference, even Snape couldn't temporarily outdo Quirrell. A few more shakes and Harry Potter was destined to fall off his broom. However, at that moment, Elwin suddenly heard a commotion from the professor's table. Elwin turned his head. He saw a bludger hurtling straight toward Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's face changed dramatically. He stumbled, nearly falling over. Elwin was stunned. What the hell? Was it that much of a coincidence? But soon Elwin frowned. No, this was more than a little off. This bludger could not have coincidentally appeared right where Professor Quirrell was. And it was clearly aimed with purpose. Elwin looked at Snape. Sure enough, he saw Snape's sleeve twitch. Though the movement was subtle, Elwin still caught a glimpse of something protruding, a wand. Elwin was astonished. Well, that was Snape for you. He could compete in magical power while still finding time to cast a spell on the side. Was this the caliber of a top professor? Absolutely incredible. The subsequent match unfolded just like the original plot. Harry Potter, driven by his reckless courage, dove down and caught the golden snitch. Watching Harry Potter spit out the golden snitch, Elwin curled his lips in disgust. That was really gross. How many bacteria must be on it? Honestly, Elwin, with his cleanliness obsession, couldn't stand it. It was too disgusting. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the bell rang. Match over. Harry Potter catches the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Ron looked smugly at the Slytherin snakes. His gaze fell on Elwin. He even raised an eyebrow in provocation. However, Elwin didn't even glance at him. This instantly soured Ron's good mood. Elwin was oblivious to all this. He had never cared about Quidditch anyway. As for Ron, Elwin cared even less. An elephant never notices an ant. Marcus' face darkened. He led the Slytherin players to hover before the Slytherin stands. Sorry, Prefect. We let you down. Terrence Higgs, the Slytherin seeker, bowed his head. Sorry, Prefect. I was a coward. Marcus glared at Terrence, his expression grim. Elwin stood up. Enough. This is just a temporary setback. Besides, the golden snitch is inherently unpredictable. Terrence, you did nothing wrong. Slytherin must always remember to prioritize its own safety in order to pursue greater ambitions. Everything is built on the premise that you are still alive. The young snakes pondered Elwin's words. Elwin continued, the same goes for all of you. Remember, no matter what you face, only by preserving yourself can you plan for a better future. I want you to keep this in mind. Don't risk your life unless the reward is worth it. Clearly, the outcome of a single match is not worth risking your lives for. Terrence's eyes welled with emotion. His eyes reddened. Thank you, Prefect. Elwin smiled. Regardless, you are all heroes. You are true warriors. So now, little snakes, let's applaud our heroes. Thunderous applause erupted from the young snakes. It was as if Slytherin had won the match. Harry Potter watched the applauding Slytherin. For the first time, he envied Slytherin. He even felt regret. Perhaps he should have listened to the Sorting Hat and gone to Slytherin. Students from other houses also looked at Slytherin and found themselves clapping along. At that moment, Gryffindor the victor was left unnoticed. Elwin said, all right, go get changed. It's almost mealtime. I don't think you'd want to miss the hearty Saturday lunch. Marcus nodded. He led the team away. Elwin casually picked up the newspaper he had spread on the bench, preparing to lead the young snakes in the stands away. But just then the sky suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbled through the clouds. Elwin stopped and looked up. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. Then he soared into the air. All Hogwarts students leave the grounds. Now. Immediately. Snape turned to Elwin. Elwin, take them away. Elwin nodded. Slytherin students, leave the stands as quickly as possible. Elwin hurried down from the stands. Snape was waiting below. Elwin asked, Professor, why are you here? Snape said, come, I'll lead you out. Elwin nodded. Just then a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Dumbledore waved his wand. In the next instant, a blaze of flames soared into the sky. The lightning was consumed. Dumbledore's face turned cold. This is Hogwarts. How dare you? Elwin keenly sensed the surge of magic emanating from Dumbledore. Elwin's expression shifted. Dumbledore was angry. The next moment, several black-robed figures appeared abruptly in the air. Without any aid, they hovered there surrounding Dumbledore. Dumbledore, hand him over. Dumbledore's face darkened. This is Hogwarts. Not your territory. Leave now, and I will pretend nothing happened. The black-robed figure said, Dumbledore, we have no wish to be your enemy, but he must be handed over. Elwin listened to these words and pondered for a moment. These people had come seeking revenge. To dare seek revenge at Hogwarts, that was something else. He wondered who was so unlucky. Elwin glanced at the black-robed figures. Suddenly his pupils contracted. The staff held by the black-robed figure, a metal staff topped with a crystal ball. Damn, these bastards were after him. He was the unlucky one. With this thought, Erwin quickened his pace. It was obvious that the visitors had come seeking vengeance, and specifically for him. Erwin wasn't mad enough to linger outside. As for confronting them, no way. These people could command lightning. Who knew if their abilities even belonged to the magical system? Recalling the spells from Harry Potter, Erwin had never seen such incantations. These were not people he could challenge. Besides, even if he could win, Erwin wouldn't fight. A wise man avoids danger. To dare trouble Hogwarts, especially with Dumbledore present, meant these people possessed real skill. After all, even Voldemort, our dear noseless friend, only attacked Hogwarts after Dumbledore's death. At his peak, Voldemort had conquered the entire wizarding world. Only Hogwarts remained beyond his reach. Why? Because of that absurd, old man Dumbledore. Erwin didn't know exactly how much stronger Dumbledore was than Voldemort. But he was certain of one thing: according to the system's magical ranking, barring mythical beings, Dumbledore was the strongest. Everyone kept saying Dumbledore was old, that his power had waned. But Erwin looked up at Dumbledore in the sky. The Elder Wand was like a flamethrower spitting fire relentlessly. A bright noon had turned into twilight. And they called this old. Power waned. Nonsense. Erwin felt that even if the old man dropped his wand, covered half his mouth, and halved his power, he could still crush him. And they claimed his strength had declined. As for Dumbledore's death at Malfoy's hands in the original story, that was obviously a setup. Old Dumbledore had the audacity to use his own life as a trap. And his plan was flawless. The Elder Wand's nature was to serve the stronger. Whoever defeated Dumbledore became its master. The Elder Wand was buried with Dumbledore. But no one knew then that its master had become Malfoy. Later, Malfoy was defeated by Harry Potter. So without even appearing, the wand changed hands twice. Voldemort killed Grindelwald and dug up the Elder Wand from the grave. But the wand wouldn't obey him. Assuming Snape was its master, Voldemort killed Snape. That was Dumbledore's first gambit, using Snape's death to sow fear among the Death Eaters. Then the Malfoys realized their son was the one who killed Dumbledore, making him the wand's true master. To save their son, they began to set a trap for Voldemort. That was Dumbledore's second scheme. In the end, poor Voldemort faced Harry Potter, the wand's true master, with a disobedient Elder Wand. He was utterly defeated. Originally, this plot seemed absurd, a Dark Lord losing to a mediocre Harry Potter. It was incredibly illogical. But considering the Elder Wand, it made perfect sense. Using someone's exclusive weapon against its owner, how could you not die? That was Dumbledore's ultimate plan. Without anyone's knowledge, the Elder Wand had already submitted to Harry Potter, leading to Voldemort's downfall. Even Erwin, who had read the original, found Dumbledore terrifying. That old bee was too calculating. Everything was under his control. He had the power to defeat Voldemort, but couldn't destroy him completely because of the Horcruxes. Only Harry Potter himself, a Horcrux, could finish Voldemort. With just the Elder Wand, Dumbledore dismantled the Death Eaters and annihilated Voldemort. For that, Erwin admired him. Say what you will, but Dumbledore's boldness was unmatched. In truth, setting aside personal flaws, Dumbledore was a true great. After Erwin and Snape sent all Slytherin students into the castle, the aerial negotiations ended. Clearly, Dumbledore had failed. Several black-robed figures slammed their staffs down. Instantly, blue barriers rose, sealing Dumbledore inside. Erwin was stunned. Was he seeing things? This looked exactly like the 4 violet flames formation from Naruto. Had he stumbled into the wrong story? Dumbledore looked at the barrier enclosing him and said, "You intend to fight me with this? You're far from ready. Leave now and I won't attack. As long as I'm at Hogwarts, you cannot touch him." One black-robed figure replied, "We don't expect this to defeat the renowned Dumbledore. But our goal was never to fight you." As he spoke, Dumbledore's face paled. He looked down at Erwin and Snape, who were about to enter the castle. A black-robed figure appearing from nowhere lunged at Erwin. Erwin felt a surge of danger. Before he could react, Snape shoved him aside. With a flick of his sleeve, his wand appeared in his hand. He waved it rapidly, casting silent spells. Vines sprang up before the black-robed figure, blocking his path. Then 3 curses flew toward the figure: Sectum Sempra, Levi Corpus, Expelliarmus. Erwin was amazed. Damn, his captivating professor. What casting speed! It was incredible. The wand had become a Gatling gun, firing colorful beams at the black-robed figure. Snape shouted, "Get into the castle." Erwin hesitated. Hadn't the situation been controlled? But Snape seemed anxious. Erwin, however, knew to listen when his life was at stake. Without even nodding, he turned and ran. He had just entered the castle. Erwin brushed past several professors, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout. All three heads of houses appeared together. "McGonagall," said Erwin, "calm the students. Leave the outside to us." Erwin nodded. Watching the three professors leave, he felt a surge of excitement. While a big scene, a huge scene. The final battle of Harry Potter had started early. Although Erwin wished to observe the battle, he knew it was merely a fleeting thought. Such a confrontation was far beyond his capacity to intervene. Before even entering the castle, he had noticed the glass orb atop the black-robed figure's staff flicker with light. In an instant, a magical shield materialized before him. All of Snape's spells collided against it and dissipated into nothingness. Erwin found this technique utterly astonishing. He knew his own shield charm could never achieve such an effect. This was no trivial skirmish against mere underlings. That was Snape after all. Just then, Erwin sensed an explosive surge of immense magical power emanating from the heavens and earth. A voice thundered, "You have gone too far." Erwin recognized the voice immediately. It was Dumbledore. For the first time, he gained a visceral understanding of Dumbledore's overwhelming might. The sheer terror of that magical force was indescribable. If Erwin's own magic was but a puddle, Dumbledore's was an ocean. Two words utterly absurd. Through the corridor's glass panes, Erwin saw the entire sky had turned crimson. A piercing cry echoed, and the next moment a phoenix wreathed in flames streaked down from the heights. Fox. Erwin was deeply intrigued by this phoenix. In the original tale, it resembled a plump turkey, appearing only rarely with no description of its combat prowess. Fox flapped its wings, charging straight toward the barrier. However, the next instant a black-robed figure materialized, intercepting Fox. The staff in his hand blazed, unleashing a jet-black beam toward the phoenix. Fox let out a cry, then flapped its wings, releasing torrents of raging flames from its body. The flames formed a barrier blocking the dark beam. Erwin swallowed hard. Was this the true power of a phoenix? How could anyone claim the original story held back? With just this one phoenix, half the Death Eaters could be slain. It was simply too exaggerated. Erwin walked toward the Great Hall, watching the battle through the glass. By now the clashes between Snape, the other professors, and their opponents had reached a fever pitch. The single black-robed figure had inexplicably multiplied into four. They were locked in fierce combat with the four heads of houses. Spells whizzed through the air at a speed that surpassed even the most elaborate movie special effects. Yet Erwin wondered, how could there be so many black-robed figures? 6 held the formation against Dumbledore, 1 blocked Fox, and 4 engaged the professors. That made 11 in total. Where did they all come from? Fortunately, they had no more allies, or no one would be left to stop them. But no sooner had this thought crossed Erwin's mind than a sharp alarm blared in his mind. Ding ding ding. Host dodge. Hearing the system's warning, Erwin instinctively leaped aside. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck the very spot where he had stood. A surprised voice followed. "How interesting. You dodged. You truly are different." Erwin's back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. His own jinx had come true. There really was one more. Erwin stared at the black-robed figure emerging from the corridor's shadows, his face dark with fury. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" The figure sneered. "How pitiful. You don't even know who you are. You probably don't know how your parents died, do you? Coincidentally, your parents died by my hand. And now you will die by my hand too." Erwin's expression remained unchanged. The figure laughed. "Interesting. So calm. That surprises me." Erwin was not truly so placid and unruffled. But he knew well that letting an enemy's words sway his emotions would only lead to death. He said, "I'm curious. How did you enter Hogwarts?" "Dumbledore keeps the school under constant surveillance." He would have known. The figure spread his hands. "Since you're about to die, I'll tell you. I'm in a good mood. It's simple. I have no magical power. So Dumbledore's wards in Hogwarts can't detect me. Oh, and your parents died the same way. I have to admit Dumbledore protected them well back then. What a pity." Erwin's heart stirred. No magical power. How is that possible? Then where did that lightning come from? The figure said, "Enough. Time to go." Erwin raised a hand. "Wait. You're just going to kill me like that? I doubt you went to all this trouble just to murder me. Otherwise, why attack Hogwarts? You must have some scheme involving me. Killing me like this, does it serve your interests?" The figure replied, "You're clever unlike the others. You're right, we do need you. But we can accept you either dead or alive. Alive is preferable, but I doubt you'll surrender willingly." As he spoke, the crystal ball atop his staff began to glow. Erwin raised his hand again. "Wait one more moment. How do you know I want surrender without asking?" The figure fell silent, suddenly finding Erwin's words oddly reasonable. He lowered his staff. "So you mean you're willing to come with us willingly?" A smile curled at the corner of Erwin's mouth. A bright, radiant smile spread across his face. "I'm willing, your mother." In the next instant, Erwin flung both hands forward. With a series of sharp clinks, 2 round objects rolled to the figure's feet. The figure, still processing Erwin's words, glanced down at the 2 spheres. "Is this your trump card?" 2 iron balls. But then with 2 deafening roars, twin flames engulfed him. Erwin didn't idle. With a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared. Expelliarmus. Sectum sempra. He stopped himself. Using the killing curse at Hogwarts was out of the question unless absolutely necessary. He had no desire to visit Azkaban. In the magical world, there was a rule: anyone who used one of the 3 unforgivable curses, whether good or evil, would be sent to Azkaban. In the original story, Harry Potter had used legilimency on Snape, but that was during wartime. In peacetime, no one dared to use them openly. They were always done in secret. Dark wizards were the exception, but Erwin was on the side of good. After casting the spell, Elvin still felt uneasy. He waved his wand to cast the iron armor spell on himself. Then a flash of light appeared, and Elvin's precious mini gong fell to the floor. He directly dove behind the shield. With both hands gripping the trigger, he pressed down, without caring whether the opponent had been killed by the grenade. For safety's sake, Elvin decided to clear the bullets first. Caution was the name of the game. The bullets formed a line of fire sweeping forward. Hogwarts, this ancient castle, would have never imagined that one day it would be baptized by firearms. The shell casings clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Elvin's eyes gradually took on a blood-red hue. His mouth curved into a grin without him realizing it. His silvery white hair flowed as if caught in a breeze. He was in a state of exhilaration, while the 4 professors outside engaged in battle with the hooded figures looked greatly alarmed. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "What's that sound? Why is there an explosion inside the castle?" Only Severus Snape's expression changed instantly. He waved his wand repeatedly, pushing back the hooded figures. "Hold them off, I'll go take a look." Without waiting for a response, Snape dashed into the castle. In his haste, he transformed into a cloud of black mist. It was known that he rarely used this technique in front of others, as it was the hallmark of a Death Eater. Professor McGonagall frowned, watching Snape leave. For Snape to be this anxious, her heart raced. It had to be Elvin. She didn't know much about Elvin, but she was aware of the surname Cavendish. She didn't know what the Cavendish name represented, only that Snape had been very close to Elvin's father, also named Cavendish. Therefore, the only 2 people capable of making Snape this anxious were Harry Potter and Elvin. And now the only one who could cause such a commotion was Elvin. Realizing this, Professor McGonagall began to feel anxious as well. She waved her wand faster. Her wand brushed against the debris on the ground. In the next moment, a giant made of stone began to reassemble right in front of her. Instantly transforming into a massive stone figure, Flitwick and Professor Sprout exchanged glances. Flitwick exclaimed, "Minerva, she's serious now." Professor Sprout nodded, "Then let's resolve this quickly." Flitwick nodded. In the next moment, it was as if the 2 had unleashed a torrent of spells. Remarkably, while Flitwick waved his wand, he occasionally cast 2 spells simultaneously. The simultaneous use of silent spells nearly caused the 4 hooded figures to fall into despair. They had never realized how terrifying the headmaster of Hogwarts could be, but now they understood. They finally recognized that the professors at the headmaster level of Hogwarts were entirely different beings from ordinary professors. Meanwhile, Elvin was engrossed in a peculiar state, pulling the trigger. The shell casings had already layered the ground beneath him. The passage ahead looked as if it had been swept by a tornado littered with debris. Dust rose, obscuring the view of the passage. As Snape entered, he saw Elvin in a frenzy. Snape hurried to Elvin's side. Elvin abruptly turned his head, his blood-red eyes staring at Snape. A smile crept onto his face. "Professor Snape. Want to play? It's so much fun." Snape frowned. He pulled out a potion vial and pinched Elvin's mouth to pour it in. As the potion entered his mouth, the red glow in Elvin's eyes gradually faded. Only then did Elvin feel the throbbing pain in his arm. "Fee, it hurts." Snape replied, "How many people did you kill in the Muggle world? How could you break free from the potion's control so quickly?" Elvin said nothing. How many people? He didn't know. All he knew was that to survive, he had wiped out the entire gang in London. Many of those had been at his own hands. Surely no one thought he could conquer London purely with intellect. This was the Mafia, and Elvin was just a child. If it weren't for his ruthless tactics, who would fear or obey him? So how could he remember how many he had killed? The only thing he could recall was that at the age of 8 he had experienced an assassination. At that time, apart from Rivers, he had 2 other trusted aides. They all perished that time. Elvin nearly died as well. Later, he personally eliminated the opposition, wiping out the entire family from young to old, including children as young as 3 or 4. Therefore, how could he possibly keep track of how many he had killed over the years? Seeing Elvin remain silent, Snape sighed. "Forget it. I won't ask you any more, and you shouldn't think about it." He then turned his gaze to the gradually dispersing smoke in the passage. On the ground lay something resembling a corpse. Why was it only resembling? Because it was impossible to tell what the original form was, utterly demolished by bullets. Snape waved his wand, and in the next moment, a ball of flame erupted from Snape's wand. The body on the ground was immediately incinerated, and then Snape waved his wand. "Restore quickly." As Snape recited his spell, the chaos in the corridor began to automatically revert. Soon a brand new passage emerged, showing no signs of having been ransacked by bullets. Snape said, "No matter who asks you, do not speak of today's events. And do not say that you killed him. Understand?" Elvin nodded. "I understand, Professor." He said he killed my parents. Is it true? Snape paused for a moment. What else did he say? Elvin replied, he said he had no magic, so he could bypass Dumbledore's arrangements to enter Hogwarts. Just like when he killed my parents. Snape suddenly exuded an aura of killing intent, so that's it. No wonder he was able to succeed despite all the arrangements made back then. It turns out it was like this. Damn it. Elvin said. Professor Snape. Who are they? Why do they want to kill me? Or rather, what do they want from me? Snape remained silent for a moment. You can't know that yet. Your strength is too weak. If you can take down the head of Slytherin, I will consider telling you some things. Now go to the Great Hall. Don't tell anyone about today's events. A friend of the author boasted about receiving a gift from a king. I felt envious, but I told him that my readers would also send gifts, so was anyone aware of my hint? Elwin heard this and said nothing more. He simply shrugged. In truth, he had already grown accustomed to it. Everything was shrouded in mystery every day. Of course, Elwin could also understand Snape. Looking at the scene today, the enemies he was about to face might indeed be some formidable figures. As the saying goes, the more you know, the sooner you die. Therefore, Snape's reluctance to tell Elwin now was probably out of fear that Elwin would be unable to resist seeking revenge on his own. But Elwin was a man of extreme caution. He would never do anything without absolute certainty. Even with 99% certainty, he would not take a risk, especially not with his own life. Just then, Professor McGonagall and the others also entered the castle. It was clear that the black-robed men outside had already been dealt with. Seeing Elwin, Professor McGonagall quickly asked Elwin, "Are you all right? Did you encounter an enemy?" Elwin nodded. "I'm fine, Professor. A black-robed man sneaked into the castle and attacked me. Luckily, Professor Snape arrived and dealt with him." Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, let's go to the Great Hall. The students must be terrified." Elwin asked doubtfully, "Professor, don't you need to help Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall replied, "Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore will be fine. Come, let's head to the Great Hall." Elwin nodded. Observing Professor McGonagall's expression, he pondered slightly. It seemed Professor McGonagall did not take this attack seriously. Was it because her strength gave her such confidence that she felt no fear? In the Great Hall, all the Hogwarts students were gathered there. As everyone knew, it was a Hogwarts tradition. Whenever danger threatened Hogwarts, the professors would gather all the students together. On one hand, it was for easier protection. On the other, it was to give the crisis no chance to exploit. This was the case with the Chamber of Secrets incident and the Death Eaters' attack on Hogwarts. Elwin went straight to where the Slytherin students were gathered. The young wizards quickly stood up. "Prefect." Elwin nodded. Sit back down and wait for dinner. It's almost mealtime." The little snakes nodded. Not long after Dumbledore entered the Great Hall, the young wizards turned to look. Dumbledore smiled. "It seems I've made it in time for dinner." He walked to the podium, then lightly tapped his finger on the table. The next moment, dishes appeared on the tables. Ever since Elwin started eating Chinese food at Hogwarts, the school's menu had begun to change. Chinese cuisine had become the main theme. With so much food, Elwin wondered if poor McGee the house elf was exhausted. Elwin ate heartily. As for the black-robed men, and such, he had already pushed them to the back of his mind. Was there anything in the world more important than eating? No. If there was, it would be that the food was not delicious enough. But clearly McGee's culinary skills were as excellent as ever. After the meal, Elwin went to Dumbledore's office. Sweet and sour pork ribs. The next moment, the door to Dumbledore's office swung open. This password was of course told to Elwin by Dumbledore himself, and it was also Dumbledore who had asked him to come to the office. Elwin really had no words for this password. Did the old bee truly love sweets that much? He had tolerated the cockroach clusters and various candies before, but now with the introduction of Disia cuisine, the old bee had gained a new source of inspiration for setting passwords. Entering the office, Elwin looked around curiously. Come to think of it, this was his first time in the old bee's office. He surveyed his surroundings. It had to be said Dumbledore's office was quite spacious and didn't look particularly messy. Indeed, a tidy room with no odd smells, either a sissy or a gay. This saying fit Dumbledore perfectly. In the office, Dumbledore had not yet returned. "Oh, a young wizard. Silver white hair. Are you Cavendish?" Elwin followed the voice. On the wall, several portraits were curiously examining him. Elwin gave a slight bow. "Greetings, headmasters. I am Cavendish. Elwin Cavendish." One of the portraits said, "So alike, so alike. You're almost identical to your father. No, you're even better looking than him." Elwin looked at the portrait. At the bottom left corner, there was a name labeled Phineas Nigellus Black. Elwin understood. This was the headmaster known as the least popular in Hogwarts history. "Phineas said when your father came to the headmaster's office, I looked at him just like this." Elwin replied, "My respects to you, esteemed headmaster." Phineas nodded slightly. A polite little fellow. You are a true Slytherin. I heard you were attacked today." Elwin nodded. "Yes. It was quite thrilling. If not for Professor Snape, I think I would have been in great danger today." Phineas laughed. "Little fellow. Polite, but not entirely honest. Don't you know that all the portraits in the castle communicate with each other? The corridor you were sitting in also had portraits." Elwin was taken aback. He had forgotten about that. Phineas said, "It's all right. I like your caution. I know something about the Cavendish family as well. I'm sorry about what happened to your parents. You see, among that generation of Slytherins, I only truly liked 4 people: your parents, Snape, and... Well, let's not talk about that. What business do you have at the headmaster's office? Although Phineas did not finish his sentence, Elwin knew who he meant. Voldemort. It could only be Voldemort. A person too brilliant to be written about in books. Yes, brilliant. That was Elwin's assessment of Voldemort. Never mind Voldemort's personality, just look at what he accomplished. Could that not be called brilliance? He had astonishing talent and immense ambition. It was a pity he had a poor mind. If only he had been smarter, the outcome would have been uncertain. In Elwin's view, Voldemort made only one mistake: he believed in the so-called prophecy. If Elwin had been in that position, he would never have taken the prophecy seriously. All worries and crises stemmed from one's own inadequacy. Elwin said, "Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to come." Phineas nodded. "I see. Then have a seat in the office for a while. He should be back soon." Elwin sat in his chair, gazing at the other portraits. "Are the other headmasters not here?" Phineas replied. "Well, you know how it is. Staying in a painting gets rather dull. So they pop out for a stroll every now and then. Once you're dead, you'll understand. Being stuck in a frame all day is truly tedious." Elwin's face darkened. What was this old codger on about? What did he mean by once he was dead? Couldn't he wish him well? Why jump straight to his demise? Where's the courtesy? Phineas chuckled at Elwin's darkened expression. "Seems you're not too fond of hearing about your own death." Elwin replied, "I suppose not. After all, I'm only 11. Death feels rather distant to me. If possible, I'd prefer to stay alive." Phineas nodded. "I thought the same once. Enough of that. I hear you're planning something about morning and evening study sessions." Elwin nodded. "Yes. Exactly. School should be fun. I recall a saying, learning brings joy. I believe adding morning and evening sessions will make the young witches and wizards even happier." Phineas rolled his eyes. "If I were alive in your time, I'd be tempted to hex you." Elwin laughed. "Then I'm rather lucky." Phineas looked at him. "If, and I mean if possible, when the prefect challenge. Trust me, you'll gain benefits beyond your imagination. Slytherin, after all, belongs to you young ones. I want to witness history, even as a portrait." Elwin said solemnly, "I will, headmaster. If Slytherin needs a prefect, it will be me." Phineas smiled. "Excellent. I admire your confidence. I believe you can do it. On the day you become prefect, I'll leave this frame to congratulate you in person." Elwin bowed slightly. "You will see that day." As for this so-called most unpopular headmaster, Elwin actually rather liked him. The reason the Black family was disliked was that, except for Phineas, none of the headmasters had graduated from Slytherin. As for Slytherin, those in the know understood. Before Elwin arrived at Hogwarts, Slytherin was indeed unpopular. If asked to pick a favorite house, no consensus would emerge. Everyone would choose their own. But if forced to pick the most hated house, Slytherin would win by a landslide. That was Slytherin's reality. Not exactly hunted, but certainly despised by all. Fortunately, Elwin appeared. He had subtly influenced and changed much. Those former troublemakers who once loved provoking others had now, under his restraint, become courteous gentlemen. Even if unwilling, they had to fake it to avoid disgracing Slytherin. Though Elwin hadn't been there long, his impact on Hogwarts was already significant. As he chatted with Headmaster Black, a flutter of wings came. Moments later, Fawkes flew in through the window. Then flames erupted from its wings, landing on the floor to reveal Dumbledore's form. Elwin exclaimed, "Professor, that's quite a trick." Phineas rolled his eyes to the heavens. "You always love showing off, Dumbledore." Dumbledore remained unfazed, waving his hand to drape a gray cloth over Phineas' portrait. Immediately, Phineas' curses rang out. "Blast you, Dumbledore. How dare you? If not for my worthless descendants, you wouldn't treat me so. Damn it." Dumbledore's expression stayed calm. He smiled at Elwin. "Old age makes them jumpy. How about it? Fancy signing a contract with a phoenix. You could do this too someday." Elwin quickly waved his hand. "No thanks, headmaster." Elwin knew well what a phoenix contract entailed. It was a Dumbledore family tradition. Not to mention the chance of success. Trying would mean owing Dumbledore a debt, though he coveted the phoenix's combat power. It clearly didn't suit his style. Dumbledore didn't press. He went to the desk, took 2 candies from a drawer, ate one, and offered the other to Elwin. "Care to try?" Elwin shook his head. "No, professor. I'm afraid of cavities." Dumbledore squinted. "Sweetness is the happiest taste in the world. Pity you don't seem to like sweets." Elwin said, "In the Muggle world, science shows sugar triggers dopamine. So it brings joy, replenishes energy, and keeps the mind sharp. In other words, sugar makes you smarter." Dumbledore was surprised. "Is that so? The Muggle world advances so quickly. The power of technology is astonishing. So, Mr. Elwin, were the weapons you used in the corridor and the Forbidden Forest also Muggle creations?" Elwin wasn't surprised. Dumbledore knew about his use of the equalizer Gatling Bodhisattva. If Dumbledore didn't know, that would be shocking. His control over Hogwarts was unparalleled in history, even more extraordinary than the 4 founders. Back then, they each governed equally, with none truly mastering the castle they built together. Later headmasters couldn't achieve full control either. Only Dumbledore. He was simply uncanny. He had studied every secret room and passage in Hogwarts, mastering them all. Students thought they were sneaking around unnoticed. But Dumbledore knew everything. Elwin even suspected he knew exactly how many fish were in the Black Lake. In Hogwarts, keeping anything from him was impossible. Elwin said, "I was just defending myself." A glint flashed behind Dumbledore's glasses. Was it? "I doubt robbing acromantulas of their venom counts as self-defense, Elwin. Your weapons are far too dangerous." Erwin furrowed his brow slightly. "So what does the professor mean?" Dumbledore said, "Your weapons, I will keep them safe for you. At Hogwarts you will not encounter the slightest danger." Erwin sneered, "Is that so? Professor, today in the corridor, if it weren't for these weapons you call dangerous, I would already be dead. And you tell me that at Hogwarts I won't encounter the slightest danger." Dumbledore paused for a moment before saying, "That was an accident." Erwin shrugged, "Perhaps. But who can guarantee that this accident won't happen again? So handing over those weapons." "Impossible." Dumbledore said, "At Hogwarts they will not come again. That was the condition I set for letting them go." Erwin shook his head. "Professor, I have been managing the family business since I was 6. I will not entrust my safety to others." Dumbledore pondered for a moment. "Since you insist, then so be it. But you must promise me that unless necessary you will not use those weapons." Erwin shrugged, agreed. "But if my safety is threatened, I will still use them." Dumbledore nodded. "And you must not use those weapons to hunt acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest anymore." Erwin said, "So did the acromantulas come to complain to you?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No. The acromantulas migrated en masse to the territory of other magical creatures. The centaurs came to me." Erwin understood. Damn acromantulas. Daring to flee. Such cowardly weaklings. Erwin said, "Headmaster, did you come to see me today, just to tell me this?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No. There is something I wish to ask of you." Erwin raised an eyebrow. "Oh. The professor actually has something to ask of me." Dumbledore said, "I will be away for a while, perhaps a week or so. I hope you can look after Potter for me." Erwin asked in confusion, "Potter? Harry Potter? Look after him?" Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. They are curious about certain matters, and those matters are very dangerous. I hope that while I am away you can help me take care of them." Erwin laughed. "I refuse. Professor, I have no interest in being a babysitter. Also, with all due respect, Professor, if what you say is true and this matter is dangerous, then you could simply prevent them from investigating it. That wouldn't be difficult for you." Dumbledore shook his head. "He needs to grow." Erwin said, "So you want me to be a babysitter?" "Honestly, Professor, this is not a good idea. Of course, if you offer your protection at Hogwarts as a condition, I might reluctantly accept." Dumbledore was taken aback. In truth, that had been his intention. But now that Erwin had said it, he found it difficult to propose directly. Dumbledore said, "Potter is also your classmate, isn't he?" Erwin shook his head. "Professor Dumbledore, I think you've mistaken one thing. I am a Slytherin, the Slytherin prefect. And Harry Potter and his friends are Gryffindors." Looking at the unyielding Erwin, Dumbledore felt a headache coming on. "Erwin, my leaving Hogwarts is for your sake, do you understand? An old man like me is running around for you, yet you are unwilling to offer even a small helping hand." Erwin was astonished. Damn, he's starting to guilt-trip me. Quite a tactic. To be fair, if it were anyone else, Dumbledore might have succeeded. But clearly Erwin is not that kind of person. If you have no morals, no one can manipulate you with them. Clearly Erwin belonged to that small group of people utterly devoid of morals. Erwin stood up, bowed 90 degrees. "I will forever remember your help. Professor, I am grateful. I will always cherish your kindness in my heart." After Erwin finished speaking, a portrait that had been covered let out a sneer. "Dumbledore never thought I'd see the day. Well done, boy. That's exactly how you should deal with someone like him." Erwin bowed slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, Headmaster Black." Dumbledore's face visibly darkened. It was the first time he had encountered someone like Erwin. So different from his father. Erwin's father was very genial and loved to help others. Even as a Slytherin, he had excellent relationships with everyone. Unlike Erwin, who was so infuriating. After a moment, Dumbledore sighed. "State your terms, Erwin." A smile curled at the corner of Erwin's mouth. "That's more like it. If you'd talked like this from the start, we would have settled things long ago." Expecting him to work for nothing. "Impossible." Erwin said, "I want the permission to apparate within Hogwarts." Dumbledore frowned. "The permission to apparate within Hogwarts. What for?" Erwin said, "To escape. If I ever encounter a situation like today again, I can apparate away immediately. Now that I know someone wants my life, I have to be cautious, don't I?" Dumbledore thought for a moment. "I'm only asking you to look after Harry for a week. Asking for apparition permission seems a bit much." Erwin said, "Professor, are you trying to negotiate the price?" Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, I think we can talk. Just a week of babysitting isn't worth this price." Erwin replied, "That's easy. Professor Dumbledore, your intention is for Harry to grow, or whatever scheme you're planning, its ultimate goal is to be a whetstone for Harry. But frankly, Gryffindor and the people around him are of no help to his growth at all." Dumbledore said, "Gryffindor is also an excellent house at Hogwarts. Many great figures have come from Gryffindor. Your statement is a bit too hasty." Erwin waved his hand. I admit you're right, Professor. But you have to admit one thing: Harry Potter's taste in friends is really poor. Take that Ron Weasley beside him, for instance. He's utterly worthless. As an old saying in the Great Sia goes, learning requires a proper environment. Following Ron, Harry won't learn a thing. Give me the permission to apparate. Once the study sessions start next week, I will invite Harry to the Slytherin study room and teach him personally. That is my offer. Dumbledore fell silent. Harry won't agree. Erwin stood up. That's not my concern. If Harry Potter doesn't want to improve, that's his business. I've given you my terms, Professor. Think it over. I recall I have matters to attend to this afternoon. So, Professor, you'll be going now. Leaving Dumbledore's office, a smile spread across Erwin's lips. What would happen if the boy who lived became one who sided with Slytherin? It would certainly be interesting. Just thinking about it made Erwin anticipate it. Erwin had no interest in being a babysitter. However, if being a babysitter meant he could also find some amusement for himself, then Erwin could accept it. More importantly, our dear savior, if used properly, could serve as an excellent shield. If he dragged the savior into certain matters, Dumbledore would surely protect him. Thus, leveraging the savior meant leveraging Dumbledore. Erwin snapped his fingers. From this perspective, the savior didn't seem so annoying after all. If used well, the savior was such a convenient tool. Thinking this, Erwin suddenly felt he might have been too hasty. He should have agreed to Dumbledore's request right away. He wondered if the old man would dare grant him the permission to use apparition. Although it seemed like just a magical permission, in reality, it was not that simple. Being able to apparate within Hogwarts was a privilege granted only to the past headmasters and the 4 founders. Even professors like Snape did not have the authority to apparate within Hogwarts. Once granted the permission to apparate within Hogwarts, it meant that Hogwarts was left undefended against that person. Erwin began to regret his request. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable. Erwin doubted Dumbledore would trust him to that extent. Had he just driven away the savior, his perfect scapegoat shield? Erwin started pondering what reasonable excuse he could use to win back that shield. Just then, Erwin suddenly felt a restriction shatter within his body. He froze in place. What was this? Erwin snapped his fingers, and in the next moment his body twisted into a vortex. The next moment, Erwin appeared in his own bedroom. He was stunned. Damn. Had the old man really granted him the permission to apparate? Was it out of trust? That didn't make sense. Dumbledore truly trusted only one person. That person was Professor McGonagall. No, to be precise, it was uncertain even if Dumbledore fully trusted McGonagall. A man like Dumbledore only trusted himself completely. Erwin was the same in this regard. Yet, just as Erwin was figuring out his next move, Dumbledore had granted him the apparition permission. A smirk curled on Erwin's lips. It seemed he had been mistaken about some things from the start. Shaking his head, Erwin decided not to dwell on it. Being able to apparate within Hogwarts was a good thing. At least now he could leave Hogwarts. Staying at the school all the time was boring. More importantly, leaving the Diagon Alley matters entirely to Old Tom made him uneasy. Although Hagrid had become a supplier, the business of magical creature materials would encroach on the interests of the pureblood families. Even though Erwin had sent Old Tom with many people and equalizers, it was still his first venture in the magical world. He couldn't help but worry. But he couldn't rush. He had to wait until Dumbledore left Hogwarts. Otherwise, what if the old man revoked his permission? Erwin checked the time. It was still early enough for a nap. With nothing else to do, while Erwin caught up on sleep, Harry Potter arrived at Dumbledore's office. Before Harry could knock, the door swung open on its own. Dumbledore sat on a dais. Wearing a somewhat comical hat, he peered at Harry over his glasses with a smile. Harry, you're here. Come in. Harry Potter stepped into the office, curiously looking around. Dumbledore gestured. Have a seat, Harry. Let me finish this first. Harry Potter nodded and obediently sat down. In a portrait, Headmaster Black watched Harry's timid demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to Erwin, he was far inferior. Was this the so-called savior? Had Dumbledore fallen for some scam? Oh, and that poor Voldemort. He had seen Erwin as one of the finest Slytherin students. Dumbledore scribbled for a while, then put down his quill. Harry, how are you finding life at Hogwarts? Harry Potter, who had been daydreaming, was startled by Dumbledore's question. He quickly stood up. Oh great. Professor, I've never felt better. Dumbledore gestured for him to sit. No need to be so tense, Harry. I just wanted to chat. You know, at my age I enjoy having someone to talk to. Would you like a candy? Harry Potter quickly accepted. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore beamed. Indeed, Harry Potter was much cuter than Erwin. It was frustrating when candy couldn't be shared with others. Thankfully, Harry Potter satisfied his urge to share. This put the old bee in a good mood. Dumbledore watched Harry Potter pop the candy into his mouth. He asked with a smile, so how is it? Do you feel much calmer? Harry Potter nodded. Dumbledore said, Harry, what do you think of Erwin? Harry Potter was taken aback. He wondered why Dumbledore would suddenly ask him this. But Harry Potter answered honestly, Erwin is amazing. It seems everyone likes him. Professors, other students, seniors and juniors, all praise him whenever they mention him. In class, he can always answer every question. It seems nothing can stump him. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, Erwin is truly remarkable. I share your sentiment. To be honest, I've never seen a student more outstanding than him, especially a first year. Harry Potter scratched his head. So, had he been called here just to realize the gap between them? Thanks, he had already seen it. Noticing Harry's downcast expression, a glint flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. What's wrong, Harry? You seem troubled. Harry Potter shook his head, remaining silent. Dumbledore said, It's all right, child. Young wizards your age often feel insecure. There's no shame in that. Harry Potter hesitated before speaking. I just feel like I've let everyone down. They call me the savior, but I don't see any of my strengths. I can't compare to Erwin in any way. Maybe he's the real savior, and I'm just a fake. My boy, Dumbledore said. You are the chosen one not because of what others proclaim, but because of what you have truly done. You defeated Voldemort, you ended the darkness that plagued the wizarding world. To everyone, you are the chosen one. Really? Harry Potter asked. But why is it that I can do nothing while Erwin seems capable of everything? Professor, I truly feel inadequate. Dumbledore replied. If I were your age, I too would feel inadequate in the face of Erwin. Harry, I hope you understand this truth. No one is born exceptional, not even Erwin. Harry Potter asked. Then Professor, how can I become as learned and powerful as Erwin? A smile curled at the corner of Dumbledore's lips. Look, he thought the bait has been taken. He truly adored children of this age. In this regard, Dumbledore and Erwin saw eye to eye. Of course, there were also differences between them. At this moment, for instance, Dumbledore found Erwin rather irksome in comparison. How to become like Erwin? Dumbledore said. You need effort, and you need guidance. When you least expect it, Erwin seeks out friends for joint study, and he approaches professors for help. So if you wish to improve, you must strive harder. Of course, blind effort alone is futile. You also need to communicate with others, ideally finding a peer to study with. That is the most efficient way to learn. Harry Potter fell into deep thought. Sensing the moment was ripe, Dumbledore spoke. Harry, do you know about the study sessions? Harry nodded. Yes, Erwin proposed it. Many senior students were quite displeased at first. But these past few days, Ravenclaw and Slytherin have been looking forward to the study sessions. Dumbledore asked, and do you know why they anticipate them? Harry shook his head. Dumbledore explained, because it grants them more time to learn. Especially during study sessions, they can exchange ideas. Their grades will improve rapidly. Harry's eyes lit up. Then I can study with Ron. Dumbledore shook his head. Although you could, Harry, I suggest you seek out Erwin in the Slytherin study room. For you and I both know Erwin is the most outstanding of your year. Moreover, Erwin has a knack for helping his peers. I hear that Draco Malfoy, with Erwin's assistance, successfully mastered basic transfiguration. Harry recalled the scene in the transfiguration classroom, Malfoy's mocking gaze and smug expression. He couldn't help but clench his fists. But will Erwin let me study with him? And Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry left the rest of his words unspoken. But the old bee understood his meaning. After a moment of silence, the old bee said, I will speak to Erwin on your behalf. If it benefits your studies, I believe Erwin will not refuse me. Harry was deeply moved. Can you really, Professor? Dumbledore smiled. Rest assured. In fact, Erwin and I have a good relationship. You know, I was the one who took him to Diagon Alley when he first enrolled. Thank you so much, Professor. Harry said. Dumbledore replied, however, Harry, I will speak to Erwin for you, but you must not back down. You must strive to become better. I have a feeling that you will be the glory of Gryffindor. Hearing this, a fire seemed to ignite within Harry's heart. If Erwin were here, he would surely pull out his notebook and jot everything down. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This Dumbledore was truly a master of persuasion. Look at those words. They were pure art. First, he subtly steered Harry's thoughts toward Erwin, making him dwell on Erwin's excellence and stirring envy. Then he emphasized the importance of hard work. This ignited Harry's desire to strive. Next, he offered to arrange for Harry to study with Erwin, earning Harry's gratitude. Finally, considering Harry's indecisive and impressionable nature, he blocked any potential retreat should Ron sway him, and topped it off with an inspiring pep talk. Step by step, it was simply an art form. No doubt about it, if Erwin heard this speech, he would be thoroughly impressed. Harry Potter left Dumbledore's office brimming with fervor. As he stepped out, his face was flushed with excitement. Do not misunderstand. If your mind wandered, go face the wall. On the wall, Phineas spoke. Dumbledore, after all these years, you still rely on these old tricks to win people over, even a young wizard. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. I won't deny that. However, compared to Erwin, I think I still fall short. You should take the time to go out and see what Slytherin common room looks like these days. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Phineas snorted coldly. So this is the one you chose? To be honest, he doesn't measure up to Erwin. He falls far short. I don't know what you see in him. Dumbledore remained silent. What did he see? He saw that Harry was one of the Horcruxes. What else could it be? Did he see Harry's indecisiveness, his poor academic performance, his lack of effort? Seeing Dumbledore silent, Phineas found no pleasure in staying. With a flicker of movement, he vanished from the frame. Before long, Phineas arrived at the frame above the fireplace in the Slytherin common room. As for the original occupant of that frame, he was now trembling in a corner. Phineas snorted. I try to be reasonable with you, but you had to keep babbling. If I hadn't taught you a lesson, you'd never understand why I became headmaster of Hogwarts." The frame's original owner dared not utter a word on the verge of tears. Phineas surveyed the young wizards in the common room. They were gathered in small groups discussing their studies. Phineas was somewhat astonished. Were it not for the dim, gloomy surroundings, he might have thought he had wandered into the Ravenclaw common room. This strange atmosphere was utterly unlike his own school days. "You there, the Malfoy boy." Malfoy's platinum blonde hair was striking, so Phineas spotted him immediately. Malfoy flinched and turned around. "Who are you?" Phineas said. "An ignorant brat, you don't even know me. Tell me, where is Erwin?" Phineas had come to find Elvin. Thus he paid no heed to others, merely asking for Elvin's whereabouts. If Elvin was in the bedroom, he intended to have that little Malfoy fellow take him there. However, something unexpected happened to Phineas. Suddenly Malfoy's wand appeared in his hand, pointing at the portrait on the wall. "Who exactly are you, and why are you looking for our head boy?" Other little wizards also noticed the commotion, promptly drawing their wands and aiming them at Phineas on the wall. Phineas was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Was he truly being pointed at by a Slytherin student one day? Even if it was just his portrait, what on earth was happening? He had once been hailed as the glory of Slytherin when he was alive. After all, he was the first headmaster to graduate from Slytherin. He truly had a solid reputation. Yet now that reputation was being pointed at by Slytherin students. This was simply outrageous. He had suggested that more portraits be hung in the Slytherin common room, at least to remind the Slytherin students of him. Yet now it seemed that too much time had passed. The Slytherin students no longer recognized him. Although he felt anger within, Phineas was more gratified. He understood why Dumbledore had sent him to check on Slytherin. The current Slytherin truly was different, and this change was brought about by Elvin. Just as tensions were rising, a lazy voice broke through. Elvin, yawning, descended the stairs. "What are you all making a fuss about?" The little wizards turned to look at him. Elvin glanced in the direction where their wands were pointed. He paused for a moment, exclaiming, "Oh, Headmaster Phineas, what brings you here? You all should quickly put away your wands. You should be studying more, not slacking off. Haven't you read Hogwarts A History? Haven't you seen the portrait of Headmaster Phineas in the book?" Upon hearing this, many of the little wizards, some of whom had read the book, began to recall. It seemed that this person truly was their headmaster, the former glory of Slytherin, the only Hogwarts headmaster to graduate from Slytherin. The little wizards hurriedly put away their wands. Elvin descended the stairs and slightly bent forward, saying, "I apologize, Headmaster Phineas. They were being rude and have offended you." Phineas waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. After all, my era was far too long ago. It's normal that they don't remember me. However, you should teach them more of these fundamental lessons." "You are their head boy," Elvin replied. "Sure, Headmaster." "You all apologize to the headmaster. Who taught you to point your wands at the glory of Slytherin, Headmaster? And just with your level, did you think you could harm the portrait with your wands? Use your brains." Phineas' expression darkened. So Elvin was reprimanding the little Slytherins because they had used the wrong method. "Is this what we call personal?" One little Slytherin quickly apologized. "Sorry, Headmaster Phineas." Phineas waved his hand. "Forget it. Elvin, find a frame. Let's go to your dorm and chat." Elvin nodded, glancing around. The frames that met Elvin's gaze were all quite tense. Elvin thought for a moment. "A headmaster, please wait a moment. He'll go find one for you. After all, the ones hanging in Slytherin are all our former seniors. Moving is quite a hassle." After saying this, Elvin left the common room and approached a certain frame. He looked at the small label below. Good, it was a former Gryffindor student. Elvin asked, "Could this senior move?" The portrait was taken aback. What was this? Coming in and asking him to move. Elvin wasted no time. He pulled out a small knife. "Senior, do you want to move yourself, or should I destroy your home and you can find another one?" The expression of the former Gryffindor senior changed instantly. "Evil Slytherin. Indeed, you are inherently wicked." After saying this, without waiting for Elvin to react, he turned and ran, jumping into the neighboring frame in an instant. Then he dashed to another frame, moving at incredible speed. Elvin returned to the common room with the empty frame. "All right, Headmaster. This one is a bit small, but you can make do with it for now." Phineas nodded. He glanced at the name below the frame, feeling even more satisfied. "You did well." Then he took a step forward, and in the next moment appeared in the frame right before Elvin. Elvin watched this scene with great interest. What principle was at play here? Phineas noticed Elvin's confusion and explained, "Don't think about useless things. Portraits are different from photographs. Photographs use developing potions. However, some portraits that can move freely draw upon a part of the soul's power. Don't waste your brain on useless thoughts. Extracting soul power from a living person affects their rationality and wisdom." Elvin understood. This was akin to a different kind of Horcrux, lacking the effects of a Horcrux, but with somewhat similar principles. As for what Phineas mentioned about affecting one's rationality and wisdom, Elvin deeply resonated with this. Just look at Voldemort and you'll know. In the original story, during his student days, Voldemort was exceptionally talented and remarkably intelligent. However, after extracting from the Horcrux, his intellect dropped off sharply, and he became irritable and hot-tempered like a fool. Nevertheless, this portrait was quite intriguing. Elvin felt he might have an opportunity to study it. Perhaps there could be unexpected gains. This was Elvin's sixth sense, and he trusted his sixth sense quite a bit. He always felt that this thing might come in handy one day. Elvin picked up the frame. You all carry on. Study more, and play less. I've told you countless times. After admonishing the little Slytherins, Elvin carried the frame upstairs. The little Slytherins exchanged glances, looking at the books on the table, each revealing a wry smile. They truly had been trying their best. Elvin returned to his room with the frame. He placed the frame on the table by the window. Phineas looked outside at the scenery and sighed. I haven't been here in many years. Back then I also lived on this floor, the only place in the Slytherin common room where one could see the sun. How nostalgic. Elvin said, if you like it, I will hang the frame here later. Whenever you have time you can come over and take a look. Phineas looked at Elvin saying, you little rascal. Do you have something you want to ask me? So eager to please. Elvin chuckled. You saw through me. Actually, I want to know what benefits the head boy of Slytherin can obtain. Professor Snape also mentioned to me that if I were to become the head boy, I would gain unimaginable advantages. Phineas fell silent for a moment. In truth, I do not know either. Elvin was astonished. What had he just heard? This fellow had said he didn't know. Phineas remarked. Actually, this should be considered an ancient legend of Slytherin. I wonder if you've heard of it. There's a tale at Hogwarts that the four founders left behind their legacies. Elvin nodded. I read about it in a book. It said that after Hogwarts was built, the four founders each left their true inheritance. According to the book, the only legacy revealed so far is Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. People died back then. It was deemed forbidden. Phineas nodded. I've heard this from other portraits as well, but what if I told you that the chamber isn't Slytherin's true legacy? Elvin exclaimed in surprise. Not Slytherin's legacy. Phineas said, legend has it that in their era the four founders were initially of average strength. However, later on they acquired something from an unknown source. No one knows exactly what. And it was these very things that made them the most powerful individuals of their time, leading them to establish Hogwarts. Rumor has it that they left their true legacy within Hogwarts. The rule of the hidden prefect was devised by Slytherin himself. Since then, every head of Slytherin house has passed down the knowledge orally. Whoever can overcome the hidden prefect's challenge shall obtain Slytherin's true legacy. Elvin wondered, if that's the case, what about the legacies of the other houses? They don't have a hidden prefect's challenge. Phineas shook his head. That I do not know. How could the legacies left by the four founders be so easily obtained? However, I have heard an interesting tale from others, that Dumbledore actually obtained the complete legacy of Gryffindor. Whether it's true or false remains uncertain, as Dumbledore himself has never disclosed it. Elvin nodded. I see. Thank you, Headmaster. Phineas waved his hand. No need to thank me, it's hardly a significant matter. Besides, I've heard from other portraits that you've already defeated the fifth-year hidden prefect. Only two remain before you. You are the most likely to uncover the truth behind the hidden prefect's challenge. If you ever learn everything, do tell me. I am quite curious myself. Elvin smiled. Rest assured, Headmaster, I will. Phineas said, well, I merely came to see you. Since I still have some time, why not let me witness your proficiency in spells? Although the muggle weapon you wield is devastatingly powerful, you are, after all, a wizard. Elvin's eyes lit up. From the tone of this, it seemed the former headmaster might be inclined to offer him some guidance. This was the headmaster of Hogwarts after all, one who had graduated from Slytherin and ascended to the position. Considering the timeline, Phineas had presided over Hogwarts during a turbulent era. One could only imagine how many dark spells our most unpopular headmaster in history must have mastered. Wait, why did his mind instinctively leap to dark magic? How could a white wizard like him ever learn such things? Indeed, spending too much time with the nefarious Slytherins had tainted even him, who would still remember that Elvin was at his core an upright person. Since sin, Elvin said, Headmaster Phineas, could you teach me some spells? Phineas asked, spells? Are the ones you are currently learning insufficient for you? Elvin replied, as you know, the enemies I face are formidable, and they genuinely seek my life. Therefore, I need some means of self-preservation, preferably spells with offensive power. Phineas understood. You wish to learn dark magic. Elvin rubbed his nose. Headmaster, I believe spells should not be categorized as light or dark. They are merely tools for dealing with adversaries. Just like a sword in the Muggle world, can one label it as black or white? It can take a life, but does that make it evil? In my view, a spell is akin to a weapon. It knows no good or evil, no light or dark. It all depends on the one who wields it. Phineas heard this, and a smile spread across his face. Excellent. I have not misjudged you. You are truly the most exemplary Slytherin. It's a pity there was no young wizard like you during my tenure. Otherwise, I believe if you had spoken such words back, then my proposal would surely have been approved by the others. Elvin asked, puzzled. Proposal? What proposal? Phineas waved dismissively. Nothing significant, just a trivial matter. At the time, I wanted to change the defense against the dark arts class to dark arts class. Purely focusing on defense was after all a lesser approach. Elvin was stunned. Good heavens, headmaster, he truly had bold ideas. This man should not have been headmaster of Hogwarts, he ought to have been headmaster of Durmstrang. Phineas continued, back then I felt Hogwarts teaching was far too lenient. Teaching nothing but defense against dark magic. How could one think only of defense before facing an enemy? Unfortunately, my proposal was never approved. What a regret. Elvin's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, it was no wonder this headmaster was known as the most extreme by all. Durmstrang would have been the perfect school for him. That place revered dark magic. Yet a school that championed dark magic had deemed our great Grindelwald's dark magic experiments too dangerous. One could only imagine how utterly outrageous our great Grindelwald truly was. Phineas sighed with deep nostalgia, as if lamenting the ignorance of those who had failed to appreciate his vision. Enough. Let us speak no more of this. Since you wish to learn dark magic, let me see how proficient you already are. Do you know any dark spells? Elvin nodded. I do know a few. Wait a moment. He then snapped his fingers. The next instant he appeared on the shore of the Black Lake. Without wasting any time, he fished a large fish from the lake. Then he returned to his dormitory. He placed the large fish on the floor, mysteriously drew the curtains, and pulled out his wand. Avada Kedavra. In the privacy of his room, Elvin feared no discovery. The next moment, a flash of purple light shot toward the fish on the floor. In truth, Elvin had no idea why his killing curse had turned purple. It seemed all his spells now emitted a purple glow. Phineas was amazed. Your starting point is this high, eh? Phineas hadn't expected it. Erwin started off with a killing curse. Yes, he was already a portrait, but he was also the headmaster of Hogwarts. Couldn't he show a little respect? Was he really not going to hide it? Erwin scratched his head. Sorry for showing off, headmaster. I haven't mastered this curse yet. Phineas waved his hand. No, you've mastered it quite well. Believe me, many dark wizards aren't as skilled with the killing curse as you are. Erwin felt a bit embarrassed. Look at this, he was being praised. His killing curse was only level 3. There was still room for 2 more levels of improvement. Phineas looked at Erwin and sighed. Truly, if he hadn't admired Erwin so much, and if what Erwin had just said hadn't truly moved him, he would now be considering in what position to send Erwin to Azkaban. Phineas said, have you used the killing curse on others? Erwin replied, very rarely. You know, this unforgivable curse is a life sentence curse, it can't be used lightly. Phineas was astonished. He actually knew that. Truly surprising. Phineas said, you use the curse very proficiently, and your technique is good, but you still lack some finesse. In fact, you're using too much magical power. Erwin asked in confusion, using too much magical power. Phineas nodded. Take the killing curse you used, for example. You should clearly know its characteristic. Once cast, death is certain. Most of the time it's undefendable. Since it has this trait, you have no need to use so much magical power. You must understand, in a duel between wizards, every shred of magical power is precious. Your failure might come from lacking just that shred of magical power. Erwin nodded. For the next hour, Phineas shared many small tips on curse usage with Erwin. Erwin absorbed these tips with great relish. This was the accumulated experience of a fine dark wizard over many years. A teacher like this was priceless. Phineas said, all right, digest what I've said today first. He'll come back when I have time. Then you can ask me if you have any questions. Erwin stood up. He bowed. Thank you, headmaster. A smile touched Phineas' lips. I like you very much. You're a true Slytherin. I've heard of everything you're doing now. Slytherin has changed. So it needs a leader to restore Slytherin to its former glory. You are the most suitable person. I look forward to the day when I see Slytherin become what it was in my time. The portrait returned to blankness. Phineas had left. As he said, he was different. Unlike other portraits, he could come and go as he pleased. And Erwin had gained another private tutor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving Phineas guidance. A temporary card pool, the attack spell exclusive card pool, has been unlocked. 30 draw chances granted. This draw pool is a limited time reward pool with a final guaranteed gold item. The card pool will last for 1 hour. Please use it as soon as possible. Erwin's eyes lit up instantly. It's here, it's finally here. It came with spells. Indeed, whatever was lacking arrived. And with a guaranteed gold. This system was really bleeding itself dry. Erwin directly opened the draw interface. With a grand wave of his hand. Come on, let's draw. With a guaranteed gold, what did Erwin fear? Just go for it. At worst, there was still 1 gold guarantee. Ding. The temple draw is complete. Congratulations on the rewards. Blasting Curse X2. Freezing Charm X1. Levi Corpus X4. Spell Proficiency X, 300. Erwin looked at the rewards. Not bad, it seemed. Blasting Curse could cause a violent explosion on the target object. Its power was quite significant. However, there was a drawback. Once the spell hit an object, it would rebound aimlessly. It might eventually harm the caster, much like in the original story, where Miss Know-It-All used a blasting curse and ended up breaking Harry's wand. As for the freezing charm, it had only appeared once in the original story, also used by Miss Know-It-All. It was used against those Cornish pixies that Lockhart, that fool, had summoned. As for the final spell, Levicorpus, coincidentally, this spell was also created by Snape. Erwin continued drawing. Ding. The temple draw is complete. Rewards issued. Erwin's eyes brightened. He thought he saw a flash of purple light. He quickly checked the records. Reducto X2. Incarcerus X1. Oppunio X3. Spell Proficiency X, 300. Congratulations on obtaining the purple reward Fiendfire gift pack. Contains Protego Horribilis Firestorm. Strive on, young man, the next Grindelwald is you. Erwin was shocked, jumping up from his stool. His eyes were fixed on the purple reward on the virtual screen. Fiendfire gift pack Protego Horribilis Firestorm. Erwin would never forget the scene in the movie where Grindelwald wielded those blue flames in the battle between the blue flame skeleton and the red flame phoenix. 2 words inspiring. Compared to the Fiendfire gift pack, those other spells. Were those even spells? They were merely toys for children's play. In Erwin's heart, Fiendfire was even more beloved than the unforgivable curses. For no other reason than its sheer style. Compared to something like Fiendfire, the other spells really shouldn't come close. He was afraid Fiendfire might misunderstand. After drawing Fiendfire, Erwin was in a state of exhilaration. He loved it so much, truly. He really wanted to burn something. Shaking his head, Erwin quickly forced the thought out of his mind. He couldn't mess around. If he set fire to Hogwarts, he'd be in Azkaban by that very night. Maybe even in the cell next to Sirius Black. He had to stay calm and not show off. This was Hogwarts and Dumbledore was watching. Develop stealthily, never show off. But this was Fiendfire. Erwin couldn't stop grinning. To be honest, even if the last 10 draws yielded nothing, just this Fiendfire and the guaranteed gold reward made it all worth it. What more could he ask for? Erwin quickly extracted the rewards, as if afraid the system might take back his Fiendfire gift pack. The system couldn't help but roll its eyes. Such a stingy petty heir. Such an inexperienced host. After extracting the rewards, Erwin finally felt at ease. He casually initiated the final 10-pull draw. A chime sounded. 10 consecutive draws complete. Rewards are being distributed. Curse Proficiency 900. Erwin was astonished. What the hell? I was joking. You're really giving me nothing but this. You just hand me 900 Curse Proficiency points. So aside from the guaranteed golden reward, it's just a bald head, eh? Another chime. Golden guaranteed reward drawn. Congratulations, host. You have received a skill-guided ability. Guided ability, all your single target attacks will become guided abilities. Comes with built-in tracking and homing. Erwin frowned. Guided ability. Tracking and homing. What use is that for magic? But suddenly Erwin froze. No, this thing might be more useful than I imagined. As is well known, the killing curse cannot be blocked by ordinary defensive spells. There are only a few known ways to withstand it. The first is the spell Lily used. One that can directly reflect the killing curse, trading one life for another. That is the sacrificial protection spell. This thing is somewhat illogical. In the original story, only 2 people ever used it. One was Lily Potter. She used this spell to protect Harry Potter. Later, when Harry went into the Forbidden Forest determined to sacrifice his life to destroy the Horcruxes. He wanted to protect all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. At that moment, the sacrificial protection transferred. Afterward, Voldemort's curses became ineffective against those teachers and students. Erwin called this a plot armor because it was utterly unreasonable. The second method is using Twinkor wands. Recall the Triwizard Tournament when Harry used Expelliarmus to counter the killing curse. Twinkor wands have a unique property: they refuse to harm each other. When one casts the killing curse, the other can counter with a different spell. This creates a very special priori incantatem effect. The third method is to turn oneself into a Horcrux. This grants immunity to the killing curse. If one dies, another remains. It's a method paid for with lives. Similarly, the Phoenix can also do this but can endure the killing curse and then be reborn from its ashes. That's ridiculous. Following this logic, a Phoenix might make an excellent shield. There's also a bug in the original story, the Elder Wand. When someone uses the Elder Wand to cast the killing curse at its true master, the curse won't kill. Coincidentally, Harry Potter was the one who exploited this bug. As for the unlucky fellow, it was undoubtedly our noseless Mr. Riddle. The last method is the most common survival tactic against the killing curse in the wizarding world. Although the killing curse cannot be blocked by spells, it can be blocked by solid obstacles. Things like walls, pillars, shields. Who knows how many times our Harry used this trick to dodge Voldemort's killing curses. Poor Voldemort. But Erwin's golden talent allowed him to cleverly bypass this method. As long as the target was locked, it would be accurately guided. In other words, holy crap mom, my bullets can turn corners now. This was a godlike skill. If this were in Voldemort's hands, wouldn't he point at the sky and declare that the heavens could no longer block his sight? Of course, in Erwin's hands it was probably just as impressive. Just then, Erwin's eyes lit up. He thought of a key point. System. Does this guided ability only apply to spells? A chime. Please figure it out yourself, host. Erwin's eyes grew even brighter. The system didn't confirm it, which meant his idea might actually be possible. The system said all single-target attacks. If that's the case. Erwin turned his palm over, and a pistol appeared in his hand. Then he pulled the trigger. The next moment, the bullet struck the wall to his right. Erwin was shocked. It works. It actually works. I've really learned the lost art of curving bullets. This was genuine bullet curving. Erwin was so excited that his legs trembled. This is a godlike skill. This time I can truly stop being human. A chime draw complete. Limited time gacha pool is now closed. Coming soon, a Christmas limited time gacha pool. Host, please accumulate reputation points. The holiday pool offers exceptional value. Erwin was stunned. A holiday gacha. Thinking about it, Christmas really was approaching. Next Wednesday was Halloween, and a little over a month later was Christmas. Looking at his remaining 500 reputation points, Erwin had been planning to spend them all. But with a holiday pool coming, Erwin thought he might as well save up. Save more than pull for a satisfying haul. Erwin summoned the system panel. Spell Mastery Accio, Level 3 Wingardium Leviosa, Level 3 Pertego, Level 3 Expelliarmus, Level 3 Sectum Sempra, Level 3 Acclemency, Level 3 Expecto Patronum, Level 3 Confringo, Level 1 Glacius, Level 1 Levi Corpus, Level 1 Reducto, Level 1 Incarcerus, Level 1 Appunio, Level 1 Pertego Maxima, Level 1 Incendio, Level 1 Apparition Erwin's Custom Purple Lotus, Level 3 Killing Curse, Level 3 Imperius Curse, Level 4 Cruciatus Curse, Level 4. Magic Proficiency, 2900. He had learned several new spells, all at Level 1. But his current proficiency was only enough to upgrade 2 spells to Level 3. The hidden level challenge was the most important thing Erwin faced now. The true legacy of Slytherin. Erwin was also very curious about it. So he had to carefully consider where to allocate his spell proficiency. Besides adding points, Erwin could also practice on his own. However, Level 1 spells had a chance of failure. Erwin decided to upgrade them all to Level 2 first. At least, then they would cast successfully 100 of the time, and practicing would increase proficiency faster. Then, Erwin began allocating points. Using 800 magic proficiency. Erwin upgraded the 2 newly learned spells, Pertego Maxima and Incendio, to Level 2. Erwin nodded in satisfaction. He still had 2100 spell proficiency points left. First find a place to practice spells, then decide where to allocate the rest. Suppressing his urge to immediately upgrade Pertego Maxima and Incendio to Level 3, Erwin began to think about where to practice. The most suitable place was the Room of Requirement. Where was it again? Erwin recalled. The 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Think of what you need, then pass in front of that wall 3 times, and the Room of Requirement will appear. Yes, that's right, no mistake. Let's go. Erwin directly apparat to the corridor on the 8th floor. He had to admit having the permission to apparate was incredibly convenient. The feeling of not having to walk anywhere was truly delightful. Erwin finally understood Dumbledore's joy. Come as you please, leave as you wish. Erwin searched the corridor for the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Such a distinctive tapestry was easy to find. At least, even in a place as peculiar as Hogwarts, there were few things quite so abstract. Before long, Erwin found the tapestry. Standing before it, he curled his lip. It was hideous. He wondered who had found such an ugly thing. In any case, he had no idea where to even begin criticizing the aesthetic of Hogwarts, no of the entire wizarding world. It was too bizarre. Erwin considered his needs and murmured to himself, I need a room for practicing dark magic, one that can withstand fiendfire. Then he paced back and forth in front of the wall 3 times, focusing on his desire. After 3 passes, Erwin stopped. He stared at the completely unchanged wall and scratched his head. Nothing. Why? Had he found the wrong place? Or was his method incorrect? Erwin tried to recall the original texts. It seemed correct. Although it had been a long time since he had read the books and many details were forgotten, he couldn't forget a place like the Room of Requirement. Erwin stroked his chin. Could it be that his request was too demanding? Could the Room of Requirement not handle it? That must be it. The spell Fiendfire used cursed fire that could burn even Horcruxes, consuming everything. No matter how magical the Room of Requirement was, it probably couldn't withstand that. Moreover, he had been a bit excessive. As a young wizard, asking for a room to practice dark magic was inherently wrong. This was Hogwarts. Erwin summed up his experience. Ahem, I need a room for practicing spells. Then, following the same procedure, after pacing 3 times, a smooth door suddenly appeared on the wall. Erwin's eyes lit up. It worked. He pulled open the door and walked straight in. The moment Erwin entered the room, the wall restored itself. No one could tell anything had happened. At the end of the corridor, their dear Bat Professor emerged from the shadows, a look of confusion on his face. How does he know about the Room of Requirement? Did Dumbledore tell him? Snape shook his head, didn't dwell on it, and continued his patrol. After entering the Room of Requirement, Erwin began to survey his surroundings. It was actually quite impressive. 2 iron dummies stood on the floor with benches nearby for resting. Erwin had no idea how the Room of Requirement worked, but it was truly magical. There were even windows on both sides. This disproved his previous theory that the Room of Requirement was hidden within Hogwarts walls. Now it seemed more like Platform 9 3/4, some kind of spatial folding, or a pocket dimension. Elwin thought he should study this sometime. It was different from a muggle-repelling charm. For example, take the lovely Platinum family. They were nobility of the wizarding world, but their castle and manor were located in the muggle world. They were merely shielded by a muggle-repelling charm, causing them to be subconsciously ignored. However, the place itself still existed there. If it rained in the muggle world, their manor would still be rained on despite the charm. This was because they occupied the same space. But Platform 9 3/4 and the Room of Requirement were different. For instance, when Elwin entered the station for the Hogwarts Express, the muggle platform was sunny and fair. Yet inside Platform 9 3/4 it was drizzling. This proved they were no longer in the same space. This technology greatly intrigued Elwin. As far as he knew, only Hogwarts currently mastered this technique. The long-established sacred 28 pure-blood families didn't have it, and he didn't know about other countries. Durmstrang certainly didn't, but Dachau probably did. After all, every legend has some basis in reality. A country like Dachau with such a long heritage and countless myths surely possessed unknown capabilities. If Elwin could master this ability, he could create a truly safe place. That would be worth pursuing. But that was still far off. Elwin was just thinking about it. It was good to have a dream. Without a dream, what difference was there between a man and a salted fish? Elwin stretched. Now it was time to get down to business. With so many spells to master, he needed to grind his proficiency. He aimed at the iron dummy and cast a blasting curse. With a loud bang, the iron dummy was blasted away, but it instantly returned to its original position. Elwin began his training grind. Meanwhile, in Professor Quirrell's office, Quirrell was speaking to their parasitic master with a panicked expression. "Master, please no." Voldemort's weak voice hissed, "You dare defy me. Quirrell, don't forget. Your life is in my hands." Professor Quirrell replied, I know, Master. But Elwin is impossible. I beg you, Master, please don't approach him. With Elwin I have felt respect again. I implore you, Master." Voldemort was momentarily stunned. In truth, he had only mentioned to Quirrell that he wanted to meet Elwin. Yet Quirrell opposed him. For the first time since meeting Quirrell, he had defied him. Voldemort snarled, "Quirrell, do you wish to die?" Quirrell quickly said, No, Master, I don't want to die, but why must it be Elwin? Whatever you need, I can bring it to you. I can do everything. Just command me." Voldemort couldn't believe that the ever-cowering Quirrell was being so defiant. Murderous intent surged within Voldemort, but he still needed Quirrell as his most useful tool. Voldemort forcibly suppressed his rage. "Quirrell, I don't intend to harm him. I just want to see him. You don't understand what the name Cavendish means. I merely wish to meet the descendant of an old acquaintance. Elwin's grandfather was once my schoolmate. I just want to see him." Professor Quirrell hesitated for a moment. "Is it really just to meet him?" Voldemort, annoyed, replied, "I just want to see him once. The rest is none of your concern. I won't harm him, I can even teach him personally. You don't understand the significance of the name Cavendish. Who knows what lies behind this?" Professor Quirrell said, "Then, Master, I can call him over for you, but please do not harm him. I sense a long-lost respect in him. Even if it's just due to his upbringing, I am still grateful to him." Voldemort felt helpless. What the hell is going on? Elwin had little contact with Quirrell. How did his loyal servant manage to be swayed? How dare he contradict him? However, Voldemort couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Cavendish, he was finally going to meet Cavendish again. Unfortunately, he learned about Cavendish's secret too late. By the time he sought out members of the Cavendish family, Elvin's parents had already left the magical world being protected. Even he had no chance to act. However, he never expected to see a member of the Cavendish family again. He witnessed the attack on Hogwarts as well. Aside from marveling at Dumbledore's power, he also learned that this generation of Cavendish was at Hogwarts. No wonder he found the name Cavendish so familiar at first. He just didn't think in that direction at the time. It wasn't until the day of the Hogwarts attack that he remembered this long-buried memory. Professor Quirrell left the office. He arrived at the Slytherin common room. At the entrance, he encountered Malfoy, who had just returned from the library with books. To be honest, our little Malfoy was really diligent lately. Coming from a pure-blood family under old Malfoy's guidance, Draco placed great emphasis on the glory of the Malfoy name. Elvin's words had a motivating effect on ordinary young wizards and gradually began to brainwash them. But those most affected by his words were precisely individuals like Malfoy, who hailed from pure-blood families. The decline of the 28 pure-blood families had led many to lose their lineage. These youngsters valued honor even more, making them more susceptible to Elvin's influence. Upon seeing Professor Quirrell, Malfoy frowned, intending to avoid him. But he suddenly recalled Elvin's words: true nobility is never expressed through superiority or bullying the weak. True nobles possess exceptional cultivation. Their refinement is the essence of their nobility. Malfoy approached Professor Quirrell. "Hello, Professor Quirrell, may I ask what you need?" Quirrell was taken aback. How many years had it been since he heard such polite words? Apart from Elvin, Malfoy was the only one who spoke to him like this. Professor Quirrell's eyes grew slightly moist. Once again, thoughts of regret filled his mind. He shouldn't have conspired with Voldemort. Malfoy, not receiving a response from Professor Quirrell, looked at him with confusion. Professor, are you alright? Professor Quirrell quickly regained his composure, saying, I'm fine. I wanted to find Elvin. Is he here? Malfoy replied, I don't know. The prefect might be resting. Shall I call him for you? If not, would you like to wait inside for a moment? Professor Quirrell waved his hand, saying, No, just tell him I have something to discuss with him. I'll wait for him in the office. If he's not here, just let him know when he returns. Malfoy nodded. Then take care, Professor. Professor Quirrell turned to leave. Malfoy then entered the common room with 2 followers. Did you notice? Professor Quirrell actually didn't stutter just now. Crabbe said. Malfoy paused. Don't say it, that's true. Alright, I'll go find the prefect. You guys read for now. The 2 followers nodded. They were both struggling students. However, under Elvin's strict regime these days, all the little snakes had transformed into diligent learners. They began to read. As a result, they truly discovered joy in books. Their grades improved remarkably. In fact, Crabbe and Goyle were not lacking in talent. It was just that their appearances gave off a rather silly impression. However, in reality, these 2 had some skill. Just to mention the Hogwarts final showdown. When Harry and his friends went to the Room of Requirement to resolve the last Horcrux Ravenclaw's diadem, they encountered Malfoy and his companions. Then the 3 of them basically exchanged blows. Harry Potter and Dumbledore had their powers forcibly enhanced. Hermione, a true academic powerhouse. As for Ron, let's skip him. Yet even under these circumstances, the 2 groups of 3 fought to a standstill. In the end, Crabbe even used the Fiendfire curse, igniting the Room of Requirement entirely. Was Fiendfire something anyone could easily learn? So looking at it this way, these 2 followers, while appearing foolish, actually had some skill. In this context, the Malfoy trio had faintly become the leaders of the first years in Slytherin aside from Elvin. Not to mention others, even Elvin was taken aback. Soon after, Malfoy came down from above. Goyle asked, So how was it, young Master Malfoy? Did you tell the prefect? Malfoy shook his head. The prefect is not here. He might have gone out while we were at the library. He'll tell him when he returns. Crabbe and Goyle nodded, not asking further. On the other side, Elvin, still unaware that Voldemort had his eyes on him, was currently practicing spells vigorously. For efficiency, Elvin had added 2 more Tin Men, practicing 4 spells at once. This saved the process of restoring 1 Tin Man. The only issue was that Elvin's arms were sore. Waving a wand was physically taxing. Moreover, Elvin's magical power had been nearly depleted, directly activating the backup energy. Time passed slowly. Elvin didn't know how long he had practiced until he heard a crisp notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, your multi-spell level has risen to level 3. Elvin forced himself to sit down on a chair. Rubbing his sore arms and sensing the magical power within him, he realized that he had nearly exhausted all the magic reserves in his mana pool. Now he couldn't even perform apparition. Of course, Elvin's gains were substantial. In addition to the 2 top-tier spells from Grindelwald's gift pack, all his spells had now reached level 3. Erwin opened his panel. He had 2,100 magic proficiency points remaining. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured them all into Fire Shield and Firestorm Cleaving Path, leaving only 100 points behind. He was about to close his personal information when his peripheral vision caught the proficiency behind Disarming Charm. 9900100000. What a coincidence. Erwin promptly added the remaining 100 points. A 3rd level 4 curse appeared following the Imperius and Cruciatus curses. This Disarming Charm was purely Erwin's own practice. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had used this charm countless times. Although his talent for ordinary spells was only 6 diligence, could compensate for lack of ability. All those uses had accumulated a considerable amount of proficiency. Still, talent was indeed lacking. The talents on his personal panel that hadn't reached 10 were becoming increasingly displeasing to him. When the Christmas holiday draws came around, he would heavily invest in them. Otherwise, given the current diligence of these little snakes, Erwin feared he might not be able to outpace them. He closed his personal panel. A sliver of magical energy had recovered within him. Standing up, he intended to return and rest. As he reached the door, Erwin halted. An idea struck him. It was known that Fiendfire needed kindling to sustain itself. So an Iron Man shouldn't count as kindling, right? A small test on his part shouldn't cause any trouble, should it? He was simply too curious. His magical power hadn't recovered much. It was either apparate back to the common room, or cast a tiny Fiendfire for the experience. Erwin figured a young man could walk a few steps. A life was about movement after all. He quickly rationalized it to himself. He decided he had to try Firestorm Cleaving Path at least once. Although his current magical power was nowhere near Grindelwald's level, conjuring a small one for the thrill should be fine, right? With that thought, Erwin ambled back to a spot not far from the Iron Man. He cleared his throat. Then with a gentle wave of his wand, he intoned Firestorm Cleaving Path. In the next moment, a small bird condensed from purple flames flew from his wand, darting towards the Iron Man before him. The instant the purple bird struck the Iron Man, the metal was rapidly dissolved, before Erwin could revel in the joy of his first use of firestorm cleaving path. The next moment, as the iron was melted away, the interior was exposed. Erwin's expression changed instantly. Damn, cutting corners, the inside is made of wood. The moment the purple flames touched the wood nourished by the fuel, the purple conflagration erupted instantly. In mere moments the Iron Man was consumed. Then the flames fell upon the floorboards, which also ignited immediately. Erwin murmured to himself, I think I've messed up. Realizing this, Erwin scrambled to remedy the situation. How did one extinguish fiendfire? Finite incantum. No, that wouldn't work on fiendfire. And even if it could, Erwin hadn't learned it. Fiendfire's bane. Yes, that's right, Fiendfire's bane. Damn, he didn't know that one either. As the flames grew larger, Erwin grew anxious. What was he to do? If left unchecked, this fiendfire might very well burn down all of Hogwarts today. After a moment's thought, Erwin snapped his fingers. Got it. Erwin turned and ran. The door to the room of requirement swung open. He rushed into the corridor and shouted, Professor Snape, save me. The next moment, as his voice faded, a dark shadow appeared before him. Seeing the familiar figure in black robes, Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, our dear Professor Snape was always 3 steps away. The moment Snape landed, he drew his wand, scanning the surroundings warily. What happened? Erwin pointed towards the still open door of the room of requirement. Snape turned to look, and his eyes widened instantly. Inside the room of requirement, nourished by the wooden floor, the purple flames had already built up considerable intensity. At a glance, it looked like a sea of purple. Snape thrust his wand forward, and a stream of water surged from its tip. However, in the next instant, the water was instantly evaporated, turning into steam. Snape's expression changed drastically. Fiendfire. Erwin scratched his head awkwardly. It's kind of beautiful, isn't it? Snape now truly wished he could hang Erwin up and thrash him. With a flash, Snape entered the room of requirement. The next moment, he pressed his wand directly to the ground. Fiendfire's bane. As the incantation was uttered, a golden barrier of light appeared, abruptly spreading over the fiendfire. Where the barrier passed, the flames on the ground gradually subsided. Before long, the purple flames were completely extinguished. Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. Good it was put out. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble today. He tiptoed, trying to make his escape. Mr. Cavendish, where do you think you're going? Erwin's body stiffened. Oh no, this is bad. The aura of death was upon him. Snape had used his surname. One could only imagine how furious Snape was. Erwin turned around with a grimace. Well, I see it's getting late. I was thinking of going to bed, dear Professor Snape. Snape's face was an unreadable mask, but blazing fires seemed to burn in his eyes. Cavendish, do you have a death wish? Is fiendfire a curse you can master? How dare you? How dare you use fiendfire? If I hadn't been here today, do you have any idea what the consequences would have been? Fiendfire would have burned down all of Hogwarts. Not just you, but the other young witches and wizards would have died too. Even if you escaped the flames, Azkaban would await you. How dare you use fiendfire at Hogwarts? Snape's voice turned shrill. Erwin had never seen Snape like this before. He knew Snape was genuinely angry this time. Erwin lowered his head. I'm sorry, Professor. Snape took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. I don't want a repeat of this. Erwin, you were too reckless. You are a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Erwin nodded quickly. I want. You can rest assured, Professor. Snape let out a cold snort. He turned and left. Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. An angry Snape was terrifying. So when he bullied Harry Potter every day, he wasn't truly furious. This was what real anger looked like. Still, Erwin knew he had been rash this time. The allure of firestorm cleaving path was simply too strong. He just couldn't control himself. Having used it once, Erwin felt a major burden lifted from his heart. At least his curiosity was somewhat sated. Still, he had to admit the purple flames were quite impressive. Erwin felt his current magical practice had veered off course. Everything was purple. The killing curse was purple, and fiendfire was purple as well. As everyone knew in the tropes of all novels, those who could wield the same attack in a different color were the cream of the crop. Indeed, Erwin Cavendish was the protagonist. The true protagonist. Feeling incredibly satisfied, Erwin whistled as he sauntered back to the Slytherin common room. His magical reserves were now utterly depleted, leaving him completely drained. Erwin needed to sleep to quickly restore his magic. The wizarding world seemed to have few means of recovery, only potions and sleep. It just showed how backward wizards were, not even knowing how to meditate. In the novel's head read, mages could meditate to replenish their mana. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, it was already past 10 in the evening. Erwin's magical power had only recovered to about 1/10 of its capacity. This feeling of emptiness left him profoundly insecure. He entered the password, and the common room door swung open. Erwin stepped inside. By the fireplace, a few young wizards were gathered, huddled over books, discussing their studies. Erwin felt a surge of satisfaction. Now this, he thought, was the true hope of Slytherin. What a fine group of children. If one day Slytherin could be as studious as Ravenclaw combined with its inherent lineage attributes, Erwin believed the day of Slytherin becoming the strongest house would arrive. The young wizards noticed his return. They quickly stood up. Prefect. Erwin nodded. Good. Keep up this momentum. The future of Slytherin shines because of you. Hearing this, the young wizards felt even more motivated, as if they could cram the books directly into their minds. Malfoy approached Erwin. Prefect. Professor Quirrell came looking for you, but you weren't here. He said to find him in his office. Erwin's expression froze. Quirrell. Lord Socket. Bloody hell. Why was he being targeted? Erwin didn't think Quirrell wanted to see him on his own accord. It must be the Lord Socket's bidding. Malfoy noticed Erwin's expression. What's wrong, Prefect? Anything the matter? Erwin shook his head. Nothing. Keep studying. They'll go tidy up. Malfoy nodded and didn't press further. Erwin entered his dormitory, sat down, and furrowed his brow. What did Lord Socket want? Erwin preferred to keep his distance from him. After all, he wasn't easy to deal with. Though he lost to Dumbledore and seemed lackluster in the original story. That was due to Dumbledore's schemes and plot-induced defeat. If Voldemort were truly worthless, why would Dumbledore with his immense power bother to outmaneuver him? Partly because of the Horcruxes, Dumbledore couldn't kill him without destroying them all. On the other hand, it was a sign of fear and recognition of Lord Socket's strength. Especially after witnessing Dumbledore's power, Erwin's caution toward these old masters had been fully aroused. That day's battle between Dumbledore and the black-robed figures had left Erwin in awe. The flames that nearly dyed the entire sky red were utterly absurd. How strong was Voldemort in his prime, trading blows with Dumbledore? Erwin couldn't help but shudder. Terrifying Lord Socket. He silently communicated with the system. System, what level is Lord Socket's magic at? Ding. Peak Voldemort's magic is between level 6 and level 7. Erwin scratched his head. Do you hear yourself? Between 6 and 7. That's 6.5. Ding. The host's statement is not wrong. Peak Voldemort's magic indeed exceeds level 6, but falls short of level 7. Erwin asked, if combat power were quantified, what level would Voldemort be? Ding. According to system data, considering all factors, Voldemort's combat power would reach level 8, and Dumbledore and Prime Grindelwald are also at this level. Erwin frowned. That can't be right. Is Voldemort really that strong? Ding. The system simulates Voldemort's peak state, optimal age, peak strength, without splitting Horcruxes. Erwin understood. Dear Lord Socket had weakened himself by splitting his soul. Tisk, what a fool. Erwin asked, what about me? Ding. Simulating the host's current age and mastered spells. Excluding firearms, the host's combat power is around level 5. Note this is with the host going all out. Erwin thought for a moment. So the Voldemort with just a face left isn't much stronger than me, right? Can't you figure it out yourself? If I tell you everything, where's the fun? A little cheat isn't a cheat. Overdoing it spoils the fun. Erwin pouted. Stingy system. This system really wasn't up to par. The system was at a loss for words. Still not good enough. What would be? Making you a god on the spot. Erwin considered whether to meet Lord Socket. He didn't know his purpose, especially with Dumbledore absent. Who knew if Voldemort had ill intentions? But honestly, Erwin was too curious about him. After much thought, he decided to go. If he dared not face even a severely weakened Voldemort, how could he confront unknown enemies? Erwin snapped his fingers. Decision made. With apparition, he could retreat safely, so meeting Lord Socket wasn't impossible. Still, he needed to prepare. Erwin turned his wrist. In the next moment, an array of weapons appeared on the table. He checked each safety, filled the magazines, and finally fixed his gaze on the last item. A rocket-propelled grenade, or RPG. Erwin picked up the launcher and loaded the rocket. With the safety set, it was ready to fire. After completing all this, Alvin felt an overwhelming sense of security. With these toys and apparition, he felt much more reliable. Sensing the magic within him, he had recovered about 30% of his magical power. That was enough for him to use apparition 4 or 5 times. Alvin deemed it sufficient. Since that was the case, it was time to meet our Mr. Socket. He adjusted the ever-changing robe on him, which could reduce the power of attack spells by 30% during encounters. This round the advantage was mine. Alvin did not apparate directly there. The time spent on the road would also allow him to recover some magical power. As for why he didn't wait until his magic was fully restored before meeting the Socket spirit, time was running out. Not knowing Voldemort's intentions yet, Alvin also didn't want to appear abnormal. After all, under normal circumstances, when a professor summons a student, the student should come immediately. Before long, Alvin arrived at Professor Quirrell's office door. With a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared in his hand. Then Alvin concealed the wand under his sleeve with his robe. Only then did he knock on the door. Professor Quirrell, it's Alvin. Soon the office door swung open. Professor Quirrell came to open it himself. Upon seeing Alvin, Professor Quirrell's eyes were filled with unconcealed joy. Alvin, you're here. Alvin nodded. But he quickly realized something. Huh, why wasn't Quirrell stuttering anymore? Professor Quirrell, your speech. Professor Quirrell said, I don't know what happened, but suddenly I stopped stuttering. Alvin smiled. Then congratulations, Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell nodded. Thank you, Alvin. Come in and sit down. Alvin nodded and walked inside the office. Professor Quirrell closed the door. Alvin asked, Professor Quirrell, is there something you need from me? Professor Quirrell hesitated about to speak. But Voldemort suddenly spoke from behind his head. Enough. Let me take over. I believe our Mr. Cavendish already knows of my existence. Professor Quirrell nodded. Then he looked at Alvin. Alvin, don't be afraid. Someone wants to see you. Don't worry, they mean you no harm. Alvin nodded, his face showing no feigned surprise. From Voldemort's earlier words, he could tell that Voldemort had seen through him. This was why Alvin disliked dealing with such individuals. His meager intellect was no match for those who had lived for so many years. Professor Quirrell removed the turban wrapped around his head. Then he turned around. A somewhat nauseating face slowly emerged. Alvin couldn't help but frown. Voldemort said, Isn't it ugly? Alas, I didn't want this either. Alvin replied, To be honest, it's a bit offensive, but it is indeed somewhat unsightly. Voldemort chuckled. You're honest. I'm curious, how did you know I existed? Alvin tightened his grip on his wand. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Voldemort said, Indeed. That's true. You remind me of Pearson. Alvin was taken aback. Pearson Cavendish was his grandfather's name. Alvin asked, Sir, do you know my grandfather? Voldemort said, Know him. We were quite close. I once undertook the prefect challenge myself. Back then, the hidden prefect of the 4th year was your grandfather, and I was defeated by him. That was my first failure. I still can't forget your grandfather's terrifyingly masterful spells. Hearing this, Alvin grew even more wary. Damn it, the socket wasn't planning to take revenge across generations, was he? That would really be unsportsmanlike. Voldemort said, No need to be tense. If you grip any harder, you might snap the wand under your robe. Alvin was stunned. This guy, did he have X-ray vision? That impressive. Don't be surprised. As you said, everyone has their secrets, and so do I. I mean you no harm. Hearing this, Alvin didn't let his guard down. Instead, he became even more vigilant. As everyone knows, there's a rule in this world. When someone says they mean you no harm, that person's malice is often the greatest. It's like in his past life on the internet, many people taught others how to make money, but in reality, they just wanted to make money off you. Same principle. Alvin asked, Then sir, what brings you here today? Voldemort said, Nothing much, just to see the descendant of an old acquaintance. Your grandfather and I were actually very close back then. Unfortunately, he later left the magical world. What a pity. Your grandfather was a genius. It's a shame he left the magical world later. Otherwise, he would have been a great figure in the magical world. Alvin nodded slightly. Thank you for your praise, sir. If my grandfather heard this, I'm sure he would be very happy. Alvin didn't know what Voldemort's true purpose was. But since this guy wanted to chat, Alvin would chat with him. Alvin wasn't sleepy anyway, chatting was something everyone could do. If he liked to ramble, then let him ramble. If Voldemort wasn't in a hurry, Alvin was even less so. Given Voldemort's current state, how much power did he have to keep rambling? He would eventually reveal his purpose. Voldemort sighed. Alvin, you are in grave danger. Pearson was my dear friend, and I want to protect you. But as you can see, I can't. So you must be careful in the future. Alvin was stunned. Voldemort. Was he showing concern? Something was off, very, very off. For a Voldemort who had separated his Horcruxes, how could he possibly care about others? His mind was completely deranged. Alvin thought for a moment, deciding to go along with Voldemort's train of thought. That's truly regrettable. Sir, you know I have always admired you. But I think Hogwarts should be safe for now. Voldemort said, No, Alvin, you don't understand. You have no idea how terrifying the enemy you will face is. Hogwarts cannot protect you for long. Alvin's face was filled with panic. What should I do then, sir? I don't want to die. Voldemort said, Child, you need to become stronger now. Alvin replied, But I don't know how to become stronger, you know. I've been trying my best. Voldemort shook his head. That's not enough. To deal with them, you need to learn more powerful spells. What the school teaches you is insufficient. Alvin realized inwardly. He seemed to understand the socket's intention. It seemed the socket wanted to recruit him.